Chapter 26, Decision 5-3 Lady of Nyx. Decision 5.3. Lady of Nyx. Ordo Malleus Restricted Archive. Transmitted, Conclave of Nyx. Received, Astropath Benito. Destination, Conclave of Samarkand. Mission time, 7.910.289 M35. Telepathic duct, via Lemonum conduit. Reference, Ordo Malleus /09 FJ 4536B1 /as. Author, Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. Priority, Yellow. Per your last request, I sent one of our colleagues to obtain the order of battle for the new honor guard of Space Marines which has been created to protect the Saint. Let me emphasize your fears are unfounded given the current strength of this formation. The Dawnbreaker Guard, as its members have proclaimed themselves, are 35 strong as I am sending this message. With the departure of the majority of Space Marine contingents from this sector, the possibility of increasing their numbers significantly is extremely low. And the command structure is based on the sole decision of protecting their charge, thus making any attempt of one Space Marine to overstep himself and gain ideas above his station inferior to the odds of an average Astartes doing the name in a Codex-compliant chapter. Seraph Gamaliel of course has the unconditional respect of many of his fellow Astartes, but he's not by far the only important figure in this honor guard. The symbol of the triangular red tear, blue beetle and golden flame on a white field has not suffered any changes since its first presentation, as thus you can record it in the archives as the official banner of the Dawnbreaker Guard. Below is the order of battle as far as my agents have been able to discern from highest rank to lowest. Seraph Gamaliel, Exalted Herald of Sanguinius, Sanguinary Guard of the Blood Angels Chapter. Sanguinary Guard Puriel, Sanguinary Guard of the Angels Encarmine Chapter. Sanguinary Guard Simiel, Sanguinary Guard of the Angels Vermilion Chapter. Champion Kratos of Flesh Tears Chapter Ref Olympus Incident, yes that Kratos. Captain Quintus of the Angels Sanguine Chapter. Captain Rhodes of the Knights Hospitallers Chapter. Standard Bearer Riel of the Brothers of the Red Chapter. Chaplain Zuriel of the Crimson Scions Chapter. Chaplain Sidonius of the Crimson Swords Chapter. Sanguinary Priest Claudius of the Ex-Sanguinators Chapter. Sanguinary Priest Philip of the Charnel Guard Chapter. Sanguinary Priest Galen of the Red Seraphs Chapter. Sanguinary Priest Sturzing of the Angels Resplendent Chapter. Epistolary Aslan of the Templars of Blood Chapter Ref Librarian. Epistolary Hendrik of the Blood Legion Chapter Ref Librarian. Tech Marine Dyson of the Knights of Blood Chapter. Tech Marine White of the Blood Exemplars Chapter. Tech Marine Ronaldo of the Blood Drinkers Chapter. Tech Marine Benwar of the Sons of Silas Chapter. Veteran Sergeant Gavriel of the Dark Wardens Chapter Ref Martyr 35178 Imperator. Veteran Sergeant Jonas of the Angels of Defiance Chapter. Veteran Sergeant Alfonso of the Disciples of Blood Chapter. Sergeant Bohemond of the Angels Redeemed Chapter. Terminator Veteran Cariel of the Blood Swords Chapter. Terminator Veteran Moriel of the Angel Guard Chapter. Battle Brother Herman of the Flesh Eaters Chapter. Battle Brother Rahab of the Red Wings Chapter. Battle Brother Maxime of the Heralds of Vengeance Chapter. Battle Brother Sari of the Angels Numinous Chapter. Battle Brother Richard of the Knights Sanguine Chapter. Battle Brother Bertrand of the Crimson Paladins Chapter. Battle Brother Midas of the Golden Sons Chapter. Battle Brother Wald of the Crimson Legion Chapter. Battle Brother Thermuses of the Red Legion Chapter. Battle Brother Vesuvius of the Scions of Sanguinius Chapter. I will contact you again in 5 standard days with the preliminary report on the cleansing of the Neptunia system from ruinous influence. May the God Emperor guide us to victory. Thought for the day, fear runs as deep as the mind allows. And thus on 744.289 M35 the living saint began her unforgettable rule of the Nyx sector. The Menelaus dynasty, which had ruled for 1,600 years, faded into oblivion, and few regretted its disappearance. The Orc threat, which had loomed everywhere, was now rooted on dozens of fronts and annihilated by the counterattacks of the Navy and the Guard. Naturally, hundreds of thousands were prompt to label it as the beginning of an age of Weaver, but given how many times the same thing was proclaimed during the 35th millennium and those which followed it, a new denomination was required. It was in 010M37 that the official name we still use today was published by retired Lady General Elena Dalton, my ancestor. Thus the period between 744.289 M35 and 110.403 M35 is known as the Age of Silk and Hope, one of the 10 ages of the living saint. It was an age of prosperity and victories for billions of men and women. It was also an age of political and social upheavals. The Nyx nobility, which had abused its powers and privileges for centuries, was the first to feel the wrath of Lady Weaver. The purges were, by all written accounts, a brutal affair in every aspect. When the living saint became the basileia of Nyx and renamed the capital hive Athena, the nobility living in the capital hive was estimated to number close to 5 million. This was 5 million men, women, and children divided into 71 nobility titles, and the overwhelming majority of them had never worked a single day in their lives. Yet they played their dynastic games while, below them, more than 10 billion souls toiled and died in the manufactorums, forging the weapons the Imperium's military forces desperately needed to hold the lines. While the Nyx archives are rarely unsealed to the public, certain facts remain. Post 290M35, the Nyx nobility had a grand total of 103 million people once all the hives were accounted for. After the Inquisition had finished their executions and Lady Weaver her creation of penal legions, the nobility was a shadow of itself. The nobility rolls published on 001.292M35 affirm 31 million nobles remained for Nyx Tertius as a whole, 1,500,000 living in the upper hive districts of Hive Athena. The punishments were incredibly varied, but the sentence which gained the majority of the attention, both internally and externally, were the induction into penal legions. It would be a mistake however to assume every aristocrat arrested by the Adeptus Arbits or the Nyx Justicars received this harsh punishment. Many nobles were not deported off-world, but lost a third to one-half of their personal fortune along with their peerage, their privileges and their shares in the various corporate cartels established in the sector capital. Some dukes escaped with nothing but a slap on the wrist and an exceptional tax levied on their yearly income. But many did not. From Prince Magister to Esquire, the Nyx peerage was brought to judgment for their excesses and their willingness to abandon their duties to the God Emperor. Executions, decades of forced labor in Prometheum extraction facilities, and exile were a few of the judgments rendered at the time. By comparison, the loss of the hereditary nobility rights for almost a quarter of the high nobility could seem almost an afternote. And at the time, for the millions of nobles dragged in chains in front of the judges, it certainly was. But the fate of Nostradamus the Grox Van Dyer and the fall of the nobles who had supported him were not forgotten by other blue-blooded tyrants. The reign of terror was still far away, and yet it was becoming slowly ineluctable. Extract from The Fires of Hope, by Taylor Dalton, 990M41. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. 7.754.289M35. Thought for the day, ruthlessness is the kindness of the wise. Sergeant Gabriel Forcas. There were many things the Astartes of the Dawnbreaker Guard didn't agree upon. It was regrettable, but simply unavoidable. 35 space marines of different backgrounds, born on 35 different planets, did not share the same battle experiences, psycho-conditioning, traditions and martial philosophy. And except from him, they were all descended from the 9th Legion. The divergences between chapters not sharing the same Primarch's gene seed certainly had to be greater. Maybe it was something Lord Robert Guillemon had overlooked during his second founding, or maybe the Primarch of the 13th Legion had judged the risk of cultural divide acceptable compared to the risk of a second heresy. Or maybe he simply had been critically wounded before he had time to correct the mistakes of his Codex Astartes. Like everything done over 4,000 years ago, it was difficult to know, and the aura of myth and parsed information didn't help figuring out the truth. So yes, the new Dawnbreaker Guard was certainly not speaking at all times in a unanimous voice. Maybe it was for the best, for that way each member could voice their opinion freely. That didn't mean there weren't subjects where they found themselves in total agreement. The enormous garish construction pretending to be a palace in front of them was one of these. This, Chaplain Sidonius spoke in a voice where disgust and astonishment fought each other for dominance, is an artistic abomination. Apt words, brother, Puriel of the Angels and Carmine declared, resplendent in his pure white power armor. I don't think I have seen someone violate so many laws of artistic decency in a single location and remain uncorrupted by the ruinous powers. The only thing I find remarkable, Champion Kratos growled, his face hidden by his helmet, is how vain this stupid aristocrat must be to place statues of his relatives everywhere on the balconies. Those are gargoyles, brother, Captain Rhodes interjected. Ah, my mistake, the flesh-tearer did not sound sorry at all to have made his remark. And to be honest, the more Gavriel observed it, the more he felt the urge to borrow a flamethrower and begin to joyously torch the entire structure until nothing but ashes and burnt debris remained. The marble columns, he could understand. The gold, he could understand, though there was such a thing as overabundance and there was, that. The colors, no, those he couldn't understand. 1 to 3 or 4 colors could be considered acceptable. A dozen was too much. 2 dozen? The effect was repulsive. And if that was not enough, the owner of this building had tried to mix the style of a religious place of worship, the aforementioned gargoyles and the surcharged Gothic style, with other elements of palatial decorations that simply didn't fit. Frankly, if they had not come to arrest nobles for an assassination attempt upon their lady, the Dawnbreaker Guard would have probably come anyway as a matter of principle. There were things that couldn't be allowed to stand, and this palace was one of them. It was too bad, because the level was so far a very nice sight. The Izmir Imperial Palace noticed the lack of pretension in the name had been built on floor 50 of the renamed Hive Athena, and it was a pleasant and extremely expensive area to inhabit. There were parks covered in true grass for the nobility's children to live in without fearing a meeting with a gang member or rebel. There were markets and numerous shops showing products that only the wealthiest population of Nyx could afford. It was an upper district of the Upper Hive. For reasons that were almost as traditional as they were logical, the floor 1 of a hive was generally the top of the Imperial Star Scraper, and this hive respected the rule. As the Menelaus family had more or less confiscated everything from the governor's own belvedere to floor 46, this level was tantalizing close to the apex of the social aristocratic ladder. Today House Izmir was on the verge of understanding that trying to assassinate someone who had fought and won against a bloodthirster was not a smart thing to do. The chatter abruptly stopped as the rest of the Dawnbreaker Guard escorted their charge in full view, flanked by 200 Fey guardsmen in black-grey carapace armor they had requisitioned from the Nyx Pureblood equipment stores. Gavriel, tell me what you found on the traitor. There were times Taylor Hebert could radiate happiness. There was no sign of it as she advanced in her heavy golden armor. The name of the noble who paid for the assassins of this morning is one Vizier Duke Ahmed Ibrahim Mustafa III of House Izmir. We are right now in front of his main residence, the Izmir Imperial Palace. The snort which escaped the lips of the insect mistress proved she was as unimpressed as her honor guard by the decoration and the name of this artistic horror. His family was a third-rate house until they attracted the eye of the governor 3 or 4 decades ago because they were giving above-average production quotas in the mega-manufactorum of the Manzikert subsprawl southeast of the capital. I suppose they were willing to kill their workers faster to accomplish these quotas. Lasers were not firing from the new Basileia of Nyx's eyes, but her expression was even more ruthless than it had been seconds ago. I think it's a safe assumption, he answered before adding the last bit of information. They were granted some position in the governor's Aegean cartel and the important industrial contracts for the warships and the orbital development programs. House Izmir was, as a result, just below the consul prefects last year in the official rolls of nobility. They had a private guard of 5,000 PDF soldiers to defend their properties. The Adeptus Arbits is also convinced they have between 60 and 70 high-profile assassinations they can accuse them of with solid evidence. And that didn't count the assassination attempt of this morning, when they had detonated a bomb in front of her convoy, killing 3 guardsmen and wounding 20 more, plus all the civilians caught in the crossfire. If they had been intelligent, the attempt would have stopped there. But no, they had to launch a suicidal attempt of 50-plus madmen charging the convoy while a dozen snipers took position. Seconds later, the assassins who had not been decapitated, torn apart or eaten had begged for their deaths. I think I have heard enough, his lady and commander said with evident distaste. Try to take some of them alive if it's feasible. The pure-blood penal legions are always happy to accept more volunteers, and it's always faster to learn where their accounts and resources are from unharmed prisoners. And if they resist? Kratos asked with evident glee. Gavriel threw him a concerned look. The majority of the Blood Angels in the Honor Guard were totally in control of their transhuman minds and bodies. After centuries holding against the dread curse of the Black Rage, few were really prone to violence before battle was joined. The flesh Tira Astartes was alas not someone born to be a pacifist, or calm warrior. The gladiators of the Menelaus arena would have been able to confirm this, assuming any of them had survived their short and final duel with Kratos. If they resist, you can kill as many of them as necessary to convince the rest to surrender. Their titles and possessions are already going to be confiscated, and I certainly won't have any use for them in my new administration. Knock these doors down and boom. Gavriel had seen a lot of things since his mysterious landing on Wuhan a few months prior. Watching a dreadnought using a large and hideous gargoyle as an improved ram against the garish golden gates was a novelty he would have rather not witnessed. Gavriel, Gamaliel, Puriel, Quintus, I thought I told you not to invite any of the Heracles wardens into the Dawnbreaker Guard. I wish to stay in the Inquisition's good graces for the moment, and inviting space marines who were renegades before the Battle of the Death Star is not going to paint this honor guard in a positive light. Boom. Knock, knock, knock. Your doom is at hand, traitors. We certainly did not invite him, my lady, Puriel replied, his angelic visage ill at ease. But I'm afraid he's been following us since our arrival. And he's only listening to the orders he likes. What can we do, my lady? Short of demanding the tech priests put the machine spirits of his armor to sleep or throwing him into a stasis vault, it is not like we have a lot of options to force him to obey. I see, I see. The sigh which came out was not feigned in the least. I will speak with Harrow, no its chapter master Isley as soon as we finish dealing with House Izmir. Please kindly inform Tech Marine White I will need a priority encrypted line with the Heracles wardens in a few minutes. Boom. Cray share. The screams of terror of the Izmir soldiers when they saw what was coming through the ruin of the main gates were loud, and Gavriel almost pitied them. Fighting a hostile dreadnought with nothing heavier than a few grenade launchers, shotguns, and lasguns was not an experience most inexperienced soldiers survived to tell the tale about. But then if they had not been idiots, they would have thrown down their weapons the moment they saw the Astartes were coming. Let's go punish my traitorous nobles, Lady Weaver said as a wave of centipedes and a massive swarm of insects charged into the breach to follow the ancient dreadnought Pierre. If the other nobles have anything between their ears, they will understand it's a bad idea to try to assassinate me after this. The nebulous shard was drawn and golden flames danced on the edge of the blade. For the Emperor and Sanguinius. For the Emperor. For the blood of the great angel. Compared to the endless wave of orcs and the demons days ago, this was a walkover. But it had to be done. Princess Magister Zoe 19 Attica. There had been many things to say about Naxos XXVII's parties and his inclinations, most of them bad, but there had been an advantage to them. By the time the mighty King of Kings had made up his mind, half of the planet was aware of his intentions. As a consequence, preparations to ensure nothing regrettable happened to you while close to Lord Nyx were made weeks, sometimes months, in advance. And even after the exquisite message of summoning was delivered by arrogant young men and women of the Menelaus line, it was not like things were unpredictable. First they were brought to the 46th floor of Hive Menelaus, the lowest hive section. The sector lord condescended to descend among his aristocrat peers if there were no gladiatorial games organized. 90% of this hive floor consisted of the Palatine Menelaus Palace, a gigantic assemblage of marble columns, stairs, and reception halls they had to cross before prostrating themselves in front of the governor in a ceremony most highborn had to memorize by heart before they were 14. What the princes, the princesses, the prefects, the dukes, and all the nobles important enough to be invited at these gatherings had to do was written to them in the message they were sent, and eternal disgrace awaited those who dared breaking the protocol. It was one of these parties which had led to the fall of fortune of her house several centuries ago, when her grandfather had gotten so inebriated he had forgotten everything not pertaining to drink and pleasure in a night of fatal consequences. House Attica had never recovered from it, losing 2/3 of its connections, assets, and resources in less than 10 standard days. At the time, it had seemed a terrible disaster, and assuredly it had been one. But as House Attica was unable to maintain the lifestyle demanded by the governor and his close friends, their participation in the orgies, decadent parties, and unscrupulous affairs had also decreased accordingly. It was in part why they were still alive now that the Inquisition and their allies had annihilated House Menelaus, House Romulus, and House Doris. The most powerful houses of Moira were now gone, but not Attica. Of course, the situation was now very much in flux. Usually, when a new Menelaus ascended to the throne of Lord Nyx, the election was rigged in advance. A Prince Magister volunteered to be the challenger, most of the time chosen by the Menelaus in charge, and the future King of Kings organized something like a standard month of festivities to prove he was the natural successor to the vacant title of Sector Lord. There had rarely been deviations to this predictable process. But since 8 out of the 10 Prince and Princess Magisters voted for House Menelaus, the election could only go one way. Not this year, though. It had been 6 days since the election had taken place, sort of, and from what Zoe understood it had been memorable. The candidate who had supposedly been the lead contender, also known as Nostradamus Van Dyer, had disappeared into inquisitorial custody after his bid to become governor of Nyx had monumentally failed. Then the assassinations had begun. It was not difficult to guess who had decided to contest the electoral result this way. Houses Ionian and Argos had everything to lose if a governor inimical to their interests was selected, and dozens of smaller and less powerful nobles had to be in no better position. It had rapidly devolved into a massacre by the end of the second day. A massacre of assassins and hired killers, that is. The Prince Magisters could afford the best of the best killers available on Nyx, but the new Basileia had the support of the Guard, the Inquisition, the Ecclesiarchy, and she had hundreds of space marines with armored feet trampling the corpses in mere minutes. And every time an assassination failed, prisoners were taken, talked, and less than 2 hours later, the house which had hired the saboteurs or the bomb experts saw its palace invaded, its leaders arrested or killed, and its senior figures dragged away in chains before the palace was razed, sometimes giving PDF and Guard troops the opportunity to loot and pillage beforehand. Many houses had already shared the fate of the Menelaus line. Dukes, counts, viziers, and their relatives were missing. The Adeptus Arbites was at last falling upon the aristocracy with a vengeance, and everything they had taken for granted was now overturned. If the new governor was truly a saint, if she was sent by the God Emperor himself, Zoe knew the master of mankind was clearly not pleased with Nyx as a whole. Zoe's lips winced involuntarily before her features returned to an emotionless stare as the Aquila Clare lander arrived at its destination. A glance across the platform informed her she was not the only one to have been summoned. The personal transports of Michael Xerxes Argos, Sophia 16 Seleucid, and Ephesus v Corinth were already there. But after that glance all her attention was on the massive armored giants in red armor patrolling the small spaceport which had once been the private star fiefdom of House Menelaus. Judging from the colors, these were the Space Marines calling themselves the Brothers of the Red. If the rumors about the Battle of the Death Star were telling a tenth of the truth, these genetically enhanced warriors would take great pleasure in eviscerating anyone opposing the new Lady Nyx. When she descended the ramp of her personal lander, Zoe tried not to show fear, a feat easier said than done, indeed. These were the angels of death, and the size of their weapons was something to give nightmares. Fortunately, her accreditation and her name were sufficient, but Zoe could not stop thinking she and the rest of the nobles escorted in the spire's corridors would have been killed in less than a minute if the order had been given. More than one protestation were muttered by the lips of the other aristocrats as they were escorted by troops in heavy armor. Because judging by the succession of lifters and stairs they were taking, the audience was clearly not going to happen on the 46th floor. And the rumor that the Nyx purebloods had been arrested and removed from their previous duties was obviously no rumor at all. There were many insignia and emblems on the carapace armor of the men and the women escorting them, but none belonged to units House Menelaus. Doris and Romulus considered their private elite forces. It took them close to 10 minutes to arrive at the audience hall, although Zoe was sure they could have arrived far earlier if certain fat Menelaus favorites had exercised a bit more in the last decades. Sometimes, Zoe was almost ready to believe the zealous companions of the former Lord Nyx had no access to rejuvenation treatments, but no, they were large and grotesquely obese after the treatments, and all their deep pockets would not prolong their lives for more than a couple of centuries if they did not reduce their excesses soon. Assuming they survived this audience with all their limbs. Zoe Attica had never set a foot in this hive section of House Menelaus, pardon Hive Athena, but she had spies in the Menelaus staff like everyone else, and thanks to them she knew where she was. This was floor 40, the Hall of War and Oaths. If the new governor wanted to make a statement, it was well done. Aside from the hololith, an elevated golden throne currently empty, and many banners of past campaigns fought by Nyx's renowned regiments, her eyes were immediately fixed, like every newcomer's, on the kneeling nobles in front of the throne guarded by 4 gigantic space marines. One wore a golden armor similar to those painted during the days of the Sanguinilla for Sanguinius the Beloved. But the space marines were not the reason where gasps and whispered echoed in the hall as more nobles arrived. Their fellow nobles were. It was not like it was one saw a Prince Magister kneeling and in chains every day. But there was not one Prince Magister in this unpleasant position. There were 4. Sophia 16 Seleucid, with her light green hair and red eyes, her visage and her body altered by the god emperor only knew how many dozen of youth-giving drugs. Michael Xerxes Argos, rose hairs, rose eyes, but a black heart who had eliminated father, brothers, sisters, and cousins before claiming the title of Prince Magister. Samuel 19 Ionian was also here, with his eminently recognizable blue wig and golden robes. And Ephesus v Corinth came last, managing to remain somewhat dignified in his custom-modified navy uniform. Since the Inquisition had removed 4 Prince Magisters' lines before the election, this was 4 out of 6 of the remaining houses which were there, in chains and brought before the new Lady Nyx. At any point Zoe thought she was going to be dragged by the angels of death to share their fate, but when her name was called together with that the young and newly elevated Prince Magister Justinian XXIUB they had to stand 10 feet behind the other Prince Magisters, and the guards and the Astartes did not move a finger to arrest them. She was going to take it as a good sign. Maybe. The trumpets sounded and the flow of incoming nobles stopped. It was not a perfect count, in fact the Princess Magister would be astonished if there were more than 600 nobles here. It was by far one of the smallest gatherings ever organized by a Nyx governor, and Zoe had a bad feeling the audience was going to get smaller, not larger, in the next minutes. The trumpets sounded a second time and for the first time the Princess of House Attica met the eyes of the woman they had supported in her bid for the title of Lady Nyx. It was not intentional. Naxos XXVIII Menelaus never came inside a reception hall without at least 1 hour of ceremonies, music, and messengers to announce the imminence of his arrival. Evidently, his successor didn't share his sense of timing. The next second they were all bowing and kneeling, trying to guess which was the correct protocol as the heroine the common people had taken to call Lady Weaver sat on the only seat of the Hall of War. You can all rise. By the time Zoe was able to once again stare at the throne, the governor of Nyx was flanked by several armored beetles, a couple of gigantic spiders, and 10 more Astartes. And while it was difficult to analyze the visage of someone you didn't know, the Lady Nyx looked to be radiating anger. My schedule has been completely upturned by all these assassination attempts and I have other places to be before the end of this day. The first order of this gathering is the judgment of several traitorous Prince Magisters. This time there was no doubt that it was a glare which was sent to the chained Prince Magisters. Your Holiness, Michael Xerxes Argos began. We are your faithful servants, sworn to the light of the Golden Throne. I have a mountain of evidence from arbitrator Judge Joseph Anderson which says the exact opposite. I have also the seals of House Menelaus stamped on the data slates which prevented your arrest the last dozen times, Prince Argos. The black-haired, golden-armored woman cut him off. I don't know why my predecessor thought letting you kill babies because they could challenge your claim one day was a good idea, and I don't really care. What I know is that it stops today. Since every Argos noble today is either dead or one of your descendants, your line will end with you. But, I want a trial. You will get one. There was no smirk, but something burned in the Lady Nyx's eyes, and Zoe was not arrogant enough to claim it didn't scare her, on the battlefield. The orcs are not completely vanquished, and as you have by all evidence no reluctance to kill your relatives, I have decided to appoint you as the first recruit of the 7th Nyx Pureblood Penal Legion. Your sons, grandsons, and relatives will be the next conscripts. If you have a shadow of loyalty in your body, you will charge the greenskins and do something useful. The sentence didn't end with "for once in your life" but everybody heard it. Michael Xerxes Argos tried to stand on his 2 legs and run away, but he had not managed to cross 2 feet before a couple of guards grabbed him and dragged him away while the fallen Prince Magister kicked and screamed. Prince Magister Ephesus v Corinth. Your Holiness. The golden-armored insect commander breathed out before correcting him. Your ladyship will be enough. Yes, your ladyship. You have been a terrible administrator these last decades. In fact, the representatives of the administratum are quite puzzled how you managed to avoid bankruptcy no less than 17 times by sheer dumb luck. A space marine moved out from the shadows with fluidity and gave her a voluminous ledger that Lady Taylor Hebert examined for 5 minutes, letting a heavy silence descend on the hall. But while you're an incompetent administrator, you care about your family and you appear to have enough principles to refuse the blackmail of someone like Nostradamus Van Dyer. The name was uttered like a curse. I will not demand the arbits to press for charges. Unchain him. That was a surprise. By the euphoric face of Ephesus Corinth, it was a surprise for him too. On the other hand, I can't in good conscience let you continue your tenure as Prince Magister. You still hold your rank of lieutenant in the Imperial Navy. It is my suggestion you re-enlist within a standard year and let one of your children take your title. Your ladyship is aware of my daughter's activities. For the first time, something resembling a smile appeared on the young visage of the Lady Nyx. I will not throw her to the arbits, this time. I myself played the vigilante, and your daughter avoided a lot of crimes that many lesser nobles were involved in. If she decides to toe the line starting today, I'm willing to write an amnesty, just this once. Thank you, your ladyship. I will rejoin the navy. Excellent choice, and the former Prince Magister of House Corinth left the audience room without chains and his freedom regained. Seleucid and Ionian had hopeful expressions on their visages, especially Samuel Ionian. When he saw the wrathful expression directed at him by the recently promoted Major General of the Imperial Guard, he tried to take a step back and fell on his backside in a ridiculous manner. No one laughed, and the Space Marines tightened their grip on their bolters. I don't like rapists. The voice had become frigid and angry. I really don't like those who use their power, be it politically or of another nature, to gain sexual favors over someone. But if I hate something more than a rapist, it's those who decide to abuse children sexually. Even Van Dyer didn't fall that far, and he was as irredeemably corrupt and evil as it was possible to be. Samuel 19 Ionian. I can say without taking any risk the judgment in the afterlife is going to be particularly unpleasant for you. You are a defiler of innocence, you destroyed the lives of children and left broken shells of them, and for this I call you to judgment, in the name of the Emperor. Mercy, mercy, the Ionian Prince Magister prostrated himself further. I will go to the penal legions. No. The word was uttered with a voice as hard as solid adamantium. A penal legion is for someone who has a tiniest chance to be redeemed. Judging by the images and vids we seized from Van Dyer's private stash, you did this for decades and never felt remorse, otherwise you would have stopped on your own. I don't have a proper count of how many lives you ruined, but it ends today. You will go to the gallows leaving this room, and an executioner will make sure the hanging is slow and dolorous. Then your body will be burned anonymously in the incinerators. This is the fate you deserve. Guards, take him away. Samuel 19 Ionian continued to cry and plea, but the black armored guards who seized him ignored him, and for the third time an important noble lost his titles, privileges, as well as his life. Princess Magister Sophia 16 Seleucid. Your ladyship. Her counterpart of House Seleucid was terrified and rightfully so, as 2 space marines stopped less than half a meter from her flanks. Your attempts at tax evasion may have amused Governor Menelaus. I can assure you they don't amuse me. And the administratum is not amused by the ridiculous justifications you found to decrease your tithes in the last 50 years. Before the end of this year, I want confirmation that you have repaid every throne gelt, armor, cannon, truck and lasgun you were required to give or produce for the Imperial Guard and the Imperium of His Most Holy Majesty. You will not increase the duration of the working week endured by your workers. You will pay all of this with your private funds and the materials you stashed away. If you succeed and do not commit more crimes in this lapse of time, I will allow you to retire without going in front of a tribunal and abdicate in favor of a candidate of your line. Fail and you will be the first recruit of a new Nyx pureblood penal legion. The chains were removed, but Sophia Seleucid ran out of the room like she had an army at her heels and not the 2 guards of a normal escort. Then the giant spiders unveiled a large banner they had apparently woven in the last minutes. It had a single word written on it. Loyalty. I feel with all the assassination attempts I have been unable to present myself to you all. I am Lady Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, Lady Basilea of Nyx, Duchess of Brockton, and Major General of the Imperial Guard. And I think we need to properly discuss what I expect in terms of loyalty, competence, and governance from the nobility of Nyx. The Angels of Death formed neat lines on each side of the throne seat, but Zoe never doubted at this moment they were the lesser danger. Let's begin with the military obligations. Minister of Justice Missy Byron. She is waiting for you. The words, delivered by one of the big red armored space marines, were a pleasant change compared to what had been PRT policy months ago. When Director Piggott was in power at Brockton, the woman often let the wards wait outside for several minutes before they were invited in. It didn't matter if the director had previous appointments or not. By contrast, with her new boss you were introduced the moment you arrived and the Astartes checked you had no weapon of mass destruction under your clothes. Taylor Hebert was very, very removed from perfection, but at least she was effective. When she had asked to be the leader of the anti-gang Nyx brigade, it had taken less than 10 minutes for Weaver to make a decision and send the appropriate paperwork to the Adeptus Arbits. It was a lot of fun. Nyx was what Brockton could have been after a few centuries of corruption and neglect, and the Arbits had mountains of evidence they burned to use. The common PDF regiments and enforcers were eager to clean the cesspit of darkness and illegality too. It was probably going to take decades to return to something approaching an honest society, but the heroine in her knew this was a good start. As the High Justicar Supreme Commander of the Enforcer and Investigation Forces across the 3 Hive continents, and the Minister of Justice for Nyx, Vista was going to do what the nobles should have done long ago. Make this world a place its inhabitants would love living on. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted as she marched into the vast room of floor 5 where Weaver had decided to install her office. Wow, there had been a lot of changes since yesterday. There were green gold mosaics on the walls, with a few large fruit paintings and drapes of silk supplementing the decoration. On the ground an expensive green carpet had been added, and it covered half of the room. The hololith/tactical display had not changed its place in the center, but it was now on a large wooden table which was a polished brown. There were also gold, blue and silver chairs, couches and pillows, not to mention a massive white golden desk where piles of data slates were being divided by a swarm of insects. It gave a certain sense of Oriental flair to what had been a very Roman-type ambience, what with the marble columns, the marble statues and the high Gothic carvings. I like what you did with the room, Missy said as she advanced and took care not to walk on the column of spiders hurrying away. Thank you, but it's not me you have to compliment, the other para-human replied as she raised her eyes from what looked like a massive book of regulations. It's the butlers, housemaids, and other personnel I inherited who are to be complimented. They love you. The dark eyes looked away and Vista did not need to be a genius to know Weaver was embarrassed. After Van Dyer and Menelaus, I think they would have cheered for anyone who treated them like human beings. I am not that special. Vista shook her head and almost let a noise of amazement escape. Well, at least the insect-controlling para-human was not going to go mad with power anytime soon. The justice reforms have begun. We will open 3 recruitment centers for the formation of judges, investigators, and law experts in the next 2 standard months. Of course, we will lose many to the Adeptus Arbits once their formation ends, but coupled with the increased budget to the police forces we may be able to curb down the crime and the corruption to more reasonable levels in a few years. Good, several big butterflies flew to her and delivered new data slates to her hands. Hopefully the working week being decreased to 80 hours and the slight increase in income we deliver are going to be a new departure for the people of Nyx. It was more than that, and they both knew it. Both girls had walked in the streets and the hab blocks of the lower hive. The poverty, the neglect, and the dirtiness, it had made her sick to look at it. According to Dragon, even the most cruel and amoral industrialists of Earthbet had never treated their employees like this. Save perhaps the Nazis, but when the comparison came to them. The Nyxian day was 25 hours long. A week was thus 175 hours. 84 hours represented 48% of the existing hours, and the majority of the lower classes were not doing office work but trimming and selling the force of their muscles and bones in gigantic manufactorums. When they came back to their tiny quarters, they were more often utterly exhausted and collapsed on vermin-infested mattresses. Because the next day would be just as exhausting and there were millions more of unemployed to take their place if they dared protesting. Honestly, 80 hours remained far too high to her taste, and she knew Weaver agreed, but they had to start somewhere and at least the new weekly schedule would give each worker a free day. Some industrialists had tried to protest and were now directly bound for Nyx Secundus where promethium and iron ore exploitation awaited. Some men and women obviously didn't realize that past a certain point, forcing someone to work was counterproductive. Are there more reforms you want to push for the next days? The new Lady Nyx grimaced. No, unfortunately not. Dragon advised against it, and a lot of the administrators and counselors I have been able to delegate the lesser duties to agree. In their own words, going too fast will cripple some of the reforms before they have the time to be properly implemented. They might not be wrong, Missy noted in a neutral tone. They are certainly right, you mean, the black-haired girl sighed loudly. You might be interested to know we have already voted and ordered more reforms in the last week than House Menelaus did in 300 years. That bad? This was a new definition of stagnation if there ever was one. That bad? Of course, the merchant and artisan guilds, the tech priests and the officers changed their economic and hiring policies in the last 300 years, but at the top the nobility stayed unconcerned and ignorant. But as long as they pay their tithes properly, the Imperium does not care a lot what the leaders of a world are doing every day. Weaver fell on one of the biggest couches with a groan and Missy took a nearby chair. The monetary reforms for the sector as a whole will be a bit delayed, but I intend to give the go-ahead next year or so. This situation where there are more than 10 currencies with the name throne guilds but different values must cease. Yes, that in hindsight had been one of these nasty little surprises all the para-humans could have done without. Want to buy something at Wuhan? You need throne guilds. Want to buy something at Nyx? You need throne guilds. Are these throne gelts issued by the same banking clans and worth the same value coin for coin? Of course not, that would be too simple. It's your decision. Yes, thank you for the vote of confidence, the newly elected Basileia declared sarcastically before softening her tone. The reconstruction of Hive Arcadia in the deep north into a proper forge temple under Dragon can wait a few days. It's in the island north of this continent and the tech priests have to dismantle the former hive structure first, plus we are still negotiating on the STC templates. The same applies for the former House Macedon and the new basilica which will be built there. I saw the budget estimates for this one. You don't think the ecclesiarchy is a bit too demanding? Taylor Hebert shrugged. I am trying to get them to release a cardinal world into my authority and convince them to use the basilica as a sort of Vatican of Nyx, if the analogy makes any sense. I intend it to be the first and certainly the last religious monument I will ever finance. For the glory of the God Emperor and all of that. Missy could not help but smile. For shame, the priests would be so disappointed listening to their living saint. The smile was not returned. I can live with their disappointment. I don't know if I can sleep soundly when the nominal ruler of the Imperium is strapped on an arcane throne device half a galaxy away and still obviously able to give me and others Trump-like abilities of golden flames that I absolutely have no idea how to use. Ah yes, that point, the heroine was trying not to think too much about it. Wondering how exactly the corpse of the most successful tyrant humanity had ever produced was preventing a horde of demons from invading reality was not good for your sanity. The red monster had been a nightmare, but it was certainly one of a million horrors waiting in the hells beyond reality. Any other reforms in the planning stage? Yes, and this one was brought me by Lank Ovar. Oh. The new Archmagos had stayed on the rear lines for the moment, since his promotion, while entirely deserved, had upset more than a few venerable magi. Yes, he was able to get one of the many anti-pollution measures the Mechanicus sometimes authorizes for valuable worlds. You know, in order for us poor flesh and blood mortals to breathe without a rebreather mask outside the hives. Yes, that was definitely something Vista could see being useful. Nyx was less polluted than Wuhan, mainly because the planet had still a large ocean and ice caps, but the ecological disasters had steadily gotten worse in the last centuries. If someone wanted to swim in the main ocean today, it was best to have a suit resistant to various chemical substances, and prepare a will beforehand. And what is the first measure you will order, O leader of the Green Party? The next second she received some spider silk in the face for her question. Don't laugh. In the name of ecology, we are going to plant millions of giant cactuses. Vista giggled. First Naval Secretary Dennis Peters. If the new lady of Nyx herself had not named him First Naval Secretary and Wolfgang Second Naval Secretary, it was a certainty they would never have been invited into the room, never mind granted the right to sit at the table. Aside from Weaver herself, there was Lord Admiral Danvers Alexandros, the commander of the Imperial Navy for the Nyx sector as a whole, Vice Admiral Max von Schaefer of Cyprum Mundi, who by default was now his second-in-command, and Admiral Genseric Florentine, the new commanding officer of the Nyx System Defense Fleet now that the 5 high-ranking officers had been condemned to join the penal battalions in recompense of a life spent embezzling funds destined to their monitors and crew supplies. And around them were several dozen captains, lieutenants and practically every military rank which could be considered important. All of those great gentlemen were quickly coping with the quirks of their new, well, mistress was a bit exaggerating. Weaver was not technically the supreme commander of the Navy. A sector lady, in theory, had no right to order around battle fleets and squadrons around. The Imperial Navy was independent and proud of it. On the other hand, if a navy wanted, say to recoup its losses after a massive space battle, the governor of the sector was the logical interlocutor to go to. It was she who owned the shiny orbital shipyard that she had just renamed Fukin Arsenal, in honor of the Prim Arch. It was also she who decided where the naval tithe had to go. Warp-faring vessels had to be delivered to the Imperial Navy, but it never said which sector's battle fleet was to be reinforced with brand new hulls. The previous governor, may his soul rot in a pit of garbage somewhere, had been too fond of buying favors from sectors more important than his to be concerned about consolidating his battle fleet. Yes, even while orcs were busy invading Fae, Governor Naxos hadn't abandoned the idea to sell to the highest bidder the military hulls constructed in his dry docks. Clockblocker was not mournful in the knowledge the Inquisition had removed this incompetent idiot from power forever. So we have one Mars-class dry dock for small battlecruisers and the like, Weaver summed up once Admiral Florentine had finished giving a long recapitulative session. Nice mustache, by the way. There are also 5 Luna-class dry docks for cruisers and units of such tonnages, 11 Mercury-class docks for the light cruisers, 35 Centauri-class docks for the construction of escorts, and 143 auxiliary docks for the freighters and the essential supply train. Yes, that is about it, the officer wearing the midnight blue uniform admitted. We can build escorts in reasonable quantities, but for centuries we never tried to build anything bigger than a small battlecruiser. This looks really imprudent, the black-haired insect mistress commented. Orcs love their big guns and, as the Battle of the Death Star proved, we can lose plenty of destroyers and frigates if they are not rapidly reinforced by capital ships. The majority of the officers wisely chose to stay silent. Some may or may not have supported the former governor for more power and influence, and now the short-sighted policy had come back straight in their faces for those who were still alive, that is. Weaver played with the display for several seconds before addressing the admirals again. All right. Tell me what the Navy needs. To begin with, Admiral Alexandros cautiously started, we need the hulls in construction in this very shipyard. There are 2 Lunar-class cruisers, 9 Dauntless-class light cruisers and 32 Cobra-class destroyers which will be completed by 030.290 M35. I suspect representatives from the Samarkand sector will probably pester you to acquire these warships, but the losses suffered in the last year makes us vulnerable. We may be able to count on your Space Marine allies for the moment, but the Angels of Death will have other crises to deal with in the future. And when they leave, it will be Battlefleet Nix to hold the line. The warlord turned planetary governor nodded once. Given the circumstances, that seems reasonable. I will expect the Navy to properly record this generous contribution. I am willing to cut a bit down on the benefits and the advantages Menelaus demanded, but there are hundreds of thousands Nixians working night and day for the defense of the Imperium in these shipyards. Of course, Your Holiness, Dennis didn't chuckle, but the temptation was there. For the last days, Taylor Hebert had fought tooth and nail with her personnel for them to call her Your Ladyship, Governor, or General, and each time she faced a new interlocutor, it was back to stage 1. The mistress of insects was not slamming her head against the table, but by the glance she had given, Weaver had thought about it. I suppose a new wave of construction will be necessary once the dry docks are liberated from the current wave of construction. Yes, Your Holiness, Vice Admiral Max von Schaefer politely intervened. Between all the warriors sworn to the God Emperor who fought in the Brockton system, 5 cruisers, 8 light cruisers and 42 destroyers were destroyed or are heavily damaged and will be non-operational for the next year. Even disregarding the other losses like the frigates and the heavy capital ships, we will still be short on operational cruisers and destroyers next year. And how much time does it take you to build a destroyer? Asked Taylor Hebert, in a voice which was filled with suspicion. In the Fukin arsenal, Admiral Genseric Florentine revealed, it takes approximately 2 years to build a Cobra-class destroyer, and counting all the essentials the warship cost roughly 330 billion throne gelts. Battle line cruisers like the Luna class take a bit more than 9 years and cost around 1,300 billion. Dennis hissed in stupefaction, and he was not the only one. The election which had played itself over a week ago had seen the price of a destroyer thrown around, but he had thought it would represent far more in terms of warships. I see, the voice of the para-human was far more subdued when she opened her mouth again. I see. Admiral Alexandros. Yes, Your Holiness. I want you to concert with Admiral Florentine and prepare me a few rebuilding plans for the naval forces in the Nix sector. I don't want to leave the sector vulnerable to pirates and other predatory Xenos, but I suppose that since we need 9 years to build a lunar-class cruiser to the proper standards, it is not something we can rush mindlessly. I will give you a month or 2, but before the end of this year I want to have a military space program to propose to the Archmagi and Magi present in this system. It will be done, Your Holiness. I am pleased to hear it. Now I want to hear about the deployment priorities in the Moros subsector. When one speaks about Nix, the subject of the Weaverian marvels is unavoidably mentioned. And when you begin speaking about the Weaverian marvels, you are forced to speak about the Hagia Sanguinella. It is a rule which tolerates no exception. The Basilica was the first great architectural triumph ordered by Lady Weaver after her ascension to the Nix sector ladyship, and the fact it remains unblemished and undaunted more than 5,000 years later is proof of the genius of its builders and the steadfastness the Nix military forces defend their home world. Smaller than one of the main hives on Nix Tertius, the Hagia Sanguinella was built on the location the former hive Macedon had stood before M32, before it was burned by pyromaniac Xenos, and the top of its monumental dome stands 5,000 meters above the ground. It is a jewel of the Renaissance style, indeed one might say the Basilica created the style. It took nearly a century to build this masterwork, and as such the rise of the Sanguinella is often associated with the age of silk and hope in the Nix sector. It is the ecclesiarchy's seat of governance in the Nix sector, for the incumbent cardinal of the time transferred the diocese headquarters from Nix Sextus to Nix Tertius 10 years before the end of the construction. It is also one of the rare locations in the galaxy to be held as sacred by every branch of His Most Holy Majesty's Imperium. Many famous individuals of the Dawnbreaker Guard worked on the decoration of the holy edifice, and their names and tombs can be found in the Great Catacomb by those judged worthy to enter it. Priceless archaeotech relics and the Athena STC database are stored in the Hall of Technology. Tens of thousands of banners of crusades and liberations are displayed before the altars. And those are just 3 of countless reasons the Hagia Sanguinella is the religious beating heart of the Nix sector. Extract from the 144 Marvels of the Saint by Patriarch Prescott XXX, 310M41. Ultima Segmentum. Nix sector. Neptunia Reach subsector. Nix system. Nix 3. 7.814.289 M35. Basilea Taylor Hebert. 35th millennium after Jesus Christ or no, the morning always began with the strident noise made by an alarm clock. It was an expensive thing of gold and platinum, but an alarm clock nonetheless. Taylor groaned, threw a pillow at the other end of the 5 meters long huge bed that had become hers some 20 mornings ago and rose. "Light, windows," she vocally commanded, and the systems put in place centuries ago responded. In less than 5 seconds, the penumbra of the vast bedroom ceased to be, and, as she marched towards the edge of the room on a large red and gold carpet, she was able to see the clouds and the hive below. It was one of the many advantages which came with her private quarters on floor 3, at the top of Hive Athena. It was better not to suffer from vertigo. Floor 3 was at some 14.5 kilometers above the ground of the Moira Hive continent. It was one of the most elevated points of Nyx. In fact, if one didn't count the space elevators, other Mechanic-U's ground orbital facilities, and transport methods or asteroid extractions. It was not beautiful. The hive was a nightmare of industry, overpopulation, black smoke, and unbridled emotion. The lands which surrounded it were brown, grey, or black, and betrayed the existence of millions of manufactorums and industrial sprawls from over-industrialization and human exploitation. By all rights, no life should be able to exist on a planet like this, and yet somehow billions of humans were born, lived, and died on these hive continents since times immemorial. From her observation post, Taylor could see the dozens of high-speed trains leaving and arriving in the terminals of the Nyx capital every minute. Hundreds of thousands lights were guiding people to a new day of work. A new day was beginning, and like a hive of insects, the workers and the millions of inhabitants prepared or rushed towards a new work day. It made her feel unworthy of these people's admiration. Life in the streets of Brockton Bay wasn't that dangerous compared to the one an Nyxian born in the Underhive endured every day. And in the end, who did the most important work? The hero who killed the monster in a blazing moment of glory? Or the exhausted man who had produced 2,000 lasguns for the regiments of the Imperial Guard? Without the latter, it would be difficult to win wars with nothing but rocks and sticks. For a second or two, the para-human watched the hive her election had given her, before turning around. As much as she wanted to sightsee, there were duties a lady of Nyx had to fulfill, assuming you had principles and morals, obviously. The moment she set a foot outside the bedroom, it was time to regret it. In a matter of seconds she was assailed by an army of servants whose only goal seemed to bask in disapproval of her hair and her appearance in general. Worse, today apparently her schedule didn't involve going outside highly secure areas. And this meant a robe was in the cards, not the golden massive tank thing the tech priests insisted on calling her power armor. These were, as usual, 10 long minutes, and when Vladislavius Arav, her chief of staff and newly promoted captain, arrived, she gave him a silent thanks. "What is the plan for today?" she asked once she had laced blue boots to go with a long gold-colored dress with symbols of blue crowns. "Breakfast with Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius, several officers of the Frat Eris Templars and the men of the PDF Nyx 160th Regiment," the blonde-haired Fey Guardsman replied. "After that you have 1 hour and a half of audience, General. Then 2 hours of exercise with the Dawnbreaker Guard and the 1st Company of the regiment. I think sword lessons are on the menu today." She groaned. She hated these lessons, she always served as the Space Marine's punching bag. "If you hurry, you will be able to go to the baths on floor 10. If not, shower on floor 18. The lunch will be with Major Svrev and Minister of Industry Dragon Richter. I understand our recruitment priorities and the creation of the division will be discussed. Also present will be officers and guardsmen of the PDF Nyx 39th Regiment. Once the meal is over, there is a long meeting audience with several Archmagi and Magi of the Mechanic-Us. It will probably be to conclude some STC template negotiations. One can only hope. Dragon will have more information on the subject, hopefully." Her chief of staff nodded. "Once this is over, there is 1 hour of audience scheduled with Merchant Guild representatives and some captains of important civilian freighters operating in the sector. I have then reserved 1 more hour in the new biodome with your insects on floor 24. And once you are ready there will be dinner with Princess Magister Zoe Attica and several local dignitaries plus the PDF Nyx 2003rd Regiment." The two of them went to the electromagnetic lifters, preceded by 2 Astartes and over 50 guardsmen, some of them from Fae, many others from the rest of the sector. There were also assistants and palace personnel everywhere. Officially, she was the owner of everything between the top of the spire and floor 46. In practice, this was a gigantic amount of ground to cover, and it was better to admit there were rooms and locations she would never have the time to visit. That wasn't to say these sections and floors were empty. Menelaus, his wives, and his friends may have vacated this reality for a far worse place, but the army of men and women maintaining, cleaning, and repairing were still there, and apart from a few corrupt and murderous cases, Taylor had kept them. Even if she had thought about reasons to dismiss them, the smiles and expressions of adorations they gave her would have melted a colder heart than hers. "Did any major news come in while I was asleep?" 1. The Gladiator Arena on floor 48 has been razed by the demolition engines of several Magi. Valeria and 1 company oversaw the destruction. The crowd approval was particularly loud, I'm told. You will show me the VID casts before lunch. That entire place had reeked of blood, death, and misery, and for all the truth that was here she had officially become the new governor of the Nyx system and sector, there was no way she could look herself in a mirror if she let these blood games continue. I think we will be able to replace it with something calmer and more educational. Maybe several insect domes, a zoo, or a museum including some real information. As you say, General. Your friend Leet proposed to make it a video game center. Taylor raised her eyes to the golden painted ceiling in consternation. Of course the not-so-funny Tinker thought that would be a good idea. I thought I told Dragon to find him a space lab with nothing too important nearby. She tried, her subordinate revealed with the visage of someone about to present bad news, he made the space lab explode in record time. It was a miracle there weren't more deaths, and the tech priests refused to give him another until they figure out how he blew up the first. That man is a menace, Taylor cursed under her breath before ordering one guardsman to go to the tech priests to see if there was a possibility for a compromise to be made. Half a minute later, they entered the breakfast hall to the sound of violins and harps. A small regiment worth of invitees, butlers, and officers saluted, and after 1 minute of ceremony everyone went to his or her seat. She was well aware the protocol she was entitled for a major general, a sector lady and a recognized saint was at the very minimum 10 times longer, but if she authorized too much, she wouldn't do anything with her days. Already with Missy's help she had modified a lot of useless protocols. Before her arrival, the governor and his close family were the only ones authorized to seat at the main table and it was completely unconscionable for anyone to talk without his permission. She had decided from the start this was not going to happen under her watch. She was Taylor a bear. She was not going to eat alone as tens of thousands people starved in silence and tried to curry her support with flatteries and sweet words. Everyone was searched before being invited and assassins which were courageous or suicidal enough to try their chances nonetheless were shot on sight, but this way there was a good ambience when she talked with the men and women of Nyx. And the presence of simple soldiers, civilians, and common artisans helped her enormously. For all the power she had been granted now, she was still human. Her blood was red, and she was mortal like them. The spire decorations and the archives had made very clear that House Menelaus had been given power for centuries over billions of people, and this power had corrupted them absolutely. Taylor didn't want to end like them. The decoration had been of course a bit altered since last week. New white and gold mosaics, a painting depicting the Imperial Guard returning home victorious, and several smaller tables and chairs were the main modifications. The original carpet and long table were still there, although the previous owner had likely never imagined so many non-aristocrats would be invited to breathe in this august room. Since she was the governor, her seat was by default the one looking like a throne, in the dominant position at the head of the table. She was the first seated, and the first to leave. And yes, people gave her pleading eyes every time to respect that tradition. The doctrinal problems are not getting out of hand. She inquired to the abbess to her right once she had eaten 2 delicious pastries, drank 2 glasses of fruit juice and emptied 1 bowl of something tasting like cereals but that she had never managed to correctly pronounce the name of. No, Your Holiness, they are still debating if the correct name of Nyx Sextus is St. Clara's Stand or St. Clair's Stand. Colonel Garin to her left chuckled while she rolled her eyes. Sadly, some disputes of the Imperium's higher hierarchy were absolutely ridiculous. More than 30 millennia after inventing the atomic bomb, humanity had not learned to not debate about petty issues. Evidently. I'm sure they will be able to figure it out in time. The whole thing was a bit amusing, for them to debate who was the greatest between the founder of the Nyx sector Lady Admiral Claire Teresa or the leader of the expansion crusade in M33 Lord General Militant Lucian Claire. But since the debate was over a millennium old and largely academic by that point, she was not going to intervene in this religious affair. I certainly pray they will do so, the old warrior woman affirmed. I have the dates Cardinal Prescott Lumen wanted to propose at the last audience before we were cut off by that unfortunate bombing event. The dates were the dates of Nyx holy days. Normally, the cardinal of the local diocese would not have cared much about her advice, but as she was technically blessed by the Emperor, Master of Mankind, making this decision unilaterally would set a dangerous precedent for Cardinal Prescott, and he couldn't know she was perfectly content to let him rule his planets undisturbed as long as he organized his subordinates into a semi-rational organization which wasn't going to incite a war of faith the moment she had her back turned. I'm ready to hear them. As per your wishes, 10 important holy days will be celebrated every year. The day of renewal to celebrate the first day of the new Terran year, day fraction 001. The day of the Emperor's ascension, where the Master of Mankind ascended on the golden throne, the holy day of holy days, day fraction 101. The day of soldiers, to remember the sacrifices made by the souls willing to depart their home and fight under the flags of the Aquila, day fraction 220. The day of St. Clair, to commemorate the founding of Nyx and the victory over the terrors of the Old Night, day fraction 312. Other saints and heroes of the Imperium are celebrated during the 3 days of the Festival of Saints and Heroes, day fraction 517. Machine Day is, officially a holy day, due to the ancestral accords signed with the Mechanikus, day fraction 562. The burning of sins follows, with its traditional ceremonies of confessions, Day fraction 590. Children's Day, which is always popular for its sweets and its numerous attractions to please the young generations, Day fraction 630. Governor's Day will celebrate your arrival and the triumph won at the Battle of the Death Star, Day fraction 744. It would also serve as her birthday, since with all the calendar modifications, no tech priest had been good enough to calculate where her birth date fell in the Imperium calendar. And of course, the Holy Week of the Sanguinala traditionally ends the year religiously, Day fraction 933. The list sounds acceptable, she said as she read the data slate and the short description of what resources and festivities were organized by the administration of Nyx and the Ecclesiarchy every year. Without surprise, the day of the Emperor's Ascension was the biggest event, but the Sanguinala was not far behind, and for the children, it was the most popular, for the event celebrating the sacrifice of the Primarch Sanguinius had absorbed Christmas a few centuries after the Great Heresy. A few pontifex were disappointed you didn't try to increase, or should I say replace, the considerable number of holy days Governor Menelaus ordered every year. For this one, fortunately, she had the answer ready the moment she had discussed her preferences with the Cardinal. Holy days are, at the risk of stating the obvious, holy days. They are days when loyal men and women can find some relaxation, be it in their faith, in feasts, in prayer, or in marveling the possibilities offered by the Imperium. I think it's better to have 10 real holy days which are widely celebrated than 100 half-empty events where the foreign visitors will be able to see empty stands and deserted streets. It would not be pleasant to watch, and I don't think the Emperor would look kindly on it either. I am happy this is your motivation, Your Holiness, Theodora Gaius replied as Taylor handed her back the data slate. I also have good news on the Basilica front. We have been able to contact an itinerant architect at Atlantis willing to work on the plans of the new basilica. Really? Taylor was forced to raise her eyebrows. The last astropathic transmission was, forgive me, a bit disappointing. A few Fae and Nyx officers present, who had watched the famous Nyx architects tear each other apart on their preliminary draws, smiled or chuckled. Building a basilica, a supercathedral or whatever other religious edifice one might think of, was no problem in the M35 Imperium. As long as the governor or whoever ordered the construction respected the basic tenets: double-headed eagles, statues of the emperor, saints and primarches, no chaos symbols, proper respect to the imperial authority, the approval was given within seconds. No, the problem came from the architects. The moment she had voiced her opposition to the Gothic style for this new construction, the potential architects-in-chief had started a mini-civil war, and yesterday's reports made clear the situation was apparently unraveling badly. Hypothetically, one of the pro-Gothic architects might have voiced that it was a crime against the emperor to build a cathedral not Gothic, and had been found dead in the bed of an exotic dancer the next morning. His death had apparently begun a cycle of vendettas and bloody reprisals. The psyker who had come to deliver the message had told her this debacle was already nicknamed the War of the Gargoyles in certain circles of the Atlantis sector. What sort of information do you have on this new promising architect? The answer was a lot, which was unsurprising, since cardinals and other high-ranking figures of a galactic empire weren't in the habit of hiring complete unknown for their mausoleums or sites of worship. Even with medicines to lengthen considerably her life, this female architect seemed to have lived a charming life. Over 20 sectors visited, and each time the reviews from all parties had been extremely positive. Dozens of cathedrals, palaces, and cities had been built under her supervision, and each time it had been reported the religious attendance for religious events had skyrocketed. The lone picture and a few lines completing the report made this even more extraordinary. She's blind. It was not impossible in this age. The augmetics the Mechanics produced were not able to heal or compensate all afflictions. The fact, however, that this woman had learned to adapt, she had to be very old or come from a rich family willing to pay for her education. Outside the Nyx aristocracy, people with lasting injuries or disabilities were lucky to last a year. Even after the Battle of the Death Star, she had to personally take care of several broken veterans, who were cared for in an unoccupied floor of the spire, using the medical support she had been able to negotiate. Yes, she is, confirmed the abbess. Her faith in the God Emperor must be powerful to overwhelm the obstacles she faces in daily life. Assuredly, Taylor agreed and finished her breakfast before her servants began to prepare reports to Dragon or another of her mother hens that she didn't eat enough. Well, I'm willing to pay for her travel to Nyx and meet her face to face. The conversation should be interesting. Make the arrangements, please. Oh, and you forgot to include her name on your report. I did. The Abbess Crusader checked and frowned. Indeed, I did. My mistake, Your Holiness. The name of this woman is Cyrene Versailles. Chapter Master Agil Azaz. There were many reasons why Space Marine chapter masters rarely met together. One was the fact that when it was a time of war, there were fortunately not many enemies in the galaxy requiring thousands of Astartes to go to war together. The kind of threats which were a threat to all life were not a common occurrence, praised the Emperor and Sanguinius. Another, far less acknowledgeable, reason was the issue that Space Marines of different lines could live on the same planet in harmony, but could just as easily squabble like a group of new recruits trying to impress their comrades with the usual boasts and tales. Chapters of the Blood had a tendency to avoid the Space Wolves because of this very point. Obviously, Agiel had no reluctance to listen to the suggestions of Seraph Gamaliel. The Sanguinary Guard was old, wise, respectful, and even if he had not been of the Blood Angels, his tactical acumen and his position as one of the semi-official leaders of the new Dawnbreaker Guard were enough for a Brother of the Red to listen to carefully every time the exalted herald of Sanguinius spoke. He had no problem, to his pleasant surprise, working with Jeremiah Isley. Yes, the veteran was a former Alpha Legionnaire, but he was a professional and conscious of the fact that his remaining Astartes had best to toe the line and present themselves as dutiful Space Marines. Yes, they were not fond of the Codex Astartes, but then the descendants of the 9th Legion themselves had discarded it time and time again when it was obvious the words of a Primarch had no solution to the problem at hand. Not that he was going to go to Ultramar and confess that to the sons of Guilliman. No, he had no problems working with these two Astartes. The same couldn't be said about Chapter Master Pontiac Duplex, Supreme Commander of the Iron Drakes. Your dreadnought is a menace, Chapter Master. I think you dramatize too much, retorted Isley. So far, the only things he destroyed when not obeying orders are a few gargoyles. Gamaliel intervened before the exchange could unravel in an unpleasant way. Please, cousins, the Blood Angel said in his angelic voice. This council is held between loyal servants of the Emperor, and the debate must stay courteous and in the spirit of cooperation humanity expects of us. The blue-red Astartes and his light-green counterpart mumbled apologies which were maybe one-third sincere. But I fear, Chapter Master Isley, the Seraph continued serenely, that Chapter Master Duplex, while prone to exaggeration, has raised a good point. The ancient dreadnought known as Pierre is disobeying orders and creating undue agitation in the streets. I know you have a deep respect for the brother who once fought by your side, but it is time to put him into a stasis vault until the next war. What Our Lady and the administration of a sector will accept during victory celebrations, tumultuous periods of political transition, and purges are not the same actions they will accept when peace is back. I will support this motion, Agiel Azaz added, trying to stay as conciliatory as possible. Dreadnoughts, I'm afraid, are best kept inside secure vaults until it is time to march for war again. Battle Brothers can and will walk the avenues of Nyx this year, but our ancients will rest and sleep. They are not given the duty to fight this kind of moral and political battlefield. I will put him into stasis myself, declared reluctantly the Chapter Master of the Heracles Wardens after a moment of hesitation. Pierre will not like it, but I can't deny he is not made to pursue gangers and rebel nobles in the tunnels. Excellent, now. The door 10 meters away opened and the man who had organized this reunion entered at last. He was late, but neither Agiel nor the other Space Marines were going to voice their displeasure. Angering a Lord Inquisitor was never a good idea, whether you were in the right or wrong. I'm afraid urgent affairs delayed my arrival, Odysseus Tor announced as he took his seat. The Master of the Brothers of the Red knew he wasn't going to receive more of an apology. Reports arrived from the Neptunia system, and it seems there is nothing left alive or useful. The warp storm is gone, but the traitors and the enemy have only left us utter ruination and corrupt planets in their wake. The Inquisition and priests renowned for their piety will quarantine the planets and do their utmost to destroy this corruption, but it will be years before any colonization attempt will be officially envisaged. The Inquisitor watched them one by one like a hawk. The Astartes simply nodded in return. While they would have loved to go to the Neptunia system and restore it to the rule of the Imperium, this was not a fight Astartes had been built for. From M31 to M35 the Surt Amen Feral had been trapped there, and the World Eaters had never been known to be empire builders, or particularly sane. They were killers, and psychotic ones at that. 4,000 years was unfortunately 10 times longer than necessary to kill the humans and the fauna before tainting the earth and erecting their piles of skulls to the ruinous power they worshipped. The orcs are accumulating defeats, and with penal legions and army corps being diverted from victorious battlefields, it seems this war is entering its last phase. Given this excellent situation, the Inquisition is concerned about the intentions of the Space Marines present in this sector. In other words, some members of the Holy Ordo wanted the Emperor's blades to go elsewhere while they could go rewrite history and rebuild their circle of informants and agents in the shadows. Wherever Lady Weaver stands, Gamaliel was the first to answer, the Dawnbreaker Guard will be there to protect her and help her in her battles. Should she stay on Nyx, the Dawnbreaker Guard will stay. Should she leave, we will follow her. The Lord Inquisitor's visage did not twitch or show any emotion. There was a curt nod, and the eyes of Odysseus Tor turned towards him. I have spoken with Lady Weaver and, after a long series of consultations and proposals, we have agreed to use this system as our base of operation for the time being. We will be authorized to organize recruitment selections twice per year should our effectives require it, and his chapter certainly did need the reinforcements. The Penance Crusade had bled them white, and the Battle of the Death Star had nearly been their grave. Today, the Brothers of the Red were down to 114 Astartes plus 5 dreadnoughts. I suppose you have the official document to prove it. Agiel handed the Inquisitor a copy of the treaty, having anticipated he might need it. The original was in the most secure vault of the Opera Exidium, of course. Better not to take any risks. It is a fairly standard contract, Lord Inquisitor, the Brothers of the Red explained as the man began to read the lengthy document. In exchange for manning the defenses of this system with no less than 50 battle brothers, we are granted the authorization to use several Mechanic-used gene labs in construction and the testing of 100,000 potential aspirants per year. In exchange for repair and maintenance for our starships, ammunition production, and refueling, 50 of our battle brothers will accompany Lady Weaver to war should she make the demand. Honor would have demanded no less, for the salvation she had given them. Of course, by the time the Inquisitor Lord had arrived to the last paragraphs, his frown and the narrowing of his eyes proved he had noticed some of the other clauses. It says that Lady Nyx will provide your chapter a brand new Ramleys-class starfort to ensure the rearmament and reconstitution of your ranks proceed at a satisfying pace. There still was no surprise or change of tone in the Inquisitor's voice. The reputation of this man was not undeserved. Pontiac Duplex, on the other hand, was gaping like a huge fish. The Iron Drake did not remain that way more than 3 seconds of course, but still Agilazaz would treasure the look on his cousin's face until his death. Where in the name of Terra has your lady found a forge world willing to give her such a priceless fortress? According to Our Lady's words, maybe it was a bit childish, but he was going to emphasize the difference between the Iron Drakes and the Brothers of the Red this time. This was the price triplex Fowl put on the table to acquire a copy of the Hebe Rejuvenation template. That and 200,000 tech priests protected by over 40,000 Skitarii, but he was not going to reseal more of the secrets he had been confided in than absolute necessary. Besides, a third of these numbers would be required to garrison the Romulais for several years. His chapter's ranks were too depleted to play that role for the moment. The agreement is acceptable for the Inquisition, Odysseus Tor affirmed before returning him the copy of the treaty. Have you any idea how long it will take your chapter to be rebuilt? I'm afraid not, Lord Inquisitor. That was the truth, sadly. We hope to organize a recruitment session for the Sanguinella, but after 1 century without recruitment, all the estimations we have are somewhat rusty. I see. Do your utmost. And the inflexible eyes turned towards Jeremiah Isley. Reassure me, Chapter Master, that you haven't agreed to one of the greatest imperial fortresses while I was interrogating Van Dyer and his accomplices. No, Lord Inquisitor, we haven't. Isley was almost chuckling at first before returning to a more serious tone. We have detached, per your instructions, 3 Heracles Wardens to the Death Watch. 2 other battle brothers have been placed under the command of your Inquisitor colleagues. Since this reduces the number of my available battle brothers to 49, I must politely request an increase of my chapter's numbers. Chapter Master Duplex. The Inquisitor continued to watch Isley and the symbol they had chosen to decorate their pauldrons, a red set of scales on a golden field. The Heracles Wardens as they stand can't be engaged in any conventional war without receiving crippling casualties, grudgingly admitted the Chapter Master. Recommendation is to return their numbers to 100 for first tactical strikes. I will not support them recruiting on the same world as another Space Marine chapter. In this case, I think it is best I speak with Lady Weaver. The Lord Inquisitor spoke as if it had not been his plan all along. As for your own plans, Chapter Master, I would prefer to wait the return of my companies assigned to the elimination of the orcs before making more adamantium-class plans, Lord Inquisitor. As you wish, the Inquisitor rose from his seat and all of the Astartes imitated him. I wish to speak to your lady before the day is out, Seraph Gamaliel. Preferably a few minutes during her audiences of the afternoon will do. I bid you a good day. For the Emperor. For the Emperor, and the Lord Inquisitor left the room. Less than a minute later, it was like he had never been present in the upper spire. Magos Draco Dragon Richter. General, you look like someone has used you as their punching ball. The comment of Major Tanya Svrev was extremely accurate, Dragon admitted internally. Ha! 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 Her superior, also known as Major General Taylor Hebert, fell on her seat with an expression betraying her exhaustion. I didn't see you in our training session, Major. Maybe I should summon a Space Marine or 2 to make sure you aren't slacking off on your physical regime. Some of us have no need to spar with the Emperor's finest, General. The tone employed managed to sound at the same time pious and evasive, an impressive accomplishment it had to be noted. We are simply that good. The first time we organize war games, you will be the first into the fray. Somehow from the other parahuman's mouth, it sounded very much like an ironclad promise. I understand you have something for me. The new order of battle for the regiment, the Major announced while handing a series of data chips to Weaver. Your instructions have been respected. Dragon could not see from her seat the information the commanding officer of the 20th read, but then she had no need to, she had viewed it while appeasing the machine spirits of the Fey headquarters a few hours ago. To sum up it was: Fey Guardsman operational strength, approximately 6,100 women and men. Commanding officer, Major General Taylor Hebert. Discipline/political officer, Lord Commissar Zuev. Second in command, Major Tanya Svrev. First company, Captain Anton Rykov. Second company, Captain Ekaterina Plaksine. 3rd Company, Captain Fifer Kabarov. 4th Company, Captain Olga Shian. 5th Company, Captain Roman Aksionov. 6th Company, Captain Sachiv Eldayev. 7th Company, Captain Clara Fursov. 8th Company, Captain Viktor Tovar. 9th Company, Captain Andrei Cherematayev. 10th Company, Captain Pavel Masev. Mechanik use support, Engine Seer Prime Arcturus Morkis. Vehicles, 300 Chimeras, 59 Sentinels, 40 Tauroks, 40 Salamanders, 60 Atlas, 35 Trojan, 10 Hellhounds. I have given priority to the reconstitution of the officer ranks with experienced veterans of our latest campaigns and some brilliant candidates Governor Dalton sent us from Faye. But the rank and file of our new troops remain untested. It can't be helped, Taylor Hebert shrugged. Until they fight the orcs or some horrible xenos with blood and murder in their eyes, they will be untested. There are a few things that we can order to prepare them to the hell of the battlefield. Such as exercises against a few Astartes in a war game. The smile was thin, but it existed. I would suggest giving them far more training before they are ready to be pulverized by the Space Marines, General. Agreed, Weaver said as the Spire cooks and kitchen personnel rushed in, bringing hundreds of hot meals and succulent food and drinks. Dragon very much regretted not being of flesh and blood to appreciate more than the smell. The Faye 20th Regiment has just been rebuilt. We aren't going to crush their spirits and their morale immediately, but it will have to be done. I don't want them to go overconfident into the fires of battle. That attitude can lead to disaster more quickly than one thinks. That was a good point, admittedly. The Faye Mechanist Infantry 20th had created a small legend with its exploits, and while the survivors of the Death Star had faced hell, literally, there were less than 1,000 of them left. The new recruits coming from Faye were by all accounts the guard recruiting offices had literally been assaulted, such was the popularity of the regiment's leading figures were well motivated, but the most dangerous things they had seen were orc runts in various cleaning up operations. The Andes 10th has also been rebuilt under Colonel Perez. So we have 2 regiments ready for your future division command. The last survivors of Ulm and Wuhan, though not many of the latter had been authorized to stay in active service, had been divided between the 2 commands. For good 10 minutes, the military topics were temporarily put aside as everyone around the table debated with each other, exchanged some of the latest nonsensical rumors and laughed. It was a pleasant atmosphere, and Dragon found herself giving to Asgard Nix PDF captain some non-classified information on the new solar farms the Mechanic build in space right now in exchange of the dealings some tech priests got away with in the PDF regiments. At the heart of this scene was Taylor Hebert. And while she spoke rarely, the Tinker could see how so many of the participants drank her words and listened, really listened to her. She was their hope and their pride, and should she order them to go find the biggest army of orcs and slay the war boss, they would likely storm out of the room, sword and lasgun in hand. Some of this had probably been unavoidable, with how the nobles were aloof and distant, but then Dragon remembered that as a warlord of Brockton Bay, Skitter had never experienced the popularity problems of the PRT, and for a simple reason, she acted. Not always in the best fashion or according to a philosophy a hero would want to espouse, but she acted. And the people loved her for it. I suppose there have been many propositions for the new division. The insect-controlling para-human filled in as the lunch was 9/10 done. I think all the PDF regiments of Nix have volunteered to be included in your command, her second-in-command teased. General Moniax certainly has the list available for you somewhere. General Jonas Moniax was one of the many PDF officers born and raised in the middle classes of Nix who had been promoted during the recent purges of the nobility. Like hundreds of thousands of his soldiers, his loyalty was to Weaver first, second, and third. I don't think he limited himself to a single list, the Lady of Nix said while caressing the back of one of her horse-sized beetles she kept to her sides constantly. No, he didn't. He may have suggested we fill your division with as many loyal regiments of Nix as possible. Politically impossible, I'm afraid, no matter how much I want it. And we can't forget that as long as we don't have a return from Segmentum headquarters on my rank and the medals I won against the orcs and the enemy, I am a Major General of the Imperial Guard, not a Lord Commander Militant. I have the authority to command 6 or 7 regiments on any planet that is not Nix, not 10 or 100. And if I tithe 4 Nix regiments to go with the Faye 20th and the Andes 10th, the Munitorum and the Commissariat are not going to be pleased at all. There were some rebellious murmurs in the hall, but overall nobody bothered to contest it. After all, it didn't take a genius to know that if a Segmentum Lord Militant of the Imperial Guard gave an order and Taylor Hebert countermanded it, the Nix guardsmen were going to obey the latter, not the former. The new division we will create will have 1 Nix regiment, 2 maximum. What is the order of battle you came up to with the other veterans? Assuming you aren't promoted above Major General, the blonde-haired woman explained, we will go with 2 brigades of 3 regiments each. Brigade A would include the Mechanist Infantry of the Faye 20th, the Artillery of the Andes 10th and the 3rd slot would be filled by an armored regiment. Captain Tovar is of the opinion we should take 1 from Lionheart. Captain Eldayev thinks the Patton columns are our best choice. There are good choices of tank regiments which have proved their worth against the orcs across the sector. I will ask our Lord Commissar if there are a few outstanding regiments in the available pool before they are redeployed elsewhere. The 2nd Brigade. It's more complicated, but the general agreement is to combine a line infantry from Nyx with a reconnaissance regiment from one of the most dangerous worlds of the sector, and an armored/anti-air regiment to give us plenty of support. If we want to add a 4th regiment, it would be either one of artillery or a drop regiment. The combinations look good on paper, Weaver agreed. But we will have to see how it unfolds in military exercises. We have a few months ahead of us. I want to be sure they will work like a true machine of war before beginning a long campaign. Prepare a list of regiments having the battlefield experience and the citations we need. I also want a list of candidates for 2 brigadier generals. I am certainly not going to add the duties of a brigade's commanding officer to my duties. Dragon had heard there were guard generals who had not the wisdom to release their authority until it was proven refusing to do so was leading to disaster, and sometimes not even then. But the last 20 days on Nyx had given them all plenty of experience in why you had to delegate. It simply wasn't possible to rule a planet of more than 200 billion humans on your own. It just wasn't, unless you were some omnipotent being. Then the lunch ended and they went to the adjacent hall. And Dragon won plenty of bets, again. No, she was not going to gloat. Plating everything in gold is really becoming predictable, Weaver made an exaggerated sigh. If it displeases you, chosen of the Omnissiah, began one of the many tech priests present in the room. No, it doesn't displease me. I just wish you would use a bit more originality with the color of your creations. It was difficult to claim she was wrong. For the Mechanicues, red, white and black were the colors they based their very existence upon. As for the saints and everyone blessed by the Emperor, or a sufficient powerful imperial authority from Terra, evidently they had to be clad in gold. Dragon. I suppose these are the first models built from the Athena templates. Indeed, she made a gesture with her right hand and the cyborgs holding the platinum platters on which the weapons and various pieces of technology were posed advanced slowly in their direction. We have, from left to right, the first Larkine pattern lasgun, the 2 first Fey bolt pistols, the first Mongoose analyzer, 4 doses of Hebe rejuvenation treatment, 1 kilogram of Moonlight Argent Amite alloy, the first Minerva servo owl, and the first Moss-immune power katana. Every weapon or object, as Taylor had just remarked, were plated in gold and had received 1 or 2 precious stones as decoration. It went without saying that, if the exploitation of the Athena template gave a tenth of the immense profits expected, these first samples would be worth a fortune for collectors. The technical details compared to the weapons currently in use by the Imperial Guard. The Larkine lasgun is on average 10% superior to the M35M Galaxy short pattern which began production 2 centuries ago. This lasgun can fire 5 more shots from the same law cell, weighs 200 grams less and can shift to a second anti-light armor mode to considerably increase the impact strike of the shot at the price of a reduction in shot numbers. It was also more expensive to produce, but in the hands of a veteran guardsman, this was a difference well spent. The Fey bolt pistol is estimated to be 58% superior to the Series Eta pattern bolt pistol used by rogue traders and Imperial officers. This was not a weapon normally issued to lowly guardsmen. Due to its weight, the usage of this weapon is going to require at least carapace armor. The Mongoose Analyzer has a 4% advantage over the best of the 500 Explorator models we have test compared it with. The Hebe treatments overall appear to be 140% more efficient than the ones found in the best pleasure rejuvenation centers. The Minerva Servo Owl has 2% of increased performance and a far more pleasant aesthetic when put into competition with the Servo Skull. And the Moss-immune Katana has an edge of 364% in all categories compared to the Munitorum-approved officer blades. The engineers of the dark age of technology really built high-quality equipment for their military and civilians. And it is just a glance of what humanity was able to develop at the pinnacle of its strength. Sometimes it was easy to pretend the rumors about humanity rearranging stellar bodies and creating marvels the size of planets was the fruit of some credulous imagination. But the more she read the database, the more Dragon was convinced that humanity had risen incredibly high after it spread through the stars. Maybe too high. She clicked her fingers and made the agreed signals to the Fey officers and the Astartes waiting in the background. After a few seconds nearly everyone had vacated the room. Ah. This is going to be another instance of the game Let's Surprise Poor Taylor, isn't it? It is. Dragon cheerfully answered as a large servitor pushed in the room a bulky container before leaving her alone with the other para-human. Don't worry, it is going to be painless. I promise. Ha. My heart thanks you. The comment was interrupted as the container's door opened to reveal its inside. Is that? Damn it, she realized she had forgotten the equipment to take photos. It wasn't often now Weaver was caught with her mouth open and an astonished expression on her face. Yes, it is the first power armor of the Angel's Tier template. It will be the Angel's Tier. In fact, if you accept. You shouldn't have done that. How much Ormite, Argent Amite, and rubies have gone into? Taylor, shut up. The young woman closed her mouth. Yes, This armor cost more in raw materials than what 5 billion people will probably earn in their life, and I ignore the cost of using the template. But I had to stop a few hundred data duels within the Mechanic at the very idea this armor could go to anyone else but you. Well, I suppose I have to accept. The insect mistress grimaced before amending. I mean, I will be honored to accept. Damn, this armor makes my previous armor looks like a golden tank. Yes, this new power armor was really blowing everything off the scale. And this was just in appearance. Though for the first creation, all the artisans had worked hundreds of hours in concert to make it something worthy of their chosen. The torso, the legs and the arms had been forged in a combination of ormite and argent amite, giving it a gold shade with large silver stripes. Several dozen rubies finished the ornamentation. The helmet had been shaped in an angelic mask and the jump pack integrated in the back had been hidden behind gold-silver wings. Yet this was only the basics. Or maybe it was more than the basics. As Taylor had said, the modified Ignitus Batter power armors used were like portable tanks. This power armor, by comparison, was clearly made for speed, mobility. It served as protection by finding refuge in the offensive, in speed and raw lethality. It had, in a way, more in common with the armors of the Eldar Xenos armors she had been able to examine in the battle's aftermath. And even that was understating things somewhat. Because the Angel's Tear template could receive blows which would have disintegrated the Ignitus pattern. It had an integrated energy shield, and even if ormite wasn't used, ceramite, power coils and adamantium alloys could be used in its construction. Right at this moment, it was simply the most powerful power armor in Imperial hands, if the Astartes and transhuman equipment was not counted. The advantages were massive in mobility, strength advancement, life support, resistance, adaptability and comfort. It had 700% superiority over the Ignitus family of power armors. It could function without implants, but there was the possibility of surgically adding 2 of them and thus give an imperfect variant of the black carapace. The Angel's Tear name suits it, Taylor whispered before asking in a louder tone. How long does it take to don it? There's the sub-body glove underneath, the gene coding and the verifications. I think we will be able to do it in 1 hour. Better to start now. I suppose your fellow magi might feel a bit insulted if I do not come to the negotiations wearing this power armor. New sphere wars between Forge worlds have been declared for far less, the artificial intelligence gravely declared. And she wasn't joking. Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar. The negotiations were going to take a while. And since he was now an Archmagos of the Adeptus Mechanicus and precision was a cornerstone of the quest for knowledge, a while could be easily replaced by 5 or 6 standard months of debates, threats, technological blackmail, and data warfare. Since it was an STC database which was at stake, the violence, be it in the noosphere, the physical, or the circuits, was far below his most optimistic predictions. But having Astartes regularly patrol in the main hall was an enormous incitation to reduce hostile actions to a minimum, and if the Archmagi and lesser tech priests weren't feeling threatened by them, there was always the swarm. Sometimes Dismirius Lankovar asked himself before resting what he had unleashed upon this galaxy. But his doubts never lasted. The Omnissiah clearly approved of his efforts, otherwise he would not have chosen to intervene to save them against the enemy. Back to the negotiations, the principal problem was the overabundance of delegates. By the time they had moved to Nyx, there had been over 1,000 Forge worlds represented. 20 standard days after the fall of the unlamented and very despised Nostradamus Van Dyer, there was easily 3 times that number, and it didn't count the many officers of the Guard, the Navy, the priests of the Ecclesiarchy, and so on. And there were also influential positions to seize. As it became evident Lady Taylor Hebert was going to remain as the Basileia of Nyx and Sector Lady, the absence of any kind of superior authority was felt. The chosen of the Omnissiah, it was said in the Forges and the Manufactorum, was negotiating for hundreds of thousands of tech priests and Skitarii to come to Nyx and work for the glory of the Omnissiah. But the highest positions were vacant, and the ambitious Magi were legion. Dismirius himself rarely took part in these negotiations. The payment promised by Stygies 8 tens of thousands tech priests, thousands Skitarii, a brand new command cruiser and many templates on auspex and security technology reserved for the allies of his home world were on their way and he had been named Master of Exploration on the Mechanicus Council of Nyx. His area of responsibility were the insect acquisitions, the explorator fleets, their discoveries, the proper pursuit of the quest for knowledge and continuous overseeing and survey of the Nyx sector. It was a neat change to what he had been a standard year ago. The negotiations on the Heba template should be over by the end of the day, Wisemer informed him. Like him, she had been promoted. She was now Magos Explorator, like he had been not so long ago. Megire, Rangda 4, Ordana and Verica 7 will have their template copies along with Triplex Fal and Dantries 3. Do we have the complete copy of what was offered? No, not a complete copy. The transactions are completed by Dragon Richter under orders of Taylor Hebert, and in the end it is extremely likely some things have escaped my attention. I can guarantee however these are most likely minor things, not Ramles-sized omissions. Dismirius Lankovar huffed and sent a silent prayer to the cogs present in this hall of the machine. Yes, seeing Triplex Fowl outbid all the other negotiators the way they chose to was extremely surprising. And outbid everyone they had. They offered a brand new Ramles-class star fort, one that was destined to the Brothers of the Red if he was not mistaken, 200,000 tech priests, 40,000 skitarii and many machine tools and mining rights. The rest of the offers were far less impressive, minor templates on healing, vaccines and antiviral research, thousands of tech priests, medicinal supplies and gene lab construction materials. If Taylor Hebert had difficulties finding the funds and the supplies to create Space Marines now, it was not going to be the case any longer. In the meantime, Archgenitor Hark Alphadipides of Dantries III had received the title of Master of Healing and the privileges to oversee and build clinics, hospitals, and a lot of facilities biologist-related. And this was just the second template to have its negotiations completed, the first being the Larkine lasgun, assuming the Martian fleet on its way didn't decide to modify the rules. There were still 10 others at various stages of debate and proposals. Archmagos Sultan is coming this way, Archmagos, Wizimer warned him in an old-fashioned cant of Binaric. Ah yes, Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan. Representative of Ryza and the highest-ranking Archmagos in the Nyx sector, her participation in the Battle of the Death Star had made her indispensable. She had been the third representative, and for the present the most recent to be admitted into the Mechanicus Council of Nyx, taking the title and responsibilities of Master of Ships. Her message was short, brief, and to the point. The chosen of the Omnissiah has requested your presence, and Archmagos Sultan continued her march, leaving the two Stygia's 8 tech priests to race after her. They didn't have to go far. Their governor, benefactor, and savior was 2 doors away, consulting the latest offers made by Senior Archmagi when they arrived. I have a meeting with the Lord Inquisitor in half an hour, so this meeting will have to be quick, Lady Taylor Hebert said while tearing apart a document showing the seal of an admiral of the Imperial Navy. Archmagos Sultan gave me the preliminary report on the repairs the Opera Exidium needs before it can return to the battlefield. The damage is within the skills of the tech priests to repair, but unless the Emperor gives us a second miracle, the battle barge will not be able to do better than it did to counter the disturbances of the warp on future travels. Not as long as I'm aboard. I can see the problem. And it was a major problem. The warp journey from Brockton to Nyx was a very short one, given the distances some Imperial and Mechanicus starships had traveled through the Empyrean. Unfortunately, I have no solution to present you, Lady Nyx. The Opera Exidium is a magnificent battle barge built on schematics used by the 9th Legion for the better part of the late 32nd millennium. It is smaller than the flagship of the Blood Angels chapter, but not by a significant percentage prompt to alter the basic ethereal protections. The Geller fields and other countermeasures are based on the same designs. If the Opera Exidium can't support the pressure of the warp disturbances while you're aboard, this logically disqualifies the rest of the Blood Angels fleet, and the fleets of Stygia's 8. The blessed technologies held by my Forge world have many applications, but naval battles and warp protection are not where our greatest strengths lie. The last sentence was spoken to Arithmencia Sultan, who, given the extensive Ryza databases, had surely been aware of this fact decades or centuries ago. I will take you at your word, Weaver said after a brief moment to think about the implications. Archmagos Sultan said there was an unconventional solution to these warp disturbances. Just hearing the words unconventional solution was throwing dread into his cogitators. I am listening. The Geller fields of the Opera Exidium will not be able to support the warp surcharge for intersectors warp travels, the Archmagos of Ryza stated. A null shield is not a solution as the light of the Omnissiah will make all furtive blessings useless in the warp. We have to therefore find a warship with Geller fields more powerful and more resistant than the norm. A perfectly rational and logical answer, Archmagos, Dismirius convened, but the Opera Exidium has blue alpha protections against the Empyrean. I suppose the Phalanx and several other massive star forts of the Imperium grant more protection, but they have to be towed through the warp. And for all the ties and the friendship with the Adeptus Astartes, loaning a Gloriana-class battleship may not be possible. And Karan's folly. Karan, you think? It would solve the problem, Arithmencia Sultan pointed out. Yes. Cog and blessed oils, Trinity of machine preserve him. It was true, but... Excuse me, but who or what exactly is Karan? Demanded the insect controller, a rising mass of insects buzzing in the background. The Ryza Archmagos let her Mechadendrites stay idle and Lankovar cursed her in Binaric before answering in Low Gothic. Karan is a medium shipyard owned by the Mechanicus in the Ultima Segmentum. It is located in a sector close to Estaban, and is often used by Stygia's 8 Magos explorators as a maintenance harbor when they want to travel to the eastern fringe. I have myself visited the system 5 times. Given the currents in the warp and our logistics, it is practical. As for Karan's folly, 60 years ago, Karan was visited by an Archmagos. The local fabricator welcomed him like he does any important visitor. But the foreigner had not come just to refuel or repair. He wanted a dry dock, tech priests by the tens of thousands, and more resources than are usually used in a decade. And he had the writ of the Parliament of Mars to get his orders approved. He had not been anywhere near the system, at the time, but the story had become rather popular in the newsphere, especially as Stygies 8 had vast interests in the system and its shipyards. Some thought he was trying to buy an Ark Mechanicus, but ultimately the hull which was built was that of a large battleship. It was an entirely brand new class of battleship, though some of my colleagues thought it had a 42% similarity with the first Apocalypse class variant. And the former major of the Imperial Guard pressed. And nothing, Dismirius concluded. The battleship was completed in the record time of 40 years, but despite its incredible trial performances, the Archmagos declared the battleship was short of its specifications and immediately resold it to the Khauran shipyards where it has stayed in its dry dock ever since. It requires close to 10,000 experienced tech priests just for the basic maintenance, and no one has ever envisaged paying the price the fabricator of Khauran wants. But it has been shown to have the most powerful Geller fields ever recorded in its early trials, Sultan countered. If the data of its first warp transitions can be trusted, yes, the new Archmagos agreed. What kind of battleship are we speaking about? Their host demanded in a dubitative voice. No offense to the Adeptus Mechanicus, but I was thinking a battle barge was sufficient for the needs of my troops and the expeditions of the short-term future. It is a rather large battleship, Arithmencia Sultan replied in a half-apologetic tone and projecting with one of her portable hololiths the image of the incredible space Leviathan. It is 11 kilometers long, and the prow is equipped with an integrated Nemesis Hunter cannon 2 times more powerful than the Nova cannon. The broadside batteries have plasma projectors, every section has Great Crusade-type autoloaders, Hecutor plasma macro cannons, and the hull is protected by triple-layered void shields. The eyes of the insect controller had widened in stupefaction at the long list of weapons and incredible amount of blessed technology thrown into the battleship. What sort of madman build a battleship like this only to declare it underperforming? A very infamous radical of Mars, Sultan didn't sound troubled by the accusation of madness. But his discoveries and successes have made him almost untouchable. And he's leading his own faction, the Collites. Taylor Bear muttered a succession of low curses in a language he didn't recognize before playing with a few spiders which had jumped into her right hand. But this battleship remains my best option. Dismirius had to admit there weren't many starships with incredibly powerful Geller fields available and ready to deploy like this. It's Khauran's folly or trying to negotiate with the Black Templars for a loan of the Eternal Crusader. If the groan was any indication, this was not something Lady Taylor Bear wanted. And for good reason, he didn't think going wherever the Crusade-addicted Astartes went would be good for anyone's health. See if the Forge World of Khauran has sent a representative to Nyx. It won't cost us anything to hear what they want. Basilea Taylor Bear. The long list of things the governor absolutely has to deal with today was almost over, thankfully. Or as the ecclesiarchy loved to say, praise the emperor. The audiences with the guilds, various military commanders, and the last nobles that weren't completely useless had not ended in shouts and protestations, which was as close to a victory as you could celebrate when you were on the throne. Not that it was an uncomfortable one. Leet may have made a joke or two about the Iron Throne or some other nonsense when he had seen the eyesore Menelaus had used for a throne, but she had replaced the ancient and ugly thing minutes later. If she had to sit on a throne, it would be one with cushions, and which didn't tower over everyone like a small mountain. It was strangely similar to the duties of a sector lady, in a way. Planetary governor's duties were extremely well defined by the Adeptus Terra. Pay the tithe of the Departamento Munitorum, in other words send soldiers to join the ranks of the Imperial Guard. Pay the tithe of the Adeptus Administratum, give the central government a percentage of the gross systemic product. Pay the tithe of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, give your psychers to the black ships. Defend your planet against all enemies of humanity and the Imperium, and keep the mutant and Xenos population as close to zero as it is feasibly possible to. But Sector Lord, or in her case Sector Lady. There were no big guidelines, save the most important, the defense of the sector against the enemies of humankind. Logically, one could say the Menelaus dynasty had utterly failed its duties given the size of the orc infestation which had plagued the sector for the last decade. But apart from that, the rules seemed to be based a lot on precedent and tradition. According to Gamaliel, Enway and Dragon had confirmed it by combing through the records. This was because the sector's rule was not necessarily given to the most powerful of the planetary governors in the available systems. It wasn't the case at Nyx, but uncountable times, be it for political, economic, or religious motives, the sector lord was more a primus inter pares, the first prince of the great princely assembly. Ironically, Menelaus' very title, King of Kings, was supposed to embody that reality. As a result, it would be her actions in the coming years that would probably be regarded as the legal precedent. It was an heavy responsibility. Somehow being in the position of George Washington for something like 100+ worlds was not something she had ever imagined doing in her life. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor, for His Holy Majesty's Ordo Malleus. Barked the announcer. Chapter Master Genseric Duplex, for the Proud Iron Drakes chapter. Taylor stood from her throne immediately as the gates opened to let the Inquisitor and the Astartes pass. Technically there was no need to, but these two names belonged to perhaps the only humans in the Nyx system which had ranks on par with hers as long as her saintly status didn't enter consideration anyway. The new throne room, to call it what it undeniably was not especially long by Nyxian standards, but the newcomers still had to walk for 1 whole minute before arriving at sword's range. Absently, Taylor nodded. The two had been authorized by the Dawnbreaker guards assigned in front of the doors to keep their sidearms. Lord Inquisitor, I understood you asked for this audience. Yes, I. The Master for the Guild of Archaeology Namer Koshai. And the gates opened again to reveal a lone figure. Taylor tried to contact the Astartes with her emergency Vox communicator, but she received no answer. It seems there has been a conflict of schedule. To his credit, the Lord Inquisitor appeared to take it well. Taylor knew it wasn't going to last. There is no scheduling conflict. I have a new staff of over 200 people to make sure my schedule isn't perturbed by the time I wake up in the morning, and only your high rank is enough to bypass it, Lord Inquisitor. Besides, if there's one thing I learned in the last 20 days, it is that there is no guild of archaeology whatsoever on Nyx. The closest we have are a few eccentric nobles, and Archmagos Lankovar recruited those who weren't involved in assassination plots and tax evasions. Chapter Master Duplex had drawn his bolter by this point, and Gavriel and Gamaliel had come forwards to form a wall of power armor between her and the intruder. Silently, she was bringing in the tens of thousands of insects she kept in the adjacent rooms. And all the while, she could hear no heartbeat from the newcomer. The appearance of a blue cloak and the classic robes were good and the face was bland and average, but it was not good enough to fool her. Don't shoot, Taylor commanded. And she fired the gold-plated Larkine lasgun she had been offered several hours ago. The laser shot was intercepted well before it hit its target by a bright green field, but Duplex added several bolter shots to it and suddenly the illusion was no more. Where seconds ago there had been a human with a blue cloak, now there was a tall creature of silver metal garbed in a violet cloak, holding a long scepter glowing with green energy. Oops. It is exactly what it looks like. Tried Trazyn the Infinite Collector. Chapter 27, Decision 5-4 Shadow of Legion. Decision 5.4. Shadow of Legion. There is a master thief at work in this galaxy and his name is Trazyn the Infinite. According to the very proclamation this Necron's herald spoke in the entrails of Wuhan, his titles are, amongst others, Victorious Hero of Tsalatok, Strategist of Firan, Survivor of Hierak, Chief Archiovist and Supreme Overlord of Solemnace. It would be extremely easy to say this abomination against the will of the Omniscient Langkovar's words, not mine is a metallic clown who forgot he wasn't funny a few thousand years ago. On the other hand, clowns, whether they are of flesh and blood or created from regenerating alloys, are usually not able to command tens of thousands troops, go through walls like they don't exist, generate illusions able to fool the sensors of the Mechanikus, and demonstrate technological skills able to fool and capture eldritch entities like the one we met under Hivaseo. Insane individuals are not known to succeed for long in their endeavors. Yes, a mad thief would succeed by virtue of sheer audacity for a few years, but sooner or later his luck would run out and the authorities capture or kill him. And, crazy or not, there are few people in this galaxy who are able to say they own a 20 kilometers long battleship. All of this is to say Trazyn the Infinite, by all rights, is a statistical impossibility, as several archmagi informed me. Logically, either his own race should have put an end to his thieving ways, or other races like the Eldar should have terminated him the moment they had the chance. Since he is still alive after all this time, it is evident they have all failed. And to my greatest regret, I am no closer to discovering how to disable his silver metallic carcass. There are teleportation jammers on every floor of Hive Athena's spire, but this thief doesn't seem to be even slightly inconvenienced by them. It is a meager compensation, but he appears to be well-intentioned when he is in my presence. I say meager, because it is not enough to convince him to stop his thieving ways a single second. While he appears to have acknowledged my threat on the fate he would receive should one of the Astartes I am allied with mysteriously disappear, carpets, paintings, vases, golden forks, silver spoons and a long list of priceless items too long to properly list in a lifetime are not and will never be on the do not steal list. And if someone reads these lines, for the love of the Emperor, never accept one of his gifts. The nebulous shard is one of the most lethal blades in this galaxy, but having it earned me the eternal enmity of hundreds of thousands of Eldar. I'm not sure if it honestly slipped his mind, or if it was a detail he judged without importance, but the fact remains he didn't warn me and used this coincidence to capture an entire Eldar fleet at the Battle of the Death Star. I have no doubt Trazyn the Infinite is stealing something as I write these words. I just hope it's nothing too important. Extract from Archive A2350T100, secured in the Fafnir Library Complex. This archive is one of several which were written by Lady Taylor Hebert between 294M35 and 296M35. The necessary level of accreditation to read them is Sapphire Black. Armies of the Phoenix King, my brothers and sisters of the Flame Host. Take up your arms, for the situation is desperate. Our outpost at Kaliadarian has fallen to the slaves of the Ingur, but before its complete destruction, our valiant defenders had the time to send us a lone messenger, and we know at present that Trajan himself is leading the charge. Yes, the infinite thief himself has come to our redoubt. We all know what his goal is. We all know what this malevolent creature wants. It is our great duty as Ildari and as the greatest warriors of the Old Ones to ensure he never grabs it. Seal all our vaults and increase all defensive measures to their utmost capacities. Raise our armies and prepare our allies with the firm order to kill everything looking like a Necron in disguise. The thief wants our jewels, our art lore, and our very lives to fill his damned collection. Swear on the name of Cain he will not have them. Final war speech of King Spear Phaenorion before the fall of Nandriel, a very infamous battle fought during the war in heaven. Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Nyx system. Nyx 3. 7.8 15.289 M35. Thought for the day, knowledge is half the battle. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. Oops. It is exactly what it looks like. Odysseus was not an inquisitor belonging to the Ordo Xenos, but he could recognize a dangerous Xenos when he saw one. Anyone who owned a technological device able to present a human appearance when the one hiding behind it was nothing of the sort would be targeted by the Mechanics as soon as it came to their attention. Combine this with an energy shielding able to stop bolter shells and laser fire, and you had the making of a grave threat. He had read the reports on the Battle of the Death Star and the inquisitorial disaster at Wuhan. It didn't take much brain power to realize it had to be the same creature. Before he had the time to deliver a warning, the chapter master of the Iron Drakes roared and drew a knife that for non-transhumans would have served as a decent sword while charging at the Xenos. The next seconds were painful to watch. The green-armored Astartes ran towards the creature, but like they were in one of these cheap fight VID casts, the action seemed to slow until stopping completely. Pontiac Duplex was struggling and losing against thin air, and then his opponent decided the fight had lasted long enough. The scepter struck the Astartes with an implacable swing, and the Space Marine was thrown aside like he was made of foam rather than clad in heavy power armor. When he missed the wall by less than a meter and crashed on the ground, it was loud and destructive. Seeing no trace of heavy damage on the armor, the Lord Inquisitor was expecting the chapter master to stand in the next seconds, but while Duplex twitched and evidently tried to return to a less humiliating position, it was clear he wasn't successful. The small green sparks coursing from his helmet to his armored feet were undoubtedly responsible for this predicament. The one-sided beating the Iron Drake had suffered had not been in vain, however. No matter how the Xenos had successfully deceived the security teams of Nyx, the ruckus was not something one could ignore unless they were deaf. As the green-armored Astartes struggled against the dangerous skills of the creature, over a dozen Astartes stormed the throne room, followed by at least 50 or 60 guardsmen and PDF troopers. Don't move, Xenos. Astartes being Astartes, the order was preceded by several bolters and plasma guns firing. They met the same amount of success Duplex had, which was to say none. Odysseus had his weapons in hand, but didn't fire. The insects massing in the room had not yet attacked, and the Dawnbreaker guard was not firing. Why? The Xenos asked in a voice that could be described as amused. Because I am easier to admire at this distance. The remark could have been hilarious, if the speaker had not simultaneously abused from the total inability of the Space Marines and the rest of the shooters to throw a silver device like a grenade. But it was not a grenade. There was no explosion. Instead, everything just paused. Half of the throne room, the one where thankfully he wasn't on, was completely silent and immobile. This had not been a grenade. It was a stasis device of a ludicrously small size, and judging by the sinister green color and the dimensions of the newly created time-stopped field, it was not something the Inquisition had in its vaults. Odysseus stared for a second or two. The first devices could have been passed as flukes, but with this last demonstration, it was obvious the creature had access to a technology far superior to what the Imperium had ever achieved. I hope for your sake that no one is dead, Trajan. I am rather fond of the Astartes and men protecting my life every day. The swarm had grown to a stupendous size in mere seconds, and now had several massive centipedes, spiders, and other insects he had no interest in learning the names of. And the annoyance in the Basileia Saint's voice was not feigned at all. Had it been anyone else, my dear friend, I would be almost insulted. The silver metallic Xenos raised his scepter weapon in a dramatic movement, before interrupting it as a few thousands flies, beetles, and hornets buzzed and shrieked. But your fear for Europeans has no grounds to be. They will all be released when this audience is over, I promise it on my honor as a collector. And why do you want this, audience? Lady Weaver didn't even bother to take the honor promise seriously. By the Golden Throne of Terra, Odysseus wasn't taking it seriously either. Besides trying to steal more things for your personal collection, of course. This time, the creature which apparently was called Trajan and believed itself to be of the Necron race tried to stand right and agitate his violet cloak like he was an important dignitary. If the intention was indeed to look like an important political herald, it was clearly missed by a few light years. I was sent by Feeric Cryptek Nefertin of the Narush-Latsat dynasty, who has heard of your exploits against the perfidious Ildari. Eldar, you failed to mention in your previous message, Trazyn, if some words could freeze water, the remark of the woman who had defeated the Angel's Bane would have frozen the dark ocean of Nyx. Oh, you aren't going to say I am responsible for what those long-eared pests do? Judging by the expression on the face of every human in Astartes not in the stasis field, the answer was not polite enough to express in public. Give me the message, Trazyn, the Lady Nyx said, evidently struggling not to release her gigantic swarm in one terrible attack. As you wish, as you wish. The noble Feeric is aware you search for the ancient system of Tur Athens, where ancient technology of humanity's past may have survived. You hacked into the Mechanicus Archmagi system. I prefer to call it, overseeing the progress of their quest for knowledge, the infuriating Trazyn corrected with a smile. Even the most stupid governors he had ever met in his long life would not have mistaken for something good. But it is a happy coincidence, no. Once more, nobody answered. Personally, Odysseus knew that every word which came out of his mouth would be a variation of Xenos, and unfortunately recent events had proven the firepower present in this room may not be enough to disable the metallic construct this creature used for a body. Anyway, if you are interested, Feeric Nefertun will await you in a system on the borders of your Imperium. An ancient scroll in a yellow-green color was thrown in the direction of the throne and Seraph Gamaliel intercepted it before it reached his charge. The coordinates are on this hyperscroll. The date of the meeting has been fixed in 7 of your standard years. His interlocutor seemed neither impressed nor particularly willing to cooperate with the crazy Xenos. Which was good. Odysseus had no particular wish to see if the contingencies to remove a living saint from this reality worked. Why should I trust this, Feeric Nefertun? The name was literally butchered in her voice, the language evidently not made for a mouth used to Low or High Gothic. You will excuse me if I am not willing to run straight to a battle barge in orbit and immediately sail to these coordinates. You are entirely forgiven, replied the Xenos, which had somehow not noticed the irony in the Basileia saint's voice. But to answer your first question, the honor of Feeric Nefertun is great, as befits her mighty titles and achievements. For as long as the war in heaven raged, her word was stronger than any metal and her vows absolute. As long as you respect the conditions of safe conduct on the hyperscroll, Feeric Nefertun will respect hers. To do anything else would be deeply dishonorable and unnecrontier. This sounded far too convenient. Nobody, not even some prideful knight riders of the Imperium, held their vows and oaths in a so stringent manner. And aside from this, there is absolutely no catch. No. Well, the system has a few pirates, but I'm sure it will be no problem for someone of your strength. My dear friend the Hammer Primarch with his salamander armor had no problems with them the last time he was there. Did the Xenos just call the Primarch Fukin Hammer Primarch with his salamander armor? That was it. Odysseus was not one of the inquisitors who thought it was necessary to kneel every time a Primarch's statue was gazed at, but this disrespect and these lies couldn't be tolerated. Really, the swarm shrieked and buzzed, ready to strike the moment the silent order was given. We are speaking of a few pirates, and a system on the frontier of the Imperium. Trazyn, whether your Feeric Nefertun is honorable or not, sending fleets outside the sector costs a lot of resources, and I am not going to waste my time for a meeting which may, for all I know, be targeted by a new fleet of bloodthirsty Eldar. Ah yes, I can see that the cost-effectiveness would be problematic. From nowhere a sort of black cube appeared in the metallic hands of Trazyn and the Xenos began to speak to himself. No. No. Not this collection, no, not the Calf one, this one is priceless and it would be the crown of my presentation. Ah, this one could work. The green eyes were artificial, but there was emotion behind them. A word was uttered, the cube flashed in green light, and suddenly a canister appeared by the side of the annoying Xenos. It was a large canister, and it was human-made. If the aquila painted in purple wasn't sufficient proof, there were serial numbers on the lower section which looked like the real deal. And the technology observable from the outside was unmistakably human. Are these? One of the Dawnbreaker guards asked. There is one progenoid an apothecary needs to create a space marine in this box. The smug tone was impossible to miss. Meet Feeric Nefertun at the agreed date, my dear Lady Weaver, and I will consider selling you the others. The cube disappeared from the metallic hands and the creature turned its head to watch the still struggling chapter master duplex. Unless you want to exchange it against an iron drake, I think I have not added one of these brutes to my collection for the last couple of centuries. Trazyn, if you try to acquire space marines allied to me, I will find your collections and I will drown them in a swarm so massive it will darken the sun. One spider jumped in front of the Necron and moved threateningly its claw-like extremities. I was just making an honest proposal. Trazyn sighed theatrically. But there is no prohibition for the 5 Menelaus antique vases and the 3 tapestries I found on floor 31. Fire. The bolters of the Blood Angel's descendants went into action and the swarm was unleashed. But when the time-stopping field dissipated seconds later and the Astartes and the guardsmen shouted in anger, there were no metallic debris or anything proving the infiltrator had been destroyed. The thief known as Trazyn the Infinite had escaped. And much as Odysseus wished it not be so, he had a feeling he would see the silver creature again. Sergeant Gabriel Forcas. The construction of the great gene labs in the depths of Hive Athena had only begun 10 days ago, but Gabriel was impressed by what his Mechanicu's escort allowed him to see. A maze of extremely elaborate defenses was now operational, and the reason behind this fast building was thanks to the endless columns of red robes of the Mechanicus speaking in their secretive language everywhere his transhuman eyes turned to. Moreover, the construction was not just fast, it was also an occasion where quality was the order of the day. The walls were in some alloy of adamantium, the number of layers was properly amazing. There were massive protections for the outposts of guardsmen and skitarii, and their bunkers were covered 5 meters deep in plasteel and ferrocrete. The armament of the turrets was plasma more than lasers, and the main batteries had been delivered by several archmagi of Keyforge worlds. All in all, at the first warning of attack on the labs, Archmagos biologist Robatalio Ogier of Megire could ask for and receive over 1 million troops to defend them, and this didn't count the sheer number of tanks, fortifications, nuclear mines, and the like that could be used to blast their enemies apart. It was rumored the Archmagos kept over 100 Thanator-class siege automata, but for the time being Gabriel had not seen the slightest shadow of them. But this was his second visit to the Gene Labs, and he had never asked for a full tour. One thing was sure, when the first Gene Lab was going to be completed, it was going to be almost as impressive as the Gene facilities at Caliban. It was a fact which should have filled his chest with pride, but as of 8 hours ago, it was a reminder how everything he held for granted could crumble in an instant. This was all Trajan's fault. This awful creature had the gall to invade Hive Athena, and thousands of tech priests were working at this very moment to discover how he had managed to break through the defenses. Yes, the spire of a planetary governor was built to make sure the billions of workers trimming in the manufactorums remembered who was their master, not to stop a Xenos incursion, but since the election the Astartes, Magi, and workers had spent countless hours to make sure a siege would be required if any enemy wanted to threaten the life of their oath mistress. The fact Trajan the thief had strolled around, stolen several thousand-year-old artworks, and entered the throne room like a trusted advisor was so bad the words failed to describe the situation. And after the end of the confrontation, Lady Taylor Hebert had not been shy to let them know how unimpressed she was by their contribution. Kratos had described it as volcanic Tira rage. Thank the stars and the nebulas the insect mistress was not in the habit of shooting someone when they failed in their duties. Just for this humiliation, Gabriel burned to take a hammer and pulverize the face of Trajan until the Necron was nothing but a silver metallic platter. This Xenos was nothing but trouble, and the evidence the thief had technology the human defenses had no defense against was one more reason to hate him. After Wuhan, the former Dark Angel had hoped to never meet this miserable silver abomination again, but evidently it was all for naught. Too bad we don't have any phosphex around. The sergeant grumbled before enduring a new succession of tests including blood scanning and complicated passwords. Yes, the Heracles Warden's apothecaries were heavily involved in the Gene Labs project. Tell me you have good news, Galen, Gabriel said after 10 more minutes of security measures, walls, and checkpoints, as he entered the waiting rooms of the Gene Lab proper, avoiding more and more red-robed tech priests running everywhere. Our lady was not happy at all, and I think we will need good news when she wakes up if we do not want to clean the gargoyles of a few churches for the rest of the week. The Red Seraph Space Marine chuckled, and his smile lightened what was seconds ago a pretty dour face. Unlike the majority of the blood, the Seraphs did not keep the angelic looks of their gene line every time. Oh, about 1/3 of the Astartes of this chapter that Gabriel had seen following the Battle of the Death Star had blonde hairs or blue eyes, but the two traits rarely appeared together, and in general their skin was a deep brown, indicating their home world may orbit a star giving off above average levels of radiation. But while Gavin did not look like a blood angel with his red hair and dark eyes, he was pleasant company and he and Gabriel often sparred together when he wasn't teaching swordsmanship to Taylor Hebert. He was also the senior sanguinary priest the name the Blood Angels' descendants gave to their apothecaries among the Dawnbreaker Guard. I have good news and bad news, Gabriel. Why am I not surprised? The black-armored space marine questioned rhetorically. I prefer to have the good news first. After seeing this Necron thief again, I need something to cheer me up. The most important thing is that no one has been seriously harmed, if one does not count the ego of Chapter Master Duplex. The two Astartes sniggered. We have been given a warning not to let our guard down, and I think the price we paid for this warning is rather cheap. It may be. I still would have preferred to learn it in a different manner, and, he wasn't going to admit, not in front of a Lord Inquisitor. As would we all, Galen shrugged. The security problems are not my area of expertise, so I will leave the issue of how the intrusion was done to the Tech Marines and the Magi. The canister, on the other hand, is my responsibility. And I can tell you the progenoid inside the container is of premium quality. If we wanted to implant it into a teenager having already received the first 17 implants, we could begin at once. That raises interesting questions. The Space Marine admitted to his cousin. I had thought at first this was a diversionary tactic used by the Necron to diminish our vigilance in the throne room. But if he really has gene seed stocks to sell. Both Astartes shared a long moment of silence as tech priests directed servitors pushing large nutrient baths and large cargo haulers full of expensive medical equipment. In a galaxy where too often rare objects and technology could be acquired if one was ready to pay the price or muster a sufficient amount of resources and firepower, the progenoid glands of the Adeptus Astartes, more commonly known as the gene seed, were worth more than entire sectors. During the Great Crusade, gene seed had been worth far less. The Primarchs were alive, and, with one liter of Primarch blood, the Genitors and the Gene Masters of the Emperor could create entire chapters in less than 1 year. There were even rumors that during this time, the Emperor and his closest advisors had imagined tech methods to create space marines without access to one of the Primarch's blood or flesh. But rumors or not, this age was gone. Terra had been transformed into a slaughterhouse by the siege, the Emperor was sitting on the Golden Throne, and the Primarchs were gone, unable to deliver more of their genetic legacy. If someone had managed to copy the work of the Emperor after the heresy, he or she had never shared this knowledge. The only method to create a space marine was by cultivating the existing progenoid glands, whether by creating more space marines or using advancing biologist secrets in a gene lab. Assuming the thief did not present us the sole canister he has in his possession, how many progenoid glands are we speaking about? A lot. This is a canister which was returning to Terra aboard a Legion warship, Gavriel. We don't have the figures anymore. I suspect it was an incident covered up or deliberately erased from the archives, but the lowest estimate is about 3,000 canisters like this one. The former Dark Angel whistled between his teeth. With this kind of resource, one could rebuild entire chapters. Or create the embers of a new legion. It was like the STC all over again. It was a prize worth killing a few planets over as long as you got what you wanted in the end. What legion did the gene seed belong to? And here comes the bad news. After 2 hours of testing, we have a 99.2% certainty that the gene seed Lady Weaver was gifted is from the 3rd Legion. Gavriel cursed Trazyn loudly and vocally for several minutes. This damn Xenos has a prize the Emperor's children are ready to murder the galaxy for. Basileia Taylor a bear. Sometimes, she regretted abolishing the Menelaus laws. The previous dynasty had its share of idiots, but they had passed numerous edicts forbidding their subordinates from telling them bad news until they had finished their breakfast. It was tempting to reinstate it. It would be horribly short-sighted. Bad news were rarely considerate enough to wait after breakfast to manifest themselves. But on days like this one. Let me summarize the situation, Taylor said as Gavriel finished his explanations. Trazyn used a combination of advanced teleportation in the lower hive and some dimensional time phasing to bypass our defenses. Once on floor 54, he proceeded to steal about half of a collection from the Menelaus dynasty I had displaced in favor of nicer artwork. Then he disguised himself as a guild leader, stunned a Magos, stole his identification codes, managed to somehow convince the machine spirits he had an audience with me at the end of the day, and arrived in the throne room without anybody raising the alarm. He did this by creating a sort of VID cast loop for a good third of our monitoring system. And last but not least, the thief has probably enough gene seed to build an entire Astartes legion in his possession. She had known there were problems in this galaxy, but why had she thought it was a good idea to take this job? I will finish my breakfast, first. Then I will go to the Stratageum and see what we can do. My usual schedule is ruined for today. Captain Arav will reschedule all my appointments and audiences next week. Any questions? 1. My lady. Gamaliel stood up. If the Inquisitors demand entrance in the next 20 minutes, what are your orders? Taylor winced and in the privacy of her thoughts cursed Trazyn 20 times. Maybe if the damn thief collector had done his intervention in front of a minor noble or two, she could have kept it quiet. But no, he had to arrive when she was meeting a Lord Inquisitor and a chapter master of the Adeptus Astartes. Escort them to the Great Stratageum. I don't like it, but they have a right to know. Trazyn was definitely the kind of threat which could be fatal for your long-term health, and even knowing about him had proven to be insufficient yesterday. In the next 15 minutes she tried to eat a normal breakfast, but her appetite failed her today. 5 minutes of conversation with the cooks and her employees, and she descended 13 levels from the breakfast hall to the place the Archmagi in her service had named the Great Stratageum. It was a pompous term to say this was the level where they had installed 10 massive hololithic devices, hundreds of screens showing 25 hours a day endless data on the military, political, social, and economic state of the Nyx system, and plenty of technological devices. Dragon had been close to kissing when they had been presented to her. The herald announced a few of her titles, 2 of the Astartes who had preceded her opened the doors, and Taylor entered the principal node of the Stratageum. And already, the differences from a normal day jumped to the eye. The Great Stratageum was never empty during a normal day. This section was the size of a great amphitheater. No, it would be more correct to say it was an amphitheater, with the seats and the elevation. Only the gigantic hololith reserved for her personal use was where the stage and the actors should be, and in the ranks of spectators there were plenty of tank-sized screens and uncountable Mechanic-use control stations. It had been 3 days since she had last visited the Great Stratageum, and that time there had been maybe 5,000 officers, administrators, tech priests, ecclesiarchy representatives, advisors, and emissaries of the merchants' guilds. It had been far from empty, but the amphitheater stratagem had definitely sounded empty. Today, this was not the case. Every seat was occupied, and this didn't count the hundreds of PDF troops and the dozens of Astartes standing guard near every exit and forming neat lines against the walls. And they weren't the only forces to be present. In a few seconds she had noticed close to 40 Frat Eris Templars elite troopers, and 30 of black armored men and women and whose single identification symbol was the stylized eye of the Inquisition. Maybe this great session should have been opened with a long discourse and lot of ceremonies, but frankly after the mess Trajan had created, there was too much to do. This emergency council is now in session, she said crisply, after everyone had bowed and saluted, and she had ordered those who had prostrated themselves to return to their seats. Seraph Gamaliel, please recount the details of the intrusion we faced yesterday. And for the next hour, the Blood Angel spoke. Much of it was about the flaws which had been exploited in the security by the collector thief. The golden armored Astartes was good and far more charismatic than she would ever be. By the end of the discussion, despite having glossed over many of the most disturbing talents of the Necron, all the audience, the tech priests especially, were ready to rush out and hunt the self-proclaimed infinite collector wherever he hid himself and his treasures. New security procedures were put in place. New equipment was going to be brought from the warships in orbit to make things more difficult for any second intrusion. The Heracles Wardens and the Magi were going to devise new stratagems. Nyx was not going to forget any time soon the visit of Trajan the Infinite. Finally, the Blood Angel made an announcement to the audience. The next session is open to persons having a level of authorization of Crimson and above. Instantly, the amphitheater emptied itself. Most of the non-transhuman soldiers left too, the exception being the Fey 20th and some Nyx troopers who had been involved in the incident yesterday. Due to the fact Crimson accreditation was not handed out before you were a top commander, the average amount of deeds per heroic head had to be truly spectacular. The 3 Space Marine chapter masters were here, with chapter master Duplex flanking like a dark shadow Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor and Lady Inquisitor Raphaela Harper. The ecclesiarchy had Cardinal Lumen Prescott and Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius. The administratum had Tithe Master Karl Bloom and his senior administrator on site. The System Defense Fleet had Admiral Genseric Florentine and the Navy had Lord Admiral Danvers Alexandros. For the Imperial Guard, there was Lord General Militant Klossbach and Lord General Philip Ziegler. Arbitrator Judge Joseph Anderson had come personally for the Adeptus Arbits. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica had an eminent figure in the person of Choir Master Largo Assyrian, a blind and bald man like many astropaths. The Planetary Defense Forces had their 3 top post-purge commanders in the stratagem, General Jonas Moniakes, General Leo Argyros, and Strategos Alexei Komnos, the latter serving more or less as her chief of staff where the Nyx PDF was concerned. And of course there was the Mechanikus and her government. For the former, Archmagos Dismirius Lankovar was unquestionably the best choice, since he had already met Trajan, and Archmagos Prime Arithmencia Sultan was the other red-robed leader. For the latter, Vista, Dragon, Clockblocker and a few of her ministers had been summoned to attend. This was a lot of people, and this was the absolute minimum she could talk to without angering one of the powerful factions existing inside the Imperium. Sergeant Forkas, give everyone the full report of the events that unfolded on Wuhan and Nyx where Trajan the thief is concerned, Taylor commanded once the non-accredited spectators had left the stratagem and those who remained took their seats around the hololith. And yes, she was aware there was a certain amount of risk coming with it. Many people in this room were at best allies of circumstances. Yes, my lady. It began. Close to 1 hour was spent explaining the past events of yesterday and their little excursion at Wuhan where they had fought Ayashedra. It was exasperating to see her subordinates at the end of it had adoration in their eyes whenever they looked at her. So much for giving them the opinion she was not a saint angel or whatever they believed in. The closest she got to a compliment was Clockblocker saying it was archetypical for her to humiliate a huge eldritch entity. And yes, those were his exact words. It was also followed by Vista giving him a slap. At least it lightened the atmosphere after a lot of bad news. Thank you, Sergeant, for these extensive revelations. Lady Inquisitor Raphaela Harper was the first to speak when Gavriel concluded the facts and the suppositions they had found concerning the annoying Necron. Inquisitors didn't sigh or manifest any expressions of lassitude, but there were hints the old steel-faced lady was not far from this hypothetical point. We are going to take this Xenos very seriously and we are going to search our oldest libraries for more evidence of his stealing. Assuming he didn't steal the books too, Chapter Master Duplex commented bitterly, towering over the audience like a giant as he had refused to take one of the seats built for the Space Marines. Yes, assuming that, the Inquisitor woman agreed. The most urgent preoccupation is the subject of the gene seed, I'm afraid. Now I am Ordo Xenos, not one of the Inquisitors who investigate Astartes chapters or their secrets, but it looks to me like this discovery is absolutely capital. It is, Lady Inquisitor, Jeremiah Isley of the Heracles Wardens replied. Any stock of Astartes gene seed is a magnificent prize for loyal space marines and those of our cousins who have broken their oaths to the Emperor. Since this is pure gene seed, devoid of any mutation or generational degradation as it comes fresh from either the Terran or the Luna gene labs, the value of this stock is priceless. The reason the 3rd Legion was so small during most of the Great Crusade was a combination of a genetic sabotage and losing the ship transporting their stocks to Terra. If Trajan really found the Hulk, or stole it himself in the first place, he has the gene seed reserves of an entire legion in his possession. Your estimates of these reserves? Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor asked, his stern face giving the impression he had aged a couple of years since the disastrous audience. I don't think His Majesty would have settled for a gene seed reserve of less than 5,000 progenoids, Lord Inquisitor, the former Hero Master said. At the same time, the Emperor's children gene seed was far less compatible than the Ultramarines. I don't think there would be more than 40,000 canisters in one hull. Still, it was a sobering affirmation. Assuming there was a quarter of the maximum proposed 10,000 progenoids, this was the equivalent of 10 full Codex-compliant chapters. It was not the end of things, because said Astartes would have to be armored, given proper weapons and endure long years of training, but once unleashed a force of 10,000 Astartes was something that would make an entire sector burn. If Trajan is ready to sell them to you, Lady Nyx, Rafaela Harper affirmed in a tone that tolerated no debate, we have to buy the gene seed. At all costs. I don't trust the motives of that thief. If bribed with enough collector items, the danger is high Trajan would sell it directly to the slaves of the ruinous powers. Then let's muster our forces and attack his home world, Pontiac Duplex thundered. This abomination will be killed and we will recover every object and man this vile creature stole to mankind. While your doctrinal position is worthy of respect, Chapter Master, Dismirius Lankovar began, I have met the infantry Trajan the Infinite commands and it is a fearsome force. The cannons we designated as Gauss weaponry will disintegrate any armor in our possession, save maybe the new model of Angel's Tier. Mark 7 power armor will not resist more than 5 shots of this abominable Xenos technology. Sending anything less than a crusade fleet would result in a short and one-sided defeat. And we haven't the first clue where the Necron thief has built his collection base. And we don't know how many of his species are in the vicinity to give him assistance, Lord General Militant Klossbach intervened, projecting an aura of competence and indomitability forged by decades and decades of war. Assuming his words have any value, the Xenos was the emissary of one of his kind yesterday. It is entirely possible an attack against one of them will be interpreted as an attack against all of them. We don't know how many heavy battleships these abominations have waiting in their secret shipyards, Lord Admiral Alexandros chimed in after drinking a glass filled with what looked to be powerful liquor. Karduniash will not deploy a battle fleet if the chances of victory are inexistent. This monstrous battleship dominated and wiped out many Eldar ships with frightening ease, and while our ships are superior in armor to the Longears, they are slower and less maneuverable. Any engagement with a Necron fleet has to end with our victory, because their agility and their firepower guarantees we will not be able to break engagement close to a planet. Everyone who listened to the Admiral knew this admission had cost him a lot. The Imperial Navy loved to repeat that its domination of the galaxy was unassailable. True, the Eldar were threats, but too often it was their speed and their Psyker's powers which guaranteed the human warships could never catch them. The battleship Trajan had used was a completely different thing. It was something that could match the biggest warships of the Nyx sector and destroy them without suffering crippling damage in return. If this Feyruk Nefertun had more battleships, they could crush squadron after squadron every Monday and there would be nothing they could do. There would be nothing she could do. Her insects were bigger, but against a battleship of this size, it was the same situation faced in all the Endbringer battles. The position of the Inquisition has always been that Xenos species are better dead than conspiring against the Imperium, Rafaela Harper said bluntly, but in this case, my colleagues and I will not pronounce judgment for the time being. The loss of gene seed could be tolerated, but we don't know how many worlds are in Wuhan's situation. For all we know, there are thousands of these underground fortresses dispersed across the galaxy, waiting for one signal to wake up. These Trajan and Nefertun could have the means to convince them to rise up and provoke a series of planetary massacres. In this case, there is another problem, Lady Inquisitor. And it was her voice who had spoken. The star map, Gamaliel. The hololith stopped giving the images of Trajan and his exploits, and was replaced by a map detailing the part of the galaxy the Imperium had named Ultima Segmentum. First it focused on Nyx, before moving westwards and nearly touching the imaginary point where the border of Ultima Segmentum joined the eastwards frontier of Segmentum Tempestus. Archmagos Lankovar tapped a series of instructions in binary and the brilliant display zoomed before shifted a few light years southwest outside the area of space humanity controlled. A new zoom and all the military commanders and representatives could look at the image of a giant blue star. The spatial coordinates given by Trajan are proposing the Pavia system for the meeting with this Feyruk Nefertun. What do we know about this system? Choirmaster Largo Assyrian, the blind astropath of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, asked. A lot of things, none of them very uplifting, Gamaliel answered, his angelic face presenting none of his usual benevolent nature. The system was found close to the end of the Great Crusade by the 18th Legion and their Primarch. They named it Argo. It was a battlefield during the heresy, and forgotten for several centuries before being colonized once more in early M32. The system became known as Pavia and its planet as Pavia Primus, designation civilized world. The system was lost during the Great Orc incursions of mid-M32, reconquered and purged of Xenos infestation in M33, before being lost again in early M34 when the planetary governor declared secession from the Imperium. The forces gathered to reconquer Pavia Primus fought a 200-year-long war before being withdrawn to other fronts. Mechanicus and Astartes reports from a millennium ago noted the heavy support of Xenos in favor of the traitors. The Imperial Navy moved several star forts and squadrons into the region, but never again managed to go on the offensive. Today, Pavia is a pirate haven and a refuge for all the outlaws who have refused to recognize the authority of the Emperor. We fought a campaign 40 years ago some 100 light-years away from this vermin's nest, Agilazaz commented with a disgusted expression, answering her silent question how the Astartes had managed to find the information in less than 12 hours. Due to our depleted fleet and the lack of cooperation from a vice-admiral, Lord Admiral Alexandros almost jumped in indignation at this. Attacking Pavia was never seriously entertained. We know for sure there are human and Eldar capital ships using whatever shipyards the pirates managed to keep in one piece. The enemy numbers are highly speculative, but several naval commanders believed that 2 cruisers and 3 light cruisers or their Xenos equivalents could be taken for granted. And as it became evident, as everyone around the table began to give her his point of view, Nyx had not the surplus forces to send so far away to eliminate pirates in their lair. There is still a Martian fleet on the way, Dragon proposed after an argument between Tithe Master Bloom and Lord General Ziegler. Indeed, Arithmancia Sultan agitated all her mechadendrites at once, and they are certainly not going to demand a light percentage of the possible gains if their fleet forms the core of the expedition. You don't know this for sure, argued Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius. We have a working STC database and a possible clue to find more, retorted the Archmagos of Ryza. If they refuse to send more than 10 ships to the pirates' lair, we will have to be worried about them being imposters. The victory of His Most Holy Majesty's forces at the Battle of the Death Star unquestionably gave the rest of the Nyx sector an overwhelming military advantage. In less than a week, the Greenskins lost their war boss, the near totality of the Orc subcommanders involved in the carnage, millions of troops, their great forge planetoid and an unlimited source of fuel, ammunition. The coordination the loathsome Xenos had used for the better part of the war was now gone. The war was not yet over, but the valiant guardsmen and garrison forces could feel the outcome had been decided in their favor. Colonel Clayton of the Megaround 6th Rifles, somewhat euphoric after the final extermination of the Orcs at Harbin, did not hesitate to proclaim this war would be won by the Sanguinella. Unfortunately, this timetable was too optimistic. Over 5 planets were still the scenes of violent battles against the Orcs, and the final victory was not proclaimed until 7.095.290 M35 and the destruction of an Orc raider by a frigate squadron as it fled the Fagus system. Thus it was not the Sanguinella, but the holy day of the Emperor's Ascension which marked the end of this brutal but defining conflict for the sector. There were many notable battles during these last months. The Battle of Kalovgrad in the Torch system is one of them. Aside from involving the noble Astartes of the Iron Drakes chapter, this brutal engagement saw the first deployment of the Nyx penal legions. The order of battle also included several Mechanicus formations and Fey regiments. By retired General Terayev, the Ocean of War, 510M35. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx sector. Neptunia Reach subsector. Torch system. Lusitania. 7.837.289 M35. Chapter Master Pontiac Duplex. The Orcs, thought the Chapter Master of the Iron Drakes, were truly something abominable for this galaxy. By all rights, no species which couldn't count to 20 and most Orcs were lucky if they understood the concept of the number 5 was supposed to be able to reach the stars. But the Orcs were there. They were stupider than a noble who had spent a century of life abusing forbidden stimulants. They were incapable of understanding the concept of peace. But their method of reproduction, spores infecting the soil of the planets they were landing upon, made sure every war against the Green Tide was never the last one. And the inhabitants of Lusitania, administratum designation Torch Secundus, had learned through pain and death the brutality of the Greenskins in the last years. Every admiral or general should have ignored the sole inhabitable world of the system. Lusitania was for the scribes of the Adeptus Terra a feudal world, and the majority of its population outside the Imperium's chief city had just begun to experiment with gunpowder 30 years ago. The space assets consisted of a few meteorological satellites and whatever transports chose to leave the warp here for trade or the Imperial tithe. And these tithes were anything but vital for the survival of humanity. Before the Greenskins chose to show their ugly heads, the population of the petty kingdoms in this jungle-covered planet was about 40 million, dispersed across 5 continents. The city where the planetary governor, a useless idiot chosen by the Lord Nyx some 50 years ago, ruled was a fortified settlement of 50,000 souls. Tithe Master Carl Bloom had compiled the data, and by all evidence the Munitorum, May, accent on the May, have levied a regiment from them some 1,300 years ago. Whatever their performance had been, it had clearly been not sufficient for the bureaucrats to think tithing soldiers here a second time was a good idea. On a day-to-day basis, the overwhelming majority of the Lusitania tithe consisted of wood. To be precise, wood of the bluish-green tree the locals called the orthodax. The scent and the color of this wood were appreciated by the Nyx nobility, and it seemingly sold at a fair price in the spaceports of the sector. This was certainly the only reason why Menelaus had disagreed with the Imperial Guard commanders and sent over 3 million soldiers in 10 years to ensure the orcs wouldn't become impossible to eradicate. Casualties had been heavy, both for the Guard and the local population. A single continent had been the theater of war, but a particularly aggressive Wahanes general had not hesitated drafting the locals into his regiments to compensate his losses. By now, the population had to be under 5 million, and of course the capital of Kalovgrad had been taken by the Xenos in the first year of war. "It is time to finish this," Duplex said to the two captains observing Lusitania with him from the bridge of the Honorable Shield, one of the 3 battle barges his chapter had maintained over the centuries. "The Imperial Guard has driven the orcs towards the walls of Kalovgrad, and now it's time for the decisive strike. Wenceslas, your drop assault will land southwest of the city and deprive the beasts of their artillery train. Mons, you and your tanks will crush the tanks of the northern approaches with our rhinos, predators, and land raiders. I will personally coordinate the first engagements from the Thunderhawks before reinforcing the position most advantageous for destroying the walls." Some people might think him eager to throw himself into battle after the damn Xenos thief had humiliated him days ago. They were perfectly right, but the crowd of the green vermin didn't interest him. The head of the warboss on the other hand. "We will need something to attract the attention of the orc infantry," Captain James Mons of the 1st Company stated. Captain Ernest Wenceslas of the Iron Drake's 3rd Company smiled next to him. "Something, or someone. Lord Duplex, would I be correct to assume the large transports that accompanied us to Torch will solve our tactical dilemma?" "Yes, they will." Duplex confirmed with a nod. In fact, the large transports contain the 3rd and 4th Nyx pureblood penal legions and 5 newly inducted guard regiments from Nyx. The former and the latter were noted for their loyalty to the old regime, I'm told. There were a few chuckles among the serfs and space marines dutifully fulfilling their tasks and completing the battle preparations on the bridge. No one had been particularly impressed by the methods and the strategies that the various nobility classes had tried to adopt to fight the enemies of the Imperium. A lot of times, they had been saved by the fact that the orcs were about as intelligent as them. Lady Weaver and General Argyros insisted these former noble guards, and the penal legions, of course, are in dire need of redemption. They can win an amnesty should they survive long enough, but they will have to win battles. And we will offer one to them today. A nice charge on open terrain for 400,000 men against another infantry force does not need a lot of tactical intelligence to execute. Commissar Hodrick has received his instructions and has assured me he will motivate properly the penal nobles. Any questions? Just one. Captain Wenceslas smiled so widely that his mangled dentition was impossible to miss. "We left Nyx without much warning, my lord." "Does that mean?" Pontiac Duplex cursed the curiosity of his subordinate. Sometimes, the captain of the 3rd Company was really too smart for his own good. "Yes, Lady Weaver has promised that a rapid victory in this system would give us rights of recruitment for Lusitania as well as her official benediction to build a fortress monastery. 8 million colonists from diverse sources have been promised to repopulate the planet, and the Mechanikus has agreed to give an assistance of no less than 5,000 tech priests. We will not be able to organize the recruitment operations our cousins the Brothers of the Red have in mind for Nyx, and we will have no say on the imperial rule, but this world could be a new base for our chapter if we triumph here. We will not fail, my lord," Mons promised with fervor shining in his eyes. It didn't surprise Duplex. The captain of the 1st Company had been one of the officers which had been the most frustrated to abandon their recruitment planets in Segmentum Solar as the Administratum began to visit month after month and demand explanations for minor or inexistent faults. For the Emperor and the Saint. And he was also one of the Space Marines who had no doubt about the new Lady Nyx's holy status. As long as he kept the worship in private and continued to perform superbly, the chapter master of the Iron Drakes would not tell him to stop. Besides, maybe she was a real saint. For the Emperor, he answered. Death to his enemies. Lord General Militant Klossbach. Kalovgrad had been many things in the past decade. Before this war began, it had been the chief city and capital of Lusitania. It had been where the tithe of the Imperium was gathered by the aristocrats House Menelaus trusted. It had been the only gateway to the stars, with a small spaceport. More recently, it had been used by the orcs as their stronghold. Now it was an utter ruin, and the atmosphere was one of destruction and death. Corpses were everywhere. Despite the efforts of the clean-up columns and their Mark III heretic pattern flamers, there were tens of thousands of dead greenskins, and perhaps as many humans. When the time came to assault the walls, the Space Marines had done the most difficult work, but even 250 Space Marines could not be everywhere. And the orcs had surged forwards to kill the non-Astartes, perhaps figuring in their empty skulls they had more chance fighting the Imperial Guard than the elite of the Adeptus Astartes. Klaus Bach grimaced as the odor of death became unbearable, and refitted his rebreather mask on his face. Decades ago, such a spectacle would have filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Now? He would not admit it to his men, but he was tired, and not just physically. It was more than his back killing him. The visages of his friends pursued him every night. The bodies of these guardsmen and guardswomen from Harbin, Atlas, Faye, Megara, and Nyx became when he let his thoughts wander the lifeless husks of the proud Luthen veterans. The more years passed, the more he was convinced reaching the rank of Lord General Militant was no benediction. The privileges were nice. The pay was nice. And the faces of these pompous aristocrats with lineages going as far as the Great Crusade when were forced to bow properly and congratulate him when he won a campaign, those were beyond good. The hab blocks were utterly trashed, and despite the filter between his mouth and the air, there still was the smell of blood mixed with promethium and even more nauseating substances. The warehouses and the barracks were riddled with so many holes the engine seers were going to raise the entire thing and call it a day. Colonel Terayev, the status of the Nyx penal legions, if you please, Klaus demanded from the commanding officer of the Fae 5th Armored. The man's grey-black uniform looked like he had bathed in blood, but the Lord General Militant was not going to reprimand him. A colonel with blood on his uniform was someone who fought with his men. Above colonel, fighting on the front lines was the sign something had gone dreadfully wrong. Below this rank, and against the orcs, every las gun counted, and the Imperial Guard was not the greatest army of the galaxy because all its officers remained safely in orbit. Lord Militant Bach, the Nyx 4th Pureblood Penal Legion is destroyed. The commissar leading them reported 84% casualties before his Vox went down. The Nyx 3rd Pureblood Penal Legion has only suffered casualties of 52%, but they didn't take the brunt of the orc assault, and the commissars were forced to detonate a few explosive collars to convince them to advance. In this case, it is clear they do not deserve second chances. See that they are in the first slot for extraction, Colonel. There are plenty of orc battlefronts in the nearby sectors, and I think a lot of generals will thank us when we provide them cannon fodder. At once, Lord Militant Bach. How fared the brand new Nyx regiments? They were tenacious, but their inexperience cost them. One was completely wiped out, and the other is effectively crippled. Regroup the survivors into the other PDF regiments. I will assign a few experienced adjutants to prepare them for their next enemies. Maybe they will learn the tricks to survive the next battlefields. The opposite was also possible. Lady Weaver had not sent these men directly into the furnace of war because they were good soldiers. These men had bled and died today because they had sold their allegiance to Nostradamus Van Dyer or another blue-blooded master. This should give us a casualty list of 240,000 men overall. This was more than 50% of the initial contingent which had left Nyx a few days ago. But the result was worth it, as something like 160,000 of the dead had been penal troops. A lot of aristocratic useless mouths had been silenced, and Nyx could always find more of them. Yes, Lord Militant, or should I say Lord Hill Knight Klaus Bach, governor of the Torch system. Klaus could not help but grin. In every epoch, even the promises spoken at the top of a hive spire spread with speeds faster than light. Lady Nyx has not yet confirmed it, and I am just 3 months away from retiring. So let's go for Lord Militant for now, Colonel. Klaus was tired. But hopefully, duty would not be the burden it was for much longer. He was old, and it was up to the new generation to rise. It was up to the young now to win the war left by their parents. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. 7.871.289 M35. Sergeant Wei CAO. Nearly every time their commander received one of her fellow para-humans in her office, she was receiving him or her alone. Not exactly alone, because since they had arrived at Nyx the Basileia was accompanied everywhere by at least a couple of Astartes, but overall the audience was reduced to the strict minimum. Most of the time, the rest of the staff and herself had little idea what exactly was talked about. They had a good idea of the consequences. Of course, edicts concerning the Mechanics and the industrial sector were almost decided after a visit of Magos Dragon Richter, for example. But in general, the discussions remained secret. There was, however, a notable exception. Every time the para-human known as Leet came for one of his appointments, the debate was lively. Is it too much to ask of you not to blow anything up for 25 hours? Just so you know, Wei, Valeria Petrov said, we absolutely blame you for bringing this Vox magnifier insect to Our Lady. Don't worry, she replied with her hands desperately searching for the earmuffs in her drawers. I already blame myself. 9 times out of 10, the effects of the insect mistress was really good for those around of them if you could ignore the disturbing appearance of the spiders, centipedes, and hundreds of other species. But in some cases, it definitely was a lot of things, but good was not one among the qualities they had. You are supposed to learn from the engine seers, not blow them up. I don't care what you think about machine spirits, I don't care they don't have any para-human abilities. I want tinkers and tech priests to build useful things. She's in top form, today, Corporal Alex Dev managed to articulate between two outbursts. I didn't see her scream like this since this delegation of nobles arrived 10 days ago. The men and the women of the Basileia's staff, a staff which never seemed to stop growing, given that they were now close to 250 guardsmen in half-pay and civilians of various branches, nodded or signaled their agreement in several manners. Now that had been an explosion. Many of the aristocrats had taken the fact the 80 hours working week was now low rather badly, and they had been even more horrified at the idea of giving a free day per week to their perpetually exhausted workers. A column of men and women had thus arrived in the throne room to give Lady Weaver a pre-warning of what they thought was going to happen. They had been able to give their first reform before Taylor Bear exploded. Apparently, the nobles had considered that, since these lazy wretches toiling and dying in their manufactorums had a free day, it was their duty to report the hours not worked from dawn to dusk on the rest of the week. In effect, it increased the average day of a low-born worker from 12 hours to 13 hours and 20 minutes. There had also been some hints that, should the Basileia prove difficult, certain financial and material support would be withdrawn. Most of these nobles and the cartel leaders who had the stupidity to tell the victor of the Death Star that to her face were now part of the 10th Penal Legion. Or the 11th Penal Legion. These two formations had been filled so fast Wei had difficulties to remember where all these imbeciles had ended up. It had positive effects. Every eye in the room turned to Captain Vladislovius Arav, who had the arduous task to be Weaver's chief of staff where the Fey 20th and a lot of the day-per-day topics were concerned. I liked the first try of Our Lady a lot, but there's no shame in admitting the first law was incredibly flawed. At least with this noble delegation trying to exploit its many issues, we could correct it before it was fully implemented in every hive and industrial sprawl of Nyx. And the Basileia of Nyx had seen no reason to coddle the nobles anymore, Wei thought. To cut off the oncoming debate before it had the opportunity to unravel out of control, the working week had decreased from 80 hours to 72 hours. The support of the lower and middle classes had been, she was torn between the words euphoric, triumphant, and many others. The new laws, this time formulated by expert lawyers and administrative recruited officials, were in the process of curtailing the nobility's rewards, diminishing the scandalously high unemployment rates and increasing the formation of untrained manpower. Adding the creation of several Weaverian orphanages and hospitals, and the PDF soldiers who presented their findings to them at the end of every day were sure that the rate of approval for their governor was above 99%, with the nobility included. Some people continued to manifest doubts, claiming Lady Weaver was not a saint. The Nyxians didn't share this opinion at all. For them, the new Lady Nyx was the best thing to happen to their world since the Great Crusade had reunified the sector with Terra. You will keep your head down and you will stop insulting the nice tech priests. Am I understood? All of this to explain Leet was spending a very bad time in the governor's office. Maybe someone should go and save the poor man, Edgar Artyomov suggested. Too predictably, not a single person stood to accomplish what he had just proposed. For the next week, you will work in the cactus fields. I don't care if you build machines in your spare time. For 1 week, I don't want to hear an imperial organization complain about you. It's the Officio Agriculti who supervises the cactus plantations, said Matthew Reiner, one of the rare Ulm veterans to have accepted a support position. His 2 legs had been lost in a furious melee against the archenemy aboard the Magos Laurentiis, but the tech priests had managed to stabilize him fast enough and to evacuate him before he perished. And like every survivor, his medical bills and his 2 bionic legs had been paid out of Lady Weaver's pocket. Should I warn them a storm is coming their way? I think they will appreciate the warning, if nothing else, replied Captain Arav with a smirk. And I have already found a name for the battleship. I don't want your suggestions. And with these words, the door opened with one of the massive dreadnought beetles escorting Leet out. In case anyone had missed the loud conversation in the office, the fact the Tinker Para-human was held by the neck by the massive black insect for the half-minute it took to cross their workplace was a good indicator of their employer's mood. Help me. Leet tried piteously. I'm sure she is going to throw me to her PDF minions or some of the tech priests from the magisterium. Help me. Unfortunately, all the men and women present were too busy chuckling at his predicament to come to his rescue. Plus it was a dreadnought beetle. Every person in Weaver's staff had a lasgun and a melee weapon she or he could reach in the next couple of seconds, but forcing the armored insect to release its captive wasn't something you did in one shot. Those things were tough, and under their lady's control, they could take a huge amount of punishment before dying. Sergeant CAO, your presence is required, one of the Dawnbreaker Astartes passed the door to make the announcement. Someone is in trouble, sang Valeria to her right. I will tell the Brothers of the Red you have stolen their sweet stocks, Wei retorted with a vicious smile. Low blow, Wei, low blow, just so you know the bets are saying you won't be able to do it. The sergeant stood, took her principal data slate, and walked towards the Basileia's office. Or to be accurate, one of her offices, given the size of her possessions in the spire, there had been several workplaces like just this one created in the last month or so. As she approached the desk, Wei noted there were a few chairs today. She took it as a good sign, the informal saying which had already spread beyond Nyx was that Lady Weaver didn't offer a seat to someone she intended to remove from her office in the next minutes. Today Taylor Hebert was wearing one of the green dresses she and a few cloth artisans had imagined. It was good, and not just because the price for similar dresses was going to go through the spire. Whether she wanted to admit it or not, the heroine had the body to wear very nice things, with her long legs and her height. I think everyone on this floor has heard your melodious voice, she teased, just to warn you. The insect mistress huffed in exasperation. I should not have screamed like this, the basileia of Nyx admitted, but Leet, he exasperates me. Whether I speak with Dragon, Vista, or Clock Blocker, it is in good fun, but with him, I become angry too easily. It was true. And it had not escaped the inhabitants of the upper hive that of all the para-humans, Leet was the next best thing to an outsider. It was not because his powers were useless, to the contrary, from the partial knowledge she had, Wei knew Leet had probably a power skill as useful as the one Dragon had. Vista and Clock Blocker's powers were impressive visually, but they could not be used in the construction of a hab block or the development of new tanks. The problem was the man's personality. Leet, to say it in a polite manner, was not a pleasant individual to live with. Wei did not like him, the rest of the men and women of the Fey 20th did not like him, the tech priests, Magi and Archmagi did not like him, the PDF troopers did not like him, the guard officers did not like him, the list went on and on. But when Dragon and Vista, two very nice people known for their kindness and their willingness to give second chances, were caught insulting Leet in private, force was to admit the man was a problem. But my problems with Leet can wait until he has found some humility in the cactus fields. Her superior continued. If he manages to make a mess here, there will be simply no hope for him. When I call you, it is because I want to speak about the negotiations with Quran, the next strategy of the nobles, and the income generated by the insects. Wei nodded and read the latest news on her data slate before answering. The offers to Magos Adept Makagurza something, no way she was able to utter the full name of this member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, have been accepted after their fourth revision. It was not without a certain sense of irritation from Ryza and Stygies 8, I was told. What did you expect? Was the philosophical answer she received. The Archmagi and Magi were so sure the Quran shipyards were going to jump on the possibility of obtaining a STC template copy that they never truly contemplated that what the Magos Adept wanted above all was a semi-independence from the Great Forge worlds. It was an uncomfortable reality. The construction of the battleship they were interested in and the disinterest of the Martian Archmagos in the aftermath would not have been possible at Metallica. Quran, or at least the fabricator behind the negotiations, wanted to spread its production wings, so to speak. And he was going to get it, as his plasteel-like refusal to bulge had granted him what he wanted. Ah, yes, the Magi involved were a bit more vocal in their denunciations. Still, Quran has accepted the ship's name you put forwards. They did not take much convincing. It sounds better than Hull Alpha 1 Alpha something. The conventions of the Mechanicus were sometimes worse than those employed by the Adeptus Administratum. And no, it wasn't an exaggeration. The insect business is booming, she continued as Taylor Hebert didn't object or demanded further information on the subject. The meat of the super lobsters has become a highly demanded delicacy in the best culinary establishments of Nyx, despite its ridiculous price. I think we will able to rotate in 2 to 3 months to another type of seafood, maybe one of these blue crabs, that way we will have food seasons and people will have novelty on their plates. The honey of the lightning bee also sells like the rice soups at the end of works day in the lower markets. There was a medium purchase of Weevil's ivory yesterday from a visiting pontifex worth 120 million. And of course, the spider silk may not be useful for resisting the fire of plasma weapons, but the Mechanicus finds the substance fascinating for reasons they have not shared with me, and the cloth makers all demand some to make new designs. They really want me to have full wardrobes, don't they? Wei rolled her shoulders. I know you don't particularly want to hear it, but for a lot of master cloth artisans right now, you wearing one of their creations is the difference between fame and obscurity. Between the decimation of the nobility and the old lines, Nyx's clothing market was changing, and it was changing fast. In this storm of silk, cotton, and synthetic fabrics, it was not blasphemous to say that for certain shops, the basileia shone like the light of the astronomic in itself. Thank you for the pressure, Weaver retorted in her best imperious tone as one Astartes snorted loudly. I noticed you didn't give me a fifth type of insect to use for monetary purposes. I needed a few days to search, she defended herself. I continue compiling the list of insects which come on my desk, and I know we are just seeing the first waves. The Magos explorators really want to send you a lot of their best specimens. The receptions are not limited to the 35 species of spider you use for your silk. I know. Wei smiled. The lobsters and the bees have generated enough interest for the food sales. The silk will be our greatest argument for the luxury clothing market. Ivory will be of use in many decorations and ornaments. I wanted something different for the fifth type of insect. And you found it? Yes, I believe I did. She pressed a combination and showed the image she had prepared. Her interlocutor slightly inclined her head on the left in answer. This looks like an ant, Sergeant Cao. It is because it is one, Major General Basilia St. Weaver, she replied cheekily, using a few of the official titles of the Lady Nyx. I suppose you have good reasons to present me this insect. What is its name? And here the real problem began. It is the Catachan yellow ant. It took 5 seconds for Weaver where she's heard the planet's name. No, absolutely not, the reply was immediate. Throne and lasers, way, there's always a risk the insects I control escape my power if I am unconscious or otherwise indisposed. That's why the Mechanicus has put servo controls on all the big assets I have in the hive. That way if something goes wrong, the Magi will be able to prevent the swarm from getting out control without a bloodbath. We can't do that with ants. And this isn't even considering the name. Damn it, it's Catachan. This is one of the unholy 13, the most dangerous 13 death worlds discovered in this galaxy. Everything on this world is lethal to one degree or another and would be the supreme predator on another world. They don't have any planetary defense force because they don't need one. The last time orcs tried to invade, they got wiped out before seeing a human and even their spores were devoured in mere minutes. When the guard arrives to recruit guard regiments, they are forced to put the new guardsmen and guardswomen through kilometers-long decontamination chambers. The Basileia placed her head between her hands and suddenly Wei was very aware of the fact that 3 space marines were glaring at her. All right. The Lady Nyx breathed out loudly and resumed her normal position on her seat. I suppose you have at least a good reason to make this proposal. Yes, basically the yellow ant can generate 2 substances. One is the venom it injects with its bites, lethal, like everything on its death world. But once they have managed to acquire some food, they transport it back to their hive, I suppose, and give part of it to the queen. And the queen generates some kind of golden fluid. And this fluid it has incredible regeneration and healing properties. Do I want to know how the explorator team which discovered these ants made the observation? No, Wei replied, you do not. I was afraid of that, the Basileia confessed before taking her data slate and watching the images and vid casts of ants bleeding and missing limbs suddenly healing and recovering as fatal wounds disappeared from their chitin. You forgot to mention the ants can reach the size of a horse from Ulm. Only the queens of the colonies, she corrected. The workers and the warriors are half the queen's size, maximum. That doesn't reassure me at all. But this time there was a thin smile as Weaver continued reading. Is the Magos who made this discovery here? Ah, no. He was caught in the explosion of a Catachan barking toad before completing his escape. And his assistants were devoured by the ants aboard their spaceship. The Ryza team had to open the spaceship to the void to recapture the Ant Queen and place her into an advanced stasis vault. Alas, their experiments were formal. Yes, this substance works on humans, but the Ant Queen refuses to deliver it to anything which is not a wounded ant. As a result, they were only able to obtain tiny quantities of the substance, and its real potential remains in great part unknown. Wei swallowed, but frankly she didn't like Leet, so it wasn't like she was going to ruin a friendship there. The para-human you escorted out of this office minutes ago suggested the name Bakta. I'm afraid I don't understand the reference, but it could fix part of the damage he causes every day. Don't bother, Leet isn't as funny as he thinks he is. The insect mistress massaged her forehead for long seconds before opening her mouth again. Fine, we will test it just to be sure. In orbit. And with a lot of security precautions. And I won't go anywhere near this Catachan species. I want 200 or 300 meters constantly between this ant and me, I think. Contact Archmagos Sultan to make the arrangements. The data slate was given back and the Dawnbreaker guards gave her even more expressions promising eternal torment. As for the nobles unsatisfied with your rule, several think a good way to neutralize you would be to propose a marriage. Marriage. This time, the word had been shouted, no doubt about it. Marriage or betrothal, they are not too picky about it. The stars will die before I say yes to one of those imbeciles in front of an altar. The poor desk was slammed violently by a fist-shaped swarm of insects. Wei, what are you doing? I am adjusting my uniform. She was also giving her superior an excellent view of her cleavage. By the way, Weaver's visage was getting redder, the view was not leaving her indifferent. You were saying something about marriage. Get out. The grumble was not very convincing. So she decided to push her luck. The sergeant stood from her chair before getting around the desk and giving a deep kiss on the lips of the bewildered Basileia Saint. Who, for the record, did not appear to fight the kiss for a good 10 seconds. Your technique is getting better. For the third, I will demand you use the tongue. The dark eyes were instantly filled with adamantium-like determination and the golden aura returned with a vengeance. Get out. Wei laughed and danced towards the door. The Space Marines were too busy laughing or snickering to stop her. If you feel the need to release some stress, I'm up to. Get out or I call the Inquisition. 2nd Naval Secretary Wolfgang Bach. Wolfgang would have dearly loved to know what had happened in the office of the Lady Nyx minutes ago, because all the staff had been whispering and murmuring like the juiciest piece of gossip had fallen into their laps. But they hadn't been able to learn the latest news. When Lady Weaver called, you didn't make her wait. A considerable number of nobles who had believed the contrary were right now experiencing an enlightenment cleaning the sewers of the underhive. There were many things you could say about the new Lady Nyx, but efficiency was one of her top priorities. That was certainly why so many tech priests were often caught praying in front of an altar representing her. Not that she knew it. You want to do what? We want to change the order of precedence in the naval administration hierarchy, Dennis told the saint, who had raised both eyebrows and looked rather flustered. I propose Wolfgang takes my place as first naval secretary and I take his. If I remember correctly, one of the reasons I accepted was the fact you were proponents of this idea, the insect mistress commented, giving a pile of official documents to her chief of staff before dismissing him. Wolfgang wants to be the first to depart aboard a rogue trader ship into the unknown, and Dennis still has a lot to learn about space knowledge. Sometimes, the young woman before them was too much like his father. Like him, they rarely forgot the arguments and the information explained beforehand, no matter how much time had passed between conversations. Unfortunately, we are facing political problems in our duties, Dennis admitted. Your SDF officers are accepting us as a duo, there's no real issue from them. But the Imperial Navy is not as cooperative. Admiral Alexandros does not seem to me a man to hold petty grudges, the Major General in half-pay spoke neutrally. He's not, Wolfgang intervened for the first time. But he and Vice Admiral Max von Schaefer are busy dealing with the last skirmishes and the overall command of Battlefleet Nyx. Most of the time, it's with their rear admirals and senior captains we have to speak to and convince. And those were frankly arrogant blue-uniformed cretins delighting in the feeling of superiority their rank gave them. Wolfgang was reasonably sure at least a good third had passed the final exam at Karduniash by virtue of their family paying the examiner officers. They are trying and most of the time succeeding to make sure most of the things we propose go nowhere. With me, their main argument is I am not the first naval secretary. With Dennis, they lose him in long and technical explanations and he is forced to wait for the end of the conference and seek my help. It was easy to guess why none of these spoiled idiots were anywhere near the Battle of the Death Star. Their courage was in the bureaucratic sphere, not in the military one. I will warn you, Dennis, Wolfgang, I have neither the time nor the motivation to begin a political battle with the Imperial Navy Command. Weaver sighed. And even if I did, the Imperial Navy is an independent organization. The best I can do is to divert the newly built warships to other sectors or order the construction of monitors. And given the state of the sector's defenses, this is something we would likely pay for in blood and tears in the next decades. The situation is going to improve, the blonde-haired young man told her. The Navy has been forced to hire a lot of unqualified personnel recently across the sector, and a large majority of these men and women love you. In fact, a lot of them worshipped the Basileia, sometimes literally. I think that by the eternal arithmetic of battle losses and retirements, in 20 to 30 years we will see the first Nyxians of this generation reach the rank of lieutenant. It will depend on how much Karduniash wants to reinforce this sector, replied in an unconvinced tone the insect mistress. Wolfgang shrugged. Segmentum Command will want to appoint its own creatures for anything involving a light cruiser's command and hire. But as long as there's peace and the performance of the crews are satisfying, they will likely ignore this theater. There are other conflicts to wage, and quite frankly this sector's importance doesn't warrant the attention of Lord High Admiral Lehengram or one of his senior Lord Admirals. It makes sense, though I note there's a heavy dose of suppositions in what you said, Weaver wrote something on a data slate before her. All right, I accept your proposal. From this moment Wolfgang, you are officially first Naval Secretary and Dennis, you are second Naval Secretary. Congratulations, and all of that. You will have all the bureaucratic nonsense on your desks by this afternoon. That's evil, Dennis said in a false hurt tone. That's your fault, declared in a completely unrepentant tone the planetary governor. I am already fighting to erase some nonsensical bureaucratic decrees and supporting administrative reforms. I am not going to do your paperwork. Now I want us to speak about the orders of the day. Of course, he handed her a chip which was immediately inserted into a large black box, and 2 seconds later a large blue-colored screen flickered into existence. Wolfgang had written it himself, so he knew the name of the warship classes which were written on it. Battlecruiser, Overlord. Heavy Cruiser, Hecate, Crius, Perseus. Cruiser, Lunar, Gothic, Dominator. Carrier, Saturn. Light Cruiser, Dauntless, Endeavour, Endurance, Defiant, Defender. Heavy Frigate, Medusa, Griffin. Frigate, Sword, Firestorm, Bolo, Tulwar, Rapier. Corvette, Gauntlet, Claymore, Shamshur. Destroyer, Cobra, Viper, Adder, Boa, Mamba, Python. These are all the classes of warp-capable warships we have the plans, the infrastructure and the licenses to produce here at Nyx. To this list, we can add the starfighters, the shipyards produce hundreds of Faustus interceptors, Fury interceptors, Starhawk bombers, and Shark assault boats every year. With your permission, I want to include a few other classes schematics to be included in the STC negotiations. What sort of classes? Dark eyes fixed his, and Wolfgang swore that he was never going to flirt with this girl no matter the temptation. Sleeping with the twin daughters of the Lord High Admiral had been dangerous. It was nothing compared to the nova of destruction the Basileia Saint could unleash. One word, and they could definitely be removed from existence, and no one in the Imperium would ever care they had existed. The first is the Hoplite-class destroyer, produced by the Estaban Forge Worlds. It is relatively brand new, but I have already heard a lot of good things from my time at the Academy and my sources. It was specifically built to decimate huge numbers of light attack craft, in particular those of the Eldar. The vicious smile he received in return told him he had pressed the correct button this time. Consider the proposal agreed and sent to the Mechanikus. Any other interesting classes? Yes, Dennis continued after a brief nod. Assuming you manage to not add any Space Marine chapters to the impressive number you already have. It's not my fault, replied the Basileia grumpily, ignoring that at the very same moment her Astartes were raising their eyes to the ceiling. Yes, well, assuming you don't have more Astartes reinforcements, the current chapters still have a massive deficit of lighter warships. The Heracles Wardens are not trusted enough to have them for now, but the Brothers of the Red have only one battle barge and 2 strike cruisers to deploy. The Iron Drakes are better on this aspect, they have 3 battle barges and 6 strike cruisers, but they will at some point need to consolidate, and Torch will not have any industrial dockyards this century. I hope you don't want the plans of a battle barge class. That would not be advisable, Wolfgang answered. What would we do with it anyway for the moment? We have not the dry docks, the licenses, nor the navy support to build battleships, and battle barges are generating more political infighting than an Emperor-class battleship does. No, we want the plans of the Maximus-class strike cruiser and the Gladius-class frigate. I don't think we will able to lay down one Maximus before 20 years, but the Gladius is within our means for the 292M35 generation, and will provide an excellent warship if the Space Marines want to mobilize a half company or something smaller for a military operation. Lady Weaver gave a last glance at the list of classes before making it disappear. Consider these proposals accepted too. Now I want to hear about the naval construction program. There have been a lot of preliminary plans proposed from different sources, Dennis explained while handing her a dozen of data chips. After removing those 2 unrealistic and unbalanced, these are the ones we selected. You won't tell me who wrote the plans. Better to judge the construction programs on their own merits, they already had enough accusations of bias, nepotism, and partiality coming from the Navy morons. That they were guilty of the very problems they were accusing them of practicing was a bit rich, but it was better to avoid giving them ammunition. The insect mistress was a fast reader, but even with her skills to do several activities at once, the sum up of the plans they had delivered had a copious amount of pages, and it took her a good 20 minutes to read everything. Many men and women who have written these plans need to have their ears checked, the planetary governor said when at last she let the last chip fall on her desk. I decreased the price of construction on average by 3% and told them the price might be adjusted by a few thousand throne gelts. Thousands, not millions. I think this is what they call bargaining, Dennis commented. This is not bargaining, the icy voice which signaled the insect mistress wasn't happy at all had returned. Asking someone to decrease a price by 50% when you know the livelihoods of tens of thousands of souls are at stake in these shipyards is highway robbery and sheer stupidity. Where will they buy their warships when the next shipyards close? Wuhan has not a quarter of the infrastructure to support the battle fleet. Dennis gave him a crisped grimace. They both knew the reason several high-placed officers wanted these cheap prices, of course. A lot of intermediaries had been caught in the last months diverting considerable sums for their own purposes, and were now either dead or serving a well-deserved sentence in the penal legions. But the graft they had been taken for granted could not have continued for decades if the officers of the Imperial Navy weren't finding it beneficial as well. Some of the men and women wearing the blue undoubtedly had more problems to pay all their expenses by month's end than they had been used to when Menelaus was in power. It goes without saying that plans Gloriana, Resolution, Centurion, Jupiter, Illustrious, and Dominion are totally unacceptable. Whatever their merits on the paper, I won't ruin Nix because a few armchair strategists think it's a good idea to demand the impossible. A good half of the chips were instantly thrown into the dustbin. Plan Saturn is an all-carrier construction plan. We don't have half of the licenses and resources it requires. The chip followed the others on a path that would eventually lead it to the data erasers. Plan Exploration has merits, but gives far too much importance to the frigates and other escorts. This was Archmagos Langkovar's plan, if he remembered correctly. Plan Ruby is at least equilibrated, but we will have a lack of light cruisers if we try to implement it. And it is incredibly complex. We will lay down the warships in 6 waves, not counting the freighters and other support vessels we want to build. Dennis mouthed silently told you so and Wolfgang rolled his eyes. Plan Sapphire will see the Navy take up arms because they will think we build an armada of monitors to protect this system. It was the turn of Dennis to be crestfallen. Plan Revelation sounds like someone abused logistics recently. Plan Traveler, I have nothing against being paid more for the warships we build, but we already agreed that for the next years, the priority was to rebuild Battlefleet Nix, not sell our hulls to Samarkand. That leaves Plan Star. Unlike the others, it respects the costs barriers, takes into account the numbers of tech priests we have at our disposal. Which wasn't surprising since the author was Archmagos Arithmencia Sultan. The complexity is tolerable, and it allows for some flexibility in our construction plans. Yes, though you will have to order monitors from shipyards outside Nix if you want to reinforce the SDF, Dennis pointed out. It was the main flaw in the Archmagos plan, after all. Between ships which can only be deployed at Nix, and ships which can be deployed across the entire sector, I will choose the latter, even if I have to sell them to the Imperial Navy. And 1 week ago, I remember a certain naval secretary telling me we had not the manpower to crew monitors until the training programs began to churn out voidsmen. Yes, his superior obviously had an excellent memory. Okay, it was not a total disappointment. Plan Star had been conceived by the new mistress of ships of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and the Ryza Forge world was famous for keeping its production lines incredibly efficient. In the grand lines, it consisted of building. Construction start 970.289 M35. Heavy cruiser, 1 Hecata class. Cruiser, 1 Lunar class, 1 Dominator class, 1 Gothic class. Light cruiser, 1 Endeavour class, 1 Defiant class. Frigate, 3 Sword class. Construction start 130.290 M35. Cruiser, 1 Lunar class. Carrier, 1 Saturn class. Light cruiser, 5 Dauntless class, 1 Endurance class, 2 Defender class, 1 Endeavour class. Frigate, 4 Sword class, 5 Firestorm class, 3 Bolo class, 3 Tulwar class. Corvette, 1 Gauntlet class, 1 Claymore class, 1 Shamshir class. Destroyer, 7 Cobra class, 7 Boa class. Construction start 150.290 M35. 3 Mars-type dry docks specifically for the Arsenal-class Starforge galleons. Are there more subjects I must be informed of today? Yes, there are. He pretended to not have heard the curse, or seen the expression of disappointment. If Nix is to become an important naval node, we need to expand. It's not too urgent, but the longer we wait, finished the Basilea, the longer it will take to begin and eventually complete them. I understand. What are the proposals? For the moment, most are in the preliminary stage, but several Archmagi have confided to me it would be better to go big from the start and build an orbital ring. He had the pleasure of seeing that, at least once today, he had managed to astonish his boss, who had left her mouth open for several seconds before momentarily closing her eyes. I'm sorry, I think I heard you saying it was necessary to build an orbital ring around my planet. A ring of iron-type orbital ring like the one Mars is famous for. She said as she reopened her eyes. Well, it would be a far smaller one than the one Mars boasts, Dennis told her. And at first it would only be long enough to encircle a third of the planet. But yes, it would be a huge industrial effort. The Lady Nix snorted, evidently having noticed his euphemism. It was more than that, and they both knew it. An orbital ring would certainly be the greatest undertaking of the Mechanicus in the Nix sector since the time of the Great Crusade. How much time would it take? The question was asked in the end. Archmagos Sultan calculated 175 years, most of the other Magi and Archmagi think 200 years is more realistic. And here I thought the Hagia Sanguinella was going to be a big affair, he managed to hear the whisper before her voice returned to its normal volume. Tell the Archmagos to continue their preliminary plans and industrial projections. It doesn't cost too much to make long-term projects. She had not asked for a price, and so he wouldn't give it to her. But he had to say, it was a lot of zeros. Next issue, please. The Navigator contract signed by the former Sector Lord ends in 314M35. I want to know if we should prepare to negotiate a continuation of the current arrangements or if we search other houses to guide the local ships through the warp. Magos Draco Dragon Richter. The First Imperium, also known as the Roman Empire, had a saying which had become rather infamous, Panem et circenses. Bread and circuses in the language of Latin which 35 millennia later had become distorted and modified until it became High Gothic. Politically, it was a means to generate public approval. The leaders of a nation satisfied the basest requirements, the populace food and entertainment, and in exchange the ambitious men were given power when and where they wanted. It was not a philosophy many nobles of the M35 Imperium had used a lot these last centuries. Obviously, when you were a noble of a line having ruled a planet for the last 1,000 years, there was really no need to think about the opinion of your subjects. The Prince and Princess Magisters had not cared at all that while they ate in porcelain plates delicious meals, the manufacturing workers were lucky if they could eat a third ruby potato with their bowl of crude soup after a long and arduous day. So the food part was clearly not true. And neither was the entertainment one. The gladiatorial games and the military parades were for the governor's ego and ensure his populace remained sufficiently cowed. When you knew it could be you next time butchered on the sand of the arena, you felt terror, not amusement. No, the inbred and haughty nobles did not remember the old saying. If their rule was to be summarized in a few words, it would be more like fear, labor, misery, and faith. Timorum, laborum, miserium, fide. It didn't sound right, but then it wasn't supposed to. Dragon was a heroine. When she was forced to concede that villains like Accord would have probably done a better job than the nobles ruling this hive world before their arrival, the conclusion was inescapable: the Imperium system sucked, and she was sure plenty of rebellions had begun because the imbecile in charge had pushed for a last measure which convinced the harassed and tormented population there was no way their life could possibly be worse if they rebelled. If this was allowed to continue, at Nyx or across the wider Imperium, life would become more and more unbearable. And the number of rebellions and wars would skyrocket. Ignorance, already at worrying levels, would increase to monstrous standards. No imperial organization would be spared. A new way was needed. Aqua et esps. These were the massive words carved in gold in front of the throne platform they used for the moment. In Latin or High Gothic, it translated to water and hope. It was maybe not the most marketable policy ever developed, but it was appropriately placed in the core of the first Amphitrite hydro plant. The sick society house Menelaus had largely contributed to create in the last centuries had used several pillars to justify its rule. One of it had been the naked threat of military intervention, and by now it had largely been dismantled. But one, more pernicious, had been the water distribution system. Put it simply, the aristocrats at the top had not thought a single second about sharing the precious, pure water they drank or used in their weekly activities. Nowhere had it been more evident than when Taylor had invited her on floor 10 of Hive Athena. What was officially the governor's baths were in reality a small aquatic park with water slides, M35 type Roman baths, jacuzzi, and plenty of things she was sure the para-human currently saluting the crowd below had not yet tested in her free time. As a consequence, the further you descended in the depths of Hive Athena, the worse the quality of water became. Although she spoke of Hive Athena, it was roughly the same for every hive of Nyx. The nobles had water they loved to present as aqua vitae, the wealthy merchants, the lower nobility and the high-ranked soldiers had something a Canadian would have considered acceptable water, and one floor at a time, the quality dropped. It was not because the canalizations were poorly maintained or deficient. The workers and every person unfortunate to not have been born with an argent meat spoon in their mouth were just in last position on the list of priorities and condemned to drink water used and recycled a few thousand times before it went near their mouths. Dragon and the other para-humans in the know knew they had to be patient with the reforms, but water distribution was not something they had been keen to wait for a few decades. Every hour, people died in their miserable hab blocks because the water they drank was an invitation for cancer or another nasty life killer to develop in their bodies. You can proceed, High Magos. The red-robed Mechanic adept on Taylor's left bowed. By your command, chosen of the Omnissiah, High Magos Engineer Cathar 4 Frederick answered. With his pincers, cogs, hammers and screws, the Metallica Magos looked like a tinker who had decided his body and his tools were best kept together in a single figure. A wing of servo owls was released, and the crowd of hundreds of thousands people gathered today began to applaud as the song of the tech priest started. Nobody with a musical ear would have considered that music, of course, but there was a certain majesty to it, even if these were 1 and 0 in binaric. 20 seconds later, they were joined by a choir of the ecclesiarchy. The prayer song was more pleasant, though her position in the Mechanic forbade her from saying so in public. Cant algorithms were proclaimed. Rune buttons were pushed one by one. And from the great maw of the hydro plant, a cascade burst into reality. A cascade of colorless water, distilled and purified by the science of the ancient technology found in the STC database. The crowd burst into frenetic applause and the screams of approval were undoubtedly heard hundreds of kilometers away. Flags danced, some with the insignia of the Mechanics, but far more with the double-headed Aquila or the beetle, the golden flame, and the sword which had become, by default, Weaver's banner. I think they liked the spectacle, the governor smiled as the treatment plant pumped, and the cascade doubled in size. And the most impressive fact was that it was just a third of the job the Amphitrite Triumphant was built to do. It was going to receive a few hundred kilometers north the putrid fluids coming out of Hive Doris. It was going to begin the decontamination of the dark ocean and assist in the recovery of several abandoned reservoirs in obsolete industrial sprawls. Everything is proceeding to your satisfaction, High Magos. It is, despite the metallic voice, it would have taken someone deaf to miss the smugness of the elder engineer. The machine spirits are singing beautifully, and operational capacity is at 31. In 50 hours, we will increase it to 70%. The pipelines are handling the pressure according to the projections. Hive Doris will have access to this water in 16.4 standard minutes. There had been a lot of pressure for the Hive capital to be linked to Amphitrite Triumphant first, be it by the high or middle classes. But in this case, both logic and political imperatives had stopped that idea before it had time to gain strength. First, a lot of components had been built in the forges the Mechanic-U's warships took for granted. Nyx's industry wasn't yet capable enough to produce a lot of the extremely advanced cogitators, the moly circs, and the primaries grade alloys, among many other things. This had the consequence of the Great Hydro Center being on the small side of what was technically possible according to the Amphitrite template. Since Hive Athena was the biggest hive of Nyx, it would require 2 or 3 Amphitrite triumphant to not encounter any problems, and alas for all the considerable efficiency of Hyamagos Engineer Cathar 4 Frederick, a hydro installation of that size wasn't built in a day or a week. Not to mention it had to be guarded due to the priceless value of the water bunkers, and murder walls were in construction outside, and thousands of tech priests were in training to maintain this facility and prepare the buildings of larger variants. Politically, Hive Athena, for several reasons, was the core of the political life at Nyx. The presence of the Basileia was not helping things. But it was in the middle of the Hive continent, and there had been insistent murmurs Hive Athena was always served first, whether it was in bountiful reforms, security increases, nobility purges, and industrial contracts. Hive Doris being granted the first super hydro plant would go a long way removing this source of discontent. And it was logistically easier to build pipelines for a hive in the southeast of Moira. It was a mere 80 kilometers away from the polluted cesspit the Nyxians called an ocean. Congratulations, the para-human continued, as promised per our accord, you are granted the title of Master of Engineers and a place upon the Mechanic-U's Council of Nyx. Thank you, chosen of the Omniscia. On the Holy Cog, you will never have cause to regret it. The following discussion was more about production of machine tools, deploying factories in orbit, and development of geothermal plants for the next months. Meanwhile the cascade continued to amaze the public, and it was good Vista had mustered a large force of arbits, because some people looked like they wanted to throw themselves into the reservoir of the Class 5 hydro plant several meters below. The Metallica Hyamagos was also convinced he could build another Amphitrite station of the same capacities before the end of the year with the same specifications and quality work. In all likelihood, it would be for Hive Ubia on the Dolos Hive continent. Hyamagos Engineer Cathar 4 Frederick soon descended the steps of the platform to join his peers and no doubt receive their congratulations. You have made a happy Hyamagos, today. Any chance I can convince you to fill the rest of the seats of the council? Perhaps, Taylor replied. The Amphitrite Triumphant is coming online exactly on schedule. We successfully negotiated the sales for this very template, and I'm feeling generous. And I trust you to have verified they respect the criteria. Dragon nodded silently. Obviously, a seat in the highest council of the Adeptus Mechanicus gathered at Nyx was a prize most tech priests were ready to kill for. While the capital's economical influence was not as strong as it could have been in this era, she had no doubts eventually Nyx was going to technologically and industrially dominate the rest of the sector without trying. Removing all the graft and the nobility arrangements alone was giving an enormous boost to the efficiency and the productivity of the hive world. But there was also a prime copy of a STC database which could be studied, and naturally the Mechanicus Council had privileged access to it, only second to the governor and herself. So it was no surprise that tens of thousands of tech priests had volunteered for the titles and responsibilities. There were in fact so many of them they had been forced to put guidelines in place. The Mechanicus adepts had to be of at least Magos rank or a near equivalent, something the Byzantine hierarchy of the Red Robes did not make easy. Their forge world had to be involved in the negotiations. They had to prove competent and efficient. They could not have in the past antagonized several other imperial organizations. And they had to work well with others. Even if she had not insisted on that point, Lankovar would have. The new Archmagos had dozens of examples to give when the quest for knowledge or the creation of Mechanicus enclaves and outposts had turned to disaster because the leaders were far more willing to backstab each other's efforts than accomplish their initial objectives. In this case, at the risk of sounding insistent, I really think we need 2 or 3 more counselors for the next days. I can handle the coordination for the moment, but it is best I have a few figures to direct the efforts in the construction of critical infrastructure or its renovation than 1,000. Technology production is always simpler when there's a clear hierarchy in place. You have made your point, the young woman conceded, drinking a glass of pure water Gamaliel had brought to her. Tell me the names. You need a master logis. Or a master of logistics, depending on how you want to call it. I know you have Captain Rhodes of the Knights Hospitallers to serve as your personal logistician for the moment, but the paperwork never stops coming, and you need a specialized department. I think it will particularly decrease the amount of work you impose on yourself every day, and you will be far happier. For this position, the best candidate in my opinion is Lexico Arcanus Fowl Op 6A2 Tertius of Triplex Fowl. I never have enough people to take care of a lot of the analyses, figures, and statistics which come to my office every day. A few dozen logistician tech priests in my staff and more outside, yes, I could use them. Taylor admitted. But Triplex Fowl is committed with its Romuli Starfort and everything they have promised. Are their doctrines acceptable? I will be trying very hard to break their hoarding tendencies, the Tinker AI said. But they are far more adaptable in their opinions than many Forge worlds. Living on the frontier has taught them harsh lessons about the dangers of this galaxy. I won't disagree with that. Can you tell me where is he in the crowd of red robes? I'm afraid we have not been introduced. He is the tech priest with 6 mechadendrites attached to several data banks. There was a proverb that you shouldn't do 2 things at once if you wanted to do them in an optimal manner. The Lexico Arcanus clearly disagreed. By the massive amount of data he emitted every second, Dragon was sure his implants were sending and receiving over 100 problems and solving them before dealing with other issues. He looks like an hourglass with mechadendrites and electronic data screens. I'm sure Dennis is going to have fun describing him. Taylor returned her attention to the cascade and the cheers of the Nixians for a few minutes before giving her answer. I will announce my decision tomorrow. This day belongs to the High Magos, we aren't going to ask him to share the limelight for his exploit. Any other outstanding candidates? I have 2. The first is heavily tied with the STC negotiations we have at the moment for the Angel's Tier Power Armor. A large black spider jumped onto the left side of the Basileia, and the insect mistress caressed it without even looking at it once. The situation is complicated. It was a nice description of the entire atmosphere, yes. In the last days, the distribution of several template copies had been decided. After the Heba template was no longer available, the Forge worlds which not yet had a copy to impress their neighbors increased their efforts, motivated by the fact the stream of delegates never stopped growing and growing every month. The Servo Owl template copies were the first to go. The Adeptus Administratum and the Adeptus Arbits had been the first to buy it in exchange of major concessions on the Lady Nyx's economic, judicial, and industrial authority over the planets of her domain. The Forge world of Gantz was going to deliver 100,000 tech priests, 20,000 Skitarii, and a dozen minor templates on surveillance systems. Solemnium had delivered less tech priests and more Skitarii, 80,000, but they had promised 12 of the Baneblade light super heavy tanks they had rediscovered in M34, the Cataphract, and its data construction methods. Venatoria and Helios had been more classic, promising data feeds on their Servoskulls productions, as well as thousands upon thousands of Skitarii and tech priests. Overall, the Servo Owl template had allowed them to recruit approximately 220,000 tech priests and 200,000 Skitarii. And they had now a super heavy tank in their arsenal. Granted, it was inferior in every aspect to the legendary Baneblade, but when you were forced to import at ruinous prices your few super heavy mammoths, any super heavy machine was better than no heavy tank. The Mongoose Analyzer had been the next to be decided. In a litany of accusations, mechadendrites, and expressions it was best to banish from memory if you didn't want to stay traumatized for the next decade. The Imperial Navy, perhaps concerned it was not going to have access to future templates if it continued to act in a peeved fashion, had gritted its teeth and made an exception to its stringent rule. Taylor was authorized to own one warp-capable starship, and the identification codes had to be transmitted to Carduniash 6 months in advance of every departure. The Officio Medici had given the formal rights to the Saint to build hospitals and clinics where she wanted in the Nyx sector. Triplex Fal and Estaban had given out minor antidote production templates, in addition to Skitarii and tech priests. Straxos had been more original, they had agreed to transfer an oath of assistance from House Raven, a Night House allied to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Should Nyx come under attack, or an honorable campaign begin, House Raven would send 12 knights under one of their barons to battle. The Forge world of Samic had exchanged trade and exploration rights, plus information about their electricity/energy production resources. And the Imperial Guard, or was it the Departamento Munitorum, had at last understood it may be smart to ensure that the troops you sent to retake a rebellious planet were going to fight and not drop dead because they had eaten the wrong food or sneezed under the wrong tree. Nyx was able to keep, for training purposes all over the sector, 50 veteran regiments for the next decade. The regular formation of penal legions these last months had proven a selling argument in that regard, ironically. And between all the Forge worlds, there were 140,000 tech priests of 90 different specialties to complete the deal, protected by 120,000 Skitarii. And by a strange coincidence, the Amphitrite negotiations were concluded this morning. The Officio Agriculti had promised a large delivery of various seeds and gene data for the Nyx agri-world of Ruby's harvest. Palatine 3 had promised logisticians and several data templates of artillery batteries. Glasgow 4 had signed for thousands of electro-priests and a dozen armored protection templates. Griffon 4, they had just purchased it with Skitarii. A lot of Skitarii. Anvilus wanted it, and was prepared to pay several templates and pieces of decontamination and air purifier technology. And the Imperial Guard had agreed that wherever Taylor Bear went in her persona of Major General, she could build Amphitrite hydro plants wherever she wanted, and these aqua centers would belong to her personally. There were also the usual 60,000 tech priests and 300,000 Skitarii. 250,000 of the latter came from Griffon 4. And this brought her to the negotiations of the Angel's Tier template, which had become in the last months some sort of holy grail for the Mechanicus, especially once they had seen the sort of acrobatics and sprints the first model could do without reaching its limits. Artisan Magos cybersmith Lydia Beta Rosamond proposed. Ah yes, your girlfriend, the other parahuman interrupted. Dragon spluttered out in indignation. Excuse me? Lydia Beta Rosamond is not my girlfriend. Really? The expression of Taylor Hebert was too innocent to be honest. But I have hundreds of witnesses which confirm you spend twice the number of hours you spend with any of the senior archmagi with her. I fail to see how this makes her my girlfriend, Dragon sniffed as guardsmen and space marines chuckled behind her. A second later, the reason behind this remark became clear. This is vengeance for the compromising photos of you and Sergeant CAO, isn't it? I have no idea what you're talking about, Dragon. Surely, I, the great Basileia of Nyx, am above such sort of petty revenge. The smile was so large the insect mistress was about to burst into laughter at any moment. I'm sure you are. And to repeat, she is not my girlfriend. Too bad, the evidence seemed so convincing. The Magos Draco, who also happened to be Minister of Industry and Public Works, was liking less and less where this conversation was going. You used Morkis and Lankovar to spread rumors in the Noosphere databanks, didn't you? It was going to take her days to find and erase the picked casts, assuming it had not gone viral. Which it certainly had. The tech priests could present a facade of inhumanity, but at their worst they could be the worst gossips of this galaxy if it concerned information they found interesting. I have no implants to access the Noosphere. This unconvincing protest just meant that, indeed, one tech priest nearby had been used for this crime. Of course, Dragon sighed theatrically. Are you interested in what I have to say, or must I leave you to propagate rumors about your exciting liaison with a former Wahane noble? Go ahead, the former supervillain said after a minor blush. Thank you. As I told you before, the Angel's tier armor is extremely coveted. It's not like Mars will sell it to any Forge world who requests it for a cheap price. And given the complexity of the armor, it won't be as easy to reverse engineer as a lasgun. And there will be millions of Larkine lasguns in the hands of the soldiers of the Imperial Guard in a decade. I very much doubt there will be 1 million power armors operational in the same period of time. As a consequence, a lot of Forge worlds are making alliances. Tigress and artisan Magos cybersmith Lydia Beta Rosamond are leading one of these factions. Really? As I understood it, she's rather junior and young compared to hundreds of the archmagi and magi currently present at Nyx. Talent does not require old age, she replied. Taylor chuckled. I'm not going to argue with that. So which Forge worlds are we talking about, and what sort of prices are they willing to pay? The Forge worlds of this coalition are mainly situated in the Gothic sector. Mezzo, Vind-Alex, Bandex, Goth, and the Gothic capital Port-Moi, Tigress of course, and they have added the recently arrived tech priests of Lucius. As for what they propose, 3 explorator fleets, to begin with. The warships, infrastructure, and headquarters would be moved to Nyx, and swear their allegiance to you. I am interested. More tech priests and Skitarii, I suppose. More tech priests and Skitarii, the Tinker confirmed. 100,000 of each, if one wanted to be accurate. Also included in the bargain are orbital habitation and farm modules, magma extractors and forge fanes, orbital transit tethers, several minor healthcare and industrial templates, mining extractors, plus the very good stuff. That was not the very good stuff. The insect mistress asked seriously. Because it seems to me that with this amount of resources anywhere in the galaxy, you can transform a backwater colony into an industrial titan. The surprise effect should be in force, then. The Gothic Alliance is willing to build a ceramite forge at Nyx, not sharing the design and the secret data, unfortunately, but she would take what was offered, and between them they will send 1,200 renowned artisans if you accept. Taylor was a redoubtably intelligent young woman. She understood in less than 5 seconds where the suggestion went. We would be able to build Astartes power armor. I have taken the liberty to add the Mark 7 Aquila power armor schematics onto the list, just in case. Besides, they were all ready to agree to a minimum quota of 2,000 armors of the Angel's Sword, the inferior variant of the Angel's Tier, and 150 Mark 7 Astartes power armor, per year. And I suppose there are no other alliances which are able to put this on the table. This was more an affirmation than a question, in Weaver's voice. No, and there is no one else who wants or has the industrial skills to produce 12 super heavy fellblade tanks. All right, Taylor smirked. I will accept the deal, although I will give a look or two to the other alliances' proposals this evening. And assuming you're right, I will name your girlfriend as Master of the Artisans. Lydia Beta Rosamond was not her girlfriend. And her vengeance for this insinuation and this rumor-mongering was going to be terrible. Who is the next potential candidate for the Mechanicu's council? You see the 3-meter-tall Skitarii with white robes? That is Alpha Archmagos Epsilon 10 Blue Crimson of Griffon 4, and his skills would be very much appreciated to coordinate, command and garrison the thousands of Skitarii we see arriving every day. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. 7.931.289 M35. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. Isley had never seen a blood angel try to tear his blonde hair out in frustration, but Seraph Gamaliel, with some encouragement, seemed all too ready to learn. Our Lady is going to drive us crazy before the decade is over. She wants to be close to the common people, the former Hero Master of the Alpha Legion said. There are worse traits to find in someone. True, agreed the golden-armored Astartes, but it's a nightmare for us when she forgets to inform us she is descending into the hive with only a minimal escort and no warning. This was a bit exaggeration, of course. 4 Astartes of the Dawnbreaker Guard and over 3,000 men of Guard and PDF regiments was not a small amount of firepower, and this didn't take into account that, save a few orbital strikes, the woman ruling over Nyx was largely able to decimate an army of assassins and psychopathic killers. Even the nobles, after weeks of losing their best hired blades and watching thousands of their cousins and relatives drafted for the penal legions or suffering another unpleasant fate, were starting to understand opposing Weaver on something looking like a battlefield was tantamount to digging their own graves. I will try to find her and convince her to go back to her quarters, Jeremiah Isley told the Herald of Sanguinius. But I don't know how long it will take. My wardens are all busy dealing with the screening and the monitoring of the landing pilgrims. There are also tens of thousands Nyxians making their last preparations for the festivities tomorrow, and even the largest avenues are in effervescence. Just try to bring her back before dusk. She has a speech for the opening of the Sanguinella to write, and I don't think several, influential men and women will be happy if they can't see the final draft before she opens her mouth in public. And by several influential men and women, Gamaliel meant the inquisitors and several branches of the administratum and the navy. The insect mistress had not hidden her distaste for censorship and anything related to it, and sometimes she forgot to transmit what she intended to say to her adoring subjects. To be fair to them, the Basileia was with little to no training a charismatic orator when she wanted to be, and the Heracles wardens and the Brothers of the Red had raised their glasses several times since their arrival at Nyx to thank the Emperor. Lady Weaver was not crusade-focused like too many saints, and the Black Templars. If the new Lady Nyx had truly wanted to wage wars across the stars, there would already be a couple more billion fanatical Nyxians on their way to the front lines. We do the impossible every day for the Dawnbreaker Guard. And on this they separated, Gamaliel marching towards the Stratageum, and he himself taking one of the priority magnetic elevators to descend into the upper hive. All in all it took him only 3 hours, the assistance of 5 Nyx PDF officers and a 15-minute search on floor 63 to find the first signs of the escort the insect-controlling parahuman had taken with her. The Dawnbreaker Guards assigned to her escort were listening to their vox, but were not answering, a sure sign they had been told to keep their mouths closed for a few hours. Yes, the Basileia saint is in this museum, Lord Astartes, a captain who looked incredibly young for his rank spoke after a respectful bow. But she commanded that no one was to disturb her for the next hour, and there is still 30 minutes before this deadline. I'm afraid I can't let you pass. The young man looked extremely uncomfortable at the idea of blocking the passage of a space marine, but the very fact he was apparently willing to enforce the order spoke well of him. Don't worry, Captain, I will wait in a nearby park, the chapter master reassured him. However, I am curious, what sort of museum is this? It isn't named as such on my map, and I will evidently need to update the hive map when I present my report. Oh, this is the Museum of Flavius II the Hunter Menelaus, the officer was all too happy to explain to him. I don't think it is listed as a museum because the entrance tariffs are so high that no one save the nobility really visits this place. And it was in a hive section certain big families of the Nyx aristocracy had considered their private gardens, so high tariffs or not, the near totality of the population would never have been able to see the doors, never mind enter the hall to inquire about the entrance fee. Thanking the soldiers on station, Jeremiah turned back and walked 200 meters before plunging into the small streets the nobles of Nyx were fond of building for the passage of their servants. Yes, they were that arrogant. Emphasis on were. The security the Dawnbreaker escort had placed around the museum was tight and well conceived, but Jeremiah had been infiltrating fortresses when the parents of these space marines were children. They had done a decent job, but they had left holes in the outer perimeter. 5 minutes, a passage through the sewers and 2 control injunctions to the machine spirits of what looked to be one of the many nobles' escape tunnels, and he was in the museum. For once, the ruinous price to see the inside was somewhat justified. Once he was out of a curator's office, he arrived in room 15C, and had to suppress a whistle as he looked at the 2 massive skeletons of giant lizards. The explications on the nearby wall explained this was a hunting trophy brought back from a recently discovered feral world. Recent when it had been written, of course. By the date, this had happened roughly 500 years ago. Trying to be as silent and discreet as possible, the former Alpha Legionary advanced in direction of the wing containing the 17X rooms. In a few minutes, he was able to make some assumptions. First, this museum was somewhat well maintained. Certainly on the Menelaus purse there were traces the cleaning personnel and the curators had vacated the premises a few hours ago to let their mistress visit the collections alone. Secondly, it was not often visited. The list of donations for organizing certain collections in room 17-2 was practically devoid of names, and the last name, Glorious Duke Abraham, had been 10 years ago. As imperial aristocrats could not help but spending their vast reserves of money in feudal endeavors, the lack of affluence spoke for itself. Third, Flavius II Menelaus had really deserved his nickname of Hunter. The man had killed allegedly practically one specimen of every species having scales, feathers, fur, chitin, or fin on at least a dozen worlds, and brought them back on Nyx, either as stuffed objects or as skeletons. Fourth. He heard at last a large door opening, voices and movements some 2 rooms away, and immediately proceeded to hide himself. He was on the first floor of an exhibition room where a gigantic reptile reminding him the monsters the primitive Eldar loved to ride was threatening the visitors with enormous fangs, but there was a stairway reserved for the curators, and he used it before taking position behind a presentation of smaller lizards and activating a few more of the cloaking devices he was used to. Let's see if the Dawnbreaker guards could notice him in less than 10 seconds. But it was not a Dawnbreaker guard who first entered the room. It was not one of the massive insects all Astartes had slowly accepted the presence of. It was Pierre, and he was, remarkably, speaking low compared to his usual voice. Well, low for a dreadnought. This is curious and prodigious. Astartes are lucky to live more than 1,000 years, and generally only the greatest heroes are able to endure the ravages of time and remain defiant. You realize this is just speculation, Lady Weaver replied in a conversational tone while she read the descriptive texts of the museum. There could be a simpler explanation, and it begins with ruinous powers. Since rejuvenation treatments do not allow someone to live 4,000 years, there must be something unnatural at work. Normal humans die of old age. Jeremiah frowned. What in the name of Alfarius were they talking about? And why was Pierre here? Isley had agreed to put him into a stasis vault at the end of the Sanguinella, but wherever he was supposed to be today, it was certainly not on floor 63 or in the Basileia's escort. I do not think the ruinous powers are at work here. Unless they live in the warp storms, traitors do not live that long. They become greater abominations, they stagnate, or they become chaos spawns. The warp promises immortality, but IT never delivers. Still, I intend to be prudent and keep her under heavy surveillance once she arrives. As IT should be, as IT should be. For her to act so overtly, she must have a plan. And IT may not be one in service of the monsters. But IT does not mean she is loyal. Loyalty is a difficult concept in the Imperium, Weaver commented as she and the dreadnought left the room and Isley waited several seconds before descending the stairs. Thankfully, they were sufficiently loud for his ears to follow the conversation without effort. The oaths are to the Emperor, yes, but he's not truly ruling the Imperium. And the Empire is divided into dozens of major and minor organizations, each trying to build their private kingdoms and their private goals. IT is difficult to win wars. IT is far more difficult to build empires. The para-human groaned as they arrived in room 18-1, a gigantic hall filled with a lot of whale-type fishes. Do you think it's why the Imperium of the Great Crusade collapsed so fast? The Emperor conquered too fast, not taking enough time to build the foundations. The Imperium of old fell because some fuckers got IT in their minds to worship him while he expressly told them he wasn't a god. And then Horus and his band of traitors pretended he wanted to become a god despite having sold their souls to chaos and smelling like grox shit. Isley heard the laugh of the young woman resonate loudly in the otherwise silent halls. Remind me, if I ever have the opportunity, to nominate a dreadnought to the Senatorum Imperialis. I think the High Lords of Terra could benefit from the addition. We certainly can't lower their efficiency much further, Pierre answered smugly. There was a minute of silence after this, with irregular stops and walks in the last room. And at last they drew near the last hall and the artificial blue-white lights outside of the museum could be seen again. This conversation was illuminating. We will continue it when the next military campaign will begin and I will order them to release from your stasis vault. Farewell, Pierre. Farewell, lady. You are not too bad for someone who loves spiders. Isley heard the heavy rumble of the dreadnought going away, and it was at this moment he realized the decoration he was hidden behind already had a large cousin of the Sonora bee just above his head. Seeing no point in discretion anymore, he shrugged and switched off his sound-dampening devices. How long did you know I was here? He inquired as Lady Weaver came into view. From the moment you came into room 15C, was the answer. I left insects all over the building, and you were still in my range when you entered. It was a bit humiliating. He still didn't know how far her range went. All the people he had spoken until now didn't know or were unwilling to reveal anything to him without scandalous information to share. Gamaliel wants you to return to the Spire, my lady. I'm sure he does. With a new master of logistics in place, I am spending far less time inside my office than in the first month. And there are quantities of pilgrims crowding the streets. They are a security risk, and not a small one. They are the people of the Imperium, said tersely the dark-eyed heroine of the Imperium. If we do not take their desires into account, what right do we have to rule over them? The chapter master decided to not speak more on the subject. He had a feeling there would be a lot of philosophy involved, and he didn't like it much. Weaver searched for a moment the contents of the bag she had on her shoulder before handing him a small data slate that he took with curiosity. I wanted to give it to Pierre and let him deliver it to you, but since you're here. She inhaled loudly. Congratulations, you have now Astartes recruitment rights in the Toulon system. The Iron Drake duplex sent there has determined there's close to 95% compatibility with your guidelines and the gene scans, and the Inquisition has made no objection. Your first 1,000 candidates will be recruited once we've finished the Sanguinella. This is very good news. Thank you. The tired expression became a grin, and suddenly Jeremiah knew that for this positive answer there was going to be a price. Since you are all too eager to disobey my order and test my security, you will be by the Cardinal's side tomorrow when he celebrates the Mass in the cathedral. I'm sure it will be a refreshing experience for you. Staying all day by the Cardinal's side in a sea of pilgrims that were sure to consider him a holy icon and a symbol of good luck? There was one word to describe this punishment, and it was horrific. This is evil, the former Harrow Master protested. I prefer the term just retribution. Cyrene Valentian. She was not blind. She had not been blind for several thousand years. But there were too many times when it was easier to pretend. Cyrene was a perpetual, one of those beings cursed to be immortal. And yes, cursed was the right word. Living unchanged century after century could not be a blessing. She had watched her home city of Monarchia burn when the Emperor had ordered it to be destroyed. She had lost her eyes that day. She had become a confessor of the word-bearers under the name Blessed Lady. She had heard over half a century of confessions from Astartes, clerics, and soldiers alike. She had died at Istvan V and her soul had been tortured for a year in the warp, something that would still torment until her immortality failed her. She had been resurrected, only to lose her protectors and escape. Escape, and see the ruin the word-bearers promised to the rest of the galaxy. Escape, and see that there had been no winners in the greatest civil war of humankind. Escape, and realize there was an outcome the followers of the War Master had ultimately not envisioned. The Emperor of mankind was going to be worshipped as a god, in the end. Not because he wanted to be recognized as one, but because there was just no other certainty in this galaxy. There was no other protector against the monsters waiting in the warp. Cyrene had traveled the galaxy a long time after the scouring. She had nothing better to do, really. And she had wanted to forge her own opinion on the Great Crusade and the atrocities the 17th Legion had confessed to. What she had learned had not pleased her. Cyrene had known there were lies in the confessions, but Lorgar and his word-bearers had been practically champions in the art. That or they were all ready to lie themselves in order to embrace their further damnation. On this point at least, being blind had been a neat drawback. She had not seen the faces of the monsters. Not replacing her blind eyes with augmatics had allowed her not to stare at demons and creatures of unnatural sorceries. In this, at least, she was ready to admit she was a coward. As the 31st millennium died and the 32nd millennium began, Cyrene had begun to admit there was nothing she could have done. Lorgar and his rats of followers were not going to be discouraged in their folly by a weak and feeble confessor just because she told them they were in the wrong. And yes, rat was the appropriate description for what the 17th Legion had become. Calling them dogs would have been an insult to canines. Dogs and a lot of animal species had loyalty to their masters. Rats, however, were powerful disease carriers, and this was exactly what the word-bearers had become. They spread corruption, malice, and poison across the galaxy, not realizing they had murdered everything that defined them as human. The Imperium now was falling, century after century, into ignorance and superstition. The 34th millennium had been worse than the 33rd millennium, and given how many wars were waged this millennium and the secession of Segmentum Pacificus, Cyrene had no great hopes for the decades to come. Humanity survived. There was nothing else positive to say. Ignorance and fanaticism were at an all-times high. The proud lords which had conquered the Imperium of M30 were now nothing more than obese gluttons crawling in decadence and delighting in oppressing those weaker and less wealthy than them. "We have landed, Lady Architect Cyrene Versailles," announced her guide, helping her leave her seat and descend the ramp, ignoring the expensive lenses Cyrene had on her eyes were fake. Setting foot in the spaceport of a hive city in the middle of the Sanguinella was an interesting experience, one she had done 9 times before, but interesting nonetheless. Since she was blind, she didn't move her head to the sides or manifested any expression other than gratitude for the escort who helped her progress to the vehicle prepared for her, but what she saw through the senses was enough to give her the rough outline. This was the first day of the week-long Sanguinella, also known as the Day of Contemplation, the Day of Mourning, and the Day of Prayer. It was the day the angel died. It was something Cyrene sincerely regretted. Unlike too many of the Primarchs, Sanguinius had been a true champion of humanity, one Lorgar could have been inspired to emulate. Maybe if it was him who had been named War Master, but the past was the past and what was done was done. It took 2 full hours to arrive at the destination her guides wanted to lead her to. The avenues of circulation, the supersized streets like the tortuous alleys were filled with an immense crowd of pilgrims and locals. And at every corner, they were preachers and cohorts of the ecclesiarchy reciting the words of the Lectitio Divinitatis. While her old memories with this book gave her a bad vibe, the attitude of the average worker in the street seemed genuinely faithful. Which was a surprise, really. Most worlds, when they announced it was the day of the Sanguinella, saw hundreds of thousands people open the festivities and for a week release all the inhibitions which stayed safely under wraps for the rest of the year. The governor saint appeared to have made a positive impression on these people. Since she could not give a reason to her guides and protectors why she would be allowed to descend into the waves of red-robed pilgrims distributing small discs of feather-like prayers, Cyrene observed at best as she could the mood and the behavior of the Nixians. In 2 hours, there were 3 things which struck her as out of the norm. First, the Arbits had received new equipment and new directives. On too many worlds, brutality was definitely the order of the day, and between power mauls, electroflails, and shock batons, the men and women of the Arbits had many weapons to crush your skull should you provoke them. But here, whoever tried to break order or incite something which was best not done by loyal citizens was immediately covered in a sticky foam and then mocked by the crowd for several minutes before being evacuated towards an Arbits courthouse. Secondly, there were many soup kitchens for pilgrims and some of the poorest citizens, too many for it not to be government funded. And they had all Basilea food kitchen painted in gold and red letters above them, so the provenance of the supplies wasn't exactly a mystery. Third, the people seemed genuinely hopeful. Something that definitely wasn't seen a lot of times on overcrowded hive world like this one. This could complicate her plans like it could facilitate them. It was ironic, but she had not met a true saint in 4,000 years. Oh, she had seen her fair share of people pretending to be avatar of the power of the god emperor. Too often they had been denounced as charlatans and usurpers before she met them a second time. In rare cases, the pretender had managed to fool the ecclesiarchy and the adeptus administratum for years. But they could not hide the truth from her. Cyrene had seen the power of God on Monarchia. And like the agony suffered in the warp, this was a golden radiance she would never, ever, forget. Not for 100,000 years. Not as long as her mind was her own. The travel ended in front of a middle-sized church. This was unexpected. In principle, a planetary governor or any high dignitary was in his palace or the tallest religious monument of the planet on the first day of the Sanguinella. Yet given the tens of thousands pilgrims which surrounded the church, there was no doubt that there was someone of high rank inside. Yet as she left the vehicle and arbitrators opened a corridor in this human sea to pass through, the former blessed lady recognized the symbol. This was a church of the Neo-Dalian period, which was for architect specialists, between 300 and 400 years after the Scouring. An age where the cult of the Savior Emperor was a religion genuinely devoted to the worship of the God Emperor, and not filled with overweight prelates whose only ambition was to quench their power thirst and fulfill their most depraved desires. And just before the church's gates, in the inner atrium, there were Space Marines. They stood idle and their weapons were all in their scabbards or holsters, but she didn't doubt a single second that, at the first sign of threat, they would make sure any enemy was eliminated. It left her with mixed feelings. These were not the first angels of death she met in 4,000 years, and like a lot of times, she felt something had been irreparably lost looking at these transhuman warriors bred and built for war. The church was a haven of calm and silence when she entered, only 2 of her guides escorting her. There was a priest in discussion with a space marine, and were these 2 space marines painting a fresco to her left? Yes, they were, and everywhere it seemed there were artisans in the process of renovating the religious edifice. The architect and the 2 men marched slowly to a stone stair and after 40 marches, they stopped climbing and she was seated on a large wooden chair. Just by touching the wood, the former confessor knew it was probably as old as this church, slightly younger than her. So you are the architect named Cyrene Versailles. 2 massive insects descended from their position on the ceiling where they had been waiting, and only 4,000 years of self-control allowed her to not show any expression of surprise. Lady Basilea Taylor-Hebert, I presume? She asked with the curiosity expected from a blind woman, but internally wincing at the feeble golden halo and the single golden ray in the black hairs of her interlocutor. The power was weak, but it was unmistakably his. Age was already difficult to determine in the Imperium due to the existence of rejuvenation treatments, but Cyrene did not believe she was mistaken in thinking the saint was terribly young for her current responsibilities. Younger than she had been when Monarchia burned, and she had not been ready by any means for the life trials ahead of her. The insects didn't move, but their mistress did. In a few heartbeats, they were nearly touching. Who is asking? The woman asked in a murmur and she frowned in incomprehension. Cyrene Versailles, the faithful architect? Or Cyrene Valentian, the blessed lady, formerly of the Word-Bearers Legion? She knew. She knew. Cyrene tried to stand but suddenly she had spiders on her arms and beetles on her chest. Don't move. They will not attack as long as you answer my questions. The voice could have been of ice for the lack of warmth there was in it. Please answer one of mine before, Saint of the Emperor. Did he tell you who I was as I walked into this church? Cyrene received a cold smile in answer. Nothing so miraculous, I'm afraid. I have Astartes under my command, and one of them recognized you when shown your file. You should have changed your appearance, and tried to replace your eyes by Augmetics. Cyrene shook her head before taking her hands to her eyes and removing her lenses. Astartes do not live that long. And for most outside of the 17th Legion, my name does not mean anything. Unless you have a dreadnought of the 20th Legion who specializes in demolishing cultist operations. Cyrene grimaced as the saint took a step back. You realize this can't be coincidence. The thought came to my mind, admitted her interlocutor. Now I want my answer, please. I am both, she told her possible future executioner. I worked for the last centuries as Cyrene Versailles, architect of the Imperium, but 4,000 years ago, I was known as Cyrene Valentian of Monarchia, confessor of the 17th Legion, saved by them from the destruction created by the Ultramarine Legion, killed on the sands of Istvan V, resurrected 1 year later by traitors and in exile forever after that. If you intend to kill me, I will warn you that you lack the weapons to make it permanent. Most of the insects jumped away or were removed after she uttered the last sentence. Give me a little credit. If I wanted to kill you, I would not have invited you into this church. Yes, this was a good point. If the Basileia had had her suspicion for several hours or days, she would have fired upon her transport, or arrested her and made her disappear at the spaceport. No, for the moment she wasn't at risk of being eaten from the inside by insects. And thank Providence for that. That she would be reborn didn't mean that a death like this one would not hurt like 1,000 agonies. But there was a tone employed, an iron-like attitude forged on this visage and these bones. You do not believe in the God Emperor, don't you? That's a rather personal question, and at this moment Cyrene knew she was right. This was so delicious ironic she almost laughed. She had at last met a true saint, and the holy champion wasn't a faithful. I will answer if you speak your opinion on this issue. He is a god. Cyrene said, completely honest for the first time, watching with her brown eyes the dark eyes of her interlocutor. I felt his power. This is not something you ever forget. At the time, I thought of him as a wrathful, a monster dominating mankind, but a god. Once you have felt his radiance, there's no doubt left in you. And his acts have only made the situation more evident. Who would stand on the Astronomicon for thousands of years, watching over us, if not a god? Being a powerful entity does not mean you are a god. The counter was delivered with non-feigned disgust. I lost my home world because of an alien masquerading as a golden-skinned warrior, an alien who pretended to be a hero and that many worshipped as a god. But in the end, this creature died. There was a pause. Then the young woman continued. Does the Emperor exist? Does he protect us? Yes, he does. Of this, I have no doubt. I have seen the madness of the demons scratching their claws and talons against the walls of reality. I have seen the vision of a dying hero and what the fate the ruinous powers have in mind for us should they defeat and break humanity. The two fists tightened and her interlocutor turned her heels to watch the Space Marines working on the renovation of the church. The last murmur was delivered so low she almost missed it. But that does not make him a god. What does it make him, then? She demanded, piqued by curiosity. The master of mankind. The master, the first shield, and its last protector. The sentinel in the dark, condemned to know no respite and no joy until the end comes. Silence fell, only broken by the whispers and the conversations of the men and transhumans present in the religious edifice. I think we will have to agree to disagree in this debate. Because what the Emperor did, no human could accomplish. Not even his sons were able to rise to the challenge. Cyrene sighed. Do you still want to hire me as an architect? She moved close to the stone handrail, and yes, the artwork painted by the Space Marines was a marvel to behold. The sons of Sanguinius made their father proud with their dedication to beauty. It would not surprise her if the pilgrimages to this church were multiplied by 100 in the year to come. You do not look afraid. I am a pretty good judge of character, if I may say so myself, Basileia Saint. You will not kill me. After 10 seconds, the governor shrugged. You're right. I want to hear the old story from your perspective. Spiders ran on her arms, and the architect had to swear that if this wasn't the strangest combination with the golden sparkles of the Emperor's powers, she didn't know what was going to win the title. And while I will make sure you always have a Space Marine keeping both eyes on you, I will admit I really need an architect who doesn't pray 10 times per day to the Gothic god. Cyrene chuckled lightly. Yes, the Gothic is strongly suppressing most of the existing movements across this galaxy. But I've heard something about broken gargoyles and spiritual debates getting out of hand. The Wince of the insect mistress didn't escape her. She observed her for a few more seconds, before internally nodding. Yes, this was someone she could work with. The saint was not going to shy at the first hurdle or battle lost, and in a way the lack of belief in the divinity of the god emperor was preferable, that way she would not wake a morning only to be dragged away in chains because someone had a crisis of faith. I think I can work under your orders and build the Basilica of Hagia Sanguinella. Receiving a nod of confirmation, she continued. I am ready to swear an oath to you for as long as you live and build monuments humanity will remember for the next 10,000 years. But I demand 3 conditions for my allegiance. For a second, she feared to have pushed too far. In the interest of fairness, and since I'm your employer, I will demand 3 conditions of my own. you realize. And you will have to work for your redemption, far more than the Heracles wardens pay for theirs. But very well, name you conditions, architect. Cyrene Valentin took a large breath in, and began. Should you stand before the God Emperor in the sanctum of Holy Terra, I want you to ask him the question why he thought destroying Monarchia and humiliating the 17th Legion was a good idea. Acceptable. The saint answered. To be fair, I'm asking myself the same question. Your second condition, please. If I am to become your architect, I want a right of veto on your ideas. I can give you long and detailed explanations, but if I tell you building a certain type of monument or palace in a certain location is an awful idea, I expect my word to be obeyed. Granted. But I will demand explanations, you can count on it. She had expected nothing less. As for my third condition. Cyrene Valentin, despite 1,000 years of life, knew her expression had become darker and more threatening. I have a very personal vendetta against the dark apostle Erebus of the Word-Bearers Legion. If he comes to this region or anywhere near you, the privilege to strangle him with his own entrails is mine. Knight-errant Samtik Merher. Under the Menelaus dynasty, the second day of the Sanguinala was officially known as the Day of Rebirth like it was on millions of planets. But for the overwhelming majority of the Nixians, it was Burn the Heretics' Day. Not that many heretics had found their way to the pyres in recent years, of course. The previous governor had been far more concerned about internal dissenters, potential insurgents, and smugglers. In short, the people who were burned as heretics were those unfortunate to remain in the prison cells of the government every year. Samtik was somehow doubtful about the efficiency of these methods. Terrifying people could work in the short term, but rarely in the long term. Between its tendency to ignore the real problems his Astartes cousins had arrested far too many real heretics in the last weeks, its decadence and its willingness to use terror instead of governance, the former Thousand Sons was convinced the Menelaus dynasty would have had less than a century before a general rebellion began and the Imperium as a whole was forced to take control. The Day of Rebirth of this year was different. The new governor, though every man and woman he had talked with this morning called her the saint, had re-established an old Terran tradition called the Carnival. Some Nixians and foreigners had taken to call it the Carnival of Fools, others wanted to proclaim it as the Day of Fake Trials. The principle, as far as he had been to discern, was for the participants to disguise themselves in bright-colored costumes, dance, cheer, party, and then watch as enforcers disguised as arbits or ecclesiarchy personnel burned fake figures of heretics in pasteboard. If the sound of the hundreds thousands voices present on the gold square were any indication, the audience was delighted. Samtik thought it could have been a bit better organized and coordinated, but for a first try, it was fine. The tribunal in particular had been a nice touch. A disguised Astartes and two actors had debated lengthily the crimes of the arch-heretic, a 5-meter-tall thing having a vague familiarity with the Chaos Astartes, the prosecutor and the lawyer often changing their roles during the trials as the two wanted to condemn the accused, and as the torch was thrown on the figure, several fireworks had been fired, giving a small but intense show of pyrotechnics. Samtik applauded politely when the actors of the trial saluted the public, although his support was lost in the storm of acclamations coming from every direction. Thank the Emperor they were on the 4th floor of a currently empty palace, and not in the middle of this cheering crowd. They would lose hours before finding their way in all this agitation. She is making mistakes, Inquisitor Contessa declared in her usual emotionless tone. Samtik did not even ask who the she was. She should prepare her people for war, not these kind of frivolities. Samtik was glad he had his helmet masking his features. Being prepared for war had not helped Prospero when the wolves had been unleashed. And since he had begun studying the recent history of the Imperium, he could recite over 1,000 planets' names which had prepared for war, only to in the end see their efforts come to naught as the population started continents-spanning rebellions and decided the rule of the Imperium was more trouble than its half-muttered promises of assistance were worth. It is in our very soul, body, and mind to make mistakes. He finally voiced his opinion. Without experience, without a failure or two, we can't improve. This was true for humans, transhumans, and para-humans. Lord Malkador said something similar. Samtik did not need to use some of his psyker abilities on the blue-eyed woman to know she disagreed, something about arriving to the same solution he found, but on her own. The Inquisitor looked like she wanted to say more, but her mouth didn't voice another word. As for the festivities, well, these are only for a week, and yesterday was more a hive-sized pilgrim procession, and he hadn't enjoyed the sight. Unquestioning worship of the Master of Mankind was not and never had been what the Great Crusade had been supposed to do. It was one more good reason to hate the ruinous powers and the traitor primarchs. The paths are becoming unclear. The admission caught him by surprise. Something great and terrible is coming, and I know Weaver will be at the core of it. Prognosticators have incredible difficulties see more visions of the future past 5 years. The future is now nearly impossible to predict. Samtik gave a look at the crowd before watching the Inquisitor, who was as much his superior as his potential executioner should he stray away from the right path. Does the same problem apply to our enemies? Yes. This was good news. For all their talk about omniscience and assured victory, the abominations of the warp and their slaves were not exactly inventive or level-headed when they had to rebuild everything from zero. Though he could admit, in the privacy of his own mind, he was curious about what sort of action could break the ability of the most powerful entities in the Sea of Souls to see what was coming. The Great Heresy had been something obscuring everything, but it was 4,000 years ago and the remnants of the traitor legions were still imprisoned in the Eye of Terror. The orcs were still dispersed, even if the recent war had proven they would always be a threat to humanity. There is an Inquisition Council we are summoned to follow. Samtic silently sighed. Even if she had given him plenty to think about, Contessa was not a brilliant conversationalist. Princess Magister Zoe 19 Attica. Nobody had ever dared saying it in front of a Menelaus, but the hivers of the lower castes had often taken to nickname the week-long celebration of holy days the Menelagia. In case you didn't understand the joke, it was because in the opinion of millions of workers, the governor desired the prayers and the blessings of his population to go to himself, not to the memory of the great angel. To be fair, his father, his grandfather and the immediate ancestors had asked the same. The first day, the day of mourning, was excellent to parade in the great religious monuments of the ecclesiarchy and ensure the high nobility saw him in his new golden clothes. The day of rebirth was the pretext to empty many prisons and get rid of the wretches courageous enough to badmouth his rule. The day of glory was the occasion to congratulate his most fervent supporters and add a few titles to the endless list of those he already possessed. The day of jewels more often than not saw the addition of a couple more wives to the grand harem, to the point half the gubernatorial court had nicknamed it the day of marriages. The day of valor, coming after the wedding or the weddings, was the scene of grand military parades and, if an administratum or munitorum fleet was in orbit above Nyx, the departure of the tithe. The sixth day, the day of loyalty, was also the day of gifts, and if one valued his or her existence, it was best to offer a large and expensive present to the Menelaus in charge. And the seventh day, the day of victory, well, this one was the same it was everywhere else. Festivities, dancing, drinking and practically everything could be done for nearly 25 hours before the great bells of the Adeptus Ministorum returned everyone to their duties. It had been a machine which had functioned for more than 1,000 years. It was one that, for some reason Zoe Attica couldn't fathom, certain aristocrats of the principal hives had imagined it would be the same this year, despite the new Lady Nyx dismantling piece after part of the Menelaus legacy. Zoe had, thanks to the suggestion of her spies, cancelled her plans for the Sanguinella 1 week before the day of mourning and obeyed the instructions coming from the capital diligently. As over 20 nobles of Hive Attica had proven by disregarding the pointed orders and getting arrested by the Arbits for crimes committed 5 years ago, this had been a wise decision. Besides, the saints' demands had not been that expensive or extravagant. Piety was demanded for them the first day. For the second day, a few actors were to be hired, some monstrous-looking creations were to be burned, and a few fireworks fired. For the third and fourth days, there were Astartes recruitment games to be organized. Fifth and sixth day, there were again some fireworks and banquets to be paid for. Feasts, balls, and parades had been authorized. And of course feathers, icons of beloved Sanguinius and red robes to celebrate the sacrifice of Sanguinius were incredibly encouraged. Evidently, what she considered acceptable and what her fellow nobles recognized as worthy of them was not the same thing. As dancers of the Serenade Company demonstrated their art on one of the golden esplanades reserved to the artists invited by the planetary governor, Zoe could see that while the attendance had to be around 5,000 people for the Day of Glory, there were maybe 1/6 of the attendants which were high nobility, and it included foreign aristocrats. The rest? The high leadership of the Cardinals, Navy officers, Guard officers, PDF officers, Guilder representatives, ecclesiarchy preachers, and even a few Mechanicus archmagi. Nyx was changing, and nowhere was it more evident than this evening. The fun is about to begin in a few minutes, commented the elegant blonde woman in grand military uniform to her right. Suddenly, Zoe felt very inadequate compared to her. Her very body seemed to promise seduction and violence. I believe we haven't been introduced. I am Princess Magister Zoe 19 Attica. Pleased to meet you. It was not technically against the conventions, but the woman nearly crushed her hand under the pretext of shaking it. I am Governor Ilvina Dalton of Fae. It was maybe idiotic, but instantly the noble woman felt bad for the aristocracy of Fae. Because if her stance was any indication and half of the rumors were true, what the political observers had sardonically called the Weaver methods had been put into action on Fae well before the election at Nyx. Forgive me, I was not aware we had invited foreign planetary governors for the celebration of the Sanguinella. The Fae governor chuckled. Oh, Lady Weaver didn't invite everyone. There is a war still going on, after all. Only Andes, Wuhan, and Fae were invited for the short term, and while I think I saw Governor Ramirez somewhere, Governor Cao sent one of his minor lackeys to play the loyal vassal. You wanted to be reunited with your old regiment? Perhaps a bit. Sadly, between the casualties, the new heads I sent here and the new weapons, it is not the regiment I remember. And truthfully, it was always more Colonel Larkine's regiment than mine. I was really thankful to Lady Weaver to name the new pattern of lasgun after him. The conversation continued for a few minutes, the governor of Fey admitting after a few remarks she had also come to Nyx for its new hospitals and clinics. The blonde had from her childhood a well-established disgust of men wherever sex was concerned, and had come to see if the influence of the saint could open some doors with the biologist magi working in her hives and tech facilities. And it ended there, as debates ended brusquely and a column of guardsmen and officers advanced in parade formation. Since the Astartes didn't intervene, this had been evidently planned in advance, but certain people, most notably Lady Nyx and a few men and women around her, had not been informed. Trumpets and clarions resonated. The spectacle paused. Even the large crowd outside went silent. Military salutes were returned. And like everyone else, Zoe stared in amazement as the man bearing the green-red uniform and the stars of a general of the Imperial Guard opened a large box with his white clothes and drew something she was sure everybody recognized at first sight. It was a medal. It was a golden medal, but that did not do it justice. It was a 5-pointed star of gold, but it shone like a miniature sun. In the heart of the medal was a magnificent diamond, and on each of the star's points were rubies. There was an inscription surrounding the diamond, and while she was too far away to read it, Zoe knew the words of High Gothic written on it. In dedicato imperatum ultra articulo mortis. Literal translation in Low Gothic, for the Emperor beyond the point of death. This made the medal the second highest honor an Imperial Guardsman could earn in service of the Emperor, and certainly the highest by staying alive, the Order of All Yanius Pius having only been awarded posthumously in the last 2 millennia. This was the Star of Terra, and the only close equivalent in valor and prestige was the Lion of Terra for the Imperial Navy. Lady Taylor A. Bear Weaver Nyx, it is my greatest honor to announce that your miraculous deeds in the Battle of the Death Star have been recognized as worthy of the Star of Terra. The explosion of cheers and applause was so loud Zoe was unable to hear much of the speech which followed. Promotion of 3 ranks, incredible devotion, legendary victory, hail General Taylor A. Bear. The audience did not wait much longer to go completely wild. Hail Weaver! Hail Weaver! Fireworks illuminated the entire hive, and suddenly Zoe hoped this sanguinella was going to be the exception and not the new norm. Minister of Justice Missy Byron. When a chapter of Space Marines organized a session of recruitment, they really didn't do things halfway. And since Taylor had placed a small army of tech priests at their disposal, they had the means for their ambitions. On the very high floor where the Menelaus Arena had been built, the Brothers of the Red had since constructed an athletics stadium, and between the number of seats, the lodges, and the beauty of the architecture, it was something which could have been seen as perfectly acceptable to host the athletics part of the defunct Olympic Games after a behemoth attack on Earth, but those had definitely been cancelled. The ambitions had not stopped with the stadium, though. The Brothers of the Red wanted the best of the best for aspirants, though on this issue apparently all the Space Marines were the same, and apparently 1 or 2 had talked with the Dawnbreaker Guard beforehand. Undoubtedly, they had been seduced by the stories of the world's greatest athlete. Vista didn't know who had suggested the idea first, Weaver, Clockblocker or Dragon, but mere days later the idea of the Astartes Decathlon was born. To be a participant, you had to be male, your age had to be between 12 and 14, in good health, and of course not be on the blacklist of the Nyx government. To the great horror of the nobility, you would think that one day these egocentric cowards would learn something from the last month's social class had been declared a non-issue, and as a result scions of counts and dukes were participating with boys of far less illustrious pedigree. This was not the decathlon of Earth, however. The sons of Sanguinius, for all their respect for the happiness of those they protected, wanted to test the candidates and find worthy aspirants. Consequently, a few disciplines had been removed or modified, in order to be replaced by trials more adapted to military-themed activities. Yesterday, thousands of young teenagers had given their best on the 100 meters, the long jump, a few games of fencing with fake chainswords, the high jump and the 400 meters hurdles. A few hours ago, the second day, the day of valor, had begun for the tired teenagers with a shooting trial in the form of the 50 meters lasgun, continued with the discus throw, before mustering what little energy they had left in their bodies for the weightlifting trial, the old-fashioned 2-hand lift, and a long tournament of wrestling. It was now the evening, and the lights of the hive had long gone into night mode luminosity, but the stadium was now filled to its maximum capacity, roughly 100,000 spectators, and the din was indescribable. There was a moment of silence, but really nothing more than 5 seconds, as a red-armored Astartes raised his bolter and fired a sort of firework rocket, and then the encouragements, the screams, and the applause drowned everything. The 5,000 meters, last trial of the Astartes Decathlon, had begun, and the teenagers ran like their life depended on it, and for many of them this was certainly the case. They did not stay long in the stadium, barely 400 meters before storming the exit and racing towards the large avenues of Hive Athena, where they would run, protected by hundreds of enforcers and arbits, supported to their utmost by millions of supporters all over the planet. A few magi and archmagi had deactivated the castes of imperial propaganda, and now the final trial of the decathlon was broadcast on 3 hive continents and for the eyes of billions of Nyxians. In the stadium, they had a gigantic screen for all of them, and the crowd vociferated and screamed to support its favorites. "Who's winning?" Dennis asked, while entering her lodge. "You took your time, she replied. I will just watch the wrestling contest for an hour, Vista, she imitated his voice. The streets are crowded, and the spaceports have hours of queue, no matter your accreditation, the time-stopping ward tried to justify himself with an innocent air. The Sanguinilla is really the craziest period of the year, for Nyx. Now who's winning? For the moment, a 14-year-old boy of the nobility named Garrix Decanas, but he has a lot of challengers. Indeed, the current leader had in her opinion spent too much energy in the first kilometer. Sure, like in the original decathlon, he had a small advantage in points after the 9 trials, and if he won the 5,000 meters, he was sure to finish first. Unfortunately for him, the individualistic tactic was not paying. As he passed under a marble archway and arrived into the endless Dorn Street, a group of 5 young boys was closing the distance, slowly but surely. 3 boys of the workers' class and 2 guilders' sons, nice alliance, Dennis commented. Not feeling too bad about not being able to participate. Vista snorted. It is not my fault. The Emperor recognized the total superiority of women over men, and decided we were too important in our current jobs to be transformed into space marines. Or the golden armored tyrant had been a macho, but given the formidable equality of sex in all other organizations, it was not exactly making sense. Decanas is finished. The teenager was indeed paying his earlier efforts, and despite being certainly in better health than his pursuers, he could not prevent the other participants from coming back on his heels, and then like a pack they began to place terrible accelerations. There was less than 600 meters to go, but Garrix Decanas had no more mental and physical energy to give, and suddenly there were 5 young boys of the middle and lower classes to dispute themselves the victory. The gap between them and the rest of the participants was now so important the final victory was going to play between them, and sportily they exchanged a few hand signs before throwing their last forces in a mad sprint at the entrance of the stadium. The stadium burst into applause like a volcano, and Vista feared for 1 second the super glass alloy of the lodge was going to shatter, but it held and the 100,000 spectators cheered like madmen as the 14-year-old Pat Howe passed the finish line first and was immediately carried in triumph by several other boys who had not been sufficiently skilled in the first trials to participate on the 10th. For a good hour, the stadium acclaimed its heroes, and then the exhausted Pat Howe slowly climbed the 100 steps above the ground, before shaking the hand of Taylor, something that brought the poor boy to tears, and watching the laurel wreath being posed on his head by Chapter Master Agilizaz. The imposing Space Marine whispered a few words in Pat's ear, before raising his arm in salute. A standing ovation for our first aspirant. Thank the Mechanics for building solid stadiums, because at this moment the female para-human thought they could have brought down the hive with their cheers. Basilea Taylor a bear. She had not imagined there was such a thing as receiving too many gifts. Alas, triple alas, like in too many other things the Imperium had changed her perspective. How many gifts are there in this palace? Taylor asked, and a couple of seconds later regretted to have even posed the question. I think the exact number is around 200,000, Dragon smirked, with the smile of someone being granted perfect revenge without lifting a finger. There are a few other palaces of similar size where we are storing all the presents which were offered to you yesterday. This one is mostly the gifts from the noble classes of Nyx and the sector as a whole. Awesome, yes, this was a sarcastic answer. She looked at the entire wardrobes of clothes that her subordinates were starting to properly open before her eyes. I'm sure I was offered more clothes than I can humanly wear in a standard year. You're right, Alya Svrov confirmed, all the while trying to close what looked to be an entire compartment worth of cosmetics, shampoo and. Well, it was probably better not to explain everything which was included. We already found 1,000 robes and over 700 uniforms of diverse coloring. Let's see the good side of things, Vladislavius Arav declared cheerfully. We have a lot of Spire personnel doing nothing since they were supposed to take care of the Menelaus dynasty and their masters and mistresses are gone. We can use them to list everything and neatly classify all the gifts. You will still need to take customs officers to oversee this, Dragon advised. We checked at delivery, of course, and more than half the presents in this palace come from this very hive, so the problems hopefully will be minimal, but there are other gifts which will need to be properly watched over and tested before thinking about using them. Like the air limos. Yes, air limos, plurals. So far, she had seen a black, a grey, and a pink one, the latter she might order Kratos to pulverize for its awful decoration. Like the air limos, yes. She hoped she was wrong, but arranging an aircar accident definitely sounded like something an odious noble would try to remove the governor he loathed. But the vehicles were not the big problem. Oh, they were massive, heavy, and would take a few tech priests to properly scrutiny and maintain, but there were only a few dozen of them. It did not compare to the entire libraries of books now in her possession. Nor it did make a shadow to the mountain of jewelry, fashion accessories, horology, and thousands of other things that she had no idea how they were named, never mind what utility they could have. We might have to create a charity organization. Hundreds of charity organizations. Gavriel and Way with me, I want to see what is upstairs. The answer was, more statues, paintings, letters of congratulations, jewels, and practically everything that could be gifted and hauled into a palace. And here she thought the worst problems caused by the Sanguinella were the potential riots caused by the pilgrims and the possible infiltration of cultists and their ilk. This was a headache, and millions of gifts she could definitely have lived without. She finished climbing the stairs and began to walk into a gallery filled with artwork which on Earth bet would have been more than sufficient to open 5 or 6 museums. She turned back her head, however, because the black armored space marine had not followed her after the first minute, and as she watched the Wayne's girl advance in a red-blue robe she had certainly hidden beneath her grey robe minutes ago, Taylor had a good idea why. If you dare. Her hands were joined by other hands, and immediately she was tackled against the body of Wei. The kiss, when it came, was long and passionate. I don't know. Shush. I have noticed that your insects spied a lot on me when I'm trying new robes in my quarters. And yes, I'm perfectly aware you offered me a new dressing room and its contents. Thankfully there were no mirrors in this gift alley, because she was sure her visage was red like a tomato. I don't think I like girls, Wei. Shush. You have been running from battlefield to battlefield, and from crisis to crisis. Vista and Dragon confirmed to me you never had a real boyfriend or a real girlfriend. Traitors. There were going to be punishments to remember, after the end of the Sanguinella. Let's try things slowly. I don't want to hurt you, and if you want someone else in your bed, we will stop our relationship. The fourth kiss was longer, and Wei's hands directed hers everywhere from neck to hips. I will not wait a decade, Lady Basilea of Nyx. What is your will? Why was it so difficult? She had not felt nervous like this when an army of orcs had charged them in the high passes of Fey. She had not been so confused or wary when they had descended to face the Citan in the depths of an underhive. The demons had not made her doubt her determination in this way when they had surged in a column of damnation and nightmares. Her heart was beating too fast, and there was something exhilarating about touching someone so close, about admiring the traits, the curves, the breasts of. Yes. Ultima Segmentum. Verde Sector. Quran System. 5.938.289 M35. Archmagos Thayer Sagami. I must respectfully refuse this nomination, Fabricator. Praise the machine and the motive force. Archmagos Thayer Sagami considered it a great triumph of logic over emotion that he had answered without a single insult and with the proper salutations. If Fabricator Chienbeta thought he was going to get rid of his senior political opponent with this underhanded move, by the Omnissiah, he was going to sing another type of binaric cant tomorrow. My orders have the benediction of 12 Archmagi and the seal of the Inquisition. If he had not been surrounded by Skitarii armed with plasma guns able to breach his defenses, Thayer would have shot the Fabricator, but given the current rapport of strength, logic dictated his optimal reaction was by protesting. But I have not worked on Quran's folly. And I have not commanded a warship in 2 centuries. Fabricator, surely there's someone more qualified to sail this battleship to Nyx. Now, Archmagos Thayer, the Fabricator's visage had long abandoned its ability to show emotions, but Thayer Sagami was sure that, should he go into the new sphere levels reserved to the tech priests of Magos and above rank, he would find the deceitful monkey laughing with his closest supporters. It is a short assignment of 10 standard years, and I'm sure that the assignment by the sides of a chosen of the Omnissiah will be extremely interesting. Extremely lethal, you wanted to can't, the Archmagos replied angrily. This chosen engaged a Xenos planetoid with her swarm and won. Every planet she lands on, there's some world-ending threat to fight. You say 10 years is a short time? I say it will be an eternity. My simulations don't think this outcome has more than 3% of chance of happening. The Fabricator declared, and with more magi arriving in the hall of the machine, Thayer had no choice but to not scream that the Fabricator's simulations were better done by freshly inducted menials if one wanted an accurate result. Change the name of the starship per the chosen's wishes, and prepare your crew for a departure to the Nyx sector. It will be done. Thayer forced himself to not bark and turned around, leaving the second holiest site of Quran for what would be more than a decade. He wanted to delay his preparations for the journey, but here again the Fabricator had clearly seen through his game. The crew had been assembled, the formidable machine spirit of the battleship awakened, the ammunition stored, the food, the water, and the sacred oils were ready for a travel of 5 years. In fact, if it had not been for the need to write the name of the ship in 100 meters tall golden letters, they could have left Quran in less than 48 hours. As it stood, they would reach the Mandeville point 51 hours after the artisans had finished their task. I maintain that hubris of the Omnissiah would have been a perfectly acceptable name, Thayer said to one of the tech priests who had been condemned to exile with him. As you say, Archmagos. But, if you will forgive me the remark, it still is a battleship. It was indeed, but it was not his battleship. And it never would be. For all the treasures of holy technology poured into this project, he could not like this starship. It was too difficult to maintain, there were far too few Mechanicu's holy symbols and dedications to the holy cog. It was 11 kilometers long, but it was not a design he felt was appropriate for a loyal servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus and a tech priest of the Omnissiah. And finally, as his personal transport made a last turn before entering the hangars of the battleship, the name was at last visible to all in the Quran shipyards. HMHMS Enterprise. Chapter 28, Decision 5-5 Queen of the Swarm. Decision 5.5. Queen of the Swarm. Like a lot of things I inherited from the Menelaus rule, the system of clearances in the Nyx sector was a disaster by 289M35. The last generations of Nyx nobility had not been shy in creating more and more clearance levels, often for the simple reason that they could, or to block an upstart governor from reading the big dirty secrets the Lord of Nyx wanted to keep private. It would have been bad if the Menelaus dynasty was incorruptible and its ranks was made up of paragons of virtue and loyalty, but that wasn't the case. A lot of the governor's sons or cousins sold the state's secrets to the highest bidder, and clearance authorizations were sometimes sold on the black market for a few tens of thousands of throne gelts. In this case, reform of the existing system of clearance rules proved impossible. Abuse and law-breaking had been out of control for far too long. By the best estimations of Dragon and Lexico Arcanus Foul Op 6A2 Tertius, the Menelaus system had accumulated 406 levels of clearance, not counting the priority ones of Segmentum Command, the Tithe Fleets and the Imperial Guard. It was necessary to remove this fiasco and rebuild everything from scratch, something which caused no end of headaches as we continued to find misplaced libraries of data stacks and forgotten archive vaults. But I think that with the beginning of this year 294 in the 35th millennium, we have put the worst of the problems behind us on this front. At the price of 4 new penal legions and close to 500 executions, the clearance system is a bit more logical and comprehensible. Below is the new ladder of clearance, going from least important to Lord Inquisitor levels. My current personal clearance is Sapphire Ultima. Yellow. Orange. Omega. Violet. Indigo Tertius. Indigo Secundus. Indigo Primus. Black. Crimson. Sapphire Black. Sapphire Ultima. Magenta Black. Vermilion. Vermilion Gold. I rarely have to sign anything on every day's basis of black clearance and above, though they are always exceptions. These are largely unpleasant, like the Catachan Yellow Ant. Extract from Archive A3160T200, secured in the Fafnir Library Complex. This archive is one of several which were written by Lady Taylor Hebert between 294M35 and 296M35. The necessary level of accreditation to read them is Sapphire Black. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. 7.047.290M35. Thought for the day, the cosmos cries out for salvation. Basilea Taylor Hebert. The Fukin's Arsenal shipyard was really different every time she visited. And she visited it a lot. For better or for worse, it was the largest man-made orbital structure in the Nyx system these days, though when the Ramles-class starfort of Triplex FAL arrived, there may be a change in this size hierarchy. But yes, the shipyard looked very different from the station she had first seen from the bridge of the Opera Exidium months ago. The number of tech priests was the first major difference, but far from the only one. The proper security procedures were followed, be they for machine parts, good transports, or travelers' arrivals. It did not smell like death and fuel anymore, as hygiene regulations were properly enforced. The civilian parts of the dockyards now had a general floor plan written in High and Low Gothic, plus binaric for the tech priests. The system number for the gates was now logical and not random. There was even talk to open some middle-class shops in the restored sectors of the station. All in all, the Fukin's Arsenal looked far more like a space airport and a place people didn't fear to travel to than the industrial disaster it was months ago. The number of accidents and workers' deaths had decreased by 70%, and it continued to drop. The hiring rates had never been higher, and many people who had been long-time employees of the shipyard were declaring their willingness to don the red robes of the Mechanikus. Anyway, the efforts to make the lines of production simpler and more logical were bringing great benefits. Records of production were routinely surpassed, despite the 72-hour week now being in full effect everywhere in the Nyx system. Since at the same time attendance in the churches of the ecclesiarchy and the forge altars of the Mechanikus had never been higher, there was a lot to be satisfied and not much to complain about. We are 2 days ahead of the planned schedule and, Omnissiah willing, the production will continue to increase in the same manner for the rest of the year, the Magos in charge of this shipyard sector informed her. Impressive, she complimented him, she thought the cogboy was a him, anyway. With all these mechadendrites, it was difficult to be sure. Transmit my congratulations to your subordinates. I am satisfied with their progresses and their work. Thank you, chosen of the Omnissiah, the Magos bowed, and her escort and she continued their walk across one of the hallways leading to a Thunderhawk transport. Because as much as this surprise inspection was interesting, it was not the reason she had come here today. I suppose the orbital industry is still far, far from what a forge world like Ryza takes for granted, the Basilea inquired of her mistress of ships Arithmencia Sultan. The Archmagos emitted a buzzing sound which was her equivalent of a laugh. Most assuredly, Lady Weaver, replied the member of the Mechanikus Council. But Ryza was not built in a day, and we had advantages you currently lack in this system. We had several massive investments from Terra and Mars during the Great Crusade and thousands of years to build our blessed machine complexes to their current size. Yes, it was a recurring issue for a lot of things the sector did. Obviously, Nyx was very much a third or fourth-rate sector depending on how one looked at it, with thousands of sectors older and more prestigious standing between it and galactic recognition. Changing this was not going to merely require sweeping reforms and changes of mentality. It was also going to take time in this instance meaning centuries and a lot of production and industrial achievements. Your efforts are sound for the moment, so I see no reason to upset the current schedule. Are the automation upgrades proceeding to your satisfaction? They are. We should reach the 15% mark demanded by Phase B on 400.293 M35. She talked about a few more industrial points, but for now the Ryza Archmagos had things well in hand. The construction programs were a few days ahead of schedule, and the security procedures were getting more and more efficient as primitive scrap codes were purged and the incompetent and the traitors were getting meetings with the recruitment office of the penal legions or the executioner, depending on the magnitude of their crimes. And that was good, because while she understood how and why those removals were necessary, it was exhausting and mentally sickening. By all accounts she, Taylor a bear of Earth Bet, had sent a few million men and women to their certain deaths, and she was not enjoying the reality she had the blood of those people on her hands, even if most of these criminals deserved their exiles and punishments. Excellent. I will await your report on the installation of the torpedo autoloaders before the month's end. They left most of the Mechanicu's delegation behind as they entered the Thunderhawk's hull, and 2 minutes later they were on their way to the Mechanicu's cruiser Star Machine. It was an interesting sight, but by no means an eye-pleasing one. The Star Machine was a laboratory-class light cruiser of the Mechanicu's, and did exactly what the name of its class was supposed to do, serve as a mobile laboratory for explorator teams when they discovered new planets and life forms. With the philosophy of the Mechanicus in them, the Magi owning this M34-built ship had added thousands of cog and machine symbols to the bulky hull. It could not be considered beautiful, but at least it left no doubt to its allegiance. And whatever skull pictures and cog symbols the tech priests enjoyed worshipping, the security and quarantine measures aboard this starship were designed to hold anything save demons and other extra-dimensional entities. They were rapidly welcomed by a company's worth of Skitarii and the PDF detachment which had been sent to inspect the Star Machine yesterday, saluted Magos Tyrannos 00110000 New Ryza Techno and yes, this was apparently his real name and were escorted to the control station. Like the Stratageum which had been built at Hive Athena, there was an impressive array of technology installed. Photon lines were feeding information to thousands of screens, data manifolds were manipulated by the dozens by entire cohorts of binary canting tech priests, tridimensional hololiths were showing several of the container compartments of the Star Machine, and messenger cherubs and servoskulls flew over chronometric displays and energy fields. We can begin when you are ready, chosen of the Omnissiah. The Queen Ant has been transported to Area Primus A. Distance between our location and Area Primus A is approximately 300.9 meters. We await only your command to deactivate the stasis field. Broadcast the image of the area on this screen first, please. As you wish. A combination was uttered in Binaric, and on the cinema screen-sized hololith the image of the Catachan yellow ant the Mechanicus had managed to capture flashed into existence. It was, to put it simply, a monster. And no, it was not because it was the size of a massive hippo. Now that she had hundreds of biologist experts in her service, Taylor knew that, with some time and a lot of specific hormones, the Magi and Archmagi could theoretically increase the size of a small beetle to something bigger than a tank. No, the reason why this Catachan ant was a monster was because everything from top to bottom and from front to rear was designed to do one thing, kill. And from what Catachan's local population and the Mechanicus had successfully learned, this Hive Queen, for the lack of a better term, was definitely not a frontline warrior. Yet it was armored heavier than a Undu Terror of the same size, and every part of its body seemed to present spikes, blades, claws, or was coated in some sort of venom. How in hell had humanity managed to survive on Catachan with things like this trying to kill them every day? You can deactivate the stasis containment field. Prepare to reactivate it as soon as I or Gamaliel give the command. Acknowledged. For the Omnissiah. The cants of the machine adepts rose in a crescendo of pistons and inhuman voices, and one by one blue fields and several protections vanished. Taylor had expected for her powers to take control of the gigantic ant as soon as technology didn't protect it anymore. For a second she almost felt it. And then for the first time since her trigger, the para-human felt something she had never felt before. Resistance. The Catachan ant was trying to resist her control. Someone was shouting in the background, but she wasn't listening anymore. All her will in these instants was directed towards controlling the ant, but the Death World species, impossibly, was fighting back. It was like she was a torrent of white gold energy, and she was fighting something dark, something hungry. And as the resistance increased, Taylor knew she wasn't facing one ant, be it a queen. She was fighting tens of thousands of them. She couldn't say how she knew it, but there was no doubt in her mind. The Mechanicu's expedition had managed to capture the leader of the ant colony and escape for a few minutes, but the ants knew their queen was still alive, and each time the monster was brought out of stasis, they sustained it mentally and were informed where she was in the galaxy. And the more she intensified the pressure, the more she fought, the more millions of ants noticed it on Catachan and joined forces to repulse her. That it was completely impossible for a species to have this sort of power didn't prevent them from doing exactly that. But her opponent was obviously not used to fighting someone like her. The connections made the queen ant stronger, but they were severable, and she could touch, feel, and cut them. The ant was legion, but controlling swarms and exploiting their capacities was what she had grown used to doing. Still, it was weird. Why would the Catachan ants have this sort of ability if they never used it in their day-to-day life? The insect mistress had cut about half the threads when she felt something new join the battle. Unlike the ants, which were almost desperate to protect their queen, the newcomer was different. It was, like a storm of darkness. No, that wasn't right. It was like a maw of darkness. Despite being far away from whatever it was on the material plane, she could feel its malevolence, and its terrible intelligence. It was not like the angel's bane. It didn't have the smell and the feeling of unnaturalness brought by the warp. It was hungry. And as it began to turn its strength towards her, she struck it, a legion of mental beetles, spiders and centipedes, an infinite swarm that no one could stop. The creature stopped its attack and tried to send out tendrils of darkness. She disintegrated them, and for the first time, she felt something different emerge from her. Her attacks against this opponent were beginning to burn gold. The dark maw abandoned the Catachan ant. For a brief moment, she felt its fear, its hunger for her powers, and then it tried to escape. But before it did, she had a second to see what it looked like in reality. It was a horror. If the Catachan ant was something purposely built to kill and murder its way through a death world, then this thing was gene-engineered to massacre any form of opposition. It was the size of the long-extinct Tyrannosaur, but the dinosaurs could not, should not, have evolved to this state. Everything was pincers, claws, venoms, barbed tails and fangs. It was violet on its back, and white on the belly, but the colors were unimportant. The hunger, the malice, the sheer need to devour everything, it was prisoner in the entrails of Catachan, and it was regularly giving a single order to the fauna and the flora of Catachan. Kill. She sent one word in response, along with more power and determination than she had ever felt. Protect. And the ants stopped, their connections severed. The ants' resistance stopped, and she at last was in its mind, only to feel emotions and sentience. The shock was such she stopped her invasion. Coughing and breathing heavily, she was once again aware of her surroundings. Put it into stasis now. This was Gamaliel's voice. Why was he roaring? How long? She blinked, and then she realized 2 space marines were holding her and preventing her from falling. The ant disappeared from her power's notice. And suddenly she felt exhausted, like she had participated in the Astartes decathlon after staying awake for 2 days and nights. But after a few seconds, she was able to stop trembling, and less than a minute later she had recovered, let's say 2/3 of her strength. The event lasted 34.51 seconds, the Magos replied. 34 seconds? It had lasted, not an eternity, but far longer than a minute in this. Everything was fuzzy. Where exactly had they fought for control? It lasted much longer, she admitted. The Catachan ant was fighting my efforts to control it, and I think it was receiving help from all the other ants back on Catachan. That's one the tech priests was about to say impossible, before reminding himself to who he was talking to. That's extraordinary. We had no idea the Catachan ants could manifest hive mental capacities like this. That's because the Catachan ant is probably a descendant of a very, very dangerous Xenos life form hidden in the planetary crust of Catachan, she gritted between her teeth, before taking an energy drink from Gamaliel and emptying it in one gulp. Jonas, you are the best at drawing in the guard, right? The Angel of Defiance inclined his head. Yes, my lady. You have need of my talents. Taylor grimaced. I had just a glimpse of the creature, but it's better than nothing. The son of Sanguinius had not brought to the Star Machine his artistic tools, but in less than 2 minutes, several tech priests had manufactured enough tools to provide adequate substitutes. In a low voice, she began to describe to her Dawnbreaker protector what she had seen. The barbed tail, and the purple-white coloration came first, but there was the maw, the claws, the spikes, and the sheer hunger. The young woman could not help but shiver. And here she thought the demons were the worst this galaxy had to offer. It took over half an hour to complete it, during which Gamaliel and Gavriel informed her of what had transpired during these 34 seconds. There was not much to say. She had apparently not moved or spoken to them, but when she had begun to burn in golden flames and the ant had convulsed and shrieked in agony, they had immediately activated the security measures and reactivated back the stasis field. One look at a mirror-like screen confirmed that yes, more of her hair had turned golden. Before today it had been a small strand, but now the golden mark had tripled in size in her hair. Damn it, she had a feeling there were going even more prayers and worship in the near future. Are you sure there is no mistake, my lady? Quintus of the Angels Sanguine demanded with something like unease in his voice as he watched Jonas drawing what she described to him. Even the most dangerous Death World creatures are not. I don't think it is a Death World species. I think it is the reason why Catachan is a Death World. Before I forced it on the defensive, it was constantly emitting a single order to the ants. She watched the screen where the Catachan ant was now captive once more. And those golden scars on the black carapace had not been here before. A single order. She didn't know who had asked the question, but it didn't matter. Kill. The Basileia revealed to them. We will classify this species in our Xenos Horribilis files, Magos Tyrannos 0011000 New Risa Techno said with the fatalistic voice of someone used to doing this twice per year. Yes, please do so. And for the first time since being crowned and taking the responsibilities of Lady Nyx, she had the urge to call the Inquisition and order them to prepare exterminatus weapons for Catachan. Jonas had last stopped drawing and many Astartes and tech priests advanced to look at the result. Omnissiah saves us. Blood of the Primarch. It was about as awful as in the short vision she had of it. Something that should not exist, filled with a malice and a hunger that could not be extinguished, and the physical attributes to kill everything in its way, be it a tank or a space marine. I think Hive Tyrant is an appropriate name for this creature. Her suggestion received a varied reception among the sea of mechadendrites, but there was no refusal. In this case, Magos Tyrannos 0011000 New Risa Techno voiced while analyzing the behavior of the Catachan ant while she was free from her restraints, I humbly propose the name of Tyranids for this perversion of the animal gene code. For a reason which escaped her, the name felt instantly right, like the Xenos had been waiting to be called this. And yes, she was very well aware the Magos wanted to name the new species after himself. The Mechanicus Magi were strange like that. Any objections? No one stood to say no. Then it is official. This thing will be officially called Hive Tyrant of the Tyranid species. And she was going to pray very hard once she was back at Nyx to never meet one of these things in person. Granted, with her odds chattering luck, it was probably going to be in vain, but it shouldn't hurt. Probably. Maybe. Gavriel, prepare a memo for the Inquisition. I doubt they will authorize us to glass Catachan and ruin the best jungle fighter regiments of the Imperial Guard, but I suppose it's best to inform them of the little problem I have discovered. Add a copy of Jonas' drawing, if only to convince them how serious the problem is. Right away, my lady, the black-armored Astartes replied. Gamaliel, please contact Lankovar. I don't think any exploration fleet would have failed to report this super predator if they had met one and survived, but I might be wrong. It's important every Forge representative collaborate on this. I want to know if we're dealing with the last specimen of an extinct gene breed horror or if there is a planet's worth of them somewhere waiting to swallow the unprepared visitors. She ate a food bar Midas had kept in reserve. We go back to Hive Athena. Tell Dyson to prepare the Thunderhawk. I need some rest. In other words, she needed something amusing and cheerful to change her thoughts. If she had been weaker than this monstrosity, if she had been less experienced, the thought instilled in her more fear than when she had faced Kabandha. Chosen of the Omnissiah, what do we do about the Catachan ant? It was a good question, and she had no good answers. For the moment, keep it in stasis. I don't know if my control over it is total, it was sentient, and largely able to resist my power for a few seconds. I need more preparation for a second try. I suggest you keep analyzing the VID casts and the sensors of the few seconds it was out of stasis, and make sure it doesn't try to escape. Because for this insect disaster would not be enough to accurately describe the magnitude of the failure. Sentient and armed to the mandibles, the Catachan ant would decimate the population of an unaware world in a standard year. And it was not half as dangerous as the thing it had taken its hive tendencies from. This was a very big problem. Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor. Contrary to what the average citizen thought, one Inquisitor meeting another was not the prelude to the end of times, and it did not result in thousands of planets burned and reduced to ashes. But it was always difficult to convince the public of this. Many Inquisitors in the course of their careers faced things that no mind could endure for long before becoming raving mad. Some, like those who had been established in the Nyx sector, were perfectly content to close their eyes on minor heresies if it allowed them to increase their personal power and influence among the Imperium's social structure. And unfortunately, sometimes inquisitorial meetings indeed resulted in the announcement a planet had to be thoroughly purged. Not because the men and women wearing the inquisitorial rosette had become crazy. Sometimes there were genuine threats requiring a cyclonic torpedo to be exploded in the atmosphere of a formerly loyal world. It was why Inquisition bases were well guarded and their location was a secret reserved to a few chosen agents and the Inquisitors themselves. Even the servoskulls and the servitors had whatever cogitators and brains they used regularly mind-wiped. The thousands of devices and the extreme measures were not sufficient to convince an Inquisitor to lower his guard, of course. Be it in your headquarters or outside, there was always someone who wanted you dead, and in an inquisitorial fortress that enemy was most likely one of your fellows inquisitors. Few souls in the Holy Ordos were ever accused of paranoia. Those who voiced the accusation in general paid for it before the year was over. It was not paranoia if thousands of traitors, heretics, aliens, mutants, and other abominations really were out to kill you. As the new conclave of Nyx was in full session today, with no less than 14 inquisitors seated around the same table, Odysseus Tor was sure there were men and women who would be astonished to know there had been no violence and no tragic deaths to report. So far. There were many dignitaries, of course, who would ask why such a large number of inquisitors was necessary for their beloved sector and not just because they tried to hide their illegal activities, perish the thought. The answer was simple, there were too many duties and responsibilities for a single inquisitor to successfully complete. Odysseus knew it better than anyone, for as the chairman of the conclave and the senior member of the Ordo Malleus present in the sector, the purification of the Neptunia system and the interrogations and captures of cultists at Nyx were taking every hour he had. This was despite him having 4 junior inquisitors, an elite guard regiment, a venom assassin, 6 dozen assistants and hundreds of agents operating from Theta to Paton under his authority. And he had the authority to requisition anything he wanted from the local forces, though he had for the moment demanded the bare minimum. The new Lady Nyx was very popular, and those who annoyed her tended to have a lot of taxes and logistical complications coming their way. To his immediate right was Lady Inquisitor Rafaela Harper, of the Ordo Xenos. He had worked with her many times in the past, and she was probably the person he trusted the most among this table. Alas, the multiple fronts of the war against the orcs were still demanding a lot of oversight, and she also had to monitor the Brockton system just in case the Greenskins used it again as a mustering point. It was not a surprise she was showing a lot of grey hairs which had not been there a year ago. Like him, she wore a plain black robe over her dark carapace armor for the occasion, and her rosette was placed above her heart. Continuing in this rotation, there was his third ally of circumstance, Inquisitor Zoe Zircon of the Ordo Machinum. Her role was unenviable, for she had to oversee the activities of the Mechanicues and shoot the ones ignoring the limits which with the Cogboys happened 4 or 5 times per month. 5 years ago, it may have been a simple task, but now there were as many Mechanicues starships at Brockton and Nyx as around a full-fledged Forge world. Still, she could be trusted to investigate diligently and punish heresy wherever she found it. On Zircon's right, the next Inquisitor was an unknown quantity. Unlike the other 13 Inquisitors, Boniface Capua had been a member of the previous Ordo Nyx. Unlike the rest of his peers however, he appeared to have discharged his duties seriously. The problem was that his duties were those of the Ordo Militarum, the oversight of the Imperial Guard and its hierarchy, and they had required his presence at Petersburg and Harbin for the better part of the last 3 years, thus he had been unable to control his colleagues. Today he was clothed in what was one of his favorite disguises, the uniform of a Lord Commissar. The only thing which was out of the ordinary was the big cigar between his teeth. Whatever Boniface Capua thought of the new sector lady being a general of the guard in half-pay, he had for the last months not said a single word on the subject. The 4th Inquisitor was Ulrica Plowin. She could not have been more built in contrast to Capua. Where the member of the Ordo Militarum was tall, stern, and tight-lipped, Ulrica Plowin was loud, vivacious, and loved to wear robes most commonly found on the bodies of famous opera singers. Her robe for today was a bright blue which attracted very much attention. Of course, she was also representing the Ordo Astartes at the conclave. Which meant that if one of the Space Marine chapters decided to renege on their vows to the Emperor, it would be Ulrica and the forces at her disposal which would be charged with eliminating the traitor Astartes. Her other neighbor at the table was the representative of the Ordo Chronos, Inquisitor Juan Geronimo. Authorizing him to take a seat had been a very long dilemma. The reputation of the Ordo Chronos, once on the ascendant, was now very much on the decline. To their list of exploits in late M34 had been the creation of a dozen imperial calendars, all inexact and terribly flawed, the creation of several time anomalies in which numerous warships were still trapped, and a few explosions and events best removed from all records. That Juan Geronimo was currently hidden in something looking like a white spacesuit and no part of his body was even visible, though they were a lot of lights switching on and off on his arms and legs did not give Odysseus Tor a great respect for the sanity of this Inquisitor. To his right, looking like a judge of the Adeptus Arbits, albeit a very young one, was the red-haired, dark-skinned Pedro de Moray. He belonged to the Ordo Obsoletus, the overseers of miracles and unexplained phenomena. These last months he had been very busy collecting witnesses and evidence from the Battle of the Death Star, as well as details of the new governance of Nyx. In spite of his relative young age, Odysseus thought Pedro had the traits to become a great inquisitor. Odysseus was not that confident the same could apply to the 2 female inquisitors next to Pedro. The names they had given were Inquisitor Contessa of Ordo Originatus and Inquisitor Cleopatra Coral of the Ordo Excorium. The former, in her strange suit, was supposed to dedicate her life to unraveling myths, exaggerations, and lies. Odysseus did not trust her, not a single second. Her motives, even by the standards of the Inquisition, were obscure and mysterious. Her past and present were shrouded in secrecy, and her walking with a small group of grey-armoured Astartes that even Lady Weaver had confirmed knowing nothing about was not reassuring. The latter kept a mask of black silk on her visage in permanence, as such the Lord Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus could not truly say what she looked like. On the other hand, he was sure she really belonged to the Ordo Excorium. The inquisitorial battleship Judgment she used as her personal transport had indeed the weapons to kill half of this sector if it was unleashed. The other Inquisitors were more convivial. Inquisitor Benjamin Lorenzo of the Ordo Astra was buried in his maps and star calculations. Inquisitor Sardis Navarre was in the clothes of an errant pontifex, fitting as his duties demanded he kept both eyes on the ecclesiarchy as part of the Ordo Fidelius. Inquisitor Evander Platonist had arrived in the robes of an august member of the Adeptus Administratum, and was part of the Ordo Redactus, the classification and the protection of the Inquisition's history. Inquisitor Henry Charles Severus III was in the blue of the Imperial Navy, for he was a captain of Battlefleet Ultima and appointed by the Ordo Novis to monitor the Imperial fleet. And then there was the 14th member. He was 4 seats on his left, and Odysseus Tor would lie if he said this Inquisitor did not concern him. He had identified himself as Inquisitor Thanatos Gamma of the Ordo Thanatos. Whatever happened, nothing could be distinguished of his traits, his height, or even his sex. Some might say it was the same problem with Geronimo, but at least with Geronimo the protection was technological. With Thanatos Gamma, the reason was more esoteric, it was psychic powers which shrouded his body from the other Inquisitors' gazes. No one really knew what he did, or what his Ordo stood for. No one had ever seen him enter or leave the room. He was just there at one moment, and not there the one after. They had used a lot of devices and artifacts to try to understand his secrets, for the moment in pure loss. Only the fact his rosette came from a former inquisitorial representative of Holy Terra had allowed him or her to be included in the conclave. With these 14 different backgrounds, the debates were lively and rarely short. There had only been 10 orders of the day for this conclave, but they had just voted on the 8th, and the conclave had been officially started 5 hours ago. 9th point, Rafaela began. According to 3 of our senior agents, Governor Sylvester Beagle IV of Matopan is contemplating ideas above his station. He's not exactly discreet about it either. Excuse me, where exactly is the Matopan system? Evander Platonist asked. It is an unremarkable system in the Atlas Graveyard subsector, Inquisitor Platonist. Benjamin Lorenzo did not raise his eyes from his star maps. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of it. It only has a single inhabitable planet, Matopan Quintus, designation Matopan, and while the classification of the Administratum proclaims it is a civilized world, the society is primarily based on agriculture. The last census gave a population of 2.5 billion inhabitants. The tropical climate and the abundance of water ensure the primary harvest consists of the Matopan rice. Boniface Capua stated with a glint of disgust in his irises. The world could be far more prosperous if it was administered correctly, but the ruling aristocrats have long ago strangled the planetary economy, and investors aren't running in to be robbed by the local governor and his associates. I think the tithe grade is Solutio Secundus. Zoe Zircon declared thoughtfully. I don't remember them mustering many guard regiments for the fight against the orcs. They didn't, the member of the Ordo Militarum declared between inhalations of his cigar. They gave 2 regiments in the last 5 years, and both of them were disbanded after their first planetary campaign. The Munitorum wasn't impressed by them, and neither was I. There were investigations launched, but with a war going on. What are the accusations against the governor of Matopan? The emotionless voice of Contessa cut off most of the small chatter and murmurs. Let's see. Inquisitor Pedro de More consulted his files. First, 4 months ago he ordered an increase in his planetary defense force effectives, a move that was not reported to the Administratum or the Munitorum, and he failed to give out a regiment or 2 to account for the differences in the guard tithe. Secondly, his deliveries to the Administratum have been falling in the last decade, and since Matopan was not attacked and they contributed less than 50,000 men to the crushing of the Imperium's enemies this century, this economic decline can't be explained with military issues. Third, the authorities of Battlefleet Ifrit reported he purchased last year 4 ancient monitors of the Golem class, but Nyx and Atlas were not informed. And fourth, since the last Sanguinilla, both officials and priests in the Matopan system have taken a very vocal tone against the emergence of false saints in the capital of the sector. Odysseus Tor very much wanted to strangle the previous inquisitors and Governor Sylvester Beagle IV of Matopan. Please, Beagle can't be that stupid, the comment had come from Sardis Navarre, attracting the attention of the other 13 inquisitors. I don't have much respect for the nobility lines the Menelaus sector lords allowed to thrive around Nyx, but surely even a noble of his caliber should know he stands absolutely no chance against the retribution of Nyx. By the Golden Throne, I'm sure Lady Weaver and her Dawnbreaker Guard can walk over his SDF and his PDF in one afternoon by themselves. Matopan's capital has no planetary shields, and the twin fortresses which guard the entrances of his seat of power are built to prevent uprising from barehanded peasants, not a serious assault from the Imperial Guard. I agree with your assessment. Ulrika Plowin flashed them a joyless smile. And yet I have in this very sector met many nobles which are sufficiently idiotic to believe it can work. Inquisitor de Moray, in your opinion how advanced are the governor's plans? He might declare secession from the Imperium before this year's end. It was, as Navarre had affirmed, utter insanity. Lady Weaver was not going to let a world secede like this under her watch, and with the orcs effectively wiped out she would have both Battlefleet Nix and the Imperial Guard to stamp out any potential rebellion. And anyone who believed the swords of the Imperium were not going to follow her orders was so far removed from reality he or she did not deserve to live. The living conditions on Matopan are not pleasant for the average citizen, right? The Lord Inquisitor wondered out loud. I've seen and heard worse, Boniface Capua shrugged. But the taxes and the dictatorship Governor Sylvester Beagle IV and his friends have enforced did not make them popular. What do you have in mind, Lord Inquisitor? Odysseus Tor refused to give a smile, but there was plenty of satisfaction in his voice when he spoke again. I will review all the information at our disposal, but if it is confirmed, I think the best solution in this situation is that we do nothing, nothing save give Lady Nix the great lines of Governor Sylvester Beagle IV's secessionist plans. That is evil, Benjamin Lorenzo commented in an appreciative tone, raising his head from his mountain of highly secretive documents for the first time in hours. You realize, Lord Inquisitor, that she's going to slaughter the Matopan nobility and create dozens of penal legions. Oh surely not, Boniface Capua protested. The Matopan nobility can't have more than 1 million people in its ranks, and that's a generous estimate. I think there will be 3 or 4 penal legions when this treacherous conspiracy is rooted out. I stand corrected, the Inquisitor of the Ordo Astra replied sardonically. But my point about the slaughter and the extermination of the Matopan nobility does not change. Odysseus stared calmly into the blue eyes of his colleague. The Inquisition tolerated the structure of this sector being dominated by the nobility because it was the most efficient method to keep Nix and the surrounding planets loyal. But we have to face the truth, Inquisitors. Nobles at the top are a hindrance at best, a source of corruption, stagnation, and other problems at worst. And if the nobles refuse to remain loyal because the new Lady Nix's rule is unpalatable to them, then I think it's time they are removed permanently. This is going to cause problems with Terra and the Segmentum Solar, Lord Inquisitor, Thanatos Gamma warned him, though his voice was emotionless and the shrouding from his psyker powers continued. Maybe not in a decade or in a century, but sooner or later they will remember where Nostradamus Van Dyer ended his career, and there are plenty of adepts, princes, clans, and houses which will not like this new order. Then it is best to strike the iron while it is hot, Juan Geronimo chuckled in his white spacesuit. I approve the Lord Inquisitor's course of action. Let Lady Nix remove the problematic nobles as soon as we have evidence of their misdeeds. Maybe the other aristocrats will learn from the dead traitors' examples. And if they don't, we can deal with them, Henry Charles III Severus agreed. Unfortunately, I won't be able to monitor and oversee whatever happens in the Matopan system for several months. I leave for my deployment in 10 hours for Theta via Liver Dance. Who wants to oversee the Basileia of Nix? I will do it, Pedro de Moray said humorlessly when it became obvious no one was going to volunteer. I will have to operate openly, however. I will detach a light cruiser for your operations, Cleopatra promised. 10th point, one of Lady Weaver's Dawnbreaker guards delivered to me a troubling request to execute an exterminatus on Catachan. Rafaela Harper chuckled, and it was rapidly followed by Odysseus and the Inquisitors in the room. I'm sorry, the Lady Inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos stated with a large smile, but the Ordo constantly receives similar demands from the Adeptus Mechanicus, rogue traders, commissars, and several other prestigious commanders. Generally, the demands come from the ones which have tangled with Catachan wildlife and somehow managed to survive long enough to escape. The representative of the Ordo Excorium just placed an extensive drawing on the projector at the center of the table. The laughs and the chuckles died instantly. What in the name of the Emperor is this horror? The official designation is Hive Tyrant. From a contact with a dangerous insect species of Catachan, Lady Nix is convinced there is one dormant in the planetary crust of the planet. It may be the reason Catachan is the way it is. That's not very likely, Benjamin Lorenzo protested. I mean we have solid evidence that Catachan was that way before M20. There's no intelligent life form that I'm aware of which would accept to remain dormant for tens of thousands years. And what if there was one? Boniface Capua crushed his cigar against the table. I will have to veto the exterminatus for now, Cleopatra Coral told her colleagues. We don't know where this Hive Tyrant is, so we would have to use our most powerful exterminatus-grade weapons, and the Munitorum and the High Lords would never agree to use those on Catachan. I agree, Odysseus Tor said with regret. Still, I think we need to learn all what we can about this monster. I will ask for a new audience with Lady Weaver before the end of this week. Inquisitor Coral, please ask a few of your operatives to compile a file on what we really know about Catachan. Inquisitors Lorenzo, Contessa, and Platonist, please contact your sources to see if anyone has seen this horror before. Gene abominations like this one are not generally the only one of their species. Maybe it was the last specimen of something which went extinct against the Eldar, long before humanity's rise to the stars. Navarre said in an unconvinced tone. You believe that as much as I do, Navarre, Raphael replied sharply. Given the recent encounter of Lady Weaver with the Necrons, I think it's more prudent to assume the worst from the start. In the decades to come, Odysseus Tor would remember this conclave and know the worst they had imagined in their nightmares had fallen short of reality. Magos Draco Dragon Richter. There were many things Dragon found unpleasant in the Adeptus Mechanicus, but one thing you couldn't accuse them of was to be neglectful in their production methods and construction protocols. Everything was checked, rechecked and re-rechecked close to 100 times per hour, scrap code defenses were inspected as many times as was timely possible, and the runes and oils of sanctity were used with the most profound reverence. Binaric cants sung algorithms of activation, and metallic bells told to announce the moment was at hand. Pattern, code, and number. The Magos she had personally chosen shouted over the infernal din, and the data shouts of thousands of tech priests around the immobile dragon-shaped flying armor paused. The first is Nyx. Let that be thy pattern, as it is your home. The second is 00-101. Let that be thy number. The third is 056290, Millennium 35, Terran checksum 7. Let that be thy inception code. Slowly, extremely slowly, the dragon armor advanced towards the exit of the assembly line. The last groups of tech priests added the last touches and made their last verifications. And just like this, that first Nyx pattern mark the fifth dragon armor was completed. It was a beauty. It was the elegance of the dragon in red colors, with thousands of gold and obsidian glyphs of the Mechanicus. It was bigger than the Sapphira had been, but this was expected. The model Lankovar had approved last year required no pilot, while this one would need one at the helm. And the number of engines had increased from 2 to 4. The new model as such weighed 80 tons without its pilot, and had slight length, width, and height size increases too. 12 Secundus grade cogitators had been integrated along with a Ryza pattern interface. The main armament and the defensive measures had not changed too much. On the other hand, the Nyx pattern was going to have the Inferno cannon, 12 miniaturist Storm Eagle rockets, the Lightning Claws and the Lascannon for offense, and the Melusine armor, the Loden force fields and an ion shield for defense. Awaken! Shouted the Archmagos who had been chosen to be the Magos activator today. Machine spirit, I call upon thee. To life, to life. Awaken! Warm the cogitators. Bless the fuel. Engage the engines. Awaken! And her creation answered. As button after button was pressed and the cant of the Mechanicus soared above all, the lights of the dragon armor lit one by one. The armaments whined as they rotated. And the engines roared as the systems all came online. All systems engaged. Bless the Omnissiah. Does it live? IT lives. Holy life. Cog and bear. Bless the Omnissiah. Bless the Omnissiah. Your pattern, code, and number shall be entered in the Liber Armorum Nyx, blessed machine. As shall your name. I name thee Hope of Nyx, and by this name you will smite the enemies of the Omnissiah. It still took 2 full hours of activations and verifications, 2 hours of prayers, oil blessings, and paint adjustments, completed by ceremonials. Dragon was only beginning to understand, before the dragon armor Hope of Nyx left the Mechanicus manufactorum at low power via a magnetic elevator and the tech priests crowd began to disperse. This first activation had been a success, and in the not-so-distant future, dragon armors would be awaiting in this line by the hundreds their activation. Today this was not the case, nor would the Hope of Nyx be destined for the battlefield immediately. Taylor had bought it for her, so for the time being it was going to stay in the upper structure of Hive Athena. A flawless activation if there ever was one, Archmagos Metallurgicus Unity Victor Omega Manville of Acatron canted in high-level binaric. I congratulate you for bringing this project to completion, Magos Draco Richter. It was a pleasure, she answered politely. The Master of Metallurgy and Mining had been named 5 days ago, so she did not exactly know him like she knew the other Archmagi of the Mechanicus Council. I understand the first phase of production will begin in 12 standard hours minus 3 minutes, praise the blessed motive force. Like artisan Magos cybersmith Lydia Beta Rosamund, the Acatron Archmagos had decided to make his body a work of art, but where the Tigress artisan had chosen a silver theme, Unity Victor Omega Manville had settled for a black-red one. He was also far more massive, like he wanted to imitate a bulldozer for the front of his chest and his legs. It will, if it is the machine's plan. Lexico Arcanus Foul Op 6A2 Tertius remains confident we will be able to build and maintain the 3 assembly lines of the original plan for this year. Counting the traditional margin error of 1%, 160 Nyx pattern dragon armors will be built this year. I understand all of them have been already bought by different Forge worlds. They have, minus the 10 Hope of Nyx included the Basileia bought for the use of the Nyxian Mechanicus. It had created a storm of debates she had not anticipated, to be honest. Vista had tried to convince her superior to buy more, but the expensive prices the Archmagos who remained uninvolved with the industrialization of Nyx had offered were too tantalizing for any governor, even Taylor Hebert, to refuse. At the moment, the hive world drank energy and ate ceramite, ferrocrete, adamantium, and highly refined alloys like there was no tomorrow. Nyx needed the Mechanic-Us to remain pleased, and so 150 dragon armors had already been sold to major forge worlds. Factoring the expansion, training, and mysteries of the Omnissiah, the Magi Logis believe we will reach the 1,000 mark per year here at Hive Romulus in 5 standard years. In a standard decade, the production should be at the 3,000 mark. But of course a lot depends on the production capabilities, the will of the Council, and outside factors. And yes, this was her being diplomatic here. While she could with the support of the ruler of Nyx bypass all the Archmagi and order them at will, she was trying to construct something united and functional here at Nyx. I will not argue with you on this. So many things have changed in so little time. The mechanic pistons, the clang of the bells and the cants didn't allow her to determine if the Mechanic-Us adept was chuckling or sighing. I understand there have been more issues with the Karen tank production lines. Had Dragon been a flesh and blood being, she would have gritted her teeth and shouted 1 or 2 inventive curses. But she wasn't, and thus she was able to remain calm. Sort of. The Karen tank was certainly, for the moment, her personal bane. In all logic, building and operating the assembly lines shouldn't have been a problem. Unlike the Dragon armors, Nyx built and sent tens of thousands tanks across the stars every year, and it was not like it was terribly difficult to repurpose an assembly line or for that matter to build an entirely new one from scratch. This was logical and supported by all evidence in the machinery process. But the Mechanic-Us tech priests, no matter how many times they pretended the contrary every day of their existence, were humans. And like poor Taylor had created a mini-architectural doctrinal war with her refusal to embrace the Gothic style, the Karen had done the same thing for the Mechanic-Us. Arguments, insults, and doctrinal debates had raged for the last months. It would have been funny, if she hadn't been forced to prevent it from turning into a true civil war, something that, needless to say, Nyx really couldn't afford at such a crucial stage of its existence. It didn't help that the Mechanic-Us Council was divided on the issue. Lankovar, as one of the tech priests who had benefited from the performance of the first Karen, was in favor. So were Archmagos Arithmencia Sultan and Lexico Arcanus Foul Op 6A2 Tertius. But Archgenitor Hark Alpha Dipides was completely uninterested in the issue, and High Magos Engineer Kathar 4 Frederick was proving extremely obstructive. It was a big problem, since he was the master of engineers. And he had allies. The master of Electrolife High Magos Thomson Siemens of Voss Prime was with him. The master of the Magisterium Archmagos Malagrammontcom Iota 1 was more reasonable, which was good for his were the responsibilities to track heretics and punishing techno-heresy while ensuring the internal security of the Nyxian Mechanic-Us. But he nonetheless remained reluctant where the Karen was concerned. Master of Destruction Archmagos Reductor Stefan Delta Septimus of Estaban 7 was in favor, but since every engine and weapon of destruction found grace in his bionic eyes as long as they weren't of chaos origin, it wasn't the unconditional supporter she wanted. The Archmagos had very violent tendencies and a total disregard for friendly fire incidents. At least it had let her arrive at a conclusion. The truth, as unpleasant it was to hear, was that a lot of the Mechanic-Us doctrine was based on hypocrisy. By all rights, M3 or M30 technology, the Flying Dragon armors should have generated 1,000 times the doctrinal civil war the Karen had stoked the fires of. But the Imperium needed her dragon armors. Many dark layers of the Dark Mechanicum loved raiding and corrupting by sending entire flights of held rakes in this era, and the Mechanic-Us had no perfect counter against them. The Karen, on the other hand, had a cousin called the Lemon Russ Vanquisher. It didn't matter that the few forge worlds producing it like Tigruss, never managed to build enough of said tanks for the Imperial Guard. In fact, the figures she had been able to see were unanimous. Mars was more or less producing every Lemon Russ Vanquisher which arrived to the Guard regiments in the 35th millennium. Yes, there have been many issues with the Karen. I won't pretend I am not annoyed by the resistance of several high-ranked adepts to the production of this tank. At the same time, I realize the concerns of several members of the council and the thousands of tech priests must be addressed. Walking at a fast pace, they rapidly left the assembly lines of the Mechanic-Us enclave to walk into the forges. It was a spectacle Hephaestus and every smith god of old would have applauded with both hands. Massive pools of molten metal could be seen as far as her augmetic eyes reached, and great pumps, pistons, hammers and tens of thousands machines, some invented in M2, some far later, were striking metal and alloys, bringing millions of tons of plasteel, ceramite and other materials into their final forms. I am relieved by your logic and your doctrinal ideas, which is why I have come to you today to propose a political solution to the problem. I am willing to hear it, Archmagos, and she was perfectly sincere. Archmagos Malagrammontcom Iota 1 has declared the design is perfectly sound and has no minor techno-heresies in its heart, but the concerns about the unclear origins and the lack of compatibility with the holy template of the Lemon Russ remains. I propose to solve this in 3 moves. First, by ensuring Magos Syracuse M Lambda 9999 will formally take position against the Karen tank. This one she understood in less than a second. The Martian Magos was, hated was maybe a strong word, but his presence was not appreciated at Nyx. Anything he declared his opposition to, the more conservative magi and archmagi were going to rethink if their doctrinal reasons were really worth it if it meant being on the same side as him. The second is to come back to the first template you used to build the prototype. I know many blessed patterns have been developed and several prototypes built, but the purity of the machine primes above all else, and the Karen Mark I has stood against the horrors of this galaxy in defense of the Omnissiah servants. Ta-da! That was the sound of hundreds of hours of work going up in smoke. Dragon recited 1,000 times in her head, I must not strangle one of the archmagi quickly. It didn't help much. Your third proposal, Archmagos. As galling as it is for your efficiency, I must advise you to call for production goals which are not threatening for the tech priests convinced of the absolute sanctity of the Lemon Rust template. Practically, ensure that for the next 5 years the regiments Lady Weaver wants to send to the Guard and take with her personal army group are receiving Karen tanks, but not more than that. 10,000 should be considered an upper limit. Fine, this was not completely bad news. When guardsmen began to scream for more tank hunter machines, the same tech priests who had played the obstructionism cards were going to have to eat dirt and work twice as hard to recover from the fallout. I will analyze and study the benefits and the drawbacks of these moves. May I present you an amended preliminary production schedule in 3 days for the next council? You may, Unity Victor Omega Manville replied rather graciously. Oh, and another fourth move that may help things. If he said try to be conservative, she might not be responsible for the consequences of her actions. It would be judicious to change the name. Karen is not a name many magi and archmagi like to remember. A more pleasant designation might turn a lot of reluctance several of our tech priests are exerting by reflex against this battle tank. Bah, if this was the price to pay, she stuck out her tongue at the memories she had of Magos Troy Alpha Karen 1462 and prepared a list of alternative names she would propose to several assiduous subordinates. Let's see, the Tinker whispered to herself once she was back in one of her command centers alone. Lemon Russ was a Primarch, so to counter his memory, it would be best to have another Primarch's memory to draw on. It did not take her long to find the best candidate for the honor. The Primarch of the 5th Legion, the White Scars. By all the information she had readily accessible, this son of the Emperor was a formidable hunter and the space reincarnation of Genghis Khan, and known to use his space marines in lightning speed offensives. It was going to take another bureaucratic battle, but for the moment she removed the name Karen and replaced it with Jagatai Khan. His Most Holy Majesty's ship Enterprise. Long before the last days of the 35th millennium, the name had already become a legend and a symbol of hope. Unavoidably, it caused some grumbling in the upper ranks as the popularity of the battleship never stopped increasing. Many Imperial admirals grumbled such a ship should never have been bought by someone not answering to the Imperial Navy, but their discontent was largely drowned out by the billions of cheers and support. For the common citizen of the Imperium, and especially the Nyx sector, the Enterprise was the lance of the saint, and its arrival instantly transformed desperate last stands in glorious victories. It went without saying that this made the warship a first-rate target for the traitors, the Xenos, and the damned from the moment it entered service. These cowardly and treacherous attempts all failed. Monstrous Xenos warlords could pretend all they want. The destruction of the battleship, the Big E, as it had been nicknamed, returned again and again to protect mankind and the Imperium. Extract from Legendary Ships of the Imperium, 005M41, Neptune Editions. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx III's Orbit. 7.160.290 M35. Second Naval Secretary Dennis Peters. There are some captains who are complaining the work on the Mars-type dry docks is not proceeding as fast as it could be, Dennis whispered to Wolfgang as he took his place in the procession walking up one of the main avenues of the Fukin's Arsenal shipyard. Wolfgang did not raise his eyes to the ceiling to show his annoyance, but Dennis had spent enough time around him to know he was exasperated. I have a feeling some of these rear-line Navy officers are frustrated they are not given a ship, and they want to make the life of everyone around them miserable. I like more and more the cogboys after each appointment these Navy officers waste my time with. The Mechanics may have an incomprehensible language, but they are efficient and cooperative. The time-stopping para-human did not disagree with anything that had just been said. I failed to see how we could accelerate the pace of construction. The tech priests started to work on these dry docks 3 days ago, and it's an extensive and complicated work. It's not going to be done in a month. In fact, and they had been forced to recite it so many times to the administrators and their subordinates that they knew it by heart, this orbital building project was going to be completed in late 292M35 if it was on schedule. And it might not be. These were first-rate technology, automation systems, and modular infrastructure they were using, and Nyx was not at the technological levels a Forge world took for granted. I don't think even these loudmouths are finding their own protests very rational, Dennis commented with a half-smile. But they have to do something to justify their pay, and complain seems to be the option they have chosen. If they had been part of another branch of the Imperium and not of the Imperial Navy, hundreds of these lieutenants, captains, and other naval officers would be in a penal legion transport by now. But they were of the Imperial Navy, and for obvious reasons Weaver treaded lightly around them. The Ecclesiarchy, the Mechanicus, and the Adeptus Astartes were in love with her, and while the Adeptus Arbits, the Astrum Militarum, and the Adeptus Administratum kept a face of neutrality, the rank-and-file men and women in these organizations worshipped the ground she walked on. The Navy, the clock-blocker part of him who had constantly been waiting in front of Pigot's office knew the naval military branch of the Imperium were never going to be the Nix government's biggest fans. Well, at least if we could not make these pompous officers happy, the Mechanicus Magi are satisfied we began on schedule. They really want to try to have the first Arsenal Starforge galleon ready by 300 M35. I still think it's extremely optimistic, the young red-haired man admitted. Assuming we have completed the dry docks on schedule, it will be the end of 292 M35, which will give us at best 8 years to build a galleon in time. And the Arsenal class is not exactly the smallest type of warship ever built by the Imperium. Really, what was officially called a Starforge galleon was in size equivalent to a very big heavy cruiser or small battlecruiser. This was just for the hull. Inside were systems, cogitators, foundries, space parts producing manufacturum and tools which cost a fortune. Nothing really surprising when one Arsenal galleon was supposed to be able to take care of roughly 50% of Battlefleet Nix's supply needs. Honestly, the only thing a Starforge galleon couldn't do was play the role of Prometheum or plasma tanker, but in its hulls it could build without assistance and then deploy automated extraction stations and refineries provided it had enough resources on hand. Furthermore, the Arsenal class had teeth. It was a support ship, not a true man of war, but any pirate stupid to try to attack it would regret it extremely quickly. The prow had 4 torpedo tubes delivering the same projectiles as capital battleships. There were 20 turrets and hundreds of countermeasures for the interception of enemy fire. And on each flank were 10 massive plasma macro batteries. Each, according to the simulations, could eviscerate a cruiser if they found their target. As a consequence, Dennis thought it was far more likely the first galleon would be ready by 315 M35. They might be able to gain something between a couple of months and a year, but something battlecruiser-sized had never been built in less than 15 years at Nix. I think our local cogboys are a bit frustrated. Ryza is going to build the first Arsenal-class galleon before them. The template copies Sultan negotiated before officially entering the Basileia's service will certainly reach the Forge world in 2 or 3 months, and after that they will definitely begin construction immediately. Ryza owns hundreds if not thousands of Mars-type dry docks, obviously. Bah, I think we will be able. Most of the conversations, including theirs, stopped as they arrived in the gigantic terminal and saw the gargantuan warship waiting in the void on the other side of the observation bays. Dennis had seen the images given by the sensors. He had read the technical data. But, nothing could really prepare to see it. It was a battleship bigger than the 2 Battlefleet Nix had in its order of battle, but this didn't do it any justice. It was a lance, a mountain of destruction that had been created and woken up in the immensities of the Mechanicus shipyards. You certainly couldn't create such a thing planetside and hope it would manage to rise through the atmosphere. In its shadow destroyers and frigates were dwarves, and the less said about the monitors, the shipyard tugs and the shuttles, the better. It was 11 kilometers long and looked like no other ship currently present in the Nix system. It was His Most Holy Majesty ship's Enterprise. According to the lady who had chosen it, it was in no way an attempt to immortalize the Star Trek franchise. Ignore Leet weeping in the background. It was to honor the memory of the USS Enterprise, the Big E, the grey ghost of World War II. May it write the same legend as its predecessor had done more than 30 millennia ago. The terminal and countless hangars nearby gave a thunder of applause, but these demonstrations of enthusiasm and joy were nothing when the Quran representative Archmagos entered the terminal with a massive cohort of Skitarii and saluted Taylor A. Bear. Lady Weaver, the Enterprise is yours to command. Then the shouts and the acclamations were really heard on Nix below. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Atlas Graveyard Subsector. Matopan System. 7.191.290 M35. Governor Sylvester Beagle 4. It is obvious at this hour that the capital of the Nix sector is in the hands of upstarts and brazen commoners. The authority which was supposed to protect us from the Xenos, the mutants, and the heretics surrendered to a false saint and is now the enemy we must fight against. The crowd cheered in approval, as it should be, and Sylvester Beagle 4 smiled. You all have heard of the purges, of entire bloodlines massacred and sent to die in penal legions. You all have heard of the execution squads and the hangings. This so-called saint is not holy or blessed by the divine. A true saint knows his will. And the will of His Holy Majesty is clear. It is his will the descendants of the men and women who helped him forge the greatest realm that ever was and ever will be would rule the planets of the most blessed Imperium in his holy name. His nobles and supporters cheered louder, proclaiming their support for the natural order. Matopan will not support this folly any longer. There is a right granted to every governor of His Most Holy Majesty if he thinks the lord of his sector is in league with dark forces, and it is with regret I affirm this is the case today. Nix is no longer the bastion of order and strength that stood like an adamantium-clad titan since the time of the Great Crusade. The rights and the privileges of the ruling classes have been trampled into the mud and grievously wounded. But fear not. As dark as the shadow is, Matopan is not the only light in the darkness. Astropathic calls have been sent. Loyal planetary defense forces, guard regiments, and starship commanders have embraced our cause. Soon dozens of worlds will join our banner and join our crusade to topple the false saint. But Matopan will be the first to refuse the yoke of this usurper. By the authority granted me by the Adeptus Terra and the Holy Divine God Emperor, I, Governor Sylvester Beagle IV, declare secession from the Nyx sector and demands all loyal subjects of the Imperium to forsake the oaths they swore to this treacherous Lady Weaver. Death to Weaver. A new start for the Nyx sector. Matopan will be the light of the Imperium. Satisfied he could count on the unconditional loyalty of his dukes, his counts, and his PDF generals, Sylvester made the sign of the Aquila before descending the steps of his podium and joining his most favored advisors. It was a magnificent speech, Governor. I know the entire sector has heard the call. The days of the false saint are numbered, declared Archbishop Walton Fountain. Your words are a balm for my soul, Archbishop. Fountain had arrived to Matopan a mere 3 months ago, but Sylvester had noticed the faith and the intelligence of the high-ranked priest. If only there were more like him, but alas, Walton Fountain had been the only Archbishop of Nyx Tertius to escape the purges. That Cardinal Prescott Lumen's signature had been on the arrest and execution documents was mere hollow falsehood for the masses. Everyone at Matopan knew very well who had given the order behind the scenes. The PDF stands ready to fight the followers of the false saint, Governor, declared Supreme Marshal General of the Red Host Tyru Yistone, commanding officer of the Matopan PDF in red gold parade uniform. We have 10 million PDF elite guardsmen ready for deployment across the sector. Good, very good, Sylvester beamed. With the modifications our friends did to the Golem-class monitors to transform them into Golem-class destroyers, we have an unstoppable force of liberation that the Nyxians traitors will never see coming. All of this had been a bit expensive for his resources, but when Matopan became the capital of the subsector instead of Atlas, all his debts would be forgiven and the standing of Matopan would rise higher than it had ever been in a millennium. My lord, my lord. A messenger in his deep green system defense fleet's uniform rushed into the ballroom, and Sylvester Beagle IV frowned. Was it a bit too much to ask for his officers to have some decorum and dignity? Making a discreet sign to his bodyguards to not shoot the impertinent, the governor of Matopan gave a smile the ingrate didn't deserve. What is it, Lieutenant? I hope it is urgent, we are a bit in the middle of serious affairs, you know. Have the forces of Calypso already sent their answer? Governor. It was then Sylvester noticed that the lieutenant wasn't excited, he was terrified. Approximately 4 minutes and 30 seconds ago, the young green-haired officer consulted his chronometer. The monitoring stations surrounding Mandeville Point of High Beacon registered a massive warp translation. There are over 300 warships out there. Preposterous. Nyx could not have this kind of armada ready to launch so quickly. They had not. Governor Admiral Suktaka and his staff have already identified over 50 ships that are supposed to be part of the Nyx naval detachments covering the Neptunia Reach. And that's not the worst, my lord. That was not the worst. They are led by a monstrous battleship, one we never saw in any order of battle. The Admiral presents his compliments, and respectfully demands your presence to the command center. The security. But Sylvester Beagle IV wasn't listening to the lieutenant anymore. No, this had to be an error. He had been so careful, so prudent. There was no way the false saint could have guessed his plans. And as for this assertion she had a battleship they had never seen, that was plainly ridiculous. Nyx had nothing to build them. Yes, it was incompetence and treason. There was nothing to worry about. Guards. Take away this liar and execute him for peddling blatant false information to me. By your orders, Lord. Ridiculous, Archbishop Fountain nodded in approval. Governor Menelaus could not muster 100 warships with no warning. There is no way this false saint is able to send the triple of that with no clue what is going on in this stellar system. Archmagos Thayer Sagami. The call pattern Nemesis Hunter Cannon, Archmagos Thayer Sagami thought, was truly a frightening weapon. The Doppler shells of a classic Mars pattern Nova cannon were more powerful by something like 10%. The Nova cannon shells had also a larger area of impact, by something like 50 kilometers from the epicenter of the shot. Against an Apocalypse-class Mechanicus-crewed battleship, the Nemesis Hunter cannon of the Enterprise was roughly equal in fire rate, approximately 1 shot per 7.2 minutes. But it had a recoil advantage of 51% over the Mars pattern Nova cannon, and its targeting arrays were so efficient the precision was far above any Magos expected from the destruction wrought by a long-range bombardment. The figures in his data manifolds for the shot which had just been fired were nothing short of a miracle of the Omnissiah. An improvement in precision of 1,464% was properly, mechanically wondrous. Targets destroyed, Lady Weaver. He declared to the woman he had accepted to serve for the next 10 years. Acknowledged, Archmagos. Excellent work. The smile he received was extremely gratifying. Perhaps his exile was not going to be as unpleasant as he had feared. Please send a new demand for surrender to the Matopan forces. Now that their system defense fleet has been wiped out, maybe they will see sense and lay down their arms. Thayer bowed and relayed the orders, that a small army of Nixians recruits and younger tech priests diligently executed. He would never admit it in public, but now that the corridors and the compartments of the Enterprise had something resembling a full crew, the battleship was not as unlikable as he had first thought. The call style of decoration was still unlikable in the extreme, but Lady Weaver had promised this would be remedied once they returned to Nyx. Augury focus on Quadrant CX-11. The damage delivered to the Matopan system defense fleet was total. The traitor to the Omnissiah and the Emperor had bought and armed in secret more ships than what his planet was able to supply and maintain, violating countless edicts and rules of the Imperium. All of this had been in vain, for a single shot of the Enterprise's main cannon had devastated the defenses of Matopan. 2 out of the 4 Golem-class monitors could still technically qualify as wrecks, despite one being broken in half. The M33 built Chelsea-class destroyer, the 5 Lizard-class monitors and the 80 starfighters however had been so thoroughly destroyed there were just debris registering on the auspexes, the auguries and the gravitic sensors of the battleship. The heart of the fixed defenses had been torn apart in the same ultra-precise bombardment. Normally removing an entire defense fleet like this was thoroughly impossible, but Matopan had a very small SDF, and obviously its admiral had never seen a Nova cannon in action. And the Enterprise had not given the enemy the time to learn from its initial errors. The Nemesis Hunter cannon had fired at over 800,000 kilometers, far beyond any range they could possibly retaliate. Archmagos, our demands for surrender receive no answer, canted Magos Ipsiel. Then they have chosen, poorly. Thayer Sagami replied before turning back to face the Basileia of Nyx. Lady Weaver, I fear a planetary invasion is going to be necessary. Do you want to precede the landing of the troops by orbital strikes? I don't think it will be necessary, Magos. They still have something like 10 nuclear silos, he informed her. The squad of Brothers of the Red we have aboard has already volunteered to disable them. Ah, so that was the reason they had in precipitation left the bridge 10 minutes ago. In this case, I humbly request the authorization to complete the annihilation of the last orbital defenses of Matopan. Granted, Archmagos, and by the adamantium in her eyes, the Quran tech priest wondered how the mortals on this planet could have thought it was a good idea to rebel against this woman. By all tenets of the Omnissiah, it was illogical and irrational. And if they were lucky, they would die before he had the opportunity to transform them into servitors. Nemesis Hunter cannon primed and ready, Archmagos. The scans of compartment Alpha report normal temperatures. Tests completed, ammunition loaded, and no casualties among the weapons crew. Open fire. 5 seconds later, the sun rose a third time today for the Matopan system. Colonel Perry Terayev. For a rebellion, it was a massive disappointment. The Fae 5th Armored had left its garrison city on Torch to come here, as their orders from High Command demanded, but for the moment there was not exactly a lot of fighting. There had been sporadic exchanges of laser throughout the morning, but all in all it was rather calm. There were no fatalities, only 2 men seriously wounded, and by the medical report he had been voxed, their lives were not in danger. No, this rebellion was not hard because of the fighting. The bigger obstacle on their way to the capital of Matopan, which was apparently called Sylvesteropolis for reasons which had plenty to do with the ego of the traitor governor, was the number of prisoners they were taking. The roads were crowded with them. It was a torrent of red and gold uniforms, larger than the big rivers they had recently swam in during the aftermath of the Torch campaign. The young faces looked completely in shock and lost, probably from the rapidity they had been defeated. The old ones glared with more hateful expressions, and he made sure the servoskulls had good views on their faces and the names written on their uniforms. The former may be given an amnesty, but the latter were going to be meat fodder for the penal legions. At least that was his opinion, and so far everything he had heard from his superiors confirmed it was a possible outcome. Far from me to criticize Lady Weaver, his chief of staff told him after delivering him the news that 2 more PDF regiments had surrendered, but letting para-humans break the front lines makes things too easy for us. I quite agree, Nikos. Perry Terayev stopped looking for a few seconds at the prisoners, trusting his soldiers to watch with both eyes the now defenseless enemies. But you have to admit that way fewer of our men die, and seeing a fortress torn apart by what looked to be invisible blasts was incredibly satisfying. Personally, Colonel, I found it more impressive how entire companies of enemies were caught in these sorts of chrono-weapon bubbles. It emphasized a lot the teachings of the Tactica Imperialis how speed is key on any battlefield. There were rumors Lady Nyx had paid a few millions in research and fees to the Mechanikus in order to find machines able to improve the powers of her ministers. The rumors were not sounding so ridiculous now. A good point, I assume you have noted it for our after-action reports. This was more for the record than anything else. His staff after 5 different battle theaters was a well-oiled machine, as the Mechanikus said. I have, Colonel. But so many officers will mention it in theirs in addition to ours, I'm not sure it will make a big difference. Besides, I'm not sure that even without Lady Weaver's elite forces to open the way we would have taken more than a few hours to take all these positions. The fortresses are badly maintained, we caught them with their shields cold, half of them are armed with auto guns, not las guns. It's almost like they were caught by surprise that they were going to secede. I think some of the older veterans, the ones which were in the PDF for several years, were invited to listen to their governor's speeches about their right to secession and how it was disgusting that blue-blooded nobles could reap what they had sown. The colonel revealed his thoughts out loud. The young ones, the Whitesheelds, they maybe had less than a year in a uniform. At a guess, I would say the traitor governor began his preparations a month or two after Lady Weaver was crowned Basilea. He's an idiot, his young brown-haired subordinate spat. What did he think was going to happen? Of course he wasn't thinking, Terayev sighed. From what he had seen, that was the problem with the aristocrats. They believed they were untouchable, except they weren't. Plenty of people could remove them when they violated their oaths. And now both he and his clique are going to pay the price. Secession is treason against the God Emperor, and betraying His Holy Majesty is heresy. The torrent of prisoners had no end in the meantime. By the saint, there must be something like 100,000 Matopan men in this sector alone which had thrown down their auto guns. Contact the Nix second-line infantry and tell them we are going to be delayed again. The Matopan rebellion was 28 standard hours long, and victory was everywhere in sight. Governor Sylvester Beagle 4. Traitors. I am surrounded by traitors. Sylvester Beagle 4 could not believe it. The Lion Line, the great northern series of strongholds and fortifications which were supposed to defend Sylvesteropolis, had surrendered without firing a shot. And the general in charge the gall to inform him he didn't want to fight because a little girl was opening trenches under the feet of his troops and some buffoon was stopping time in his headquarters. What else could it be but treason? First Admiral Steka's men had failed to slow down by a single minute the warships orbiting around his planet. Then the nuclear silos, the divine thunder that was by right his to command, had failed to heed his instructions to launch and destroy the landing zones of the traitors' invasion. For this 4 of his admirals and 3 generals had been executed, an appropriate answer since obviously they didn't command the loyalty of a single man after their men mutinied or died failing to oppose the invaders. Sylvester seethed. It was not supposed to happen like this. If by a miracle the sacred soil of Matopan was invaded, the PDF army he had assembled sparing no expense this last year was supposed to force the traitors into an ignominious defeat. What do we have left to defend the capital? It was Supreme Marshal General of the Red Host Tyru Yistone who answered. Unlike most of his generals, his second cousin knew what his duty was. What a sad thing the ranks of his soldiers and magnificent guards were filled with traitors and political activists. We have the capital's primary garrison and the reserve. It will give us 30 regiments? No, 31 regiments to defend our chief city. Good, that will give us an overwhelming numerical superiority. Governor, each of our regiments, save for your governor's own, is 3,000 strong. The Nix second-line infantry alone, which leads the northern assault, is mustering close to 50,000 men. One of the ungrateful colonels had the gall to correct him. To correct him in his own command bunker. This was unacceptable. Imbecile. Imbecile and defeatist. Guards. Arrest. The council of war shattered in explosions and screams. He could not see any more. There was too much smoke. There were more explosions and las gunfire. And then a gigantic silhouette came out of the smoke. His guards. Where were his guards? And then the details of the blue and red giant became clearer. He was impossibly tall, taller than any human could be. No. No. This wasn't possible. The angels of death were supposed to slay the false saints, not help them. You are fighting on the wrong side, Lord Astartes. Open your mouth once more, traitor, the Space Marine replied, and it will be without your arms and legs that you will be presented to Lady Weaver. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. Jeremiah could only feel disgust and anger at the worm which was brought before the Dawnbreaker Guard and the silent ranks of the Fey 20th Mechanist Infantry. This rebellion had killed a lot of people, close to 600,000 by the latest estimates, 2/3 of it in space, and it had been done by someone which should never have been considered for even the position of a platoon commander or a lesser administrator. The only positive thing Isley could say about Sylvester Beagle 4 of Matopan was that he had enough wits to prostrate himself before Lady Weaver. The Basilea of Nix looked more radiant than ever clad the angel's tier armor. She was also extremely angry, if the manner in which she tightened her right fist around the hilt of the nebulous shard was any indication. The Articles of Secession, my lady, Chaplain Sidonius of the Dawnbreaker Guard presented a large official scroll with a slight bow. He kept them in his throne room, and 1,000 signatures and names are on it. You have done well, Chaplain. It will let us avoid us spending hours and hours in long trials. Lady Basilea. The blade of a beetle stopped mere millimeters away from the throat of Governor Sylvester Beagle 4. If you speak again without authorization, I will crucify you in front of your palace. Understood. The highest noble of Matopan nodded, but it was with something like complete confusion in his eyes. At last, the traitor realized he was not someone important and that his deeds had caught up with him. You gave shelter to Archbishop Walton Fountain, in clear defiance of Cardinal Prescott Lumen's apostasy accusations. This alone would be sufficient to declare you a heretic. Unfortunately for you, we captured him as he tried to flee the capital bearing the seal reserved to your Primaris advisors. While the Basileia spoke, more nobles and dignitaries of Matopan were dragged out of the palace. You violated the core rule of a system defense fleet. Without the authorization of Nyx and the Lord Admiral of a battle fleet, installing warp engines on monitors is treason. While in this case it made no difference, the survivors of your navy provided sufficient evidence of your betrayal. You sent astropathic signals inciting rebellion and secession across the sector. You refused to command your navy to stand down when you were ordered to. You refused to heed my surrender offer a second time. You tried to obliterate thousands of soldiers in nuclear fire. You tried to kill the guard regiments sent to stop your madness. In the name of the God Emperor of mankind, I believe I have enough evidence and substantiated proof to declare you excommunicate traitores. You are a felon, a traitor, and a disgrace to your titles and your position of authority. Do you have anything to say before the sentence is spoken? I was misled, O great Basileia, by evil and jealous counselors. I realize my error and repent for my actions. Jeremiah had the sudden urge to laugh. Seriously, could the idiot not try something a bit more original? The chapter master of the Heracles Wardens was not impressed. And by her tone, the feeling was shared by Lady Taylor Hebert. You should have tried to make it more sincere and believable, the Lady Nyx advised. Under my own authority, you and all your descendants are stripped of the governorship of Matopan. A prefect is going to take your office under my authority, and if he does an acceptable job at rebuilding the damages your idiocy caused, he may become the new governor of this planet. As for you, Sylvester Beagle, you are no longer a subject of His Most Holy Majesty, and there is an inquisitor in orbit who wants to have a few words with you. If you survive the interrogation, the Mechanicus has requested you be lobotomized and transformed into servitor, and I'm not exactly in the mood to refuse them right now. Your supporters, your relatives, your clergy, and every man and woman who in public declared his willingness to betray his or her oaths and rebel against my authority are going to be severely punished. The redemption attitude of the Matopan governor vanished like a switch had been flipped. You believe you won. I sent my message, and soon, false saint, the entire Nyx sector will burn in rebellion against you. You are an abomination against the will of the God Emperor. I am the spark of the inferno. A powerful fist on his right cheek interrupted the violent diatribe. I amend my previous orders. Make sure his entire family, save the children under 12 years of age, are delivered either into Inquisition or Mechanicus custody. For the other adults having supported this secession, the penal legions await. The Matopan Rebellion, as it was rapidly called by mid-290 M35, was a short and easy victory for the Imperium. If the battleship Enterprise had not made its debut here, I doubt anyone would bother writing books on it. It went without saying that the delusions of the traitor governor failed to materialize. One Matopan Guard regiment rioted in the nearby Ifrit sector 3 years later on the anniversary of Sylvesteropolis' official surrender, but it is difficult to know if it was related to this minor insurgency. The Matopan rebellion officially lasted 69 standard hours and caused approximately 675,000 deaths in battle. Less than 1,000 loyal Guard and Skitarii died, and the system of Matopan was returned to the domain of His Most Holy Majesty. By retired General Terayev, The Ocean of War, 510M35. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. 7.370.290 M35. Minister of Justice Missy Byron. Vista had not believed an Astartes could love gardening, but the gardens of meditation on floor 43 proved this was not the case. For a devastator space marine, Battle Brother Wald of the Crimson Legion had chosen an unusual hobby indeed. The blonde-haired giant was there in the distance, preparing roses and flowers, talking with a few architects and biologist tech priests he had convinced to help him in his project. It made this park strangely idyllic. There were a few suspended balcony gardens, small bridges, and ponds. There were thousands of flowers separated by small alleys of old stones. Sanguinary priest Sturzing had added a few statues of its own, and though the angel resplendent had a weakness for the heroic bronzes and marbles, the effect was meshing well with the floral combinations. The light of the late afternoon added to the mystic. The silence was also a God-given gift, no pun intended. The floor may be open to more than 20,000 people, but in this part of the gardens less than 1,000 inhabitants of Hive Athena had the authorization to tread, except in case of emergency and war. And this was a relief, because for all its good sides Nyx was always plunged in a permanent tornado of noise. Several hours during the day Missy was forced to wear earplugs. It was the only way to avoid deafness when she was free to return to her personal quarters. And so we introduced the foam and the other reforms in Hive Corinth 2 days ago, she informed the insect mistress after finishing her cup of tea. It's too early to say if it will have the same effects as it did in our last areas of interests, but so far the first reaction seems to be promising. I heard you were busy on the military side yourself. Usually, a Minister of Justice would have no business learning about classified military information, but Taylor had named her heiress should she die unexpectedly, and as such she had the clearance to know a lot of interesting things. We officially created the first 2 brigades, which will participate in the Pavia liberation, the black and gold-haired para-human admitted. Per Munitorum and Militarum regulations, the regiments won't train on the same planets, but the men and the women have been assembled. That way we will have something like 5 or 6 years to transform inexperienced boys and girls into real soldiers. It won't replace battlefield experience, and a lot of the interregimental coordination will be very theoretical, but it's the best I can do with all the measures tying my hands. And it's just 6 regiments, or so the rumors had informed her. And it's just 6 regiments, the General of the Imperial Guard confirmed. The Brigade Death Star stopped smirking. I didn't choose the name. We'll have the Fey 20th, the Andes 10th Artillery and the Patton 3rd Super Heavy Armored Dragon, and I plan that Colonel Cameron will have 10 out of the 12 recently purchased cataphracts, supported by over 100 Rus and Con tanks, with some specialized Hydras for the anti-air operations. The 2nd Brigade will be, no, I won't tell you the name. It will include the Nix 2nd Line Infantry, the Polar 5th Reconnaissance, and Lionheart 42nd Anti-Air. How many men does it make, ultimately? The Shaker asked with curiosity. It was just 1 guard division. Keeping in mind the Nix 2nd Line Infantry has 50,000 men, the total gives us something like 77,000 troops, before we add the staff, the commandos, the engineer rear units and all the support individuals a division can't work without. It should have astonished her, but in the first days of their arrival at Nix Vista had learned there was something like 400+ million PDF troops serving the sector. Lady. 50,000 or 77,000 was a drop in the bucket, though the logistical challenges of transporting these numbers across the stars and keeping them in fighting shape certainly weren't. That leaves you what, 46 brigades to muster and train. The final army group will probably have that many formations. Yes, her interlocutor agreed. I will in all likelihood have to provide more regiments than anyone else in the sector, but at least I will have a hammer and a precedent to keep the nobles in line. The Matopan idiot received no support from the nobles outside his power base, Missy argued. He was, as you say, an idiot, the Basileia spoke with a large smile. I'm sure even the most narrow-minded Duke of Atlas was ready to strangle him when he proclaimed his totally loyal act of secession. The smile mutated in a more concerned expression. I have a lot of spies over the Atlas subsector, and many are reporting there were certain aristocrats, testing the waters. They may have pushed Beagle and his friends to rebel in order to test me. I want to say it's ignoble and cruel, but these are nobles, and in her persona of Minister of Justice, she had seen plenty of deranged things the nobility considered normal. According to the Arbits, the sooner they got rid of these bastards, the better for humanity as a whole. Is Matopan doing better? It is doing better, Taylor Hebert grimaced. It is still a long way from anything I could call good. Prefect Marx is doing a fantastic job, but the amount of work he has on his hands is titanic. We did some fair damage to the orbital structures and the cities in our haste to get rid of the head traitor. But the insect mistress shook her head. No, most of that damage, at least on the planet, has already been repaired by the 10,000 tech priests I sent there. The big problem, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is the fact Menelaus probably treated his workers more humanly than Beagle did. Most of the population we saw living in slums and miserable conditions weren't the exception, they were the rule. The agricultural quotas the administratum demanded for its tithes aren't that high, but at some point in the past a Beagle angered the Mechanikus, and naturally instead of eating crow and begging the emissaries of Mars to give him another chance, the governor decided the men and women in the rice fields could very well do without any sort of machinery at all. That was completely stupid. It was also unfortunately, typical for the idiocy she was encountering in several high-profile investigations. Her task wasn't to judge if the aristocrats were guilty, it was to determine the degree of guilt of every person in the room. You're making efforts to change this, she said in a supportive tone. Yes, but it's going to take years. 10,000 tech priests, as many skitarii, a couple of guard regiments and 35,000 colonists are, for the moment, all I could send to help. I will be able to send more next year, and we have already sent plenty of machinery to help in the rice plantations, but it's going to take a few decades minimum for Matopan to gain a third of the productivity ruby harvest administrators take for granted. Let's see the positive side, Missy Byron teased the older girl. You won't have any problem of loyalty. They're already worshipping you. The Basileia groaned. If I had known before how much nonsense this whole saint business was going to take, I would have stopped it in the cradle. You would have tried, you mean, the young shaker corrected in a sympathetic voice. Hey, I spoke with architect Cyrene Versailles yesterday, and she confirmed once we were in private the emperor never managed to stop the cults worshipping him, and I think he was more threatening and vocal on the subject. True, the Lady of Nyx said in a half-dejected tone. I will not support, financially or otherwise, the miniature churches built in my name. They will be subjected to the same rules as any religious site in the diocese. It's all I can do, in the end. Seeing how the topic put the girl who had once been called Skitter in a bad mood, Missy changed the subject. The flow of tech priest ships arriving and leaving the system has intensified. I take it the STC negotiations are almost over. They are. This phase has finally ended, though I suppose it's more the future deadline of big authority figures arriving which told them to accelerate their arrangements and negotiate properly. I take it that we are going to receive more tech priests and skitarii in the next months. Dragon believes she will be able to promote a new red robe trimmed with gold as a symbol for the Mechanicu's enclaves we build everywhere in the Nyx stellar system. The Tinker had to be in Tinker Heaven most of the time, these days. Each negotiation brought her more knowledge, more minor templates, more technological bases to play with. Nyx had been badly behind what a Forge world considered acceptable, but give it a century and Vista was sure Dragon was going to turn Nyx into something no one present at the beginning would recognize. I might write an edict to confirm that before 300M35. The end of these negotiations means we are able to differentiate between the tech priests who are serious about staying and considering Nyx their new home and safe harbor, and all the others. And the negotiations themselves. The insect mistress caressed one of her big spiders and raised an eyebrow. Yes, she was curious. Was it that much of a flaw? All right, the Moonlight Argent Amide template was very profitable. Metallica, Acatron, Dynax Primus, Beta Cornix, Morvain, Ironhelm, and Bacca were the winners. We were able to get close to 2 million tech priests, and as many skitarii and military cyborgs. Dragon obtained plenty of machine tools and fundamental data to improve Nyx's technological base. In space, we are going to own 10 mining ships and 5 forge ships, thus making the mega farms and the solar collectors affordable in 2 or 3 decades. Morvain has promised THR support of its Legio, though it will probably consist of a few scout titans and knights, not the most powerful units. Vista filled their cups of tea and they waited for their drinks to cool to a more reasonable temperature. Since we are about to drink it, the automated tea-making machine was not that popular with our Mechanicu's public. The only Forge world which bought it was Hypnos. On the other hand, it was interesting for the Imperial Guard, the Adeptus Administratum, the Imperial Navy, the Adeptus Arbits, the Astra Telepathica and the Novice Nobilite. As a result, we got only 10,000 tech priests and 10,000 skitarii, but the advantages were more diverse. I got numerous economic boons, and I will have more authority where Chartist captains are involved in the sector. I have gained some prerogatives over the Wuhan shipyards, buying certain parts of their cartels. House Orion of the Novice Nobilite has promised not to increase its fees and renewed its contracts for the next 2 centuries. The Feybolt pistol was next, but she was aware of the basics already, since the Adeptus Arbits had successfully completed the negotiations on this one 20+ days ago. What she wasn't aware of was that Voss Prime, Grea, Phaeton, Vanaheim, Acatron, and Ophelia IV had been the Forge worlds chosen for this template. 500,000 tech priests, a legion's worth of skitarii specialized in defending critical worlds, primaries-grade defense lasers, orbital torpedo launchers, minor templates for the manufacturums and the industry in general. It was both amazing and scary how much a standard template construct template was worth. And it was for a pistol. A very nice bolt gun. She had received 2 gold-painted models for herself, but guns nonetheless. The Biodome had contributed to enlarge Lady Weaver's fortune by several billion throne gelts. By some complicated financial mechanisms she didn't fully understand, the Estate Imperium had bribed most of the other delegates and offered a lot of colonization rights and land grants they owned in several sectors and Nyx itself. 1 million more tech priests and tens of thousands of machines would also be included the bargain, of course. The Imperial Navy, the Adeptus Administratum, Columnus, Gantz, Voss Prime, and Architri had template copies now, after the Estate Imperium got its share. The Masamune Katana had been exceptional in the sense the Blood Angels had bought it by the intermediary of the Brothers of the Red. They were the only Space Marines to participate in the negotiations in any way, and they had done it by declaring the Nyx sector as one of the sectors of the Imperium they had to protect at all costs. Should the Nyx sector come under attack, the descendants of the 9th Legion would detach all available forces to crush the enemy. Karduniash had made the same promise, though in their case it was probably one of their reserve fleets which would be sent, not the might of the Ultima Segmentum. Burris Alpha, Antax, Grea, Estaban 7 and the Imperial Guard had purchased the last templates. The details were more templates on power weapons, hundreds of thousands tech priests, skitarii, hundreds of battle automata and the classic machinery. Which leaves the Arsenal-class Starforge galleon. Very valuable, no matter which faction you negotiate with. In theory yes, the Basileia replied, and by her frown Missy could tell she was displeased. In practice, it is so valuable that certain shipyards must have it, not should have it. That bad? It's less than what I wanted. Don't get me wrong, between the different Segmentum headquarters, within 50 years I will have a brand new fleet of 200 monitors to defend Nyx. And yes, I'm flattered the buyers were Jupiter, Bacca, Karduniash, and Cyprum Mundi. Not Hydrofuer. That was the Navy's greatest base in Pacificus. No, Hydrofuer remains loyal against the secessionists of Novaterra, but with most of Pacificus in insurrection no one around the table wanted to give them this template. Who got the other templates? Classified, replied the spider mistress tersely. Oh, come on. I'm completely serious. I don't have the clearance to tell to anyone, even those I trust, who purchased 2 out of the 3 remaining templates. All I can say is that they did it by the intermediary of the forge world of Deimos in the Sol system itself, and that Deimos for its part gave me the schematics of every Astartes power armors in existence to have the Arsenal Starforge Galleon template. The rest you don't have the clearance to know. And honestly, I don't have it either. It's just that I was the one who discovered the STC. This was raising worrying questions. Taylor, by virtue of being the Basileia, had a Sapphire Ultima clearance, while her own was Sapphire Black. Above it, segmentum-wide, there were only the priority military codes and the vermilion of the Inquisitors. This is a big galaxy, and I really don't like the powers working behind the scenes. Don't worry. Taylor said after they drank their tea. I am willing to wait a century or 2 before beginning to try amendments to the edicts of the High Lords of Terra. Tech Priest T11001100 Zeta. When T11001100 Zeta almost killed Magos Eureka Eta Jr. by forgetting 2 binary cants in the forge blessing of a new plasma gun, the Grey-born loyal servant of the Omnissiah thought he was going to receive a harsh punishment, but one which would be ultimately rescinded. His future promotions were in the odds ranging from 0.1% to 0.01%, but there were successes in the forges which could overturn unpleasant comments from a predecessor. Blessed machine, he had been wrong. Oh, by the holy cog, he canted 10 times per day how wrong he had been. T11001100 Zeta had not just lost one of his precious mechadendrites for punishment. He had also been exiled 12 standard hours later from the manufactorum of Hyvubia where he had been assigned, and transported to the orbital facilities. 4 standard hours later, the tech priest was told he was assigned to the station Zeta Nu Zeta 0001111000 for the next standard year. Should he survive the experience, the 2 magi he was promised all the sins he had committed in the cause of the Omnissiah would be absolved. Like a grox led to the slaughterhouse, T11001100 Zeta had accepted. He had not known station Zeta Nu Zeta 0001111000 was most commonly named Danger Prototype Central. Omnissiah forgive him, he had not known what sort of heretic-born madness was waiting for him on this station. Boom. Boom. The explosions vaporized plenty of, very replaceable materials, and the lab he had just left began to burn. Alert. Alert. Compartment F6 is in flames and a tertiary level danger. The Railgun Thor robot is out of control. All servants of the Omnissiah able to leave the compartment must do so in the next standard minute. This is not an exercise. Alert. Alert. T11001100 Zeta ran as soon he heard the out-of-control words. Danger Prototype Central was not just a research station. It was the lair of the elite para-human threat, a being that would have been terminated long ago by the Adeptus Mechanicus if the Great Chosen of the Omnissiah didn't protect him for illogical reasons. Boom. He had to get out of here. He didn't want to die here. The superconductors beginning to sing some heretical song had been bad enough, but it was the explosions which were the real danger. For this was rule number 1, 2, and 3 in this location forsaken by the motive force. Boom. Everything which was built by the heretic named Lead exploded. And the statistics were formal, it exploded at the most inconvenient time, when it was going to ruin the greatest number of experiments and kill dozens of tech priests like him. Boom. For the 5th time in as many standard days, T11001100 Zeta successfully saved his mechadendrites and his life. 2 engine seers in compartment F6 were not that fast and were unconscious when the compartment's airlocks were opened and everything was vented into the void, where it would be later collected with infinite precautions and then thrown into the heart of a star. Suggestions. We need to kill this para-human before he kills us. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix 3. 7.456.290 M35. Sister Confessor Yuma Irene. I will, wait, Colonel, my, Emperor, victory. These were the last words of Sergeant Juliev Darien of the Fey 20th Mechanist Infantry 3rd Company. The black-haired guardsman's eyes were open, but he was no longer speaking and the movements of his rib cage slowed down dramatically. One by one the devices and machines monitoring his health went from yellow, orange, or red to black. A melody was sung by more than 50 mouths of the 3rd Company veterans, most of whom had at one point or another been saved by the man currently dying in front of them. There was an alarm and a soul departed its mortal shell. Wait for us by the Emperor's side, Juliev, his captain murmured. Like every member of the 3rd Company, Yuma had seen Fifer Kabarov and his comrade-in-arms visit every day, praying for his recovery. But in the end, the wounds inflicted by the perfidious Xenos and the archenemy had caused too much damage for any recovery to be possible. There were several minutes of silence after the demise of this hero of the Imperium. Hushed whispers were heard everywhere and dozens of prayers echoed in the halls of the hospital. A few minutes it was the saint who spoke, her 2 space marines staying behind at the entrance of the hospital room. Juliav Darien was a model of courage, perseverance, loyalty, and duty. The regiment will miss him terribly. The Basilea took a great breath in. I had hoped it wouldn't be under these circumstances. On my own authority, I promote Sergeant Juliav Darien to the rank of Senior Lieutenant posthumously, and give him the medals of the Eagle Ordinary and the Knight of Nyx. You were the last one, but we did not forget you. Ave Imperator. The sign of the Aquila was repeated several thousand of times, and one by one the soldiers who were not of the 3rd Company saluted and left the room. The funeral vigil had begun, and Yuma rapidly imitated them. Besides, there was one thing she felt she had to do. Lady Basilea Saint, I have a plea. The golden-armored holy woman turned her back with sorrow and determination. Yes, sister, Yuma. I thank you for the services you and your sisters have given to my wounded. Those who recovered are speaking well of your physical and spiritual devotion. We are overjoyed by your gratitude, your holiness. It's just, I heard many confessions during this year, and I know the words of your soldiers have not much in common with the stories spreading in the hives of Nyx. With your permission I wish to tell the real story of the Fey 20th, seen by its humble heroes. The heroine of the Imperium, blessed by the God Emperor, did not reject her words immediately. In fact, she seemed thoughtful. There are so few of us left now. She was not sure the sentence had come from the saint's lips. There were long moments of silence, and the gigantic armored figures of the Astartes waited a dozen feet on the right and left, vigilant protectors. If it is your wish, who am I to deny it? Just write the truth, sister. I don't want any embellishment or praises for my actions repeated on hundreds of pages like thousands of books already do. Just the truth, and the memories of those who gave their lives to defend the Imperium. Yuma bowed. Your will be done. Farewell, sister. And I will forgive you if you do not complete your book. We were victorious, but our story had its fair share of horrors. There was much to do in the days which followed, but she didn't forget. Once the funeral was over and her main religious duties completed, Yuma Irene successfully located an old man of the 4th who was serving as a liaison for the Mechanikus, his Ogmatics authorizing him for little else. It was a few hours after this meeting she decided on the title, once she was back on the simple habitat which was assigned to her by virtue of her confessor status. Liber Sanctus. Yuma Irene reread her notes, and began to write. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Nyx 3. 7.456.290 M35. Seneschal Consort Wei Cao. I think the red needs to be a bit brighter for this illustration. Wei rose from her seat for a few seconds to give this advice, before marching to the end of the room and pouring tea into 2 cups. This was something she did without servants, and she didn't miss them. The silence and companionship of the young woman nearby more than made up for it. For several minutes, the Johannesborn woman watched as Taylor worked on the large book in front of her. It had all begun with a joke from Dennis Peters that her girlfriend really needed a hobby if they weren't to consummate their relationship this year. Hours later, Wei had suggested that the insect mistress give some form of artistic pursuit a chance. She understood why playing a musical instrument was something of a sore point, a former friend breaking your mother's prized possession was something hurtful and cruel. So she had suggested writing a book. Honestly, Wei Cao had already compiled many hundreds of pages for a future book on the adventures of the Fey 20th during the previous year. But then, it was Taylor Hebert, Basilea of Nyx and exterminator of sector threats who was the subject of this conversation. She was going to write a book, just not a book on herself. By some sixth sense which surely had to do with her insects, the young woman must have been informed books treating about space marines were quite rare, and 3 days later the defeater of the Angel's Bane was beginning the preliminary work on the new Apocrypha of Dawn. The principle was simple if not easy, 2 pages for the description of a space marine chapter having pledged its honor and strength to the Dawnbreaker Guard, followed by 2 more pages on the specific battle brother who had joined after the Battle of the Death Star. As there were 35 Astartes warriors, each from a different space marine chapter, in the current Dawnbreaker Guard, and Taylor was pretty much a perfectionist where illustrations and details were concerned. The Apocrypha was a succession of artworks of miniature badges, detailed transhuman power armors, and heraldry. Page 20 was about to be finished in a few minutes, out of 140 possible. This was a hobby which was going to keep her girlfriend busy for the next few years. When the red pencil was laid down and it looked like the writing and the decorating effort was going to stop here for today, Wei handed Taylor the first cup of tea before massaging her shoulders. To her satisfaction, there were no more protests, freezing, or demonstrations of discomfort. Month after month, her girlfriend was becoming more appreciative of her efforts. The black gold-haired general was also beginning to look at her with different eyes. It was reassuring, assuredly. Presenting a facade of perfection every hour they were in public did not allow a lot of time to act on your feelings and your interests. Wei had learned it the hard way, and the life of a daughter of House Cao was far less exposed than the one her current superior girlfriend led. Yes, Wei had officially relinquished her military rank to avoid accusations of going against regulations by introducing love into the chain of command, and become officially seneschal consort, a polite way of saying she was doing everything she had been doing before making their relationship official, in addition to standing in robes to the left of the Basileia. But even in her new position, the weight of duties and responsibilities was far lighter than the one reserved Taylor Hebert, and they had cut protocol and idiotic laws down to the bone in order to have some free time for themselves. A deep kiss ended the massage session, and for the next quarter of an hour they stayed against each other, holding each other's hands, and watching the sun disappear on the horizon like a gigantic fire pressed by yellow, orange, and brown shrouds. "We could take your Enterprise and sail to a pleasure world, you know." Taylor giggled. "I think we would give 1 or 2 heart attacks to the tech priests, as they would try to rationalize our behavior while watching from orbit our undutiful activities." Taylor sighed. "And it reminds me that if we want to sail anywhere, we need a good navigator for the Enterprise. The three-eyed specialist the fabricator of Quran sent to us is on his last legs, and every jump from now has a non-negligible chance of killing him. I don't want to kill myself, not to mention the tens of thousands personnel aboard, because our pilot in the warp was too old. It's a bit more complicated than that, I think," Wei tempered her girlfriend while keeping her hands in her own. "Archmagos Sagami and Archmagos Sultan are convinced the systems the creator of the Enterprise used to boost the navigator's power were a factor in increasing the precision of the warp jumps, but at the cost of the navigator's lifespan. I'm told the defaults are being corrected as we speak, but we still need to search for another navigator, one good enough to face the horrors unhappy with me in the Sea of Souls without flinching." "Wolfgang Bach and Dragon have some ideas on the subject," Wei spoke neutrally. "Dragon always has ideas, no matter what the subject is," the Basileia complained dramatically. "I wonder if she has taken a single day of rest since our first landing on the Nixian soil. If the answer is yes, I will be honestly astonished." This was entirely correct. Of course, tech priests, minus a few exceptions here and there, were more metal cogitators, mechadendrites, and augmatics than flesh and bone. They didn't need rest in the same sense the humans they were born as did. But even by the standards of Mechanicus Magi and Archmagi, Dragon Richter was extremely energetic, involved in dozens of projects, and more importantly respected by her colleagues of the different Forge worlds. "You were saying you had ideas?" "Yes, by the astropathic communiques we received in the last months, there are many signs of the novice Nobilite in the warships and transports we will soon receive in orbit around Nix. I will remind you that while I have deep pockets, the price the magisterial houses of Terra demand for a single navigator is likely to indebt me for decades to come. Not if you bargain Hebe rejuvenation treatments and choose a house experiencing financial difficulties at the moment. I know you already fixed the prices with House Orion for the ships of Battlefleet Nix and the Cardinals using the same technique." "That's true. On the other hand, if I decide to place a navigator of a renowned house on the Enterprise, there's going to be influence struggles before the decade is out." This was a weak protest, and they both knew it. "Taylor, the monopoly House Orion established is going to be broken no matter what you try in order to protect them. At the end of the day, they're a nomadic house and simply don't have enough navigators to give us if the merchant trade increases by a third of the projections the Master of Logistics gave you yesterday." The para-human heroine closed her eyes for an instant, before reopening them with new determination in them. "I suppose my so diligent staff has briefed you on the possible candidates. Which house is the leading contender?" "The magisterial house of Achelios," Wei answered. "They are close to perfect for our needs. They have navigators which combine both high power and exceptional skill, and their numbers are such that they're unlikely to be troubled by the demand of one elite navigator. It's apparently known to the Mechanicus as a whole that their wealth and their prospects are on the decline. They have lost dozens of contracts in the last century, including their historical bond gift to Battlefleet Pluto, to their rivals of House Belisarius and House Pharisee. And the reason why we shouldn't try with the houses you just mentioned instead?" her girlfriend asked with a serious expression. "Well, first their magisterial house is a few steps away from the eyes of the High Lords of Terra. So their prices, as you noted yourself, are quite likely going to be ruinous for the sector as a whole. And Gamaliel himself is against the idea." Something that had surprised her when she had heard the angelic herald vehemently speak against the proposition. "Gamaliel spoke against the idea?" "Gamaliel?" Taylor inquired in a semi-amused, semi-incredulous tone. "Did he give you a reason?" "House Belisarius has adamantium strong ties to another chapter of a standing equal to the Blood Angels. And yes, by adamantium strong ties, I mean they are granted an honor guard of space marines like the one you have, though no one here at Nix knows the exact terms of their treaty. They are called the Space Wolves, and apparently there's some bad blood between them and the Sons of Sanguinius. They didn't tell the regiment why, and I didn't press. As for House Pharisee, they have a depressing frequency to birth psychopaths and serial killers. There are rumors their thirst for power and ambition makes them excellent navigators, but the Blood Angels don't want them around their warships. I may ask Gamaliel for precisions in his knowledge of navigators soon. They kissed twice more and merrily discussed the new decoration of the Enterprise. The Mechanicu's archmagi were amazing builders, but their tastes in decoration sucked and were almost deserving of heretical judgment before standing up from their seats. You're still willing to go through with it? She asked at last. If she had known the Catachan yellow ant could be so dangerous to her girlfriend, she would never have proposed it. But now, there were consequences. I'm not going to do it tomorrow or in 3 days. The Magi are going to fill the vaults of the star machine with millions of insects, including ones that tend to rule their communities in hive-like structures. The woman nearly everyone except herself, naturally considered a saint in the hives of Nyx, tightened her fists, and there was something in her eyes which was amazing, beautiful, and terrible. I defeated Lung, twice. I sent a gigantic red-skinned demon back to its infernal dimension. I am not going to stay in a stalemate with some overgrown ants and their dark mentor. I don't care if there are commercial or medical benefits at stake. This damn Catachan predator resisted me, and I will teach it why that was a bad idea. When she was like this, Wei was sure the enemy was going to very much regret having pissed her off. Hail the Queen of the Swarm. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. 7.739.290 M35. Basileia Taylor Bear. The Space Marines of the Dawnbreaker Guard had a lot to say about the noble sons of Rus that the Imperium at large called the Space Wolves. Not a single word of it was a compliment. They smell like wet dogs. Kratos had begun as they boarded the Thunderhawk. And aside from their disgusting notions of hygiene, they are massive hypocrites. They are undisciplined and feral, a shame to all Space Marines, judged Zuriel of the Crimson Scions. They criticize librarians like us and shout to everyone we should be removed from the ranks of our chapter, and then, like the bunch of hypocrites they are, they insist their rune priests are not psychers. Epistolary Aslan spat. We are sometimes forced to improvise and regretfully set aside the Codex Astartes for a battle or two, but we respect its size, companies, and logistical edicts. It was written by Lord Guillemon, and his brothers approved. And yes, we change certain names or certain traditions. But we conform to the spirit of the Codex, because we know that as chapters we must avoid the errors which caused some legions to fall. The wolves trample every second of their life the Codex and its rulings. Veteran Sergeant Alfonso of the Disciples of Blood explained, his left fist on his chain sword like he was going to decapitate any space wolf passing by. For the last 5 minutes of travel, her Astartes honor guard had plenty of anecdotes and remarks like the previous ones to share with her. A lot of it was not good to hear. Really, Taylor had heard what the Black Templars did. The sons of Sigismund were very much emperor-worshipping crusaders unafraid of collateral damage. But the Black Templars were loyal, and their way of thinking was simple and elegant. Don't want any librarian in your ranks? There will be no librarians among your battle brothers. Don't want to stay in fortresses and assume defensive warfare? There will be an eternal crusade waged until all enemies of humanity are vanquished. They did not respect the Codex, but they had never made any secret of that, and they were replacing it by their unbreakable faith in the God Emperor. The Space Wolves, they seemed more like massive hypocrites, wolf style. And they caused as much collateral damage as the flesh terror companies when caught in episodes of the Red Thirst or the Black Rage. This was bad. And then there was the rumor they were sometimes emptying hives and cities of worlds they had conquered to release them on their home world, an ice-covered planet which was a death world. Taylor was not going to judge before she personally saw battle brothers of this chapter in action, but their reputation was giving her bad vibes. Their landing on the star machine ended this fascinating litany of grievances, though. They were rapidly greeted by 200 Skitarii and escorted to Magos Tyrannos 00110000 New Risa Techno. The control room had changed a lot since her previous visit. Several psychers of the different organizations of the Imperium were present, in addition to the 2 librarians of her guard. Dozens, maybe hundreds, of devices that were supposed to prevent psyker powers from being used were covering the walls. It wasn't exactly a good sign, she thought, that the golden sparkles surrounding her body did not seem affected in the least. On the other hand, she had taken control over more than 1 million insects of all sizes since she had set a foot on the light cruiser. And these were just the more obvious procedures. We can begin, she told the commanding officer and senior figure of the Mechanicues. By your command, chosen of the Omnissiah. The power of the stasis field slowed down before being cut off entirely, and, despite the protections, Taylor felt her power pushing against the Catachan ant. However, the resistance felt weaker than the first time. I felt her, and the Queen is still connected to many other ants, the para-human informed the rest of the room. I'm going to try to fight her. The darkness of the hive tyrant is not there. Just as the words left her mouth, the pressure intensified. Plenty of Catachan queens must have felt like she did about the stalemate of last time, because today they went all out within a couple of breaths. But this time Weaver was ready. Her power and her will were ready. And she struck at them mercilessly. Taylor didn't know how it worked. It was a maelstrom of chitin, wool and swarms. But the swarm was her specialty, and suddenly the opposition had enough. Across the mental battlefield, she knew instinctively the queens had decided their own hives were more important than the prisoner on the star machine. Suddenly there was only one ant left where before there had been hundreds of thousands, if not millions. In her fury she pushed and inch by inch forced the last of the ant's resistance to explode. It was unpleasant. Unlike every other insect, the ant was not unintelligent. It was sentient, of this she had no doubts. She could taste the anger of the ant at the red robes which had captured her, the concern for the colony she had left on Catachan, the resignation at having met something more powerful than her. It was terribly addictive, and suddenly the insect mistress was very glad she didn't have the power to control humans the same way she did bugs. Because a power like that, no, better to forget it entirely. The sensations changed. The effect was like she was bathed in a cold substance, and suddenly the entire universe was filled with gold. It was refreshing, and it stopped abruptly. When it dissipated, all resistance from the ant was inexistent. In fact, she was feeling something very much like adoration from the Catachan ant. As her powers were not busy anymore fighting millions of enemies, she was also watching the screens of the Mechanicu's control room. For a second, she didn't know why most people were gaping, Astartes included. Then she realized that the insect she had fought twice to subdue had changed. Oh, it was still very much a common predator of one of the most dangerous death worlds in the galaxy. But it sure as hell hadn't been a bright gold when the Magos and his tech priest's assistants had deactivated the stasis machinery. Yes, bright gold. It was like the ant had been thrown in a pool of gold paint for a few minutes before being told to let it dry. This is a success, suddenly she felt, not exhausted but disoriented and angry at having something she didn't understand pushed towards her. Yes, a success. Gavriel Forkas began to laugh somewhat hysterically, and by the way most of the tech priests and the Astartes followed, she wondered if reality had suddenly gone mad in the last seconds. Embedded in the ant's mind as she was, Taylor could now feel every ant on the light cruiser answering to her commands. The Catachan ant may have been interesting for some of her fluids regeneration abilities, but it was obviously boosting the range of her insect controlling abilities. And then the alarms began to blare. What is it now? Weaver managed to keep her exasperation somewhat controlled. She had tamed though she didn't know how a massive ant and painted it gold. That should give her a respite, right? There are hundreds of warp translations around the Mandeville points, chosen of the Omnissiah, blurted one of the tech priests. It took several minutes, but at long last the identification codes were transmitted and the powerful long-range auspexes gave visuals and there was no room for error. The great fleet of blessed Mars has arrived. Their celerity has beaten our earliest prediction models by 24 standard days. Archmagos Gast of Hediatrix. It is confirmed, Archmagos. The Omnissiah be praised, we are exactly in the system we are supposed to be in. The data is 99.999999% conclusive. This is the Nyx system, capital of the Nyx sector, Samarkand quadrant, Ultima segmentum. Gast of Hediatrix gave a quick but powerful cant prayer to the Omnissiah. Praise the cog, the motive force and the holy machine, the Archmagos commanding 12th fleet voiced before returning to more material issues. Is every warship present and accounted for? Yes Archmagos, though the destroyer Soul of Plasteel has suffered major damage and will need extensive repairs. Acceptable, Explorator Primus Camuniro Storm replied 3 meters to his right. It seems we will have no need to execute our navigators and our astropaths in the end, Archmagos. Indeed, Explorator Primus. When the near totality of their psychers aboard had announced they were following a light beacon which had blinded them before vanishing seconds later, Gast of Hediatrix had to be advised by his senior magi not to kill these unbelievers immediately. The appearance of the same beacon a few minutes later seemed to have vindicated them, and they had emerged from the warp with very minor casualties. There were still going to be a lot of interrogations until he was sure they would never in their lives do the same thing again. Otherwise servitorhood was going to sound like a pleasant fate in comparison to the torments he would inflict to them. Contact the servants of the Omnissiah in this system. Announce the purpose of our arrival. Proclaim the majesty of the quest for knowledge. It was for the Newsphere records. The stations and patrols of this system may be far below Sol in term of capabilities, but the Martian Archmagos knew it was impossible to have missed them. 4 Arch-Mechanikus, 12 battleships, 24 cruisers, and hundreds of escorts and starships which had joined them at every jump were not something the naval garrison could miss. Then something made him frown. Cog and Sacred Oils, there's a Callite battleship in orbit around the third planet of this system. Chapter 29, Decision Interlude Destiny Unwritten. Decision Interlude. Destiny Unwritten. The Kokita system was discovered in 317M34 by the Imperium of Man as the Mechanicu's Explorator Fleet XYZ 6634 from Mars investigated numerous claims of STC fragments being found in the region. In the case of the system they had just discovered, the Magi were forced to acknowledge in mere months there was no trace of extinct or living civilizations whatsoever. Furthermore, the asteroid belts, while they generated curious magnetic anomalies, were entirely devoid of the ore and resources which interested the Mechanikus. The same was true of the single inhabitable planet orbiting the yellow star. Magos Kokota II Primus Iota, unwilling to recommend this world receive the industrial investment to build Mechanikus forges on its surface, sold the colonization rights to the Adeptus Administratum. Unfortunately, the new discovery was quite far from any hive world 500 light-years east of the Astartes homeworld of Munduspira, leaving it dangerously close to the eastern fringe and the limit of the Astronomicon. It was only in 399 M34 that the order to muster a colonization fleet was given, and it did not depart until 463 M34, the Maastricht Crusade having taken away many transports and escorts which had been detached to transport missionaries, colonists, pilgrims, and workers. Still, the bureaucratic and logistical delays resulted in the situation that Kokota was not the sole world to be settled by humanity when colonist fleet Ultima Kokota arrived in orbit of Kokota Quartus. With the efficiency characterizing most of the nobility when the opportunity to enlarge their personal empire exists, Knight Tribune Finum Ritzer pressured the administratum to incorporate the system into the newly proclaimed Ritzer sector, which was done in 503 M34. For the colonists of Kokota, this administrative takeover meant little. They were far too busy with surviving day to day. In the overwhelming majority of their explorations, the Mechanikus compiles data libraries worth of information about the planets they discovered. The Kokota system had thus been thoroughly analyzed, samples of water and earth had been taken, and the composition of the atmosphere had been searched carefully for any gas or life form inimical to human life. The full report and its conclusions had of course been made available to the Adeptus Administratum when the transfer of sovereignty occurred. No one knew what happened to it afterwards. The only certainty was that when the colonist fleet began its landing, the report the command staff had been allowed to peruse was one of a mountainous civilized world recently depopulated by a serf rebellion. This had little in common with Kokota Quartus. 85% of the planet was water, and the lands above it were volcanic archipelagos covered in jungles and inhabited by dangerous predators. Humidity levels were extremely high every day of the year. The rainfalls were violent and poured torrents of water every day upon the heads of the colonists. Hurricanes and hypercanes were extremely common. The fauna and the flora was not enough dangerous to deserve the classification of death world, but going outside the community walls without a lasgun was dangerous and not advised if you valued your life. 26% of the colonization fleet died within the first 10 years. And in spite of 2 new colonization waves in 554 M34 and 612 M34, the total population rarely remained above the 1 billion mark. Clearly, Kokota Quartus, shortened to Kokota by the locals and the rare merchants traveling to it, was never going to become a hive world or a thriving industrial world. For a few decades, there was the hope it would be able to be recognized as an agri-world. Obviously there was no way to reach production quotas similar to those feeding Cardooniash, but the thousands of volcanic islands were really fertile, and the oceans had billions of fishes just waiting to be caught. On paper, this was not necessarily a bad idea. But it immediately collapsed the moment one arrived on Kokota. Yes, the islands were fertile, but the high levels of volcanism and the numerous cinder clouds forced the harvest fields to be moved season after season. The tractors and other engines Imperium farmers took for granted rarely lasted long. When it wasn't the rain, the humidity, and the mud which caused malfunctions, the landscape was the culprit. There were thousands of hectares which could never been used as the slopes were too inclined, and that was when these were not near vertical cliffs. The jungles were increasing the numbers of problems met by the human settlers. Past the first violent contacts, many omnivorous animals trusted their primitive instinct and decided the harvests and the farmers were far more tempting prey than the militias. It would be a lie to say Kokota prospered. By 650 M34, the human colonists were concentrated on 16 different islands. All had the particularity of being tectonically stable and away from the routes of the main hypercanes, and 20 large amphibious ships carved from void-faring transports. If the population was growing somewhat, it was barely 1 billion and 20 million people. And both the Adeptus Administratum and the Departamento Munitorum in charge of the Imperial Guard recruitment operations were growing impatient. To his credit, the tithe master of the sector mandated by the Administratum understood the constraints the Kokotans were under. On the other hand, the Imperium had poured billions of crowns into the colonization of the planet. Many men and women far closer to the segmentum upper hierarchy wanted a return from the initial investments. And the Munitorum emissaries were even less tolerant and willing to listen to the excuses of the locals. The first tithe demands were judged unacceptable by the governor and the Kokotan population. Threats were made. A Munitorum envoy was thrown to the shark-like megalodons. Kokota was declared to be in a state of rebellion, and the guard regiments garrisoned nearby wasted no time, supported by numerous regiments from Amritsar itself, to mercilessly crush the poorly equipped PDF. In 691 M34, Kokota was officially returned to the Imperium. The new governor was chosen from the Amritsar nobility, and brought millions of unemployed Amritsar serfs with her to compensate the manpower lost in the years of war. Living conditions rapidly became miserable, and the average life expectancy decreased to 30 years. The new master of Kokota was an ambitious woman, and did not stop there. While agriculture and fishing cared for most of the needs, the idea came to the governor that the high humidity was perfect to cultivate the flower known as the black lotus. It happened to be the main ingredient for creating the black opium, a drug extremely popular in certain circles of Amritsar and beyond. At the very least, it would certainly pay for the administratum tithe. Thus Kokata became the breadbasket of drug production for the Amritsar sector in the following decades. The next governors saw no reason to limit themselves to one plant or one flower after all. The divide between rich and poor did not grow larger, it literally exploded out of proportion. In their golden palaces protected by massive shields, tall walls, and massive cannons, the nobility used the large income they received from drug sales to feast and celebrate. Outside these bastions of wealth and decadence, millions of families trimmed and died to harvest leaves, flowers and roots for their masters in living conditions worthy of penal worlds. This status quo lasted for centuries, until in 285 when a new threat evaded the patrols of the Imperial Navy and invaded the Amritsar sector from the eastern fringe. The Imperium had fought them before. These Xenos were called Loxodal, and a short description of them began with quadrupedal scaleless black reptiles armed with dart blasters. Warmongering species would have ignored Kokata and attacked far more defended targets. But the Loxodal did not care about a good fight. They wanted an ocean world with a few islands where they could breed their horrible progeny and fight without suffering from the climate, their slimy skin condemning them to a quick death if they stayed too long in waterless environments. From their perspective, Kokata was perfect. The invasion started with the arrival of a crude cruiser that the Loxodal had purchased from the treacherous Xenos mercenaries. The small defenses of the system were rapidly eliminated, and by the time a heavy squadron from Battlefleet Amritsar destroyed the trespasser, tens of thousands of Loxodal were already ravaging human settlements, killing tens of thousands of workers and destroying the local economy. The PDF was rooted in a series of humiliating defeats and rapidly recalled to defend the redoubts of their masters. In the last 5 decades, Munitorum tithes had been especially heavy for the Amritsar sector as a whole. There were no veteran armies in garrison ready to be sent at a moment's notice. Lord Amritsar consequently deployed hundreds of freshly conscripted regiments to crush the black-hearted Xenos with extreme prejudice. The war rapidly unraveled into a bloody stalemate. For every Loxodal killed, 10 to 20 men were slaughtered, and the climate of Kokata was not healthy for an army transferred from arid or temperate worlds. By 288 it was estimated over 40% of the imperial forces on the surface of Kokata were ill at any given time, and of those, 50% rarely fought for 1 month before falling ill again. Entire fortresses were nothing but improvised quarantine hospitals. The number of dead was in the millions. At long last, the Lord Militants of Blenheim had to acknowledge what was evident from the very beginning: Kokata could not be purged from this Xenos ulcer with the forces available to Amritsar. 10 jungle fighter regiments from Vientiane were redirected from other theatres, supported by several more expendable formations, including the 1st Nix Pureblood Penal Legion. The War for Kokata, part of Report MMX-10 sent to the Nix High Command, 292M35. Ultima Segmentum. Amritsar Sector. Kokata System. Kokata 4. 7.886.290M35. Commissar Eric Centauri. The problem, Eric recognized, was the bloody planet. It was not the fault of his regiment. He had to repeat it 5 times per hour, and he didn't believe it. The world of Kokata was horrible to visit, no question about it. While he had not found the reports to confirm his suspicions, he had a feeling this was one of the planets where the administratum bureaucrats had read the first and last page of the survey done by the Mechanikus, and then sent a colonization full of desperate people a few centuries later when they opened an half-forgotten archive vault. Kokata was humid, muddy, plagued by storms and rain, and the authorities of Amritsar had of course made the situation worse. The nobles couldn't be trusted to rule in the first place, and here they had managed to do worse: they had covered the slopes of this island in black flowers for their huge drug market. Eric did not like drugs. Even before entering the Schola Progenium, he had been disgusted by them, and commissariat regulations and after-action reports had only increased his conviction drugs had no place in the Imperial Guard and any proper civilized society. Yes, there were moments drugs were an unavoidable necessity. But these occasions were rare and few between. When a brave soldier could be saved from his heroic deed and blocking his pain for a few minutes was vital for his survival. When the enemy forced a regiment to fight night and day without respite and not injecting stimulants was going to kill men as easily as lack of sleep would. Consequently, having a rebreather mask on his face because the air was saturated by drug toxins was putting him in a sour mood. The reality that he had to shoot 5 men and 4 women to force the entirety of his regiment to imitate him had not raised his spirits. The rest of his clothes were already saturated with moisture. He was sure that he had received enough water since this morning for 4 or 5 showers, and the terrifying and lethal presence he usually presented effortlessly had been ruined in mere seconds. Despite his efforts, he was well aware he had to look like a drenched vagabond, and he didn't like that at all. "You know the mission," he roared as several Earthshaker batteries opened fire in the distance and the skies turned red and black as another volcano eruption was burning on the horizon. "Charge this slope, and kill everything. The enemy are those big 4-legged Xenos reptiles. They have dart guns, but those have limited ammunition. Don't stop, under any circumstance. The jungle fighters have finally managed to corner them, and if you fail, it will be necessary to begin again. And the sooner he left Kokata, the better. Eric really didn't like the planet. Of course, before this great and pleasurable exit they had to kill the Loxodon, the Xenos vermin who had dared challenge the God Emperor's rule of the stars. It was not going to be easy. The Xenos were an abomination which deserved 1,000 times their soon-to-come extermination, but they had built their camp well. If he could see it from his position, it was because the lair of the enemy was nearly 800 meters higher than theirs in altitude, and the only way to get to it was the slope behind him, a slope which in its least vertical passages had to be at 20% of inclination. Your redemption comes at this price. Eric shouted. You have been sentenced to join the first Nyx Pureblood Penal Legion because your sins were great and odious. Yet you have been given a chance to win your salvation. Praise the God Emperor, immortal master of mankind. Praise the Emperor. The Commissar was not impressed. The crowd he faced had shouted the appropriate answer, but their enthusiasm was non-existent. They did not look like a regiment of the Imperial Guard, these men and women. Some had decided, for a reason Eric couldn't fathom, to not don half of the clothes they had been handed in the penal transport. As a consequence, instead of the pleasant uniformity a regiment took for granted, here and there were nobles' robes, cloaks, fake breastplates, tarnished brilliant shoes, and some had even rings, hair accessories and earrings. Eric Centauri didn't know a lot about fashion, but it clashed significantly with the heavy explosive collars around their necks. But before I give the order to sound the charge, there is one detail left to deal with. He clicked his fingers and two of his enforcer wardens dragged the wastrel to his position. Even with his clothes torn down and his authority removed, the prisoner was a treacherous slime. Eric knew very well the light beating the wardens had given him according to his instructions had not been sufficient to knock him out, yet the man was trying to present himself as a bleeding and crippled martyr. This vermin tried to desert before the transfer of this regiment to the battlefield. The Commissar of the 1st Nyx Pureblood kicked the coward in the belly and with a cry of pain his victim was forced to stop faking unconsciousness. Nostradamus Van Dyer, you stand accused of desertion from His Holy Majesty Imperial Guard. What do you have to say in your defense? This is a conspiracy. The obese wastrel spat back. I said it before and I will say it again, I simply lost my way to the station. That is not a crime. I demand a judgment of my peers. Eric Centauri wondered what sort of substances the idiot had been given at birth before acknowledging inside his head that he didn't want to know. We are not in your little realm of justice and traditions, deserter. We are on the front lines, and you have no peers anymore. You are penal scum, and I am your procurator, your judge, and your executioner. Eric drew the new flamer he had been presented by Lady Weaver the day before he had left Nyx with the Penal Legion. There were very clear instructions from my superiors and the Holy Inquisition if you tried to violate the oaths of this regiment. Remove your clothes. You are only authorized to keep your rebreather mask and the bayonet of your autogun. You can't expect. A fist to the jaw interrupted the protestation and forced the slime to comply. There is no redemption for you. You are an irredeemable pile of excrements, an oath-breaker, a coward, a traitor, and a deserter. For your sins and your treasons, Nostradamus Van Dyer, I condemn you to death. He nodded to the left warden, and the big-boned man threw the two vials he had been given beforehand. One contained the mucus the Loxodon beasts considered an aphrodisiac. The second was a human-spread drug that on the Xenos creatures triggered a berserk rage. The sentence is to be executed by charging the enemy front lines naked and with your bayonet. And by the looks of it, the blade was ready to break at the first clash of metal. He supposed it was too much to hope the imbecile had carefully maintained it in the months spent in the void transport. May the God Emperor judge you fairly when you will see the Golden Throne. The first line of the formation took firing position, and Nostradamus Van Dyer began to run. At least Eric thought it was his equivalent of running. At first, it looked like he was waddling. Then he reached the real section of climbing, and it was more falling and trying to stand. For several seconds, all that was heard upon the battlefield was the pitiful shrieking of the aristocratic wastrel. And as his crescendo of complaints and insults began anew, the Loxodon came. Attracted by the smell of aphrodisiac and drugs, and by the noise and the disturbing spectacle provided by Nostradamus Van Dyer, they descended the slope with their weapons. The distraction was working. Take position but do not fire. The Commissar ordered as 5 lines crouched behind sandbags and the trees which had been cut down to provide some cover. The Emperor was with them, for a new downpour commenced at this instant, hiding the regiment somewhat from the Xenos. Nostradamus Van Dyer was not hidden, and he had already lost his bayonet knife before the Loxodon were less than 100 meters away from him. Unarmed, with a body that was evidence of decades of indulgence and idleness, the coward stood absolutely no chance. 5 Loxodon rushed him and began to devour him, not even pausing to kill him before dismembering him. The explanation for this death, he was going to send in the official record of the battle. Eric turned towards the rest of the penal nobles waiting for his orders. They were far more determined now. Of course, it was also possible they were aware many commissars and guard veterans were ready to execute them the same way if they took a single step back. We are the shield of humanity. Charge! Charge for the Emperor! For the Emperor! Hundreds of mouths screamed, and in the rain thousands of pure-blooded men and women fired their autoguns and ran to face the Xenos' counter-offensive. Your will be done. Eric drew his chain sword in his left hand and his flamer in his right, before setting aflame a coward and joining the battle. Ultima Segmentum. Chernobyl Sector. Katachan System. Katachan. 5.906.290 M35. Joe Young Viper Stout. Emperor and Devil be praised, the Colonel had not said no to Bill and himself joining the 22nd. Of course, the Colonel hadn't said yes either. Joe and his best friend had to prove themselves first. He respected the Colonel for that, but he could wish the challenge had been a tiny bit easier. He was all for the nickname of the regiment being the Acid Drakes, but hunting one was not exactly his idea of fun. The territory of these large beasts was some 35 kilometers away from Bastion F2. It was death ground. Like every boy who had lived long enough to celebrate his 10th birthday, Joe knew the rule. More than 500 meters away from a fort or any defensive installation on Katachan, the rescue would only come if there were enough volunteers gathered for the operation and the call for help was less than 10 minutes old. More than 10 kilometers away from a fort, nobody was going to come to the rescue. So they had made their farewells and started their journey. Twice they had to avoid the barking toads, and once their luck had almost abandoned them as their path crossed that of an old Katachan devil. The damn thing had been bigger than the fort they called home. But for a beast of this size, there was far juicier prey around than 2 humans, and they had been ignored for a megasaur. Joe wasn't going to complain. Really, he was all for presenting the Colonel the biggest trophy they could find, but you couldn't fight a devil of this size, not with a fang, a lasgun, and a few grenades. The younger ones were already tough to kill, but the explosions wouldn't even scratch the outer armor and spikes of this one. All they could do was to anger it, and as Mother had repeatedly told him over and over again, you didn't anger a Katachan devil. If you did, you were going to explain to the God Emperor within the next seconds why you thought it was a good idea. I'm seeing the acid mountains, Joe, Bill said once he removed the magnoculars from his eyes. 2 more hours of walk, I think. They were very close. But on Katachan, close didn't have the same meaning the other Imperial humans gave it. To give an example, 10 minutes later they had to make a large detour to avoid a house-sized cloud of death flies. We have all the harpoons and 2/3 of our ammunition cells. We can do this. We just have to find an adult acid drake, Joe grinned, knowing in advance that it was not going to be very difficult. The region was famous for being the lair of thousands of these beasts. Here, even the implacable flora of Katachan was sparse and burned. The breath of the acid drakes was not as potent as the toxins used by the Katachan barking toad. Nothing was. But it was capable of damaging adamantium, and liquefying heavy walls of plasteel within 10 seconds. Few things on Katachan had the sturdiness to endure the acidic breath of these massive animals. And the animals which did, they had to contend with the fact an adult acid drake from tail to muzzle was roughly 30 meters long. No, finding one adult acid drake here was not going to be a problem. It was killing a large specimen which was going to be the big challenge. I'm seeing something weird. Joe frowned. Weird had a lot of connotations he didn't like. Define weird. He said, trying to guess what had attracted the attention of his friend. But without the magnoculars, it was difficult, especially as they had to crush the smaller flies and locusts trying to taste them. I think there is a migration of yellow ants. Are you sure? The colonies of yellow ants did not often move outside of the zones they considered their territory. But then these vicious creatures didn't need to migrate, right? A colony's territory could spread over thousands of square kilometers, and when their warrior caste went on the offensive, it was a legion of ants which converged on the prey. Entire fortresses had been raised in centuries past, and doubtlessly dozens more would be raised in the future. Joe was a Katachan boy, and proud of it, but there wasn't a lot you could do when the jungle itself was subdued by millions of hell-dog-sized ants. Yes, I'm sure. Don't worry, there is a cliff nearby, we will be able to use it as an observation point. Bill was right, as usual. The jungle stopped here, and there was a cliff 100 feet away. It was going to force them to do a detour. Of course, this was a rather secondary concern at the moment. Because between their current location and the acid mountains, there were a large river and a small jungle, and they were crawling with ants. It was not an exaggeration to impress the big girls at home. There really were that many ants. The river itself was full of them, and on its banks the jungle was devastated as armies of ants marched southwards. God Emperor preserve us, this is a devil-sized migration. What has provoked them to move in such numbers? It was at this moment he realized Bill had his mouth hanging wide open in shock. Silently, his friend gave him the magnoculars and pointed him to a point not far in the southwest. Joe placed the magnoculars over his eyes and wondered for a moment if he had perhaps been caught by a barbed venom gorse. But no, he was not hallucinating from venom or gas. The ants were carving the mountain to create a sculpture. Millions of ants, all in a single location, and they were destroying everything from peak to base to create a statue. And it was human. The work was not complete, but the feminine visage, half of the upper body and one arm raised in a defiant gesture were, and it was more than enough. With the magnoculars he could also see the familiar representation of the aquila on the sculpted breastplate. He lowered the magnoculars again and could not help but ask the question burning inside his lungs. What by the great devil is happening here? Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Nix system. 7.911.290 M35. Archgenitor Hark Alpha Dipides. There had been a 95% probability the tech priests he had been forced to receive were going to behave in an illogical and uncivilized manner, which was why he had received them in Chamber 5 Plasteel, where no one could hear them. Judging by the extremely loud binaric accusations, protests, insults, and debates, this decision had been the correct one. This is scandalous. Nix can't keep this priceless Bacta for itself. Let's impose a quota. We could heal the Omnissiah himself with this healing effect. Don't dare bring the secession into this debate, you stupid heretic. The machine god will know its own, and we will never forgive those words. Hark Alpha Dipides was glad he did not have mechadendrites, because otherwise he would have used them to tear apart a few of his augmetics. The Mechanicus was supposed to be logical, loyal in its worship of the machine, and united. Clearly, the very opposite of the image these squabbling magi, archmagi, and tech priests of all ranks were presenting. Thank the motive force this gathering had refused to admit adepts of other imperial organizations. It didn't matter if the Mechanicus representatives spoke in binaric or not, the ecclesiarchy and the administratum delegates would have understood enough to die of laughter. Silence. The archgenitor born on Dantry's 3 canted, his patience completely exhausted. Silence in the hall. The furious magi finally stopped their illogical and deeply emotional ruckus. You are tech priests of Mars, not ignorant priests preaching in the streets. You will behave as the former, or you will be expelled from this assembly. Am I clear? There was much grumbling, nods, and a few magi cursed him in secret cants, believing he didn't understand. He promised himself to pass their names to Lady Weaver the moment this meeting was over. For the 6th time today, he regretted not having pushed hard enough for this gathering of high-ranking tech priests to be limited to 12 members. The level of the tech cants and the conversation would have been far higher. Since you are unable to determine who is going to speak first, I am going to choose in your stead. Archmagos Shenadgear, step forwards. This was one of the most reasonable archmagi from Mars who had been invited, at least by reputation. Archgenitor, are the rumors true? Does the substance called Bacta truly heal everything? No, Hark Alpha Dipides admitted. In fact, when the Catachan Queen Ant produces Bacta as an undiluted golden liquid, it is worse than useless. His blunt answer, of course, generated a torrent of protestations. Thank the god machine, a third of the archmagi began to scream for order before he had the time to demand silence once again. The rumors were false, then, the Martian tech priest commented in a disappointed outburst of binaric. Oh no, the rumors were entirely correct, Hark Alpha Dipides contradicted him. Bacta will heal you. Unfortunately, this substance was genetically conceived by a death world species with an ability to resist physical injuries far greater than a human. It will heal any wounded flesh-crafted human body, but it will inflict a strain on the body that will minutes later provoke a series of biological disorders invariably leading to death. What about the psychers? Asked Amagos from Griffon 4. There are many orders of psychers in the Adeptus Astra Telepathica which teach how to master the skills of their body via psychic means. Psychers, I'm afraid, have no chance at all to be healed by Bacta. The Dantry's 3 tech priest said regretfully. Every time we tested it on an injured one, the wounds did not heal and the head exploded in mere seconds. This is illogical, the remark came from the back of the assembly. No, and indeed it was not. Bacta is generated by an omnivorous species which has crossbred with a Xenos horribilis threat. The Catachan ant has been certified to possess no warp empowering abilities, and yet the queens of each colony have capacities to control the different castes of their colonies. I think we are in presence of a species which validates the Kindi psychic divergence hypothesis. Dipides knew he was taking a risk here. Archmagos Kindi had been a respected Martian leader of M32, but shortly before the explosive end of his career, his radical proposals had made a lot of people unhappy on blessed Mars. The Kindi psychic divergence hypothesis is inherently flawed. Shouted Agraya Magos. There is no evidence. That's why it's a hypothesis, Tech Hammer. A triplex foul representative cut his rant short. Please continue, Archgenitor. Hark Alpha nodded in thanks to this half-ally and resumed his speech. For those who did not study the works of Archmagos Kindi, the psychic divergence hypothesis is the theory that while every power coming from the warp is naturally psychic by its very nature, not all psychic-based phenomena are tied to the warp. This is ridiculous, they. Same Graya Magos muttered loud enough to be heard by everyone. Why? The Master of Healing of Nyx asked sincerely. When a starship wishes to travel through the warp, we use the warp drives to open a breach between our reality and this dimension. The psychers of every organization and plenty of abominable xenos species do the same thing, albeit in a smaller and less reliable manner. Since it is obviously possible to connect the matrium and the warp in such a manner, why wouldn't it be possible to connect this galaxy to another dimension and generate new hive mind capabilities with these connections? In theory, nothing, convened a tech priest hidden under Ryza robes. In the forges, however, our lack of understanding where warp drives are concerned would prevent us from creating this modified technology. As about 2/3 of the participants approved, Dippides did not go further. He had not come today to convince them innovation was to be encouraged anyway. It is only a hypothesis, my fellow magi and archmagi, but I think certain creatures of the death world of Catachan have assimilated psychic capacities of a different source than the warp. Neither I nor my assistants have advanced enough in our researches to present formal results, but we have already enough results to know that psychers can feel massive interferences in close proximities to a Catachan queen ant. Data was transferred to the noosphere's higher levels, and to his relief, there was only a moderate amount of questions and opposition. Presenting his ideas as hypothesis to be verified had starved the die-hard conservatives of ammunition. This is logical and precise, Archgenitor, but the facts spoke for themselves. This Bacta is a failure, intervened another representative of Mars. I would not go that far, Magos, Hark Alpha Dippides politely answered. It is true that in its undiluted form no person has yet survived being plunged into a bath of Bacta. Although Lady Taylor A. Bear probably would. The healing matrix of the Bacta produced by the Catachan Golden Queen Ant was reacting and evolving quickly to meet the impulses of her insect commands. How, he had no idea. It was a mystery the Omniscient had not wished to share with him. But we have not stayed idle since the Catachan ant was tamed, and we have conducted the dilution of Catachan Bacta into a solution prepared with STC nutrients and Mechanicu's knowledge. Consequently, we can create a healing substance, which, while only able to heal minor and medium injuries, does not kill the patient. We called it Bacta 1-20-20, but I understand Red Bacta is already a popular term in our genetic labs. The debates and the choir of protestations instantly assaulted his senses, as some tech priests applauded and canted congratulations, while others screamed and vociferated this was a grave fall to introduce this substance in the Imperium. Hark Alpha Dippides was not going to keep them quiet this time. Mixing Bacta, ruby algae and Euclid spice was not exactly something shameful, but the longer he kept the secret of Red Bacta, the better. There were huge benefits to gain in this endeavor. Logically, all the thrown gelts and the resources went primarily to Lady Weaver, but the more results in Bacta produced by his labs and his subordinates, the higher he would be in the chosen of the Omniscient's favor. We must establish quotas. This sort of unshackled innovations must be stopped at all costs. The sooner this meeting ended, the better. It was unproductive and illogical. The Webway. Abandoned city of Galatavilan. Captain Ianid Thiel. Theoretical, being corrupted by warp entities had not prevented the Alpha Legion detachment from getting lost in the Webway. Practical, their ability to notice the ambush he had prepared for them had been abysmal. Chaos was not a factor for prudence and intelligence. Ianid Thiel gave the 30+ corpses of the Alpha Legionaries he had just killed a last disgusted glance. An eternity ago, he had admired the professionalism and the sheer level of training the 20th was willing to endure to achieve its missions. The Ultramarine had not been fond of the collateral damage and the smugness they felt they earned, but their operations had been well thought out and their success rate spoke for itself. Times had changed. He didn't know how many years had passed since the heresy, but it was obvious judging by the spikes, the awful 8-pointed star of the warp abominations, and the mutations that many sons of Alfarius had decided to sell themselves body and soul to the monsters of the Immaterium. Theoretical, they had done so to gain power. Practical, their lack of discipline, their warp-infused arrogance and hatred, and their mutations, made them less efficient and coordinated than they had been during the heresy. Conclusion, the so-called Chaos Gods were at the same time empowering and weakening their slaves. The former sergeant of the 135th Company didn't try to grab ammunition, weapons, or supplies from the bodies of his corrupted cousins. What the warp touched, it rarely left unmarked and unaltered. Better to have no weapon than to risk wielding something which could within a decade transform you into the unholy union of a purple crustacean and an Eldar carnivorous reptile. Theoretical, I am lost in the Webway. Practical, find an exit. Easier said than done. Not because there were no exits from the ruined city he was using as a temporary base. There were thousands of portals and tunnels on the outskirts of what had been an Eldar city, if the statues and the architecture were any indication. But by some technology he hadn't managed to elucidate, whatever path he chose, whichever direction he chose to walk in, Ianid would always find himself back at this abandoned city crossroad. It was intensely frustrating, and inconvenient. Tactically, his supplies were diminishing fast, and his weapons had been used 20 times longer without proper maintenance than what the Codex prescribed. Strategically, he could not help his Primarch if he was trapped here. Ancient pain echoed in his two hearts. This quest, as insane as the odds were, was the sole light of hope he had found to erase the shame of failure. He had failed that cursed day, in the corrupted halls of the pride of the Emperor. The Ultramarines had failed. They had been unable to save their father when he was being torn apart by the serpentine abomination Fulgrim had become. They had done everything they could to save him, and in the end the only thing they had been able to do was to put him in a stasis field before he died. Theoretical, Robert Guillemon wasn't dead. Practical, the Primarch had maybe 30 seconds of life left in him, at best. No known human technology could save him in so little time. When it had become obvious they would not be able to do anything save bring him back to Macridge and let him rest until someone found a solution, Aenid and over 100 sons of the 13th Legion had volunteered to travel across the galaxy and find a means to heal their sire. They had to find an antidote to the hellish poison used by Fulgrim. They had to discover a cure for Robert Guillemon. And in over 106 Terran years before being baited in the webway by those treacherous Eldar, he had only failure to show for his efforts. How many years have passed since my disappearance, I wonder? The Ultramarine Astartes said aloud. He regretted that moment of weakness. Be it a century or a millennium, the theoretical and the practical told him there was nothing he could do to turn back the march of time. He had to escape this trap, for it was obviously one, and begin to explore some tracks he had not yet pursued. First step, clearly, was to leave this ruined city before something he wasn't able to handle found him. From time to time, he faced enemies who like him were exploring this maze. The Alpha Legionaries were the last group of a long list. Aenid Thiel returned to his camp, analyzing every portal he came near to see if there had been any change. There hadn't. The webway portals were remaining as disturbingly passive as they were when he first laid his eyes upon the deserted Eldar settlement. It must have been a magnificent place, millennia ago. There were enough spires, statues, and decorations left intact that the son of Macridge knew the splendor of this Nexus city must have been celebrated by its inhabitants. Diamond-like crystals had been used to provide lighting, and the streets and the many buildings had been built by architects who did not have to bother with the laws of gravity. He was inside of his camp when he noticed something was wrong. The decapitated head of an Eldar statue had been painted blue. 2 of the traps he had armed with grenades and razor wire were not armed, despite the fact he had triple-checked them before going to slaughter the sons of Alfarius. But his camp was as deserted as it had been before. Everything was in the same position as he had left it. Why had his traps been disabled? A gust of wind which should not have been there manifested itself, and from behind the ruins of Eldar architecture a card flew at him. It was an image of him, with a single word in High Gothic, and his mind immediately translated it as Trap Master. I know you are here. His plasma gun was already drawn, and he prepared to do the same with his power sword. Show yourself, Eldar. There was a moment of silence, and then an explosion of light and music which managed to completely disorientate him erupted, no mean feat after everything he had endured. When he was able to assess the situation 3 heartbeats later, Aenid saw he was surrounded. There were over 100 Eldar, and while the orange, pink and black costumes were unfamiliar to him, the general attires were not. The murder clowns of the webway, the Harlequin, were here. Knowing very well the lethality of one of these Eldar, the Ultramarine captain knew that, if it came to a battle, he was doomed. There was another flash, and the Eldar circle disappeared. All the Xenos were gone, all save one. Aenid Thiel, the errant trap master of the Ultramarines, the Harlequin mask did not appear like it was speaking, and the whisper came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Lord of the Red Marked, Hero of Calth, Knight of Guillemon. Since you know my name and my titles, it is only polite to introduce yourself, Eldar. The white-blue mask bowed mockingly. I am GRL Snowlight, Ice Sword of the Twisting Path. The presentations are done, ha, ha, ha. Aenid didn't lower his gun. This particular breed of Eldar was as duplicitous as it was insane. 3 roads open to you for the next cycle, Hero and Trap Master. Even with his transhuman eyes, he didn't see the Harlequin move. One instant it was on top of a pillar, the next it was dancing in front of his tent. The first sees you try to return to your legion of blue, and fail. Your thread is cut and the primordial annihilator laughs. The Eldar made 3 jumps that no living creature should have been able to and was out of his gun's range in a second. The second is noble and cruel. The sorcerer of ruin and rubric is on his way to this city. You will try to stop him, and you will fail. The sorcerer of ruin and rubric, was the Harlequin speaking about Ahriman? If so, that was incredibly bad news. What is the third? It is a story of tragedy and triumph. His inhuman interlocutor laughed, and the sound was madness, joy, and promise of violence in one. It is a legend of disaster and victory. It is a tale of hardship, ice, and great swarms. You will find hope at the end of this road for your Primarch. Oh, oh, oh. And you will be a hero, again and again. Everything in him pushed him to refuse and blast the head of the Harlequin into 1,000 blood fragments. Aenid did not share the hatred many Ultramarines felt for Xenos, but the Eldar race as a whole was not to be trusted. But assuming he managed to kill this warrior and survived the vengeance of the others hiding nearby, he was still going to be trapped here, and Ahriman was possibly on his way. While he had dealt with his fair share of corrupted librarians and sorcerers during Horus Rebellion, dealing with the chief lieutenant of the Cyclops was beyond his abilities, since he was alone and unsupported. So he spoke the words he was sure he was going to regret very soon. Tell me more. Segmentum Obscurus. Solus Sector. Craft World Ulthwi. 8.999.290 M35. Farser Eldrad Ulthrun. Eldrad was old for a farser. Sometimes farsers of other craft worlds thought the fact made him arrogant, but truthfully he felt it was more of a burden. After all, if the Asuryani who often spoke against him took a few seconds to think about it, they would realize there was a big problem with their views. Eldrad was powerful and the light of his mind burned brightly, yes. But he was hardly exceptional in power. Every Asuryani had a fair measure of psychic power, and the moment any aspirant donned a seer mask, the power was there to answer. For those like him who were unable or unwilling to change their path, their skills and their abilities grew with each cycle. By all rights, in a galaxy where the seers exploited their talents to their full potential, Eldrad should be one among several thousand farsers. He was old for a farser, but not that old for an Asuryani. And he knew for sure there were thousands of Exodosites and Harlequins who were eons old when the fall had happened and he was not yet born. All of this was to say the narrow minds of several craft-world-born farsers were getting on his nerves more and more frequently these last cycles. The shadow point has increased in size again, Master Eldrad, Auric Stormcloud said. The young farser was one of the emissaries he relied on considerably when he wasn't able to travel himself. Near the entire eastern galactic region is covered in its shadow. Eldrad nodded and offered him refreshments. The other farser looked like he needed them. Your reports unfortunately confirm my observations. The future is clouded and dark. We are the next best thing to deaf and blind to the storm about to strike. And for the 2018th time, don't call me Master. I am not so old and decrepit to deserve the title. As you wish, Master. Eldrad Ulthran did not groan, but as he watched his student drink the elixir he had prepared, he knew he was not going to win this battle today. I must confess never having seen a shadow point of that size before. The biggest I was able to see in the future before this one was limited to a single planet. Shadow points are rare events. Eldrad did not say fortunately. The very existence of these obscuring phenomena to the farser's sight implied the existence of a conflict between two powers having a chance to triumph in this reality and beyond. And since the fall, the number of shadow points where the Asuryani had been involved could be counted on both hands with fingers left to spare. Some autarchs may convince themselves of the contrary, but Eldrad unfortunately knew the truth. The Asuryani were not able to stand against the might of the primordial annihilator in open battle. Elite forces could be dispatched across the galaxy to inflict defeats to the servants of the Four, but long campaigns were out of the question. Ultimately, there was one empire which mounted guard around the eye the Ildari had created in their folly, and it possessed not a drop of the precious blood the children of Isha had in their veins. If the shadow point continues to grow, it may rival, in size if not in strength, the one which darkened the galaxy during the human civil war, the conflict they call the Horus Heresy. Having lived during those times, Eldrad was not that eager to plunge headfirst into a second galaxy-sized problem of this magnitude. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one had asked him opinion. Master, you have to stop it. There is yet time to act. The faith you have in my abilities makes my heart sing in joy, Auric, but I am not omniscient. My visions have grown more and more unreliable with every divination session. And what I saw is not enough. All I know today is that the birth of the Shadow Point has taken place somewhere in the east, and that the belligerent Biltan warriors were in the middle of it as per their bad habits. Besides, the messengers I sent to their craft world were rather rudely escorted out before they learned anything worthwhile. What makes you think trying to send a second delegation will accomplish anything more than antagonizing our warlike cousins? Part of it was his fault, admittedly, though Ulthwi prejudices were also involved. Eldrad had never been a great supporter of the factions, thinking that the Ildari Empire of old could be reconquered on the corpses of the humans since he was young. After watching in vivid detail what could happen to any Asuryani fleet or one of their dark kins for that matter when they were opposed by an endless flow of space marines, he had known there was no glorious song of victory to be sung there. Biltan could not win. This was the truth. Biltan could not win, because this was a war the Asuryani could not win. Many younglings ignored it, but a large reason the humans did not hunt their race to extinction was because on a pure cost/benefit calculation, they simply weren't worth the trouble. But if every craft world chose to behave like Biltan did, the threads of fate he had explored shifted in a heartbeat. The empire of the humans was sluggish and diseased, but when it was presented a threat, it could respond with terrifying ferocity. No, Auric, the Shadow Point is too advanced to act in a hurry, and I became aware of it too late to manipulate the darkened threads and turn them to a positive outcome. I'm also afraid that since Farsakaran and several of his allies cordially hate me, my presence would throw more fuel into the fires of war. The young Stormcloud of Ulthwi bowed, though Eldrad could see he wasn't fully convinced. Hypothetically, the shattering of Biltan and the utter annihilation of its infinity circuit would not be able to generate such a large shadow point. Yes. That is why we have already alerted all the craft worlds we are on good term with, and are recalling all our forces and sealing as many gates and portals as possible. Ulf, we will not face this storm defenseless. The two Farsar saluted each other and departed to execute their respective duties. The wheel of fate was turning, and darkness waited for no one. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. 7.129.291 M35. Tech Priest T11001100 Zeta. There was a sentence aboard the station which had the power to make every Tech Priest shiver in terror. I think I have solved all the problems this time. If it was followed by they are going to recognize my genius with this invention. It was time to run and never look back. Boom. 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 Before the first engine exploded, T11001100 Zeta had run out of the compartment. He had become very good at it, in all modesty. Why, he was now the senior tech priest on the station, and the new Magos in charge, safely installed in an office 2 million kilometers away, had told him that if he survived until the Sanguinella, he may have the Omniscia level honor to leave this place of horror and damnation. Maybe. No. It hadn't worked. Maybe next time. No. By the machine force, why try to believe in something impossible? It wasn't working. It never worked. He had served months aboard Danger Prototype Central, yes, the name had stuck for some reason. The successes were terribly outnumbered by the explosive decompressions, the fatal incidents, the tragic security problems and a variety of other events. T11001100 Zeta would have preferred not watching with his new augmetic eyes. There was also the problem that with each new arrival wave of tech priests, there were one or two saboteurs. They were not traitors or here techs, at least he didn't think so. T11001100 Zeta had known a few of them had been arrested by the Heracles Wardens and / or the Inquisition, so it was possible these tech priests had been sent here as a disguised death sentence. But to be honest, while sabotages and the sheer terror many tech priests felt at the idea of being blasted apart caused a lot of accidents, the problem lied with the para-human known as Leet. After seeing him in action for months, T11001100 Zeta had realized his tinker abilities had to be defective. It was the only thing which made sense. Even if he wanted to make everything explode, no one would be able to cause so many disasters and damage tons of resources in so little time. Even the greenskins were not that destructive, and the green brutes were destruction incarnate. Praise the Omniscia for our survival today. He prayed in front of the 24 tech priests which had run to the damage control section like him. Praise the Omniscia. How many dead? 1. Tertio 4 Beta was operating on a coolant tube. But the coolant spontaneously became acid. Mechadendrites rose in prayer for the soul of Fin 4 Beta. It was not the worst death T11001100 Zeta had heard of since his arrival on Danger Prototype Central, but it was not one he wanted to experience himself. What was he working on today? In his own words, a prototype of a biocomputer. No, I have no idea what it does. I thought he was forbidden by Lady Dragon from building anything biological. Remember the foam fungus incident? T11001100 Zeta and the other tech priests shivered. That particular, disaster-level event had been bad. Really bad. They had to improvise and use flamers to fight their way out of the contaminated compartments. Mechanical prototypes were bad, but in general provoked only mechanical explosions. Biological inventions were infinitely worse. There has to be something we can do, a newcomer in the robes of Blessed Mars said. T11001100 Zeta sighed. This conversation came back with a depressing regularity. I will advise you not to assassinate him. It's like there's a probability factor protecting him from his explosions and failures. Tragic accidents are waiting for those who walk on this path. That's good to know, I suppose. The very junior tech priest from Mars, whose name was Corcovado Gamma if he wasn't mistaken, replied. But I was thinking on a more peaceful and alternative tactical approach. The Omicron Iota level tech priest frowned. Explain your alternative tactical approach. I think we have all seen what happens when our dear para-human overseer tries to invent something new with the raw components he has at his disposal. Everyone nodded. They had indeed seen it. They had also felt the pain and received new metallic replacements for it. The problem, as I see it, is that this para-human has no comprehension of the finer mysteries of the Omniscia, and whatever skill allows him to imitate our works and create a vulgar spark of machine life is at best non-compliant, at worst tending towards abominable intelligence. I understand what you are trying to say. T11001100 Zeta stated. You are saying that even if by some miracle of the Omniscia a device works, like the Demon Banisher, the object in itself will be flawed by its very conception, and will naturally unravel towards hostile behavior in a few days to a few months. It is indeed the logical conclusion I have arrived at, replied Corcovado Gamma. There were a few chuckles and laughs at the word logical before tempers returned to a work-like attitude. It's interesting. And I mean this in the best of ways. T11001100 Zeta began. But I really don't see how you want to solve this dilemma. The ignorance of Leet where Mechanicu's doctrine is concerned is not the fault of the higher authorities not having proposed formal or informal teachings to him. As far as I am aware, it is his fault that he is pursuing this path of tech heresy and explosions. Magos Dragon Richter and the Chosen of the Omnissiah did not encourage him to create aberrations. It is why I propose, respectfully, we don't give him the choice anymore. Mechadendrites went limp and silent. I have neither the authorizations nor the expertise to strap him to a biologist's surgery table and implant him some advanced cogitator implants, or psycho-indoctrinate him until his behavior becomes acceptable. The Grey-born tech priest warned his Martian counterpart. Do not be worried. What I have in mind is much, much worse. I think we only need to be sure the higher authorities won't debark tomorrow and see what we're trying to do. You will understand if I need a bit more of a plan than this vague assurance before risking what's left of my career, T11001100 Zeta replied tartly. Fine. First we need to exploit Leet's prejudices and fascinations. I don't pretend to know why, but he has a fascination for starfighters. According to the Vault manifests, we have an extremely damaged Faustus interceptor in Section 25. I propose we transfer it in Section 4K while he's asleep. After that. Listening to the plan, T11001100 Zeta admitted it could very well work. Of course if it failed, there were going to be unpleasant consequences. Crazy and explosive he may be, but Leet was officially the station's commanding officer. It was still better than to wait for the next explosion, in the end. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. 0.300.291 M35. Solar Guardian of Records Nicephorus Van Dyer. As they all took their seats for the soon-to-come dinner, Nicephorus couldn't help but think he should have found an excuse to justify his absence. A little voice in his head objected he had already done that 3 times, and each time his eldest brother had simply delayed until he ran out of excuses and official matters of state. In theory, the Solar Guardian of Records, third most important adept of the Office of Records of the Most Supreme Adeptus Administratum, should not feel threatened by any man save his direct superior, Secretary General Alrakitic, and the High 12 of the Senatorum Imperialis. In practice, both Nicephorus' position and privileges were not under attack because he had the might of Clan Van Dyer supporting his decisions and power base. All of this could be revoked in a heartbeat if the head of Clan Van Dyer said a word, and the head was Lord Adept Xerxes Van Dyer, Secretary Minister of the Departamento Exacta, aka Nicephorus' eldest brother. So he had obeyed, as usual. He had left his wife and his children at home, though. No need to involve the younger generation in this sordid affair. It was bad enough Xerxes had authorized his unbearable spawn to dine with them. His younger brother had shared this opinion, but alas Trismegistus was even less confrontational than himself. He had tried a few apologies and delays too, but unlike Nicephorus his duties as Secretary Minister of the Logus Strategos were such that he met Xerxes every day. There was no hope anything resembling logic and sanity would emerge from the rest of the assembly. Xerxes' wife, Lady Waldrud Van Dyer Writes, began to stuff herself with food the very moment the hors d'oeuvres were in range. Anyone who watched the scene would be forgiven to think the rumor of one of her sons being dead was just that, a rumor. Fortunately for his stomach, the servants had placed her seat at the other end of the table, some 50 meters away. Thank the God Emperor for small mercies. He had no wish to observe the gluttony of this grease mountain longer than necessary. He already had his eldest brother to contend with. As the second son of the regretted Cagliostro Van Dyer, he had been given the seat on Xerxes' right, while Trismegistus was granted the left one. On his right, however, he had censor patrician Zoroaster Van Dyer, Xerxes' eldest son. Trismegistus had not been spared either. On his left was Vice Admiral Ormuz Van Dyer, Xerxes' second son. The children most likely to be the reasonable ones, Questor Investigator Zenobia Van Dyer of the Adeptus Fideicius, and Magistrate Aboniel Van Dyer of the Ordo Sabat Aurum, Xerxes' sole daughter and his fourth son respectively, were more than 10 meters away and not likely going to be invited to give their opinion. The first branch of Clan Van Dyer was mustered in a single location at the same time. This was not going to be pleasant. The hors d'oeuvres were just being removed when his eldest brother commenced his rant on the issue everyone knew was the reason of this family dinner. I want them dead, you hear? They dared, killing my son. My son. They dared killing a Van Dyer of Holy Terra. For his poor ears and the suffering of his brain Nicephorus toned down the ranting and presented the same facade he always gave to the endless queues of schemers and useless messengers he was forced to tolerate at his door in the mega archive of records every day. It was not like he had not heard Xerxes' rant before. Though in general he limited it to Trismegistus and himself and did not involve his spawn, pardon his children, in the high affairs. Of course, Xerxes was more furious than Nicephorus had ever seen him. Strangely, he did not think it was so much the loss of a son who had angered the patriarch of the Van Dyer clan. Nostradamus had not been sent to the eastern galactic regions because he was diligent, competent, influential, and on good terms with his genitor. I want them dead. The rant ended in a powerful shriek. Nicephorus' eyes met Trismegistus, and the Solar Guardian sighed. His younger brother was going to owe him a nice favor for this. Forgive me, brother, but who are the them? Everyone involved in the death of my son. They killed a Van Dyer, they must pay. The bitch they call Weaver must be slaughtered. The Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor must have his throat cut and his body disemboweled. The Commissar and his penal legion overseers and menials must be wiped out to the last man. The adept of the Office of Records breathed in. Oh yes, what a brilliant idea. Kill everyone involved. For the moment, he had been able to reduce news of the death of Nostradamus to mere rumors. But if they began to act brazenly and openly, their enemies were going to realize the rumors had a solid core of truth, and they would certainly not stay idle behind the scenes. It was easily the kind of situation which could see a coalition of clans and great houses unite to destroy them. No Van Dyer was in the high 12 of the Senatorum Imperialis, the support of one of the High Lords or one of the big players immediately under the Hive 12 could doom them. The penal legions and their commissars have extremely heavy attrition rates, brother. He answered coldly. Since the opposition was consisting of the Loxodal species, I have no doubt their losses were extremely high in the first days of action, and there is a good chance the penal legion has already been exterminated on Kokata. The information has just not reached our ears yet. Zoroaster, the impertinent little bastard, began to laugh. Our dear uncle has a golden tongue. No doubt he is going to convince us the rest are also going to end up dead, eventually. No, I'm not. The glare he gave the ungrateful spawn he was forced to call his nephew coward the brat for a few seconds. I was going to say trying to assassinate a sector lady or a Lord Inquisitor is a stupid idea. Have you ever thought about the consequences of your vendetta? Nyx is a third-tier sector at best. Ormuz Van Dyer retorted dismissively. My battle group could disintegrate their pathetic battle fleet in 1 hour and conquer the sector in 1 month. Trismegistus almost snorted and Nicephorus was a breath away from doing the same. The part of Battlefleet Sol Ormuz was part of had not left the Sol system for more than 150 years. It was heavy in capital units assuredly, but its victories and wartime engagements were all dating terribly. He would be very surprised if there was a single man or woman in the battle group of his nephew who had ever given the order to fire upon a Xenos or a heretic ship. That's not the point, and you know it. He supposed he could be forgiven for feeling a little annoyed. If we try to kill a Lord Inquisitor and fail, we will have an angry Lord Inquisitor coming for us. If we succeed, all the other Inquisitors who were allied with him will come for us, to teach everyone to never think killing Inquisitors is a good idea. By that point the only thing to do would be to kill themselves and make sure the Inquisition didn't have the ability, as some claimed, to resurrect fresh corpses to torture them again. On a Lambda planet, Nicephorus did not doubt there were places to hide from the Inquisition. But they were on Holy Terra, and the planet constantly had hundreds of rosette-bearing women and men sniffing for any sign of treachery and heresy. I agree with Nicephorus, brother, Trismegistus added. Killing a Lord Inquisitor is just not worth the trouble. If the inquisitorial representative decides the man is worth listening to or avenging, our whole clan could be arrested in a single day and disappear into the inquisitorial dungeons. I don't know about you, but I don't want to die screaming under the Inquisition's blades. And while I have not been able to ascertain his real prestige among his colleagues, Odysseus Tor was granted a Venom assassin for a long-term assignment. Xerxes looked really to explode and he had to speak in an apologetic tone. The Officio Assassinorum does not look fondly on people who try to assault their agents or launch missions putting their pet killers in the crossfire. And the so-called Lady Nyx? Are you telling me I can't touch her either? We control 3 sectors of Segmentum Solar and I can't touch a rat with delusions of grandeur. Nicephorus wanted to answer this obviously rhetorical question with a yes. The assassination of anyone possessing the level of authority of a sector lord was never a good idea. It wasn't a smart proposition, because if it failed and a massive sector-wide rebellion erupted, the administratum as a whole and a lot organizations like the Arbits and the Navy were going to ask themselves who was the imbecile responsible for this fiasco. The Imperium would send the troops, all right. But before that they would punish the culprits, and there were fates no one sane wanted to endure. It wasn't a good idea, because Nyx was incredibly far from Terra, and his knowledge about this Ultima sector or the clan's knowledge, really was partial and outdated. It wasn't a good idea because if Carduniash had evidence to show to Terra, there were going to be earthquakes in the bureaucracy of the administratum as the adepts of Ultima screamed the sector was in their area of responsibility and this act was a gross overstepping of their authority. And these were just the first arguments which arrived at the forefront of his thoughts. Alas, looking at his brother, he knew that giving this answer would cause his brother to dismiss all his other arguments, including the one about not assassinating a Lord Inquisitor. And for all the consequences, Nyx was far away while Xerxes was less than a meter away from him. Do with her as you wish. It didn't please him, but the explosion was averted and his brother calmed himself. Xerxes grinned one of his frightening smiles, and the records adept already regretted his reply. Our good friend the Calidus Frost has 3 apprentices ready to pass their final test before they become full-fledged Imperial assassins. All I'm assured are loyal to our cause. I am going to send them against this low-born commoner who had the gall to rise against her betters and her advisors. That's a brilliant move, father. Zoroaster complimented his patriarch. Yes, it is, Xerxes affirmed, trampling humility and prudence in 3 words. The blades of Hanabator, cast Damascus, and Zeisjarek will avenge Nostradamus and teach our enemies nothing can stand between Clan Vandire and the glory of the Senatorum Imperialis. Apprentice Elena Kerrigan. She had hoped to watch her first assassin versus assassin duel today. Instead she had just watched a one-sided humiliation. Xanaria, her teacher, had been younger than Iphigenia Frost, but this didn't explain the incredible difference of speed, technique, and skill. There was a reason one was Clade Primaries of the Temple, and the other a mere Clade Quintus. The duel had not lasted more than 20 heartbeats before her mentor severed the right arm of Frost, and knowing her defeat was unavoidable, the traitor had activated her suicide protocols. The corpse dissolving itself from the inside was not a pleasant sight. This was far from the first woman she had seen die in the temple, and since her induction into the 7th level she was aware of the suicide protocols. But seeing them in action and knowing the same fate could happen to her once she was recognized as a certified operative was not filling her with happiness. What lesson did you learn from this duel, apprentice? Xanaria asked. I think the most evident is that capturing a Calidus assassin when she doesn't want to be is an extremely difficult task. Precisely, her teacher agreed. Frost was never good enough to become a Clade Quartus, but I never doubted that the moment she began to sell herself to a new master, she would take enough precautions to never be captured alive. Elena understood the test. The majority of the people aware there was an officio assassinorum believed the contrary, but there were rules the Imperial assassins had to respect. Nobody would have said a word if Iphigenia Frost desired to manipulate a minor Chartist captain to prepare for difficult missions, but sending assassinorum apprentices on unauthorized missions was a step too far. Her patron was important enough for her to protect his or her identity, but not so important to be able to protect her from elimination if she was discovered. And the treachery in question might have never been discovered. She had only managed to break through Frost's insane security measures with her shadow abilities. Truth. Mistress and apprentice left the training hall as the clean-up servitors and other assassins arrived to harvest the few mortal remains of the traitor. The High 12 are not involved, I think. None of the current High Lords have ever tried to infiltrate our temples that way. But they can't be ruled out. On the lower scale, no one having a rank lower than prefect or an equivalent in the Adeptus Terra would have interested our disloyal Clade Quintus. How many people does that leave us to investigate, apprentice? I estimated at approximately 23,500,000 more if they acted during the Sanguinilla. Good. The lessons are assimilated. Xanaria shifted back into her regular Calidus appearance. At least she assumed it was the Clade Primus official appearance. Her teacher had so many secrets she only revealed drop by drop. I want your opinion on the choice of sending 3 apprentices of the 1st level. The tone was conversational, but underneath Elena could almost taste the killing edge. It didn't surprise her. If there was anything the Calidus assassin had told her in blunt terms concerning her doctrine, it was that she did not suffer foolish politics to disrupt the work of the Officio Assassinorum. Politics were not for assassins, their job was to kill the enemies of the God Emperor, be they Xenos, heretics, mutants, or politicians trying to tear the edifice apart with their ambitions. I say it is stupid. They were trained by the same teacher, with the same weapons and the same polymorphine methods. If their opponents are alert and they manage to stop one, they will be on their guard and be able to kill 3 of them. It is the diversity of the Officio Assassinorum to adapt its killing methods to the target. Not knowing the identity of the apprentice's target, I can only speculate the means it will have to prevent an assassination, but bodyguards are a given, and once the element of surprise has passed, Calidus operatives have lost a potent weapon in their arsenal. You are right. It was stupid. There was no roll of shoulders or shrug, but the slight silence following the judgment functioned as one. But not for the reasons you imply. If Frost's master sent 3 apprentices of the same temple instead of a mature and veteran Clade Sextus or Quintus, or apprentices from several temples, it may be because he did not have the contacts to do so. By acting in a hurry, he gave us an opportunity to prepare against other infiltration attempts. Still, there are going to be large searches and investigations in the coming days. A dagger was sent in her direction and Elena caught it with 2 fingers. Now we have to see if Frost's former apprentices followed their teacher into treason. We were not able to catch the 3 who left for what they believe to be their assassination graduation in time, but we can root out the traitors who believe themselves safe inside the temple. The last sentence was uttered with something resembling joy and Elena shivered. May the God Emperor have mercy on the souls of these apprentices and assassins, because Xanaria Lithes would have none for them. Beyond the light of the Astronomicon. Eastern Fringe. Solemnace World Engine. 8.366.291 M35. Trays in the Infinite. He found Nefertun in the Crick Gallery, like he had known he would. The Feeric was inscrutable even for him on certain subjects, but gene-engineered creatures were one of her rare weaknesses. And the Cricks, for the misfortune of every metallic and living being of this galaxy, were the perfect gene-engineered creatures. The war in heaven had shattered the very concept of time, but the Necrons had not forgotten that the Old Ones had condemned them to abandon the stars, if only for a few stellar rotations. Unfortunately, while the thirst of vengeance was not satisfied, the Necrons Feorans and Fodrax had forgotten the most important lesson of all. You don't corner a wounded animal. You kill it before it shows its fangs. The Old Ones had finally understood that their most promising toys, the Hrud, the Rengdan, and the Ildari, were not up to the task. Time-distorting abilities were of no use when your opponent was built of necrodermis. The capacity to eat and mimic flesh-based beings was of limited utility when the enemy did not require anything biological for sustenance. The Ildari were the warp hybridization of what Necrons should have been, but they could not be produced in trillions like the cannon fodder skinks. Thus the Cricks had entered the galactic arena. And for the first time, the Necrons had known fear. Trazyn knew exactly where he was and what he was doing, requisitioning the sword of a Maraheg priestess when he had seen the Cricks take the battlefield for the first time. After keeling before the Nightbringer, he had believed there was nothing that could scare him anymore. The Cricks had broken this belief. They were impossibly tall. Yes, there were taller species in the galaxy, but 12 meters was more in the category aberration than the category common. Their spores guaranteed that they would never lack reinforcements. Kill one army of Cricks, and in the time it has taken to win this victory, 5 more have been equipped and are now rushing in your direction. Their warp matrix allowed them to shamelessly cheat with the laws of reality. Technology worked because they wished it so. And they were frighteningly, impossibly intelligent. The Cricks were the green tide of 10,000 apocalyptical planet destructions. And if they had been vanquished, it had been by a succession of desperate tactics and insane use of world killers that even the Citan at first had refused to use against the Old Ones and their reptilian progeny. The Cricks had to be annihilated, and they were. Unfortunately, their debased descendants the Orcs were still giving him headaches millions of years later. Still, the 10 Cricks in his gallery were the sole survivors of their race. There were as such, a priceless part of his collection, and one he would never discard under any circumstances. This Crick was not here the last time we spoke. Unlike the other ones, this specimen grew during the War of the Beast. I captured it a few minutes before the humans gave the killing blow to their Green Empire. Nefertun slammed her scepter against the ground. And why pray tell didn't you deal with them before the humans did? Because they were not true Cricks, the collector justified himself. Outwardly, they look like Crick, but they did not have the ability to create more of their kind. They might have gained it with a new elevation, but at that point they didn't possess it. They didn't have the full technological knowledge either. Spore generation, strategies, cunning, social structure, everything they had, it was inferior to the Cricks. And they were never more than 6 of these Cricks at the beginning of their great galactic attack. Apparently his answer satisfied the mind of the Necron he had an eternity ago called Lover. You know the humans have an expression for what you're about to do. They call it high treason. Nefertun clicked her fingers in annoyance. I believe your refusal to enter the Great Sleep per Soraka's wishes was also high treason, Trazyn. You know very well I always had hearing problems when Sorak spoke. He cheerfully admitted. The Silent King had few qualities, and my orders are pertinent was not one of them. But he has destroyed the command protocols. And I can assure you, his flagship truly left this galaxy. The Feeric Cryptek by side snorted in disbelief. After everything he has done to our race, I will not apologize for the precautions I am taking. The command protocols are gone as you said, but should our delusional Silent King return, I don't want him to hang the other protocols over my head. I spent the war in heaven fighting for that peasant's soul in a Feeric body, it was enough for the rest of my lifetime. And if I have to use the humans to achieve my goals of liberty and independence, so be it. Trazyn decided to look at the new situation from the good side. Between Taylor Hebert and Nefertun, he was going to have plenty of opportunities to enlarge his collection. I would prefer you do not give the humans, how do they call it, the templates of several of our advanced technologies. Weaver and the Red Robes had the opportunity to see and study a few samples of our arsenal. They can't do much with what they have with their limited technology, but... Trazyn, do not take me for an idiot. I don't know how the Ildari have missed it, but there's a word to describe the humans, and it's threat, not Monday key. Threat? I will grant you my dear friend the Emperor was one, as were his primarchs. But they aren't walking in this galaxy anymore. They were not created by the Old Ones. They did not benefit from the help of a superior species to develop their technology. They built an interstellar empire by sheer force of will. They have the strength of will to stand against horrors that even we Necrons did not face in open battle. They are surviving and expanding in a galaxy which wants to kill them at every instant. Give them 3,000 or 4,000 of their years in peace, and they will either fall apart or build something which will make this galaxy cower in fear. If this is not the definition of a threat, what is? Her reasoning was as impeccable, as always. Though the pride she spoke about the descendants of her creations was a bit unsettling. He should really enlarge his human galleries before they became too dangerous. I am going to begin my muster, Trazyn. I will wait for you at Pavia. Segmentum Tempestus. Caradryad Sector. 6.457.292 M35. First Hero Master Machiavelli Gonzaga. In the dark future of the 35th millennium, there was only paperwork. The term was a bit of a misnomer, obviously. Though humanity still used paper for important documents and cutting billions of trees each hour to satisfy the administratum's demands, most of the bureaucratic devices were digital. Data slates, electronic chips, hollow scrolls, flexi disks and plenty of other objects were now used by the bureaucrats. It had not decreased the levels of paperwork in the slightest. In fact, it seemed to encourage the scribes, the menials, the accountants, and all the other bureaucrats to generate more and more useless documentation. Instead of taking an initiative and settling something they could agree upon in a committee of 2 or 3 people, they put it on a new data archive, and by the time every administrator had given his opinion on it, there was enough to fill a library about an oil supply requisition. Machiavelli Gonzaga, by all rights, should be above this. He was sure even the high lords of Terra, high in their golden towers, would agree with him. Why would a traitor Astartes of the infamous Alpha Legion bother with paperwork? The answer might have surprised them. Despite not having left the Beta, Gloriana flagship of the 20th Legion, in the last decade, he had nearly 50,000 members of the Adeptus Administratum on his payroll. And while these agents were to various degrees traitors to the Emperor, their treacherous ideals had not exactly convinced them to tone down the bureaucratic nonsense. Sometimes it was enough to tempt him to execute a cause option on a planet of the Administratum or two. It would even be a great favor he would do the Emperor. Unfortunately, that sort of carnage would attract unwanted attention. There were still cousins out there who felt their duty was to cut the heads off the Hydra one by one. On the other side of the barrier, there were demons, Xenos, and many factions wishing to destroy this warship and make sure the 20th became their instrument. As a consequence of this bleak situation, the first Hero Master began his day like he had done in the last decade, not giggling before a planet burning the fires of Exterminatus, but visiting the administration level, and trying to assert if there was something demanding his attention. Machiavelli had realized centuries ago there was simply no way for him to read a tenth of the information arriving via the 3 astropathic choirs of the Gloriana battleship, the relay ships, the destroyer scouts, or several other means every day. Therefore he wasn't trying. His subordinates, some he had trained himself, were making the decisions themselves and diminishing his workload. Only for certain important affairs the judgment of the legionary Astartes was required, and only after that he would personally step in. The first Hero Master on average still had something like 700 messages each day waiting for his answer. This was not the life he had dreamed when he had said yes to becoming an Astartes. But it was necessary. The great plan demanded someone stayed at the helm, and the other Hero Masters staying loyal to this ideal were not exactly storming the Beta to relieve him of his duties. Sometimes he wondered if this was what the despoiler had to deal with the Black Legion's administrative issues. But he was probably deluding himself. Machiavelli was rather sure Horus' favorite killer had developed some eldritch method to make sure paperwork never came nearer to him than 5 kilometers. Hannibal, he greeted his second-in-command. Any disaster I should be immediately concerned about. The good news were so rare he was generally woken up just to listen to them and give new commands to exploit the possibilities offered by a victory. Century after century, there were fewer of them. The last hours were rather calm, replied his smirking subordinate. There only were 3 catastrophes requiring your attention. Tell me. He said as over 24 Astartes and 50 men and women clustered around the hololith. To his displeasure, he recognized the visage which appeared first. Arcos. Yes, Lord Machiavelli, we finally have a report on him. Given that Hannibal had mentioned a disaster, it was not hard to arrive at an unpleasant conclusion. He has decided to become a Chaos Lord, hasn't he? Yes. The next hour was spent listing how much the treachery of Arcos, who for a reason the ruinous powers only knew had decided to proclaim himself the Faithless, had cost the 20th Legion. It was a lot. 1 battleship, the Anarchy's Heart, lost. 2 cruisers and 4 medium escorts, lost. 300 Space Marines, 2/3 of them veterans from the heresy, lost. We should never have authorized him to stay close to the Eye of the Terror for so long. It was easier to say in hindsight, but they had badly needed information and the knowledge on the movement of the followers of the War Master. Recall the other warships of the 5I deployments. We must save something of this debacle. And hope Arcos had not helped his new masters locate them, before converting Astartes and non-Astartes to the worship of the Chaos Abominations. The second problem fell upon our laps due to bad luck. There was a Xenos infestation at Magdeburg. I thought the 40 operatives and the 100 Astartes we left for the sabotage operations of that hive world could defend themselves against a few third-rate giant crustaceans. The Xenos are not the problem anymore, Hannibal explained. The conflict has attracted the attention of the Black Templars. And I'm afraid that while Sigismund zealots are not renowned for their intelligence, even they could not miss the reports of unauthorized Astartes' presence in a war. Our forces need either extraction or reinforcements badly. There were no reinforcements to give, and everyone around the table knew it very well. Maybe in the Great Crusade era the Alpha Legion had been able to boast 150,000 transhuman operatives, but those times were long past. A frigate and 2 Thunderhawks would have the grim duty to extract what had survived this defeat. Third problem. Our agents have been able to confirm the location of Hero Master Isley and his cohort in Ultima Segmentum. The sergeant who had announced it presented a stony face. You are not going to like it. I don't like his name being mentioned in the first place. Machiavelli replied humorously. We don't know if Voldorius fell to chaos before or after their little spat, but learning he sabotaged our operations and helped the Imperium for centuries and that all his time we never suspected him of disloyalty to the great plan was a hard blow. In a way, it was the fault of the Hero Masters aboard the Beta. 99% of the time, Machiavelli and his predecessors were concerned about protecting the Astartes of the 20th Legion from the ravages of chaos. As Arcos had just proven, Alpha Legion Space Marines were not immune to the temptations of the Four, especially with the tightrope they were always forced to work upon. Betraying the Legion for the sake of the Imperium, however, was incredibly uncommon. What has he done this time? His forces surrendered to the Imperium in a gathering of Blood Angel chapters. We don't have all the details, but a few days later a new chapter, the Heracles Wardens, was added to the rolls of the Astartes formations present in that sector. Machiavelli for once was totally surprised, but he hid it with the practice of long habit. Many of his captains and subordinates were more expressive. Do we send a kill team to get rid of him? Don't be ridiculous, the first Hero Master replied. If the report is true, there are sons of Sanguinius in the same sector. Besides, by the time our assassins will arrive to kill them, all the information Isley and his veterans have would have been disseminated to 10,000 worlds. And the difficulty of the endeavor, it will be onerous. We are not speaking about infiltrating a society of blind and naive ultramarine descendants. We are speaking about going against veterans of the 20th, who know all our tricks, our technology and our skills. And they will have undoubtedly trained the local troops against our infiltration methods. To sum up, the planet they had taken residence in would be a worse proposition to assault than Terra, from an Alpha Legion perspective. First Hero Master, should we? Not right now. The Primarch needs to recover, not to be concerned with treacherous Hero Masters. Segmentum Pacificus. Kilberher Sector. Forge World Erdish. 4.518.292 M35. Fabricator Neru K2 Marcus. And to say that when his predecessor had voted for the secession of Erdish from the Imperium, the exponential increase of the tithes had been the principal justification. Logically, many tech priests of Erdish had shouted other grievances with their voxcasters. It could hardly be otherwise. Mars was not a kind master, and while the Kilberher sector was not a few light years away from the intergalactic void, it was impossible to deny Erdish was on the extreme western frontier of the Imperium, low on the list of planets the Adeptus Mechanicus felt it needed to reinforce against the Xenos, mutants, and pirate raiders. So yes, the decision made in 250M35 to join the Novaterrans in their secession had been extremely popular. Erdish became part of a realm far more likely to appreciate its contributions, received full dominion over the Kilberher sector, a battle fleet would be sent to protect and enforce its interests, the tithe was reduced to 80% of its nominal value, the terms had been accepted. His predecessor should have remembered the first thing about politics. Politicians lie. The battle fleet they had been promised had never materialized. The appreciation of their efforts was a few nice words written on a hollow scroll. By 285M35, the production requirements that for some reason the Novaterrans refused to call a tithe in their exchanges were back to the level of the Martian demands, and then their secessionist friends began to want even more. At the same time, the correspondence went from semi-cordial to outright threatening. The patrols and garrison regiments which had been taken for granted for so long were withdrawn. Erdish was maintaining its current quotas of production, but several neighboring planets were unable to do the same. And now Novaterra was sending a Nova delegate to understand the inexcusable failure to deliver the war and civilian materials Novaterra wanted. They had brought 4 lunar-class cruisers to the Erdish system to intimidate him and his tech priests, a futile gesture if there ever was one. He had 10 cruisers and 15 light cruisers to defend the Forge world. Did they think their old ships in dire need of maintenance and overhaul were going to frighten him? Yes, the Novaterra Imperium could probably crush Erdish with its fleets and armies. But logic dictated that when you increased the tithes of the Forge worlds, it wasn't because the wars you fought were heading towards a victorious outcome. All his calculi were formal on this point. Neru K2 Marcus unfortunately didn't know which rumors were true and which were Novaterran fabrications. Erdish was too far away from Mars-controlled territory. But the lunar cruisers now in orbit had been built in late M32 and by the looks of it these hulls had certainly been drawn from the mothball shipyards a few years ago in all haste. The secessionists were not presenting the image one expected from victors. Bah, this made easier what had been agreed upon. The glorious Nova Delegate Lord Jefferson Buckingham, Plenipotentiary Count of Novaterra. As the herald announced the multitude of titles the not modest envoy had added to his name, the Skitarii took position. The ramp of the Aquila lander opened, and a group of Novaterrans descended it before walking in his direction. He was really going to have to order the servitors to polish the ground with sacred oils at the end of this ceremony. The moment he saw the delegation in its insulting appearance, Nehru murmured 12 prayers to the Omnissiah. What could possibly possess these delegates to don clothes with so many feathers of rare birds? It was such an illogical course of action, done against good sense, appearance, and productivity that he wanted to tear out their eyes right now with his mechadendrites. The first words which came out of the mouth of this bird lover were not of a nature to calm him. It is protocol to bow before a Nova delegate, Lord Fabricator. I know. And he didn't make a single inclination of the head or any sign of submission. Ah, this is the protocol, you see. Clearly he had managed to destabilize his audience from the start. Against a Magos he would have considered it a success, but these delegates were so lost their unpreparedness was evident. Let's agree to forget all this protocol nonsense. The Fabricator did not voice it as a question. Quite, The white teeth of Buckingham shone so brightly it was clear this was not their natural color. Our presence here is due to your failure to increase the supplies the true sons of the Imperium need. The war against the corrupt and oligarchic bastion of depravity of Old Terra is progressing well, but we need more tanks, bombers, transports. There is no failure. The Forge Masters of Erdish and myself have debated lengthily and ultimately decided your demands were unacceptable and contrary to the propositions of the Treaty of 250M35. Like every emissary who had just seen his proposals refused, the Novaterran visage became more agitated and angry. You have seceded from Mars. You answer to our authority now. Nehru gave him 5 seconds of silence, letting the weak human believe he had scored a point. Then he turned slowly to his right and loudly spoke the words agreed 2 days ago. Secession can be rescinded. May I present Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call of Blessed Mars. The tall figure in the red robes of Mars which had stayed behind 2 then-adder robots now advanced, and the Novaterrans shivered under the magnificence of one of the great artisans of the quest for knowledge. This is treason most foul, seethed one of the courtiers. Tech priests. Arrest the Fabricator and the Archmagos. Naturally, not one Skitarii accepted the orders of such a disgusting fleshy being. I am the Fabricator of Erdish, and I represent its interests far better than you would ever be able to. He answered curtly. And you betrayed this forge world first. The pacts signed between this planet of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Council of Novaterra are now null and void. Mars is far from here. Buckingham shouted back. And the Archmagos won't always be able to protect you from the wrath of our mighty battle fleets. This threat was all logic and the service of the machine god required. Cants were sung, and orders went through the noosphere. 3 seconds later, the Skitarii and elite boarding troops in orbit were starting their attacks against the 4 lunar-class cruisers. The Omnissiah protects. Ultima Segmentum. Golgothan Sector. Serum System. Hell Forge Serum. 8.615.295 Hell Lord Assyrian Bartholm. The lone Iron Warrior was not screaming, but the 5,000 Hell Priests were more than compensating for his silence. Being crucified as lava and acid were poured on you 13 drops after 13 drops was not painless. The punishment was dolorous enough to make the servants of the true Omnissiah voice their pain and their suffering to every witness. It was going to get worse for them, of course. Soon the harpies circling over the fields of punishment would have the right to touch them and lacerate their skins. Then demons would be summoned into them, corrupting and devouring them from the inside. And after, well, he would have to improvise. It had been so long since anyone had disappointed him like this, and he had to devise a truly exceptional punishment for them. The price for failure had to be great, otherwise the servants would believe it was acceptable to return to Sarum in failure. How bad were the losses of the convoy? Assyrian demanded of his executor reductor as the screams rose in intensity when the hell whips were brought into action on the metal and flesh of the crucified prisoners. They were effectively total, the executor reductor grunted. Taller than an Astartes in Terminator armor, the origins of the tech priest, his real name remained a mystery. The Hell Lord knew he was the 5th ruler of Sarum to use his services, but apart from his implacable willingness to crucify the failures and his lack of ambition, there was surprisingly little else known about him. In hindsight, we should have abandoned the depots of Sodom long ago. We knew the false servants of Riza were aware of its coordinates. We knew they had conducted long-range surveys of the system. We relied too much on held rakes to protect the depot and the ships anchored there. Had it been anyone else speaking, Assyrian Bartholm would have thought his interlocutor tried to find excuses, but the executor reductor was colder than him and only concerned about facts. The details of the losses, executor reductor. 3,400 held rakes of the Sarum Second Fleet have been lost. The Hellforge of the depot was destroyed. 15 capital warships and over 70 escorts have been wiped out from our order of battle. And we lost the convoy from Xanadu, which was I believe the enemy's primary objective. 2,000 held rakes and over 600 major Daemon engines were transported in its hulls or participating in its protection. Xanadu is going to be very unhappy with us. And that was the real problem, in the end. The defenses of Sarum were strong, so Assyrian was not exactly worried about a direct attack of the weaklings and narrow-minded creatures self-styling themselves the masters of Mars. Xanadu was an entirely different problem. Sarum was on the Maelstrom's doorstep, and while under normal circumstances that was a boon as the flares of the warp storm protected them from the counterattacks of the false Omniscia slaves, it was inconvenient in this instance. Xanadu's Hell Lords had a lot of influence in the Maelstrom, and could choose to make Sarum's existence extremely difficult if they wished. I will have to present apologies and tribute. It was going to delay the rebuilding of his forces, but there was no way Sarum could survive alone if its rear lines were under attack by the Xana cohorts. How long will it take for our forces to recover from this defeat? Between 80 and 90 standard years, depending on the activity of the Ryza false priests. This was not pleasing him at all. The Second Fleet was in ruins, and there had been several greenskin offensives on their rimward flank. Tell me what you have discovered about the new unit our Ryza enemies have introduced. The Executor Reductor grunted again and began to cant in 8 layers of binaric. Basically, they for once decided to entirely discard their principles against innovation and build a flying vehicle vaguely resembling one of our held rakes, but far better armed for long-ranged and close combat fighting than our winged Daemon engines are. His mechadendrites increased in activity, or was it frustration? They are also completely immune to the large arsenal of scrap code we had stored at Sodom. The false priests of Ryza are slow to innovate. Either it is a long-term project they spent 2 or 3 millennia to push to completion, or they bought the schematics from another forge world. That is the logical conclusion, Hell Lord. But whoever built the first machine, the fact remains the held rakes have proved completely obsolete facing this new Dragon Nyx. The fusion of machine and flesh imbued with the immaterium has great advantages, but it also makes the final result feral and illogical. Since the Ryza unbelievers use this new weapon in space like they use knights on the ground, we need a counter for this. Are you sure you aren't a bit pessimistic? Held rakes have served with distinction in every Chaos fleet I'm aware of. Held rakes will soon be nothing more than targets, Hell Lord. The Executor Reductor barked in a tone tolerating no debate. 5,400 held rakes lost for the destruction of 60+ Dragon Nyx is not a loss rate we can endure for a dozen major battles without seeing the enemy invading our most valuable colonies. I agree. The problem, of course, was that he had been caught by surprise as much as his subordinates at Sodom by the deployment of this new weapon. The held rakes had received some minor improvements to be sure, but these had been incremental warp mutations and a few new weapons. The false Omniscia's servants had been unable to find a counter to the magnificent fury of the held rakes, so why bother imagining something more devastating? For the first time since the 32nd millennium, Ryza had gained the upper hand in one strike. And Hell Lord Assyrian Bartholm felt he really didn't like it. Eye of Terror. Temperia. Captain Boroskan. Assuming you had done nothing to anger Tsianch, the Dark Mechanicum and whatever factions lived on Temperia, the planet was relatively safe for recruitment operations. It was dangerous to be sure, but not as insanely dangerous as some parts of the Eye. The hovering manufactorums were protected by the rains of magma. The helical factories were 9 times out of 10 unscathed by the maelstrom of mutations the reigning Duke of Changes regularly sent against the cogboys and the other mortals. Moreover, it was safe from outside aggression. The masters of Temperia were proud of their neutrality and the astronomical sums hundreds of warbands were paying for their machines and supplies. The planet was as such formidably defended, even by the standards of the Eye of Terror. There were over 100 Daemon ships in orbit encircling the planet, 5 of them big enough to qualify as battleships, and a myriad of torpedo batteries and laser defense grids supporting them. There were also tens of thousands of Daemon engines and a great company of former Iron Warriors who had sold their allegiance to the Mechanicum, preferring Temperia over the murderous tantrums of Perturabo. It was the main reason Boros was here, not that he would admit it in public. As the leader of the warband of the True Sons, his presence not to mention his military assets was not enjoyed on many planets of the Eye. Why? For the simple reason Boros was a son of Horus. Worse, he was a son of Horus who had made the unforgivable choice at least in the eyes of others to refuse embracing the union with Abaddon and his Black Legion. The True Sons were not as famous as the Sons of the Eye, nor were they stronger than the Swords of Heresy. But for the despoiler, dangerous or not, they were to be hunted. For all his pretensions about brotherhood and unity, Abaddon was just like the rest of the warlords. Every son of Horus had to paint his armor black and join his ranks, or die. Boros had managed to evade the hunting fleets after him, but force was to admit the pursuit had come terribly close quite a few times. So close he was in need of new recruits. The ranks of the True Sons had been cut down to 500 Astartes and 3 capital ships. If the Black Legion's hounds came closer, he would return alone to Temperia next time. Or he would be dragged in front of the despoiler. Neither outcome was particularly enticing. Try to see if there are any of our 16th brothers present in the macro forges, the warband leader said to the 4 space marines who had accompanied him when they crossed a large bridge over the magma lakes. Accept the Iron Warriors if any are willing to join us. He had not much hope on the latter. His warband had not the relics or the vehicles to impress the dour and grim members of the 4th Legion. Escorted by 2 of his most devoted bodyguards, Boros tried hundreds of meeting grounds, cultist lairs, and manufactorums. It was depressing. While the numbers of mortals ready to participate in raids and bathe in the blood of their enemies were more or less constant, the Sons of Horus warbands had almost disappeared. He managed to convince 11 Astartes to join in the Burning Eye district, but it was a one-time event. 11 Space Marines. By the ruins of Prospero, where were all the Sons of Horus? Surely they had not all fled to polish the floor of the Despoiler's bridge? There were 250,000 cultists to bolster his ship's crews and his host, and some of them might even be useful, as they had some heretic training. But to fight a serious campaign, the true heirs of the God Warmaster needed Space Marines in great numbers. It was useless to try to leave the Eye of Terror if the first battle against the slaves of the false emperor crippled the warband. The recruitment among the other legions did not go better. As a rule, he refused to recruit Astartes of the 20th, the 14th and the 3rd. The sons of Alpharius could not be trusted under any circumstances, and those of Mortarion decimated the mortal crews with their plagues. As for the Emperor's children, Fulgrim degenerates were parodies of Astartes, and after Bile had experimented on the God Warmaster's mortal coil, Boroskin would rather ally with Abaddon than call a legionary of the 3rd brother. It wasn't that much of a sacrifice anyway. He didn't see a single marine in the colors of the Hydra, not that it was a guarantee of their absence of course, and the biggest warband of the Death Guard was 50 strong. It took much research and negotiations, but the son of Horus found a small warband of Raptor Knight Lords willing to don the Eye of the Great Horus on their armors, bolstering his numbers by 71 veterans and 1 cruiser. He had not left the bridge over the magma plain, which for some reason was called the Bridge of Pain, when the first assassins struck. Death to all thrice-cursed traitors! Glory to the War Master! The crowd of black-cloaked figures surged forwards, and Boros and his bodyguards welcomed them with bolter shells. For the God War Master Horus! Death to the Despoiler! He roared back. He immediately recognized it was going to be a hard battle as the small figures shredded their robes and revealed their abnormal legs, limbs and heads. All of these mortals were possessed, granting them strength and speed far beyond human limitations. Only a single one died when his shot disintegrated his head, chest, and legs. Boros drew his sword and threw a grenade into the crowd of assassins, growling as the dreaded Tech Daemon Guard of Temperia didn't materialize to punish the peacebreakers. An officer of the Black Legion must have bought their blindness for this assassination. Blood for the War Master! Cackled one of the possessed before he was decapitated. An instant later, a storm of orange energy burned the bridge, and the 40-plus assassins shrieked and shouted their agonies to the ashes-filled clouds. It was not an uncontrolled attack. The sorcery stopped well short of his position, allowing him to destroy the last possessed with ease. Before the acrid smoke of burning demons had the time to dissipate, the Rubric Marines marched out in formation. They were 20 of them, and by themselves, they were not an unusual sight. Except, they were not painted in the blue and gold of the Thousand Suns. Which was impossible. Boros had hired a sorcerer of the 15th several times when his warband and himself had arrived in the Eye, and while the son of Magnus had been unwilling to share his sorcery secrets, he had confirmed that the paint of the 15th Legion, both for the sorcerers and the Rubric Marines, was a warp artifice enforced by the Cyclops. It took a prodigiously strong sorcerer to fight against it, never mind overturn it. The very fact the Rubric Marines forming an honor guard were in dominant dark orange with streaks of white was a careful reminder that no help came without favors and strings attached in this realm of the damned. 13 heartbeats later, the sorcerer revealed himself. Though he had to amend his words. It was a sorceress, an impossibility in practice, for the Thousand Suns had never tolerated any mortal giving orders to their precious dust brothers. But here she was. The unknown sorceress was tall for a mortal. Of her traits there was almost nothing that could be discerned. Everything from her feet to her head was hidden behind her orange power armor burning with Psiancian white runes. The only pieces of equipment which were not an Astartes power in miniature were the scepter in her right hand and the demonic golden mask covering her head. For some reason, Boros felt unease observing it. It was like it had been specifically built in opposition of the angelic masks of the 9th Legion. I heard you were recruiting, Captain Boroskin of the Sons of Horus, leader of the warband of the True Sons. Somehow, I doubt that was all you heard, sorceress. It had been a long time since he had believed in coincidences, and arriving right on time to slaughter the assassins of the Black Legion was such a classic plot of Psiancian sorcerers it barely raised eyebrows anymore. Laughter answered his words. If not for me, you would have died today, Astartes. One of the Despoiler squadrons is coming this way, and the leaders of Temperia have already agreed to sell you to the highest bidder. If you are so high in favor with Psianch, then you could have sold your services to Abaddon. I am not interested in a failure. The Despoiler failed his primarch, and now proclaims he has the fortitude and the talent to do better than his gene sire. With him in charge, No one currently living in the eye save the eternal servants of the gods will see the end of the long war. Bold words, especially for a being who was not a space marine. Of course, she was a servant of Tsianch, which meant he was going to have to watch her moves constantly if he didn't want to be ousted by the next campaign. But if she spoke the truth and an enemy squadron was on their way, he couldn't afford to stay here. And one sorceress protected by 20 rubric marines was better than nothing. What is your name, sorceress? I am Militia, herald of Tsianch and para-human sorceress. I am the destiny unwritten. Chapter 30, Muster 6-1 Forging the Future. Muster 6.1. Forging the Future. By 290M35, to say the economy and military of the hive world of Nyx struck fear into the hearts of their rivals and enemies would have been a great lie. Nyx was a hive world of 254 billion humans, the records all agreed on this. But 2 years beforehand, over 100 regiments had been routed by the Greenskins in a single battle on Fagus, a disaster even the imperial propaganda didn't manage to hide from the public for more than a few days. The life expectancy of the average Nyx guardsman was calculated to be 20.4 hours, and given how many regiments were destined for garrison duty and rear-line occupation forces, that was not exactly a morale raiser. Meager consolation, the Menelaus dynasty had never been a real believer in general conscription and large permanent PDF forces. Before the death of the last heir of this incompetent line, the percentage of Nyxians under arms was at 0.507%, and the planetary defense force, nobility private guards included, stood approximately at 441 million. If that year an administratum tithe master had voiced the idea to compare Nyx and the hive world of Zion, seat of power of the Vandire clan, it is incredibly likely he would have been laughed at for days. Capital of the Zion sector in the core of Segmentum Solar, the planet boasted an overall population of 478 billion souls, and its primary tithe was more than 6 times greater than the world fiefdom of the Lady Basilea. The PDF regiments of Zion were nearly 3 billion and 500 million strong. Zion was a vital system interconnected with dozens of worlds of similar value in Segmentum Solar. Nyx, by contrast, was an anonymous capital sector in the middle of hundreds of unremarkable sectors somewhere in the southeastern regions of Ultima Segmentum. This was what the numbers at first sight suggested. But while Nyx at the end of 290M35 was far from exceptional in the eyes of the Departamento Munitorum, it was getting more powerful day by day. The confiscations and punishments administered to the Nyx nobility in addition to the reforms had reduced the total systemic debt of the hive world by a factor of 4, decreasing it to 3.1 trillion throne gelts. By 291M35, budget equilibrium was reached, and between the military reforms and the more sensible production methods, 39.2% of the Lady Saint's spending was in military-related programs. Zion had far more outstanding debts, internal and external. In the same currency, the systemic debt of the home world of Clan Vandire was of 917.8 trillion throne gelts. Of course, the solar hive world had far more resources, clients, and favors to draw from in case they met any problems or economic difficulties. But seats in the Senatorum Imperialis, even lower ones, were not noted to be cheap and affordable for the first petitioner. Zion's economy was more and more devoted to the ambitions of its ruling family, and as the war against the Greenskins ended in the Nyx sector, the Zion one was spending 67.3% in military construction, equipment, tithes, and bribes of diverse types. The deficit per year was in the vicinity of 11%. This should have raised some alarms and deep concerns from the overseers of the Zion sector. But the majority of the tithe masters, procurators, prefects, and other adepts were bought and paid for by the Vandire clan. Accusations disappeared before they arrived at an Arbit's precinct fortress. Opponents were murdered in public or found themselves bound for penal colonies. It didn't change the fact that between 290M35 and 350M35, the ability of Zion to muster and equip forces took a sharp downturn. In these 60 years, the core solar hive world had to face 27 major rebellions in its secondary hives, and the sector as a whole hardly knew peace, when each creation of taxes made the situation explode in laser and shrapnel. The Nyx system, in the meantime, had not to face any significant insurrection. Thus the two hive worlds followed different courses in this 3rd century of the 35th millennium. Xerxes Vandire, Secretary-Minister of the Departamento Exacta, was the favorite candidate to become the next lord of the Adeptus Administratum. And at the time, whatever the official hyperscrolls said, the Vandire Patriarch was the Zion sector lord, with several hundred other planets and 2 more full sectors taking orders from him. This was very good news for Clan Vandire, although the imperial subjects of Zion could be forgiven for wondering where the taxes they paid were going. Neither Nyx nor Zion knew it in 290M35, but the choices they made for their society would become quite critical 60 years down the line. Extract from Tithes and Crusades by Christian Cicero, 999M36. Faith and motivation are critical for our guardsmen. But if we do not give them carapace armor and a working lasgun, they are not going to last long against the Greenskins, attributed to Lady Saint Taylor Hebert, Basilea of Nyx, 289M35. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx sector. Neptunia Reach subsector. Nyx system. Nyx 3. Hive Athena. 7.747.290 M35. Thought for the day, a small mind is easily filled with faith. Private Xavier Sabas. Xavier was not the only one to groan when the strident morning alarm woke them up. No, contrary to what the sergeant sparked, it was not pleasant to be forced to leave your bed at 4 in the morning. And they had gone to sleep at 10 minutes before 11 in the evening last night, after mounting guard and fulfilling 10,000 tiring duties. Yesterday, it was Governor's Day. Today, it was Mechaniku's Day. The cogboys hadn't been able to arrive in time for Governor's Day, so for some reason nobody had explained to the 392nd PDF Infantry, the Martians must have their day of parade too. The whole company hurried up to wash and make sure their uniforms were as perfect as possible. They had been chosen this month for garrison and bodyguard duty in the Spire, and according to their officers this meant your appearance has to be more impeccable than impeccable, Private. Xavier liked the looks of the new uniform. They had the blue-black carapace armor, the new lasgun, the sealed helmet with temperature regulation and plenty of things which had once upon a time been reserved to the Nyx purebloods and the other noble guards. Plus they were authorized to wear the silver bee above their hearts. It was a great honor, and one his parents had constantly told him would never happen. But it had arrived. They were no longer patrolling and told to terrorize the lower hives into submission. They were granted a quick breakfast in the form of rations, before the captain gave them their assignments for this day of celebrations and stern unyielding vigilance. The lieutenant's words, not his. Aster, Xavier. The lieutenant read a list of some 30 names before stopping, and Jan, you're on detached bodyguard duty with me today. Follow me, and don't get lost. The security teams have already begun their work, and they don't need a lost Whiteshield in the middle of their preparations. They did not run, but it was close. The lieutenant had decided on a fast pace to wake them up. All around them, the corridors of the fortress where they had their living quarters were waking up. They heard plenty of groans, shouts and protestations before passing the gates and reaching a macro elevator. They had to share it with a dozen tech priests, but the cogboys merely buzzed and made weird movements with their metal things for the 2 minutes they spent with them. After that they continued marching. The decoration began to shift from the grey and austere military looks to soft carpets and paintings, and the men and women they encountered were all dressed like they were already on parade, except they were servants. They arrived at their destination after 20 minutes. The night soldiers' PDF from the Nyx 874th Reconnaissance formally transferred the custody of whoever they were supposed to protect to them, and they took position on each side of the corridor. Who are we guarding, Lieutenant? Inquired Aster after long minutes of silence. Valentine Signellas, Baron of Saint-Laz Essex, their officer whispered after checking if there was noise to indicate their charge had heard it and telling him wordlessly that he was in for a world of trouble. A noble, someone spoke with disgust, and Xavier nodded in approval. Bloody useless nobles. They had done nothing for centuries and millennia, but they were always so satisfied with themselves, telling everyone it was the will of the God Emperor, it was his will they were at the top and everyone else at the bottom. But now he had sent his saint, and their speeches had been revealed to be huge lies. No, he's the noble, replied the lieutenant, and despite his voice being a murmur, you could hear the capital letters. He's been the Controller General of Finances of the Basilea since a couple months ago, and his fellows have already nicknamed him the tax traitor. So whatever you say about him, don't say it in public where the Astartes and the ministers can hear you. Xavier was not convinced. By the Golden Throne he knew the others weren't convinced too, but if the Basilea had nominated the man to the position. The loud bells of the nearby churches were tolling the first chimes of the day at 6 when the door opened for the first time. The lieutenant entered, bowed, and returned to his previous sentry position. 5 minutes later, the door opened a second time, and the man they had the duty to protect on their oaths left the room where he must have been sleeping after Governor's Day. Xavier had thought the nobles only came in 2 categories, those who were obese and those who were sick from birth because cousins had married each other for 1,000 years. But this baron was not that. He was taller than Xavier and the lieutenant. Valentine to something had to between 1m80 and 1m82. The highborn was broad-shouldered and manifestly was doing some sportive activity, because the muscles could be seen under his dark blue clothes. The older man wore a blue wig and above his heart had a golden brooch which was shaped like a butterfly. That was all. There was no powdered face, no hands with dozens of rings, and no military medals proclaiming triumphs that had not taken place. In a few words, this noble was not typical of his class. The observations had to be stopped there, because the Controller General said a few words to the lieutenant and they quickly left the place by the main gate before marching up the street and entering a new big palace. There were huge placards indicating they were in front of the Controller General Department and Regulation Building. And the signs were not shy in proclaiming the purpose of this palace. It was the imposition, regulation, collection, and oversight of taxes. Somehow, Xavier wasn't able to say he had much confidence in the Baron after knowing this. The noble was the great tax collector of Nyx. Why did the saint trust this noble while he was collecting her money? Ladies and gentlemen, we can begin our duties in the name of the Lady Basilea and the mighty God Emperor. There will be an exceptional 3 hours of break to watch the Mechanicus parade in the afternoon. All signs to manifest your support for the alliance between Holy Terra and Blessed Mars are welcome. That will be all. The Controller General had merely paused for 2 minutes, saluting a few of his subordinates and servants, and then he climbed 2 flights of stairs, the lieutenant and 10 men preceding him per his instructions. The hall they entered was something Xavier had never seen before either. There were screens and machines everywhere, with dozens of people looking like accountants walking between them, making queries, noting things on their data slates, and resuming their walk. And apart from a small cohort of guards, they didn't even bow or appear to notice when the Baron entered this palace office. The noble barely took the time to get rid of his blue vest on a chair before beginning to run all over the place, giving complicated instructions to every person in his way. The ceramite licenses of this transport have not been paid. Contact the Ubia spaceport. The Marquis of Great Biscay has paid 2 million less than he owes the treasury. We must rectify this. Kindly inform the Mauritius cartel they must respect the new procedures. And at the next infraction, I will inform the Arbits myself. The Baron was like one of these drug addicts you found everywhere in the lower hive before last year, except he was twice as excited and had no drugs in his system. He was too confident and intelligent for that. Seeing him run from one end of the hall to another was like watching one of the musicians they had seen yesterday. What were they called again? It was orchestra master or something like that, except this noble was doing it for taxes and money. The blue-wigged man seemed to understand everything, and to anticipate the most unlikely news. And he was doing it at a moment when millions of people were celebrating and partying. It was humbling. I wonder where he got the painting, Astor said in a burst of Vox communication. The painting. The PDF private made a discreet sign in the direction of the abandoned chair close to the stairs where the jacket had been thrown without ceremony. It had to be the Controller General's, and the same had to be true of the desk. But in over 20 minutes, the Baron had not gone in that direction once. As they were supposed to guard the room, Xavier moved a bit further on the right than what truly necessary, and indeed, there was a painting on the wall behind the desk. It was almost hidden by piles of data repositories and shelves, but once he was in front of the desk there was no way to miss it. The painting was beautiful. The colors were so brilliant, so pure. It was depicting a crowd surrounding a woman in golden armor and several angels of death, and Xavier knew for sure this was the Basileia as she had stood over a year ago. The title, painted in golden letters, was the Saint's Landing. Maybe this noble isn't that bad. Archmagos Prime Gastaf Hediatrix. The ceremonies and the parades had been long and worthy of the Martian 12th Fleet. It deserved to be mentioned as these days, most of the planetary governors who were not tied to the Adeptus Mechanicus in some way were reluctant to offer planet-wide celebrations to the representatives of Blessed Mars. Unfortunately, it also meant the negotiations had been shortened to their bare minimum, and when the polite request to gather again tomorrow had been spoken, the evening had ceded its place to the night. Flesh and bone beings needed their hours of sleep, even if the Magi and Archmagi didn't. Still, it had been far from a common and unproductive day. Marvel of marvels, the entire delegation had been able to see and pray in front of a Holy Standard Construct database, and Gastaf acknowledged it was unlikely he would see a second one in his life. His command staff and himself had been able to scan and observe the sacred technology of the Dark Age as it had emerged, anointed in sacred oils, from the forges of the Mechanicus. These were events which had been recorded and would never be forgotten. There had been revelations too. In fact, those were the very reason why he and his direct superior explorator Primus Camunero Storm were in the same room 2 hours and a half before the sun rose again over Hive Athena. We have to participate in the Pavia Liberation Campaign. The commanding officer of the 12th Fleet nodded, having not expected any other decision. I arrived at the same logical conclusion, Explorator Primus. However, I must admit I have my reservations at our best lead on the quest for knowledge being an abominable thieving Xenos. The Omniscia and its servants will punish this odious creature in due time. The personal envoy of the Fabricator General replied while agitating his mechadendrites in irritation. No matter the outcome, we must go to Pavia. If the Necron speaks the truth, if it truly knows where we can find more semi-intact STC databases, Blessed Mars must recover them. We hardly can let other Forge worlds take the lead in this quest. If the Xenos is lying, we will use the gathered fleet to punish this treason and extract from its abominable skull the secrets of the greenlit technology they have showed in the Battle of the Death Star. The Explorator Primus did not voice aloud that the Moiri schism had severely wounded and the injuries were still spreading across the Imperium for that matter, the Adeptus Mechanicus in a time of secession and uncertainty, but Gastaf heard it nonetheless. The Fabricator General's orders were for 12th Fleet to return to Mars in triumph with the STC database. Do you wish to propose amendments to them? Camunero Storm canted a negative song through the noosphere. I do not. While I admit I am tempted to participate myself to this quest, the Fabricator General's commands must not be countermanded lightly, and we need this STC database secured in the Temple of All Knowledge next year and our artisans can study the marvels of sacred technology. Thanks to this Cretan Ignoramus Syracuse M Lambda 9999, Dozens of template copies must have already reached Forge Worlds in Ultima Segmentum and beyond. We need the sacred knowledge if we do not wish to be outperformed and outproduced by Ryza, Phaeton, Griffon 4 and other vassal forges. The anger when the name of the Magos was uttered was not feigned, and Gastaf Hediatrix did not say a word in his defense. True, Syracuse M Lambda 9999 had been playing inside a diplomatic, technological, and military minefield with no forces of its own to enforce the Martian edicts, but the Magos had chosen on his own to impose his name to the other explorators of Mars already present in sector. It went without saying that his stupidity had made sure he would never be promoted further in the hierarchy of the Adeptus Mechanicus. When 12th Fleet began its long journey back to Mars, Syracuse M Lambda 9999 would be aboard the El Dorado. And unless Gastaf had misunderstood the promises of the Explorator Primus, the Magos would be detached to the exploration teams of the Liberius Omnis as soon as they reached their home. The designs of the Omniscia were mysterious, and maybe Syracuse M Lambda 9999 would be one of the few hundred survivors who managed to escape the ancient defenses, automatons, and firewalls randomly attacking the Explorator companies. Besides, Camunero Storm continued, I have 100% certainty the politicians of Holy Terra are screaming at this very moment because the Fabricator General dared send away one of the great battle fleets defending Sol without requesting their permission. Both high-ranked Mechanicus priests exchanged a glance of disgust. It was indeed something the member of the Senatorum Imperialis would do. And if by a miracle of the Omniscia they didn't voice it, they had millions of useless subordinates to scream in their stead. It was utter nonsense, of course. If the stellar system had not been named Sol, it was true the departure of 12th Fleet 4 Arcs Mechanicus, 12 battleships, 24 first-rank cruisers and 96 less escorts would have represented an unbearable loss of firepower. But this was the Sol system, and there were at all times tens of thousands of warships defending Holy Terra and blessed Mars. And that was not counting the millions of fixed defenses, the secret programs everyone knew stood ready to stop a potential arch-traitor or an arch-heretic. This is an unprecedented situation, the Explorator Primus canted. And yet we will have to act fast. If you agree to it, I will propose to the Fabricator General for you to be transferred from the 12th Fleet to the 24th. I was not aware we had a 24th Fleet, Gastaf answered carefully. Until 2 minutes ago, we didn't. Oh. It reassured him that something of such importance had not slipped his memory, at least. I apologize at the risk of sounding blunt and illogical Explorator Primus, but why should I accept the command of a fleet which is no doubt going to be a Noosphere Titan and in reality barely stronger than a weak Explorator fleet? Once we will return the STC to Mars, we will be heroes and acclaimed by the other Archmagi, our names forever enshrined on the forge altars of Olympus Mons. Stepping down from 12th Fleet would already be a significant demotion, but taking command of a non-existent fleet. He must have made his point pretty clear, because Camunero Storm was far more conciliatory a few seconds after his cant. I do not wish for you to go with a non-existent fleet. You would have your Arch Mechanicus the El Dorado, supported by 2 other battleships from 12th Fleet, the Emperor-class Cerberus engine, and the Apocalypse-class Furnace of the Machine. It would also have a squadron of 12 first-class battle line cruisers. It was better than a non-existent fleet, true, but still a significant decrease in firepower. At least part of his thoughts must have filtered through the Noosphere, because his superior continued in a more frenetic cant. You will be of course generously compensated for your efforts away from blessed Mars. Since Syracuse M Lambda 9999 has no longer his place here, a seat is open in this Mechanicus Council of Nyx, and it is yours if you want it. The Omniscia knows we need a reliable voice of Mars by the chosen side. You will have a decree from the Fabricator General placing you in overall command of all Mechanicus forces participating in the Pavia Liberation Campaign. And obviously you will be granted recruiting rights for the time period before the military campaigns start. It is enticing, he conceded. Arguing the contrary to his superior would have been insulting, to be honest. But you know like I do that my ability to gather large numbers of magi depends on the potential gains this campaign can offer them. The majority of his muster had to be done at Mars, every ship waiting for his return at Nyx would be theoretically under his command, but they would not be trained to Mars standards and have other allegiances. In this instance, I can't give assurances at this hour. We need first to negotiate with the chosen Basileia. I think the classic mining acquisition rights and template analyses will be granted, but negotiations will need to be done, and treaties will have to be signed. The Kent discussion shifted from the military preparations to more normal and political concerns. Cog and sacred oils, I would have preferred the Holy STC to be found in a sector where the ecclesiarchy was less powerful. It could have been worse, Explorator Primus. The nearby sector, Atlantis I believe, has armies and fleets answering directly to the ecclesiarchy. Nyx has a few planets governed by the ignorant and tech-less priests, but it is hardly under their rule. Give firm orders to the representative you will choose to speak in your name until your return. Camunero Storm showed an impression the Archmagos Prime interpreted as a grimace. Omniscia's blessings, how I wished we had a forge world of our own to bolster our influence and spread the glory and the teachings of the machine god in this sector. Gast of Hediatrix shared somewhat the disappointment of his superior, but in a way it made things easier. A Nyx Forge world, so far from Mars, would have trained and attracted tech priests and magi with levels of independence similar to those of Triplex Fal or Zhao Arcad. They may not have relinquished the STC database without 12th Fleet being forced to use its cannons. It was simulations and hypotheses, clearly. The Soul Forge world which had existed was a ruin quarantined by the Inquisition, and it was going to take centuries or millennia before it was resettled. I will do my best, but unless the Fabricator General wishes to amend my list, the gifts we have in our hulls will not allow us to purchase a planet. And the Nyx sector as a whole has not the will to build a forge world for Mars, if the Noosphere records are true. As much as it galled him to admit it, the highest-ranking tech priests on Nyx were probably right too. The Nyx system had a lot of potential, and as long as Lady Weaver, Basileia of Nyx, was its governor in the name of the Omniscia Emperor, it had all the strengths of a forge world and few of the drawbacks. They were limited to paying the usual tithe of a hive world. Now for the next major issue. It is vital we manage to buy one of these dragon armors that have recently begun production. Agrippina and several other forge worlds of Obscurus never stop complaining about the inferiority of our flyers against the held rakes. The cant of the Explorator Primus turned sardonic. I prefer this more conventional solution over the wonder weapon Call had proposed to the Parliament 20 standard years ago. Ah yes, this incident had provoked a lot of technological quarrels and doctrine feuds in Mars and the forge worlds of the inner core. Thank the Omniscia, Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call had then left Blessed Mars for a quest in Segmentum Pacificus with 2 Arx Mechanicus and 5 battleships, and tensions had decreased with his departure. A travel he had not returned from as of yet, and prayers were canted 10,000 times per day at Olympus Mons for this state of affairs to continue. Gast of Hediatrix had felt a brief moment of panic seeing one of his battleships in orbit of Nyx, but it appeared the Basileia had only purchased one from the Quran shipyards where Call had operated decades ago. What a relief! I think the Fabricator General will be devastated by Call's disappointment, the commander of 12th Fleet replied humorously. Like dozens of tech priests chosen to ascend to the highest-ranking duty of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Fabricator General Zaraphris Esvicom had to repel the legal and technological challenges from Call and his supporters. The radical Archmagos was not doing it every time a new Fabricator General was chosen, but he had done it sufficiently often during the centuries for his actions to no longer be a surprise, and it had almost become a tradition to see if the Dominus Dominatus was going to leave his vaults or come back from another successful technology quest in time to demand the title of Magos Mechanicus. Quite. Call aside, I think the Amphitrite hydro plant is also something we will need to assimilate in priority for our most valuable and defended outposts. Basileia Taylor a bear. It had taken her a long time to admit it deep inside, but there was such a thing as too many gifts. The Sanguinilla had brought enough presents to occupy quite a few buildings, warehouses, and other places, and Governor's Day had not helped at all. And now even the Mechanicus was joining in, though at least for them it was a reward for the discovery of the STC Athena database and them carrying it away to Mars. On the other hand, the Mechanicus offerings were massive. How big? The answer began with 13.5 meters in length and 6.3 meters of height, and ended with 316 tons of weight. It was a super heavy vehicle freshly painted in red and gold every tank commander dreamed to drive. On its right flank in bright gold letters the name Machine's Loyalty was written in an elegant Gothic style. It was a Baneblade super heavy tank, Mars Alpha Alpha Sigma pattern. If I understood correctly half of what Lankovar and Archmagos Hediatrix explained to me, it's a specialized command version the Forge Masters of Mars often gift to particularly renowned Lord Militants and Crusade commanders where valuable archaeotech has been rediscovered, Taylor said to Gavriel and Gamaliel, who were examining with her the formidable war machine. The fact this was just the opening gift while Lord Generals and far higher officers than her had to generally beg the Mechanicus on their knees for one was a hint how valuable the Explorator Primus and his second considered the STC database. It's a beautiful tank, the black armored Astartes acknowledged. I'm more impressed by the command post and the communications suite, the Herald of Sanguinius commented. The interior layout of the Land Raider is slightly superior, but the technology employed by Mars to build this super heavy machine more than compensates. So I can use it safely as a command vehicle. Unless you want something bigger, like a Titan. The Blood Angel laughed. The insect mistress rolled her eyes before shaking her head. It was not like the Baneblade was a small and minor engine of war. Something bigger would also be slower and more cumbersome. We will accept this gift. She had to of course repeat her acceptance several times to the hundreds of tech priests and magi as they descended the platform where the Baneblade was exhibited for the greater viewing pleasure of tank addicts, a group which obviously included all the tech marines of her Dawnbreaker Guard. Despite seeing it well before the two Astartes, she wasn't able to immediately identify the curious devices the Mechanicus had moved onto the second platform podium. Gavriel, do you know what this object does? I think it is a teleporterium, Gamaliel interjected as they approached the strange circular device. I am not familiar with the pattern, but the slight odor of ozone is familiar. Indeed, Archmagos Prime Gast of Hediatrix abandoned his conversation with another Magos and turned around to face her little group. It is one of the last teleporteriums from the lightning pattern Mars forged in 420 M31. M31. Since it was that old, this meant its value was between priceless and how many planets do you want in exchange for one. After receiving the technical information, it could apparently teleport 50 plus space marines or double that number in human bodies at the same time they followed the Martian Archmagos to the third platform. It was easier to identify what the third present was. They were large, but these were clearly traditional books protected by several stasis fields. Although a collection of books would be more accurate, as they were over 30 of them. This is a 029M32 copy of the Codex Astartes written by the esteemed Primarch Robert Guillemon, and several tactical and strategic works of past Imperial Fist's successor chapters the Adeptus Mechanicus has gathered in past centuries. She took a step forwards. I have heard of the Codex Astartes. But I was not expecting the paper format to be so big. Only these 4 books are the Codex as the Primarch wrote it. The Archmagos Prime pointed out 4 works, which naturally were the biggest of the collection. They had to be approximately 1 meter long and 1/4 of a meter thick. The rest are several chapter masters' treaties and later additions demanded by exceptional circumstances. Taylor tried very hard not to grimace. The Primarches were venerated like demigods in the Imperium of the 35th millennium. Of course, plenty of space marines were against this worship, but still the words of a Primarch were considered greater than most sermons and prayers. Analyses and treatises on them were normal. Additions demanded by exceptional circumstances was tantamount to saying there had been wars where the Codex Astartes and the valor of the Adeptus Astartes had not been enough to turn the tide of a conflict. I accept this generous gift. She was certainly not going to read it in 1 or 10 days, but having the rulebook all chapters were in theory supposed to conform to could not hurt, given how many space marines were already based in the Nyx system. The insect mistress made a small sign of hand to her Astartes escort to withdraw to the edge of the platform. It was more for show than not be overheard. The space marines had the capabilities to hear a lot of things while you were certain they were out of earshot. As your kind gift is speaking of space marines, I wondered if I could speak with you about the subject of tech marines too. Most certainly, Lady Basilea, Gastaf Hediatrix replied very politely. Logically, I would have been surprised if you had not done so. Mars trains all the aspirants desiring to learn the teachings of the Omnissiah and the machine spirits, and you have Astartes chapters in your sectors whose status is questionable at best. Taylor gave him a thin smile. Questionable was an understatement, and they knew it perfectly well. For the Iron Drakes, there was no problem. The chapter had its own accord signed with the Mechanicus and was Codex compliant, whatever conditions that implied. The Dawnbreaker Guard was an honor guard and had its tech marines. It was the 2 other chapters which were the problem. The former Alpha Legionnaires had lost all their tech marines before the Battle of the Death Star, and given their status oscillating between renegade and traitor before the trial, they certainly had not been in official contact with the Mechanicus. I'm not well versed on the details, she admitted, though it was a bit dishonest. She had talked several times with the tech marines sworn to her about what their duties entailed. I will keep the explanation simple, Lady Basilea. The training of an aspirant to become an ordained tech marine lasts between 30 and 35 standard years. The great data lore the aspirant Frater Astrotechnicus must understand, commit to memory, and assimilate the lore of the machine god. Then they must prove they have mastered the most difficult reparations, maintenance rituals, and healing cant hymns. It was always strange to hear the Mechanicus Magi and Archmagi to speak of science like it was a religion. Unlike Leet though, she wasn't going to rudely tell to them they were living a dangerous fantasy. Besides, this galaxy was sufficiently crazy she wasn't sure at all they were utterly in the wrong. But the training of the aspirants lasting for more than 30 years explained in part why some space marines had contacted her to insist upon the tech marine training. It was not something which could be resolved within a year or 2. What is the standard contract for an Adeptus Astartes chapter? There is no standard contract per SE, the Mechanicus representative replied. As an aspirant swears oaths to his chapter first and the Mechanicus second, every chapter has different policies where tech marines are concerned. The sound which came out from the metallic mouth was the equivalent of a shrug. The Iron Hands and their successors have the highest numbers of aspirants on the blessed soil of Mars. The first founding chapter which provides the lowest numbers is the Salamanders. The Blood Angels. I have not the precise number, but their contract must ask for their strength to be maintained at 40 tech marines permanently. And in exchange, the tech priests prided themselves on logic, and they were not going to train space marines and teach them a lot of technological secrets for free. We ask for several forge worlds to be protected in priority by the chapter should they come under attack. The representatives of Archmagos rank and above have the privilege to request an audience every century with the chapter master. Negotiations can be entered for honor guards and the like. There are plenty of existing conditions. This was technology and politics mixed to the highest degree, and the worst part was that it didn't surprise her at all. The Heracles Wardens have no more tech marines, and the Brothers of the Red have only 6 surviving ones. This was for the formalities. Taylor was sure Gastaf Hediatrix had found the information in the noosphere in less than 10 seconds. Some members of my honor guard are helping when their duties do not call them elsewhere, but they are in need of reinforcements. What are your suggestions, Archmagos? The Heracles Wardens are under Inquisition-enforced restrictions, correct? Correct. The Martian tech priest buzzed something unintelligible before speaking in Low Gothic. Provided the negotiations in the next days prove successful and said chapters have worthy aspirants ready to be trained, the Adeptus Mechanicus will be ready to accept 10 aspirants per chapter for their reintroduction in the great service of the machine god. Given the circumstances, 12th Fleet will exceptionally transport them back to Mars. Further acceptance of aspirants will be negotiated case by case with negotiating teams and tech law experts. The Basileia descended the third platform podium behind Gast of Hediatrix, allowing her to watch with her own eyes the numerous mechadendrites crawling on the back of the Archmagos for several seconds. Interestingly, while many magi and archmagi she had met had metallic appendages which could be qualified as either military or civilian weapons and data acquisition, for example, the commander of 12th Fleet seemed to belong to neither. His dozen artificial mechadendrites appeared to have been built for polyvalent duties, guaranteeing he would not excel in any given situation, but neither would he fail abysmally. It was uncommon, and given how every Mechanicus tech priest was forged by his experiences, the Lady of Nyx was a bit curious how Hediatrix had arrived at this sort of tech philosophy. The presentation of the gifts continued. For the fourth one, the Explorator Primus and his staff were present in person, taking a brief respite from the negotiations with her council, and presented to her an oath of assistance. Like the name implied, she could call the assistance of the Mechanicus of Mars should their help be required, be it military, economic, or diplomatic, and in the name of the Fabricator General the tech priests would be oath-bound to answer it 3 times per century. The fifth gift was more something for the Heracles Warden than her. It was called an Android XL15GX, a relatively recent and technologically advanced encryption and deciphering machine. The sixth was far more useful for her. It was a termite burrowing vehicle, the Tactical Burrower. Her expression must have betrayed her intentions and the combinations she played with her insects, because her honor guard had worried expressions on their faces. It was followed by a Castella X-10 robot, the 03 Maccabeus, and a relic of the Great Crusade, the Rapier Laser Destroyer Golden Slayer. And if anyone wondered, yes, the tech priests had painted it in gold before landing on Nyx. The next presents were more interesting for someone like Dragon or a senior Archmagos of the Mechanicus of Nyx. The Macrocarrot Explorator heavy vehicle Sandwalker was something Lankovar might appreciate for his travels. The Adamantic Shield Generator was something any tinker would love to analyze. The 11th gift was small, no bigger than her hand. But the template copy was insanely valuable, for it contained the schematics of the Folkite Caliver, and if the Dawnbreaker guards thought she had not seen their mischievous glances, they were wrong. As for the 12th boon granted by Mars. It is my greatest pleasure, Explorator Primus Camunero Storm was back, and his voice boomed without effort over the cants of the Mechanicus Assembly, to reward Lady Taylor Hebert, Basileia of Nyx, Saint of the Omniscia Emperor, a vote. The crowd went instantly silent, and when the high-ranking Mechanicus representative touched her, he placed a minuscule golden cog on the angel's tier above her heart. That he didn't touch the Star of Terra said a lot about his dexterity. For your generosity, your valor, and your dedication to the quest for knowledge, Fabricator General Zorophris Esvicom grants you 1 honorary vote in the Parliament of Mars. Fortunately, the planetary governor managed to close her mouth in time before asking if the Explorator Primus was really serious. Unlike the Senatorum Imperialis of Holy Terra, the Parliament of Mars wasn't in the habit of inviting non-Mechanicus. Hells, if Arithmencia Sultan had told her the truth, the last honorary member they had accepted outside their own ranks was the Primarch of the Iron Hands, and he had been dead when the motion passed. The other honorary figure was the Emperor, and it was more because the Mechanicus considered him the Omniscia. I humbly accept. Evidently, 1 vote was not that much. There were about 450,000 votes overall, but the deed was, well, not unprecedented but surely extremely rare. May the machine god illuminates your path and the machine spirits leads you on more successful quests. Ave Imperator. And once again, she had tens of thousands of red robes bowing profusely to her. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nyx System. Romuli Starfort Angels Brotherhood. 7.899.290 M35. Chapter Master Agilizaz. Viewed from the main observation bay, it was a spectacle you didn't see every day. The 4 Arcs Mechanicus lit their engines at the same instant, creating a pyrotechnic picture of martial projection and unfailing order. They were great and mighty, these arcs. Each one was at least 12 kilometers long, surpassing the battleship Enterprise despite its impressive dimensions, and in each of their hulls, the Mechanicus had poured projects and blueprints so valuable that each shipmaster's nomination was the result of centuries-long elimination processes. 12 seconds later, 12 battleships, 24 cruisers and 96 escorts imitated their larger cousins. Within a minute, it was like the Emperor had decided to bring 1,000 new comets into the system of Nyx. There they go, the chapter master of the Brothers of the Red said aloud. They didn't stay long, these prestigious visitors. They will come back in 5 years, responded the Basilea, taking a sip of her teacup before replying. Some of them, anyway. And while 12th Fleet has only stayed in orbit of Nix Tertius for 50 standard days, there are plenty of Martian Magi and Archmagi who have stayed behind. The negotiators, explorators, and biologist experts have added their numbers to the growing Nix Mechanicus. Unlike him, the young woman had remained seated on her chair to watch Mars fleet leaving. This was not due to a lack of fascination or rudeness, but rather exhaustion. 4 hours ago, the Dawnbreaker Guard and she had used the brand new training facilities of the Angels Brotherhood for a particularly harsh session of physical conditioning. Although it wasn't exactly visible from the appearance she was presenting to the outside world. But then, her red void armor and a red cloak hid most of her body today. Yes, I was told many negotiations were continuing even as the Explorator Primus and the Archmagos Prime made their preparations to leave Nix. The Sector Lady finished drinking from her cup of tea, her eyes not wavering away from the massive Mechanicus fleet slipping away into the void. I have unfortunately become aware that, in politics, negotiations take a long time. And between the ceremonies and all the first-class issues we had to deal with, no, I am not surprised the negotiations have not ended after 50 days. Agilizaz glanced away for a second or two as the young woman who was the sole other presence in the bay, aside from the Dawnbreaker Guard, of course approached again with a new silver platter with refreshments and delivered a kiss on the lips of the Basilea. I understand you want to increase the difficulty of your recruitment trials for the next Sanguinella, the Lady Nix declared after emptying a new cup of tea. I do. Last year brought a generation of exceptional candidates, but to say the truth, we were pressed by time and were forced to adapt and forego certain tests. This year, I would prefer to organize 10 days of trials and competitions, the last day being of course the Day of Valor. Hey! As usual when Lady Taylor Hebert was speaking of very serious matters, it was difficult to guess what she was thinking. I presume you have some kind of a plan to propose. Yes, he handed her a data chip and let her read for the next 15 minutes. The Basilea was a fast reader for an Astartes, but even she needed time to peruse all the propositions. Your new plan sounds coherent, though I pity the poor teenagers who will attempt these trials. I don't think we subject the adult recruits of the Guard to a third of this hell training. Lady Weaver said as her eyes once more rose from the lecture of his plan. You have my approval. Check it with security and the biologist teams of last year. You want worthy aspirants ultimately, not broken bodies. It will be done. Speaking of worthy aspirants, how many aspirants have you been able to keep from last year? We have 174 aspirants left from the previous Sanguinella. It is better by 10% of our most optimistic predictions. The absence of the Black Rage and the support of the gene labs of the Mechanicus have really made the implantation processes more efficient and less risky. 5 days ago, all of them passed Phase 6 and the implantation of the catalepsine node. The hypnotherapy and the advanced tactical training sessions have begun. The deadline is not set in stone, but I think in 3 years the first brothers of the Redborn from Nix will be ready to be armed. This time a brief smile of pride lit her features. It warmed his 2 hearts, for while they were officially of equivalent rank, Agilizaz knew what he had been given by the Basilea of Nix, and it included the gigantic Romuli starfort they were currently calmly occupying. I see. Congratulations are in order, then. The Lady Nix once again diverted her attention to the stars. When you have a firm number on the aspirants of the first Nix-born generation who will be elevated to scouts of your 10th company, please inform me. I will arrange a visit to the Athena Armory for everyone. We have a surplus of battle armors, my lady. The Basilea made a fake snobbish expression which would have almost made an inbred aristocrat proud. It will not be said the Basilea is stingy and avaricious. After a few moments of chuckling, the para-human became more serious. Besides, the artisans in my service have already produced 145 Mark 7 Astartes armor. I must know if they have done a good job with the funds and resources allocated to them. Agile heavily suspected they had. The Mechanicus was very fond of her, and the golden cog on her chest was an evident sign of the favor of Mars. As long as she was reasonable, the tech priests were not going to cause her trouble. And besides, he was not going to refuse brand new power armors. He had a surplus of them in the chapter's armory, that much was true, but all of them were more than 200 years old. Plenty were in dire need of spare parts and dozens had already been given to Mechanicus artisans for heavy maintenance and repairs. We have also sent 10 of our most technologically inclined aspirants to Mars, as I'm sure you are aware. I am still debating with my officers how many we will accept in the end. Go for the maximum, Lady Weaver advised, noticing his very brief expression of surprise. Yes, I read Chapter 73 pertaining to the Tech Marines rules. Guillimon authorized up to 100 Tech Marines in a single chapter. I say try to reach the maximum number of Tech Marines allowed in a chapter. It is not that simple, my lady. There are political concerns as well. Battle brothers who are trained on Mars have divided loyalties. And a different temperament than other aspirants recently recognized as full-fledged battle brothers. They tend to gain several Mechanicus traits like lack of emotions and brotherhood. His interlocutor dismissed the objection with a wave of her hand and a cup of tea. Then returned them to the proper path. He was told in a tone that was more implacable than a blade. They are your brothers, and Isley told me that, for all its faults, the Alpha Legion of old tried to reintegrate the tech marines it received back with long training sessions on the emotional side of things. Try it. I believe it will make your chapter stronger in the long term. I have a last objection, if you will allow me. The smile and accompanying nod were given immediately. The quota of 100 tech marines and apothecaries, if we want to boost their numbers too, was written black on white in the original Codex Astartes penned by the Primarch of the Ultramarines. But there have been amendments suggested by the High Lords of Terra since. I think the carry prerogative of 189M33 comes to mind. The august masters of the Senatorum Imperialis don't like it very much when a chapter tries to go way over the 1000 Astartes mark. The reaction of the Basile limited itself to one eyebrow rising and a twisting of her lips. How kind of them! But there's an ancient saying of Terra which has survived the millennia. Dura lex, said Lex. The words of the Primarch have not been rescinded. Therefore they are the law. Agilizaz was impressed by the justification the young woman had found. Quoting one of the favorite High Gothic slogans of the Adeptus Arbits to deny a prerogative of the Senatorum Imperialis and one which had been promoted by the Adeptus Administratum, if his memory didn't fail him, was the kind of argument which made you either a legend or a traitor. Many important men will not thank you for voicing this argument and supporting the Adeptus Astartes as a whole. She did not let him continue his plea. I have other reasons. Some of them are more selfish and do not include your chapter. It was not hard to see where she was going. If we are already increasing our tech marine and apothecary quotas, it will be harder to deny it to the Heracles Wardens when their own restrictions will be lifted. The Basilea didn't open her mouth to tell him he was wrong. The core of the idea was dragons. The para-human revealed. She thinks that for the elite force the Space Marines are supposed to be, your technological and medical assets are critically under strength. And I agree. It is not that bad. The young woman snickered and looked at him like he had made an excellent joke. Chapter Master Agilizaz, 0.5% of the Nixian population are serving me in a military role, and it takes over 20% of said population to give them the equipment, the ammunition, and supplies they must have to enter a battlefield and have a chance of victory. I have read 30 chapters of the Codex Astartes, and I can already tell the minimum figures and warning words the Primarch Guilliman wrote over 4,000 years ago have been deliberately ignored. When a Primarch speaks of minimal numbers, they are minimal numbers, not nominal or maximal. Low Gothic is not that complicated to learn. Yes, it was a common reaction for the non-Astartes who bothered to begin word per word the writings of the 13th Legion. We are the shield and the sword of the Emperor, not his judges. They were not created to fight the political battles of the Imperium. They had seen very well what happened when Astartes tried it, Terra in ruins and the Imperium on the edge of annihilation. When the High Lords of Terra speak with a single voice, we must obey. If only because century after century, the High Lords had collared some evil and vicious dogs to kill those who didn't. It's a sad state of affairs. He wasn't going to disagree with that. Likely knowing how sensitive the subject was, Lady Weaver changed it. Your quartermaster told me you were interested in the acquisition of 2 Gladius-class frigates. Yes, while our strike cruisers are perfect for the transport of a company, there are times where their presence on a battlefield is a waste of firepower which will be missed on another. Unfortunately, our lighter units had to be scrapped or were lost during our penance crusade. I will have to consult to Archmagos Sultan tomorrow, but it seems to me Astartes had no mind for the administrative duties and war plan programs, but fortunately, they had found people who were really, really good at it. Sergeant Gavriel Forcas. Triplex Fal had agreed to sell a Romulus Starfort in exchange for a STC template copy, and they had done their utmost to deliver a state-of-the-art fortress. Gavriel had seen cities floating in space in the past, but they were paltry flies compared to the size and the splendor of a Romulus. That the Brothers of the Red had already begun to mark their territory with splendid statues, paintings, and tapestries didn't hurt. Tiny drawback, the very size of the Angels' Brotherhood required a great deal of manpower. So at the moment, there were tech priests and non-tech priests running everywhere to accommodate it to the taste and the noble purpose of an Astartes chapter's headquarters. Once the Mars fleet will have made its warp transition and chapter master Izaz will be satisfied by the progression of the works, the Starfort will be towed into the orbit of Ruby's harvest. Some would say it is a strange choice, Jeremiah Isley told him as they made an inspection of the lower levels of the Angels' Brotherhood. Gavriel shrugged in return. I was not involved in the decision, but I was given the reasoning and agree with it. Nyx itself is constantly updating its defenses since our arrival, and a Starfort in the middle of these changes is more a hindrance than a boon. The older fortresses are moved to Luke's mine. The mining world deserves some defenses, but as the Basilea owns more and more mining exploitation rights outside this system, it is not as vital as it was in the past. Nyx Quintus, St. Clara's stand, is not under our responsibility to defend, not until the Cardinal agrees to rescind its status of ecclesiarchy planet. And Blue Anchorage of course is a Navy base. Moving a Romulus star fort there would be tantamount to admitting we don't trust the blue-collared officers in charge. Obviously, there were many tensions between the Imperial Navy and the government of Nyx, but there was really no need to inflame them for a more than questionable strategic action. The star fort will orbit Ruby's harvest. It will also reassure its inhabitants and prove them Nyx values their existence and their work. It will reassure people that the independence of the Adeptus Astartes is not at risk. Appearances in politics were sometimes more important than the truth. And it will multiply the firepower that world has to defend itself by 10. The previous governor of Nyx really left this world as defenseless as he could. It was a mistake so grave Gavriel would have gladly demanded to be part of the firing squads charged to execute the imbeciles who had made those idiotic decisions. Ruby's harvest and its 2 moons, even after the latest effort of Lady Taylor Hebert, were still by large the major supplier of the food supplies the hive world of Nyx consumed on a daily basis. The capital world simply had too many people, was much too polluted, and hadn't had enough time under the new administration to change this state of affairs. Therefore it was not hard to argue that if a smart enemy invaded the Nyx system, he wouldn't launch his first strike against the Navy shipyards or try to break the growing lethal defense grid of Nyx. No, the enemy would attack Ruby's harvest first and starve the populations of the other planets, trying to bring a social collapse before a military one. I understand the logic, replied a bit too stiffly the former Harrow Master. But in my opinion, Ruby's harvest is well covered by the Mechanicus stations between Quartus and Quintus, and if a potential enemy truly wants to starve us, it is not that complicated to burn a world. That is your opinion, Chapter Master, he conceded as they visited several hangars where brand new machines and Mechanicus devices were brought in, escorted by dozens of Skitarii. But I don't think Our Lady shares it. Or if she shares it, it's likely she think that right now there's nothing we can do. In the end, given the resources and funds we currently have access to, there isn't a lot we can do against an enemy which would bring a fleet like the Martian 12th to the battlefield. The Enterprise is just one battleship, and Battlefleet Nyx has only conducted its first post-war war game 11 days ago. And what is her opinion on the Codex Astartes? If a space marine could show anxiety, the chapter master of the Heracles Wardens would have been a nice example. Ultimately, Gavriel could not resist needling him. The Lady Nyx is of the opinion Lord Guilliman's books are a masterwork of organization, military law, and tactical recommendations. The blue-red space marine growled in annoyance. Estimating the punishment had lasted long enough, Gavriel adopted a more serious tone. There's no denying that fact, cousin. That said, while it is a fine work, Lady Weaver thinks, and I share her opinion, that the Codex Astartes is at the same time a great source of strength and a fatal weakness. The legions badly needed a set of rules after the heresy, and as the Primarchs disappeared one after another the guidance of the Codex was both a source of stability and prevented any ambitious chapter master from increasing his numbers out of proportion without entering into rebellion. There are the Black Templars, Isley countered. From what the Brothers of the Red and the Dawnbreaker Guard have to say, the Zealot Crusaders rarely fight in formations stronger than 4 or 5 companies. They are in effect more like a dozen chapters with the same colors and the same beliefs. This was against the rules, but since no one had dared voice a complaint to the High Lords, Gavriel wasn't going to be the one to raise his voice in protestation as long as the Black Templars waged war in the God Emperor's name. The general order of the day is not to refuse to adhere to the Codex. We are on the contrary going to enforce certain aspects of Guilliman's writings which shouldn't have been discarded like they were. It is the Basileia's intention that by the end of the century there will be a cadre of apothecaries and tech marines brought to post-scouring strength. And the apothecaries' aspirants will be recruited via all those clinics and hospitals Lady Nyx has invested into. Whatever could be said about the gene line of the 20th Legion, they were certainly not stupid or unobservant. Yes, though all are genuine health-restoring facilities. I think the Ecclesiarchy has formally created a similar order of sisters to fulfill the same goals on St. Clara's stand. It is human nature to exploit popular moves. And if that wasn't a cynical answer, the former Dark Angel didn't know what it was. It isn't that bad. They are trying to lease Lady Weaver's prestige, but since their edicts aren't technically under her rule and most senior priests refuse to spend a proportional quarter of the health budget Nyx does, their policy will look selfing, and there are plenty of people who travel between the 2 planets every year. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? There is a rumor a new armament program is in the works. Consider it confirmed. Lady Dragon has closed 2 obsolete manufactorums last week. For some reason, the factory owners were selling third-rate boots to the black market and at the same time were busy pretending their production lines were down for extensive maintenance. They have been arrested by the Arbits, and now their assets are seized. It will take a couple of months, but the 2 reorganist manufactorums will mass-produce the template of Folkite caliber we obtained from Mars. Over 70% will be destined to the Astartes chapters of the sector, since we are the only warriors able to use one without injury. The rest will go to equip some specific armored vehicles, I suppose. And the new jump packs. The Magi and Archmagi have met more problems in their attempts to boost it. Our ancestors did not have Space Marines in mind when they were building their best tools, and while the comprehension of the Mechanicus where Dark Age technology is involved increases, they are still in the process of filling the blanks in their archives. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Nix system. Nix 3. Hive Athena. 7.920.290 M35. Minister of Justice Missy Byron. The government of Nix, like a lot of things, had considerably expanded in the last year. Long gone was the time when the para-humans were monopolizing the seats. Missy didn't regret it. A hive world was running on an ocean of bureaucracy and ridiculous procedures, and the more sworn-in personnel to deal with it, the better in her opinion. Officially and unofficially, there were 18 people who had the right to sit at the ministerial table with Taylor Hebert, counting ministers, secretaries, masters, and directors. In a few seconds, there would be 17. I want my ministers to project an image of competence and reliability, Mr. Bezos Polios, the insect mistress declared in the icy voice she used when someone had screwed up by the numbers. Arriving drunk to a meeting with a representative of Lionheart is not what I pay you for. Effective immediately, you are fired. The blonde-haired man had entered the room wearing a nice black suit and a regretful expression on his face. He was of average height, but had a large nose and a long beard. Now he bowed deeply, not going so far as to bend the knee in front of Taylor, but still in imploring behavior. Please, Lady Basilea. I humbly ask from you a second chance. This was your second chance, the planetary governor of Nix retorted bluntly. I gave you a second chance when you failed to welcome an important envoy from the Atlantis sector. No doubt you were busy drinking every bottle of Amasec in your reserves while your subordinates were doing your job in your name. Your Holiness. The soon-to-be ex-minister exclaimed. What? If you had a professional bone in your body, you would never have dared showing up in public like you did. You are very, very lucky the Lionheart emissary has a sense of humor and was ready to ignore your deplorable behavior. Your performance of the last month is completely unsuitable for one of my ministers. I have alcohol issues, I admit it. But I am going to pay for a cure plan. I will get better. His imploring face turned to the rest of the assembly, but it was not a lucky day for him. Not counting herself, only 3 members of the government were here today. It was not exceptional, all the ministers worked like fanatics to prove they deserved the confidence Weaver had invested in them, and the Nix system was a very big place. The Controller General of Finances, Valentine Signellas, Baron of Saint-Laz Essex, glanced at Bezos Polios and showed only disgust. With his impeccable clothes and wig, it had likely never occurred to the noble to commit the major faux pas of arriving drunk at a diplomatic meeting. Theodore Kaplan, former head director of Manufactorum Sextant Omega and now intendant of economic affairs, was giving a more friendly expression, but it was more a you failed, you must bear the consequences look. As for Serge Helios, the small but extremely muscular master of agriculture, he barked a laugh before whispering something under his breath about drunkards and promises. Perhaps. But that only incites me to not keep you in my service. If you are in need of healing, you aren't able to successfully complete your duties. In honor of the good work you did in the first couple of months, I will pay you 1/10 of your income for the next year. If you are really willing to fight against your alcohol addiction, you will do what is necessary. Judging by the fury burning in his eyes, Missy was less than convinced he was going to do that. Internally, she sighed. As much as she didn't like it, she was going to have to send a few investigators to ensure that the blonde-haired man did not do anything stupid. Bezos Polios bowed and was escorted away by a space marine of the Dawnbreaker Guard. And so the 5th Minister of the Foreign Affairs in less than 2 years was dismissed in disgrace. Forgive me for stating the obvious, Lady Basilea. Theodore Kaplan began, but with the Sanguinella so close, a new Minister of Foreign Affairs will have to be quickly chosen. I know, the black gold-haired para-human answered in a more conversational tone. I have some ideas to replace him, but no outstanding candidate in mind. If you have one, send me a memo, I am open to suggestions. It was definitely a first, though admittedly the foreign affairs were a special case. In most domains, be they mining, agriculture, industry or the navy, removing the nobles from their positions of power had led to major improvements. But when you were the Minister of the Foreign Affairs, you had to deal with foreign nobles, and not in the sense of listening to their ridiculous stories about why they were not guilty like in her case. But that can wait until tomorrow. Have the rioting gangs of Underhive Romulus been dealt with, Missy? They have, she answered before grimacing. But they were frankly equipped with more PDF weapons than we thought. We had to bring a full battalion of Arbits and 2 regiments of PDF to fully suppress them, and the damage was extensive. I have already transmitted the preliminary reports to the tech priests and the hive experts, and they will in all likelihood have a full sum-up of the situation by the week's end. On a different but related note, I have new drug regulations to suggest. The riot had begun because a few gang leaders had thought it was smart to import some new exotic drug from off-world. It wasn't, and not just because 3 injections of this substance were 100% guaranteed to kill you. I will contact Yan Scipio to inform him the laws on drugs and forbidden substances must be revised, again. Missy nodded. Yan Scipio, former lawyer and new master of laws, had the difficult duty of exploring the mess that the Menelaus dynasty had left where laws were concerned, and to create a code from the half-disastrous mumblings of lazy nobles. At first, it was her ministry who had supervised the work, but 5 months ago the council had decided unanimously to create a new position to rectify this problem. There were only so many hours in a single day, and the precedents and intricacies of certain Nixian laws were utterly incomprehensible to her. Let's hope that with the new laws on weapon ownership and our stomping out on corruption and venality in the planetary defense force, this incident will not have a repeat this year. Finally, the former supervillain more or less everyone in the Nix system considered a saint marched to her seat. Now that the unscheduled issues are temporarily solved, I think we can go back to the order of the day. Intendant Kaplan, you have the numbers. Yes, my lady, the thin dark-skinned man answered. However, I'm afraid we were only able to establish a comprehensive picture on this hive continent. My agents are still at work on the other two, and we will try our utmost to have the results before the end of this year. All right, Weaver told her subordinate. Tell me what you have. At the end of 288M35, the real average unemployment rate in the Moira hives was approximately 27.3%. As ex-governor Menelaus always favored his seat of power and 3 of his dearest friends were on the same continent as him, it is likely this continent was in a better state economically than its 2 counterparts. The Baron chose this moment to intervene. Obviously, during that year at least 2/3 of the nobles were not working, or if they were it was in a position the governor had given them like Grand Master of the Ballroom or Seneschal of the Pure Blood Guard. Between the new infrastructure and industrial programs, the 72 working hours and the new hospitals, productivity has never been higher and unemployment is constantly on the decline. Indeed. Lady Basilea, we should be able to pass below 23% of unemployment in a few days, and according to our previsions, the industrial plans of Lady Dragon and the rest of the development efforts should decrease it further next year. This is very good news. The Basilea gave her key finance advisors a satisfied smile. A decrease of the unemployment rate of over 4% will be regarded as a first promising improvement. How much has the production increased from last year? Only 2.6%, Lady Basilea, Valentine Signellas spoke. But the official numbers of the previous administration are highly suspicious and the Nixian industry is right now continuing a great modernization plan. 90% of the most urgent issues plaguing the trade of Nix have been resolved one way or another. Growth predictions for next year will likely be around 3.7%, depending on the mechanic and the administrative priorities. And the bad news. My fellow nobles still refuse to accept the inevitable and begin doing something useful with their lives, the Baron of Saint-Laz Essex admitted. Some have also begun to conspire against you. Oh dear, the predatory smiles of Taylor Bear could be really scary when she wanted them to be. Dragon is so going to be disappointed she lost our bet. Princess Magister Zoe 19 Attica. The water opera had always been considered an oddity among the Nixian operas. First of all, and most damningly in the eyes of the great nobility, its construction had not been ordered by the Menelaus king of kings of the time. The construction was beyond what the privileges of the nobility of Nix allowed, of course. Unfortunately, 230 years ago, the woman who had dared challenge Alexandros for Menelaus that way was not part of the Nixian nobility. Or to be more accurate, she wasn't part of it anymore. The great Duchess Cheshire had lived a life of less than common adventures, and in one of them she had acquired a warrant of trade. Combined with her prodigious fortune, this had been enough to build and arm a small flotilla and continue to fund and participate in more outrageous explorations of the eastern fringe. Following one of her many triumphant returns and, according the gossip, to give a lesson to the King of Kings who had once been her lover, Olivia Cheshire had decided to entirely rebuild 1/3 of floor 62 on Hive Athena according to her tastes. All the Attica records of the time agreed that the incident had nearly sparked a civil war. Given that the ex-Great Duchess had half of a battle fleet in orbit and several companies of elite mercenaries in her service, the outcome would have been interesting, to say the least. It certainly explained why Alexandros IV had unfortunately 4 days later gone to his bed and never woken up. His eldest son Naxos XXIII had succeeded him to the governorship, and the crisis had been averted. The Menelaus dynasty however had not been willing to forgive and forget. 5 years later, mere hours after Lady Olivia Cheshire had departed for another one of her dangerous explorations, Lord Nix had unofficially made known that every noble who wanted to watch an opera in this unauthorized location could expect a rise of his tithes in the coming months. The few counts and dukes who had tried to see if he was bluffing had rapidly been bankrupted and a couple had even been executed. No doubt it could have gotten ugly and violent when the female rogue trader came back. Except, Olivia Cheshire had never come back. Whether it was because she had found another wealthy planet to govern, lost her ship in a battle against insurmountable odds, or another sinister outcome, the rogue trader had never returned. And since all her decorations and constructions had cost billions of throne gelts across Nix, it had not been long before her stewards and treasurers were forced to sell her mansions, palaces, and private gardens one by one. After 100 years, and despite the written orders of their mistress, the last Cheshire men and women who had stayed at their posts acknowledged the unavoidable and sold the water opera along with everything that had escaped the previous 40 to 50 auction waves. Interestingly enough, the Menelaus had refused to prove they weren't a petty and jealous band of arrogant bastards. The edict of the then King of Kings had decreased the value of the water opera to 1/10 of its real value, and the auction had never taken place. The Lord Nix, certainly Naxos XXV, had gifted it to his favourite the Prince Magister Romulus. Zoe supposed that the chroniclers of the period had not been too shocked that the new master had instantly started to use the ex-opera as an aquatic headquarters for his harem and a place of debauchery when he visited the capital hive. The Romulus sons, grandsons, and extensive family had not been shy repeating the story over and over to every person they wanted to invite to the water opera. To make things more amusing from their point of view, they had kept the name and something like 3/4 of the architecture. 125 standard years later, 80% of the Romulus line had burned on the pyres lit by the Inquisition, and suddenly the laughing had stopped. A couple of months later, the Basileia had been crowned, and then the Romulus survivors had realized their problems had only just begun. Today there wasn't a single noble left on Nyx of the prestigious Romulus line. Those who had survived the long purges, the Arbit's trials, the confiscations, the repayment of the delayed taxes, and the harsh punishments had lost their privileges, their possessions, their wealth, and the water opera, though she was sure the latter had been a minor priority when they were too busy wondering if the next evening was going to see them arrested and sent to a penal legion. After a brief period of waiting, it had been put on sale at the same value fallen Prince Magister Romulus had officially registered it to the Tithe Master's administrative error, no doubt, and Zoe had decided to purchase it. It was relatively cheap for its location, she needed somewhere to relax when she visited Hive Athena, and once the erotic and idiotic decorations were quickly broken apart or sold away, the architects and workers she had hired had not taken long to transform it into a respectable flowery residence. The Princess Magister was particularly proud of the park which had once welcomed the opera's spectators. 5 marble fountains were cooling the atmosphere with fresh water and over 100 different species of flowers had been introduced and provided free perfume she often used on her robes. The difficult times were over for House Attica, but they had lasted so many years frugality was by now second nature for her. Many courtesans thought you were going to reopen the opera when you bought the property, Your Highness, said her invitee for today, the Duke of Grey Spire. I thought about it, Zoe replied honestly. But my servants, as were yours I believe, were quick to inform me that the opera system is in crisis. And yes, George Josephus, Duke of Grey Spire, should know it better than anyone. He had been the director of 3 of them in the name of the Menelaus dynasty before 289 The Lady Basileia is not a generous patron of the arts, the aristocrat grumbled into his black beard. You are being unfair. She has opened 1 school of painting and 1 school of sculpting this year. And between the laying of the foundations of the Hagia Sanguinella and the renovation of several churches, it's hard to say she is not interested in art. Zoe had given a modest sum to one of the churches in the middle levels of the hive to see the efforts the Space Marines and their lady had worked upon in private. It was breathtaking, and she had a large collection of artwork inherited from past generations of previous Attica Prince Magisters. She is still letting the opera world of Nyx fall apart. The Princess Magister wondered how someone could be so blind. The industry of the Nyxian operas had worked extremely well because the Menelaus governors were sinking fortunes into their constructions and the spectacles played inside. Zoe did not have the real figures in the capital hive and across the Moira hive continent, but she would be really surprised if there were less than 5,000 operas under the previous governor's reign. Naturally, as only nobles, upper-class cartel heads, and senior priests had the money to watch one, they had not really been popular among the common population. The masses preferred the theatres. It was of course incredibly more plebeian and involved less art and less music, but it was also far less expensive. The decision of the Basileia after the Sanguinella of 289 to allow theatre companies to play on the scene of the Royal Opera had been the equivalent of a shot to the head in the middle of a calamitous period. About half of the favourites of Naxos XXVII Menelaus who had lived on the opera subventions had suddenly been told the new Nyxian government was willing to sell them the operas it didn't want to keep. The other half had already been sent to the penal legions or fired, obviously. One might argue she is not responsible of sponsoring the Nyxian culture across the Imperium. Even if the young saint was doing a very good job of it. The robes of spider silk never sold under the billion mark, and the cooking with insects, clams, and crustaceans had taken a life of its own. Well, she should be. She sold me 3 operas and I can't sell a third of the seats when my companies are playing. She cut the subventions the moment I signed my name on the contract. The Duke really should have studied the actions of the Saint Basileia better. The investment Menelaus and his family had poured out in the court had shifted from an ocean to a trickle. It was not, contrary to the accusations of the disgraced surviving nobility, that the new female ruler was avaricious. Valeria IV Corinth, new Princess Magister, had received the position of headmistress of the fencing academy and a yearly income of 2 million throne gelts in exchange for not returning to her practices of outlaw. The ministers and other members of her government were also well paid, largely over 100 million per year. The Count of Lochong, who had taken the reins as head of the Royal Opera, was well liked and well paid for his job. But that was the thing. The titles and positions given by the Basileia's throne were jobs. They did not involve throwing away throne gelts from morning to evening in ridiculously expensive festivities. Perhaps you should have insisted that said subventions were written into the contract, then. Ha! Easy to say. Yes, and if he had asked, at least it might have cleared his eyes long enough to not sign the official documentation. The Duke of Greyspire's expression became angrier. She is threatening everything we Nixians hold dear. Zoe did not roll her eyes, but it was because she had excellent self-control. She is threatening everything the high and mid-ranked nobility, along with the Menelaus supporters, held dear. That is not the same thing. Should there be a referendum or another electoral process in 1 week, I doubt Lady Weaver would win less than 95% of the vote. And the Princess Magister didn't really know where the 5% of the no votes would come from. The disgraced nobility and its allies would not gather 1% of the total voices. If we gather all the remaining honor guards, we have a chance. Ah, here it was. The plot was coming out of the shadows. How boring and predictable. I believe you have drunk too much cheap alcohol. My Attica adamantium spears have roughly 200,000 men, and they have been constantly hemorrhaging manpower these last months. For some surprising reason, the PDF is suddenly far more popular than serving than in a Princess Magister's employ. There were other factors, obviously. The better pay, the truth the common trooper was now highly regarded by the planetary governor, the edicts proclaiming the Nyx purebloods and their lesser counterparts would not have access to the best equipment. The avalanche had been slow to start, but once it had begun. The supreme commander of the Attica adamantium spears consoled herself that at least it had been a neat method to see who was truly loyal to her house and who wasn't. She had even been able to cut down costs in the process, raise the pay of those who remained, and benefited politically from the support of the new Minister of War. I am not alone. I have powerful friends. Friends like the Marquis of Victory Ridge and the Great Duke of Sing Song. She didn't await an answer before continuing. Between you three, you may have 50,000 men, and they are half as good as the Nyx purebloods were. And since it may have taken a few minutes for veteran regiments to kill the Menelaus elite, it was anything but a commendation. You are well informed, the Duke of Greyspire said, narrowing his eyes. No, I've just been briefed 1 hour ago of this fact by the Lady Basileia's envoy. George Josephus became livid, and his hands trembled, though Zoe didn't know if it was in fear or rage. You lie. My men outside the water opera would have seen him leave. She just smirked in return. Who said he has left? Her interlocutor turned his head fast enough to see the red-armored space marine emerge from behind the marble pillar where he had listened to the entire conversation. May I present Battle Brother Rahab of the Dawnbreaker Guard? Zoe said sweetly, probably enjoying the situation more than she should. I have plenty of men waiting outside. The Duke babbled. If I give the signal, they will storm this place to save me. The red giant didn't laugh or snicker, but the rumble which left the voxcasters was a good indicator how unimpressed he was. Champion Kratos is outside and must have by now asked your troops to surrender. And even George Josephus was not stupid enough to believe his troops could fight their way through the Basileia's champion. I have friends, powerful friends. This was just sad, in the end. 2 troopers in the color of the Fey 20th arrived, saluted the space marine and her, and dragged the sobbing aristocrat away. Maybe a few days in the Cactus Labor battalions will teach him a modicum of humility before his trial. Rahab declared, before immediately returning to his original mission. Have you reached a decision? I have. Tell the Lady Basileia that I am agreeing to her conditions and accept humbly the title and the duties of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Abbess Crusader Theodora Gaius. Theodora was watching young adorable Alice eating her second piece of pancake when he entered the church. Internally, she sighed. Was there no location where one could find some peace and quiet without being interrupted by work? Not that her refuge was particularly quiet, of course. The Church of St. Clare's Mercy was currently filled with young children joyously eating, drinking and of course shouting at everything they found marvelous. And there was a lot to marvel at. A third of the Dawnbreaker Guard had decided to renovate the religious edifice 4 or 5 months ago, and the Basileia had made her own modest contribution by adding a few paintings and tapestries protected by stasis fields, but still from the Menelaus galleries. The vaulted ceiling had been repainted, showing a majestic figure of the god emperor, and the broken and damaged stained glass panels had all been replaced by brilliant and new models. The children they brought once per week after the masses loved it. They liked it nearly as much as they loved the pancakes and the cookies. The Abbess Crusader smiled at the young 8-year-old girl. Healthy and full of smiles, clothed in bright blue clothes, one would almost not believe the lovely child was an orphan who had spent half her life in dark streets a few levels above the underhive. A PDF regiment had arrested the gang dominating the Hab block where she was trying to survive, and a captain had taken pity and offered a meal and an exit from begging and poverty, leading her to one of the new weavers' orphanages and then ultimately to a new cartel-born family who could no longer have children of their own. Alice was a bright child, and Theodora wondered what path she would choose once she grew to adulthood. With the old order of Nyx disintegrating and assailed by the new, many things which would have been impossible for a former orphan were no longer near impossible. Still, even Alice ran away to play games with other children as Lord Inquisitor Odysseus Tor sat to her right. Smart child. You are not an easy person to find these days, Abbess, the member of the Holy Inquisition began as a greeting. You exaggerate, Lord Inquisitor. My schedule is not kept secret, and whether in orbit or inside this hive, as long as I am accomplishing my duties I am surrounded by thousands of Frat Heiress Templars and local troopers. It's when I am off duty that my presence is not advertised. Theodora Gaius paused a few seconds, and the silence was more than filled with the laughter and the excited voices of dozens of children. Is there a particular reason you wanted to find me today, Lord? There is. About 30 high-ranked priests of Hive Romulus have been arrested a couple of hours ago. They had apparently decided to support an armed uprising of several nobles. It should have surprised her, but it really didn't. Many well-connected men and women in theory charged with spreading the worship of the God Emperor were more interested in enlarging their influence networks and taking the religious donations for their own accounts. We knew the latest doctrine and financial reforms of the ecclesiarchy were going to be unpopular among the upper clergy. They had also been incredibly necessary if they wanted to keep the support of the Saint Basileia. On this her Minister of Religious Affairs, the redoubtable Cyril Nestorius, had been perfectly clear. The ecclesiarchy was an adeptus of the Imperium, not an organization created to make profits off religious donations, influence secular non-religious matters, bribe aristocrats and powerful players, or don diamonds and emeralds on their robes when the majority of their assembly was in tattered clothes. Needless to say, the message had been received extremely well among the middle and lower clergy, where the donations too often vanished before they saw a glint of them and where 1,000 throne gelts were a luxury unimaginable. A large minority of the upper clergy, on the other hand, was seething in anger, and Theodora was fairly sure it would have been a majority if she and the cardinal had not removed the worst of the corruption a year ago. The Inquisitor's reply was preceded by a sound vaguely resembling a snort. Unpopular. Yes, that is one way to describe it. I have a few acolytes infiltrated in certain circles, and their last reports were that some of the arrested had financial and doctrine support from the shrine world of Claire 47. Something about recognizing the supremacy of Saint Claire over our current Basileia general, I believe. The supreme commander of the Frat Heiress Templar in the Nyx sector grimaced. That was not good at all. And I suppose the priests of Hive Romulus have left plenty of written evidence around for the Arbits to confirm their suspicions. The expression on the Lord Inquisitor's face was sufficient to understand the culprits had been as efficient as conspirators as they had been good as priests for the last years. This was going to have unpleasant political repercussions. Cardinal Prescott Lumen had until now kept his hand off Claire 47, due to the rebuilding efforts and the extensive surveys of the faith in the sector now that the orc threat had been crushed. But if several high-ranked archbishops and bishops of the shrine world had been brainless enough to interfere in the capital of the Nyx sector, an intervention was going to be a necessity and a high-ranking priority. I will inform the cardinal immediately, and we will propose an internal resolution of the affairs at the next religious council in 5 days. Because if the senior conspirators on Claire 47 were allowed to rise in rebellion, this was going to be Matapan all over again, and Theodora had watched enough vidcasts of that particular affair to want to avoid a repeat of the aforementioned campaign. Lady Taylor Hebert had rid the entire world of its former administration and replaced it with one she could trust. It did not take much imagination to picture what she would do to the priests of a shrine world which, to make things more one-sided, was on her doorstep. The ecclesiarchy would be quite lucky if after such an incident the system was not transferred to the direct governance of Nyx. And while Theodora could close her eyes to the formidable loss of donations and status this would represent, her former superiors in the Atlantis sector and the nearby sectors would no doubt see things with a different eye. After all, some of them were as corrupt as the former religious and civilian administration of Nyx. I suppose the Holy Ordo has its suggestions to communicate us. Because expecting the Inquisition to stay idle in such a situation would take an amazing amount of naivety and lack of intelligence. You suppose correctly. First, I suggest Claire 47's ruling priesthood prepare a generous donation for Lady Weaver's orphanages and hospitals. The political issues will require a subtler touch. Yes, it was never a good day when the Inquisition was trying to find you when you were off duty. Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Nyx system. Nyx 6. 7.932.290 M35. Lord Admiral Danvers Alexandros. In wartime, the duties of a Lord Admiral of the Imperial Navy were many and dangerous. There never were enough line ships to protect every planet correctly, and too often the battle fleet was arriving in a system only to acknowledge the fact the battle had been lost or won weeks if not months ago. In peacetime, things should be simpler. They weren't. Damaged ships had to be repaired. Crippled ships had to be somehow brought back into serviceable condition. Lost ships had to be replaced. The manpower of the millions of men and women who were wearing the blue of His Most Holy Majesty's Navy had to be used as best as was humanly possible. Maintenance and overhaul operations had to be directed the best he could to not leave Battlefleet Nyx with glaring weaknesses in its order of battle. Patrols had to be organized and the charts across the stars updated to the post-war situation. And of course, he had to do it within the budget Kardunish had generously given him. A budget which, needless to say, was not meeting any definition of generous he was aware of. Ah, if only our lords and masters of Kardunish could send some money in our direction. Then, to begin with, Danvers would not be here in the late evening, mere hours before the official opening of this year's Sanguinella, in a conference room trying to determine how to best divide his very limited budget. 290M35 had been, for all its victory proclamations, a year of war for the Nix sector. Administratively, it meant a wartime budget. But 291M35 was officially a year of peace, and the budget was about to decrease in consequence. He had protested and sent priority astropathic calls to Kardunish, and had been ignored. The budget cut was about to strike, decreasing Battlefleet Nix's cash resources by 1.5%. And if the rumors his few allies in the committees of Segmentum Command had told him were the truth, 292M35 was going to be worse from a financial perspective. It was going to hurt. During the war, 70% of his total budget was coming from Kardunish and sources outside the Nix sector, the rest provided by the local governors. These cuts were going to return Battlefleet Nix to a peacetime budget before they had been able to truly recoup their losses. This reminded him of a recent speech of the Basileia and one of her expressions, winning the peace, was it? For the time being, Kardunish was not helping them win the peace. Danvers Alexandros knew he was not the best strategist or tactician of the navy. He was also keenly aware the Nix sector was by its importance a low priority, but Segmentum Command and higher authorities were really not helping boost the influence and popularity of the Imperial Navy in the sector. The arrival of Vice Admiral Max von Schaefer interrupted his pessimistic thoughts about the budget. I was not expecting news so soon, Max. May I assume your presence here is good news? The Supramundi-born officer nodded back, and this was a relief. I was able to contact Lady Taylor Hebert before she left for the Sanguinella ceremonies and explain to her the Navy's preoccupations. The St. Basilii approved, receptive to our current problems. She obviously didn't promise to fund the battle fleet from her personal funds, but she was willing to make a few suggestions and guarantees, should we in turn make some concessions of our own. Obviously, the Lord Admiral agreed. Should I prepare for the screams which are going to be heard once a few of our most conservative subordinates hear of them? I think you have a good hour before Rear Admiral Olavo Y. Leon and Rear Admiral Lorenzo Andrew de Bahia storm your conference room. Danvers Alexandros winced. Due to the enormous casualties and the multiple redeployments of Battlefleet Nix, Olavo Y. Leon and Lorenzo Andrew de Bahia were the senior Rear Admirals present at Blue Anchorage. And they were hardly the most fervent supporters of the new Lady Nix. Certainly, this state of affairs had been unavoidable in the short and middle term. The Basileia, from all evidence and trusted sources, had not been born a noble and could care less about the genealogy of someone as long as said person took a lasgun and stood with her on the battlefield. The terrible purges she had inflicted upon the Nixian nobility had only emphasized this point. Should the Greenskins come back tomorrow and the order for general mobilization be given, it was likely thousands of nobles would charge to the next recruiting station rather than face accusations of cowardice and wasting public funds in times of war. The two rear admirals, on the other hand, were pure-blooded scions of two enemy dynasties of Kardunish. They hated each other, but they hated the prospect of some outsiders rising to the top of the hierarchy even more. And to make things worse from a communication perspective, the new First Naval Secretary was Wolfgang Bach, in other words a young man without any Navy connections who had humiliated academically several of their peers while he was attending the Academy of Kardunish. It was good none of the two rear admirals had a battle squadron to command, because otherwise Danvers was half convinced they would have tried to do something stupid, Mechanicu's armada in orbit around Nix or not. Wonderful, he replied unenthusiastically. Let's get down to it then. What are the Basileia's suggestions? It was going to be interesting, if nothing else. Naxos Menelaus had been an utter moron, and unable to understand the difference between a destroyer and a monitor unless one seized him and plunged him headfirst into the warp engines. His successor was far more interested in naval affairs and pleasant. To compensate, she was also 100 times more intelligent. To begin with, she wants your support to repeal Act 44 AC 3 TF 081 M32, the so-called rogue trader ban. Ah yes, that one was quite infamous. 200 years ago, a Lord Menelaus had conspired with one of his predecessors to ban the rogue traders and everyone associated with them from the Nix system. That way, it would take 2 signatures, not just one, to repeal the act. It was one of the hundreds of petty acts the lords of Nix had indulged into when they were at the height of their power and wealth. I do not see any issues with this point. Repealing this act can only boost trade and the attractiveness of the sector. But we will have to wait for rogue traders and more merchants to visit this sector again. And as the war still raged in neighboring sectors, it was going to take a while to erase the damage to trade this act had caused. According to this law, no Nixian-born or Nixian inhabitant could become a rogue trader, and anyone owning a warrant of trade could not use the shipyards or the industrial facilities of Nix Tertius. The last female rogue trader had really made the Menelaus afraid, and led them to take imbecilic actions. I suppose she has managed to obtain a warrant of trade from Mars. She did not say it in those exact terms, but I know that, in the general terms negotiated with certain Martian archmagi, the construction of an Ambition-class cruiser in the Ring of Iron was agreed to. Reading between the lines, I think that Wolfgang Bach at least will get a warrant of trade and resign from his current position when said warship will arrive at Nyx, which should be in a decade. The grey-white-haired admiral clicked his fingers. One warrant of trade does not present a danger, and the laws of the Imperium tolerate them as long as they behave in imperial space. It was not a position all admirals followed, but Danvers was not going to fight the local sector lady on minor and unimportant frivolities. What are the lady's next proposals? The lips of Max von Schaefer twitched in a parody of smile. Lady Weaver proposes to increase her participation in the funding of the Aeronautica Imperialis, under conditions. Yes, having a smart governor was far more dangerous than having a moron in command. At least with the moron, you knew the conspiracies and the political plots were going to comically fail when coming into contact with a little thing called reality. What type of reforms are we talking about? And how much percentage of the total funding is she willing to pay? I'm going to answer the second question first, if you don't mind, Lord Admiral. Von Schaefer consulted his data slate for a few seconds, before continuing. The 290M35 participation of the Nyx government in the funding of our aeronautica assets and related spending was at 20%, 2% better than last year. The St. Basileia is willing to increase it to 30%. Danvers Alexandros was incredibly tempted just to say yes right there. 10% might not seem a lot, but when starfighters, atmospheric fighters, bombers, and flyers of dozens of classes were concerned, it was a bill of several billions which was at stake. But knowing the heroine of Brockton, it was not going to be free. And the suggestions in exchange? The Vice Admiral shrugged. It was focused on 3 points. The first, and in several ways the most important, is a serious reform of the Aeronautica Academy we have in the south of the Dolos Hive continent. Lady Weaver wants a meritocratic system of exams, a harsh training of 2 years minimum, and at least 500 hours on a flying machine before being declared good for the service, among other things. I will have to read the file fully before coming to a decision. Was it pertinent? Yes, it was. Too many times in the 280s, the training of the aspirant pilots had been rushed and tens of thousands had perished against the orcs. The Lord Admiral was willing to give up a lot of things in order to return to a situation where the Aeronautica didn't serve as practice targets for the greenskins. The second is an increase of the Mechanic-Use effectives we take aboard our warships. And it was not yesterday when the Ecclesiarchy was demanding the very same thing. Danvers remarked in a voice which wanted to be conversational. And the third is the abolition of the system of impressment and the press gangs. He didn't ask if it was a joke. The neutral expression harbored by von Schaefer was answer in itself. And in a way, he was not surprised. Lady Taylor Hebert was building herself a reputation as a champion of the people, be they merchants, poor workers, or whites-heeled guardsmen. Press gangs were the antithesis of what the Basileia believed in. On this one, we will have to respectfully decline, Vice Admiral. Danvers Alexandros, Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Nyx, replied. Unless, of course, Lady Nyx is going to tell me she's able to find the 2 or so million conscripts we need when the first shot of war is fired and the merchant ships flee like orcs before soap. She is willing to test a new system which was implemented during the early Great Crusade. The Lady Saint called it the naval inscription. Despite his natural reluctance, he was intrigued. What is the principle of this naval inscription? It is basically trying to push the available ship crewmen and merchant warrant officers to volunteer by themselves. Lady Weaver and her naval secretaries think a census of all Nyxians working in the starship industry must be conducted, and 1 year out of 5, they must serve in the Navy. In exchange, there will be fiscal exemptions, improved medical assistance, and a reformation of the general system of pensions. Danvers grimaced, and it wasn't because the idea wasn't good. It was imaginative, clever, and may very well be affordable to boot. But it faced a massive problem. And the odds of several hundreds of my officers not launching an insurrection if I declare I'm willing to test the new system on a limited scale. Max von Schaefer didn't reply. He didn't need to. This naval inscription would be seen by the majority of the captains and the officers ranked above them as an unbearable intervention from a planetary governor into the properly ordered world of the Imperial Navy. No, you will, politely of course, refuse this suggestion. I can't afford the political and influence cost of it, and I'm sure you can't either. The rest of the proposals are however sound in principle, and should somewhat ease the strain on our budget. On this the Hololith compiling the numbers he needed were formal. Are there alternate proposals we might give to Lady Weaver? The door of the conference room was opened violently and Rear Admiral Olavo Y. Leon and Rear Admiral Lorenzo Andrew de Bahia stormed in, only to stop when they saw Vice Admiral Max von Schaefer was still present and fixing them with a cold glare. Never mind. He had an idea what Lady Nyx and the First Naval Secretary might consider an overture of peace. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Admiral, but has Flotilla Lion 3 not requested naval expertise to patrol the T-Sakapek system against a possible return of the orcs? His interlocutor didn't smile or bare of his teeth, but the light in his eyes told Danvers that Max von Schaefer understood perfectly the possibilities offered by this rude attitude. Yes, they have, Lord Admiral. And I wanted 1 or 2 rear admirals to be in command of this delicate patrol. The anger on Alava and Lorenzo Andrews' faces froze into astonishment and horror. He pressed a button, and the expressions were immortalized forever for his personal collection. It would be good for a laugh or two every time the weight of his duties was too heavy on his shoulders. Congratulations, Rear Admirals. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix 3. Forge Temple Fafnir. 7.954.290 M35. Magos Draco Dragon Richter. Once she had seen the Baneblade machine's loyalty, Dragon had lost most of her last illusions about the Cataphract super heavy tank. Yes, the military forces of the Imperial Guard recruited in the Nix sector needed a heavy tank to dominate the battlefield against the armored monstrosities the orcs and other species loved to build. That was no reason to build something which, if she had to be blunt, sucked in every military aspect a sane soldier wanted to see in a tank. My assistants have already found a nickname for them, she informed Taylor. They call them the LSDs. I think I get the reference, yes. They are large, slow targets. The other para-human touched the metal of the outer shielding before cursing under her breath. I don't have the money to buy you a template copy of the Baneblade hull. The Magos Draco, which had to be one of the most ironic titles she had ever earned, gave a large and unnecessary sigh. I wasn't expecting you to. The designs of super heavy tanks, or should I say, valuable super heavy tanks, are so expensive we might call the prices on the market hellish. And the Cataphract is not one of them. Wonderful, the insect mistress ended with a large hand wave of discontent. How bad is it? I think the answer is at least the armor of a super heavy tank can resist a lot. Third tier or not, there was no denying the Imperium built its tanks and most of its machine part to be extremely resistant against the array of potential enemy weapons. The influence of fighting the orcs and other belligerent non-human species for several thousand years was certainly at play here, no doubt. In looks, the Cataphract resembles very much an oversized Panzer VI Bengal Tiger like the ones the Nazis used in World War II. Unfortunately, like the Panzer VI, the Cataphract requires a lot of heavy maintenance, and the number of breakdowns in 100 kilometers is not good. Worse, as the nickname implies, it is extremely slow. The Baneblade won't win any sprint medals, but its reliability and its ability to operate in any environment and weather makes its top speed of 25 km per hour almost acceptable. The Cataphract can't go faster than 18 km per hour, and that's when everything works fine. The main gun is also unsatisfactory. I was almost tempted to replace it with a duo of Rus battle cannons. And of course, its engine consumes too much fuel and tends to overheat every time it is pushed a bit at full throttle. This was it for the most glaring drawbacks of the Cataphract super heavy tank. Okay. The Patton, Nix, and Fey officers have the same opinion as your. What do you need to make the Cataphract an acceptable tank? Earth is a souvenir we must fight for. It was the code word they had agreed to when they wanted to discuss topics the overwhelming majority of the Imperium would surely disapprove of. Instantly, the 3 Catachan Queen Ants on the outskirts of the hangar began to shine and the Vox and Noosphere connections disintegrated in a loud buzz of static. While it had not been the original intention of this project, there was no denying the Golden Ants were scrambling communications efficiently when they were used at full power. Of course, as a consequence, the golden aura surrounding Taylor Bear grew brighter and more visible to the normal human eye. The Astartes of the Dawnbreaker Guard in the meantime proceeded to evacuate, politely but firmly, the few tech priests authorized to enter this highly secure hangar of Forge Temple Fafnir. In its current state, the Cataphract is worthless and a death trap. To be sure, the firepower of its cannon is considerable, but it fires too slowly. And of course it is only marginally more mobile and agile than a standard bunker. If we want this machine to be useful, I will need to be creative, and it means rebuilding this tank from turret to engine. The insect mistress, which had by default become her nominal boss, stoically raised an eyebrow. Of course. And how many tech priests will be in the crowd which will storm the gates with the cogs and the hammers? Dragon snickered. Oh, not that many. 3 or 4 million, give it or take. I'm sure there are a few tech priests on this planet which have an urge to innovate. Taylor gave her a thin smile. If you don't mind, I would like to avoid a major revolt from the Mechanicu's enclaves. There was a second or two of silence as the young para-human was bathed in light. I suppose you have already digitally thought about all the modifications you wanted to give the Cataphract. Yes, I have. First, the Cataphract would be redesigned to accept the advanced alloys and coolants Nix now has at its disposal. Secondly, I have extracted a fast-firing lascannon from ancient Noosphere archive, upgraded it with 35th technology, and I officially built one for the defense of your hive. I called it, with my usual modesty, the Dragon Pattern Smog Battle Lascannon. Just from the name, I am shaking in my boots. The Basile rolled her eyes. There's no need to be vexing, Dragon answered in a falsely offended tone. It weighs 28 tons, can fire a concentrated photonic beam equivalent in energy to shells of 170 kilograms and the caliber is 233.7 millimeters. Are you sure it's a tank gun? The general in half-pay asked dubitatively. Its characteristics sound more like a seafaring battleship's gun to me. Oh, never mind. Tell me the other modifications you have in mind. I have retrieved many war and civilian designs from the STC negotiations and Nix's ancient tech enclaves. I have studied over 6,000 different templates of power plants and engines, and I think I can do better than this obsolete V16 the Cataphract is forced to use. I want to incorporate a new V22 multi-fuel power plant. The new Cataphract should get a top speed of above 50 km per hour. She gave a short summary of the secondary weapons and the redesign of the interior. She intended to make most of them based on the new Baneblade Taylor had been given as a present. That's good enough for me. Now tell me your plan to evade the scrutiny of the other tech priests. My opinion is that what they don't know can't anger them. I would build the factories in another system, probably Bahamut or Patton. The answer was uttered immediately. No. Yes, she had been afraid of that reaction. It is the simplest option available to us. The Tinker spoke neutrally. It is also a very risky one, politically and militarily. Dragon, we aren't speaking of voxcasters or tractors here. We're speaking about super heavy tanks. Think of the damage they could cause if an ambitious noble who has decided to lie low for the time being manages to take over the line of production while I'm outside the Nix sector. The Magos Draco wanted to tell the insect mistress she was too paranoid. Unfortunately, it was a very good point. Until I return from the upcoming campaign and we have the political capital and the physical means to enforce a wide-scale economic reform of the sector, moving outside Nix's critical manufactorums and production lines is a risk I don't think we can afford to take. I can't say you're wrong. But I can't hide Cataphract construction in plain sight. Taylor Hebert didn't reply for long seconds, her eyes watching something that wasn't vehicles or spare tank parts. What exactly she was gazing at was a mystery. Her range of insect control had skyrocketed since she had the golden queen ants under her control. Why not? Weaver asked. The Aegean cartel is a beast to control as a single monolithic entity, and by Nixian law, I can create and divide Nix-based megacorporations without asking for anyone's opinion. Let's say I propose one of those most competent heads frequently asking for independent industrial branches, like Albert Ryan or Jennifer Lyle, to lead their own cartel. I keep a controlling share of 51%, and we tell everyone that we've received a foreign order of 200 new Cataphracts and 10,000 Jagatycon battle tanks. The tech priests you assign to their factories are, by a strange coincidence, all those heavily supporting the unity of Anixian Mechanicus and pro-reformists. And if my forces begin to order a few more for Operation Caribbean, well surely it's because their performances have been remarkable. That could work. It was audacious and incredibly outrageous in every respect, but it could work. I only see 3 problems. First, we will have to delay the arrival of new tanks for certain guard regiments. I work fast, but the repurposing of already existing tank manufacturers will take a couple of months. And really, if we want to make a true cartel to cover our tracks, we will need to give them a few real contracts. Chimera and Salamander armored vehicle orders would be a good start. And the last. If we begin to produce new tanks in mass, we will have to pay the adequate munitorum tithe. You know, to convince them we are not in the process of a rebellion build-up or confiscating perfectly workable tanks from frontline formations. The light of the Queen Ants diminished and the young woman shook her head. Fine, it might give us some publicity in the end. And after we return from Operation Caribbean, the outcome will be settled one way or another. If the new tanks are highly regarded by the Guard, they will scream for more. If they are a failure, we will repurpose our factories and build lemon russes in their place. They left the hangar where the old Cataphract tanks were stored, and instantly the Space Marines formed in a dispersed escort which challenged every potential assassin to die under their blades. How are the rest of your projects faring? Rather well, all things considered. The Forge Temple around us is 40% operational, and most of the tech priests and resources are already there, so it should not be long before we meet the preliminary goals. As they marched on a bridge above the production lines of the Larkine lasgun, which had been ritually activated a week ago with many cants and sacred oils, Dragon gave a rapid summary of the last month's important topics. Those Astartes of the Brothers of the Red, the Heracles Wardens, and obviously the Dawnbreaker Guard who were going to participate in the prepared military campaign would all have the option of adding a Folkite caliver, a Masamune power katana, and several other devastating toys to their arsenals. The apothecaries would also have their own Bacta supply to heal their battle brothers. The blue Bacta, the librarians, and every Astartes having dormant or minor psyker powers were forbidden from using it. Advanced Vox emitters were produced by the tens of thousands, and the stocks of tractors and agricultural purposed machines were going to be shipped in vast amounts across the sector and beyond. And the Dragon armors. Dragon tried very hard not to look too pleased with herself. The Forge World delegates are tripling their price offers to be at the top of client list. In fact, between the funds of the first sales and Mars official endorsement, the Master of Logistics and I are considering the possibility of building one full orbital forge dedicated to their production very seriously. Taylor rolled her shoulders. Bring the plans to the next council. We will discuss it and eventually approve them. I don't expect much opposition, given the huge profits at stake. I have received another proposition from Ryza, incidentally. Their fabricator is extremely interested by the Nyx class, but would be even more willing to pay for the concept of a dragon armor conceived for void supremacy. And in the next few seconds, you are going to open the big doors I see 200 meters north and tell me, oh lovely Basilea, it just so happens that I have a big prototype which just happens to match the capability and performances requirements my colleagues of Ryza want. Dragon stuck her tongue out at the Lady of Nyx and pouted. You're no fun. I had prepared a long and formidable speech. The great security gates opened before the first tech priests and space marines, giving them their first opportunity to see the long and graceful dragon armor immobile in the heart of her working hall. Unlike the Nyx class, she had not imposed a weight limit or even much of an upper red line for length and width. As much as she wished otherwise, 80 tons was not something that could survive very long in a space battle. The enemy had monstrous held rakes of stupendous sizes to fight the human starfighters and starships in fleet engagements. The result was this new armor. It incorporated no really innovative weaponry or exceptionally radical doctrine. She had merely increased the Nyx class size by 5 times, giving it a length of 35 meters and a total weight, with weapons, of approximately 650 tons. Behold the Ankalagan class dragon armor. And Weaver jokingly replied. Praise the Omnissiah, for we are living in an age of dragons. Ultima segmentum. Nyx sector. Neptunia reach subsector. Outer approaches of the Helios system. Battleship standard template construct. 7.999.290 M35. Archmagos Marius Lankovar. For the Departamento Munitorum, the Imperial Navy, and the Imperial Guard, Operation Caribbean, the official military code name for the Pavia liberation, would begin in 5 years and 2 days. In a logical way, these powerful organizations of the Imperium weren't wrong. The real military actions wouldn't begin until the Enterprise, Mars 24th Fleet and all the associated forces left Nyx in 5 years. But a military campaign wasn't just moving Force X from point A to point B. It required a truly humongous quantity of information. The composition of the atmosphere of the planet you wanted to invade, for example. After all, it didn't do a general any good if he or she landed 10 million troops to overwhelm 100,000 heretics if the heretics had been vaccinated against a unique disease or if there was a gas in the air which killed human lungs in less than 5 months. The same was true for the admirals, evidently. A naval commander could muster the greatest armada since the Great Crusade in one location, but if the muster point happened to be in the middle of an asteroid belt, the military campaign was going to end there and then. All of this was perfectly logical and rational. At the same time, force was to admit that the multitude of organizations the Imperium seemed to delight in creating century after century had no reliable information whatsoever on the Pavia system. The Brothers of the Red had tried to gather a maximum of battle data during their penance crusade, but they were Astartes, not analysts, and anyway they had never gotten closer to the target system than 50 light-years. As such, what was left of the M30 archives of the Adeptus Astartes was the best information the Imperium had on Pavia's star and its surroundings, because the administratum vaults which were supposed to store these files had not survived M34. What exactly had happened to them was likely an interesting story, and Dismarius decided he was going to delegate 2 of his subordinates at his return to Nyx just for the potential acquisition of particularly damning evidence, but ultimately the truth remained no one knew anything valuable. The revelation that Pavia was a pirate haven didn't count. Beginning a military campaign knowing nothing about your potential enemies, the planets, and the stellar surroundings which were the target, or the time needed to reach them by warp travel was undoubtedly a recipe for a military disaster. It didn't stop certain crusade commanders from attempting it, of course. But as he affirmed in simple words, just because certain people wished to initiate logistical and exploratory catastrophes with millions of men was no reason to do it with their far more limited manpower. The Basilea, intelligent woman that she was, had completely agreed with his reasoning. But Weaver had also pointed out to him the dangers of reconnaissance so far ahead of the Caribbean main battle forces. Obviously, there was a high likelihood that should one of their scouts was captured, the pirates and whatever Xenos and heretic support they had available would flee Pavia. A frustrating outcome, but not exactly one going against the goals of Operation Caribbean. On the other hand, it was entirely possible that if the pirates realized the 24th was coming to raise their sedentary installations and massacre their ships, they would fortify Pavia as best as they could and call for reinforcements. Piracy was not exactly the most camaraderie-inspiring profession, but when the hangman came to collect, they had a tendency to band together. As a result, Lady Taylor Hebert and the Mechanicu's Council had agreed the scouting and the building of the supply chain they would use to go to Pavia had to remain under a high level of secrecy. While the name Pavia had been uttered several times in negotiations, it had been rapidly restricted to the higher echelon of the different organizations which were going to be involved in the fighting. And of those mere thousands, only a couple of hundred knew of the first Nyx exploration fleet's deployment. The Magi and tech priests crewing these ships were obviously not included in these numbers. If they did their job well, the fame they gained would be inexistent. Promotions would be earned, but success in this sub-operation codenamed Operation Puerto Rico for an island of ancient Terra was scouting the target and the enemy remaining staying clueless about their presence. Precautions had been taken, of course. Every starship chosen for these long 3 years away from Nyx was optimized for stealth and minimal advanced missions. His Forge world of Stygies 8, heavily motivated by the discovery of the Athena STC database, had given away many secrets of shrouding void shields and furtive technologies data copies. The first Nyx exploration fleet was definitely on the small side, obviously. Secrecy remained paramount in the Pavia region until their united fleet translated out of the warp. But since its purpose was not to fight, 1 cruiser, 2 light cruisers, 4 frigates, and 12 destroyers would have to be enough. They were accompanied by 40+ supply and depot ships lightly armed. Even assembling this small force without alarming the hundreds of spies the Heracles Wardens and the Nyx's counterintelligence services found every week had been difficult. They had to create fake digital trails, and many of the destroyers he saw with his augmatics right now were theoretically assigned to several exploration research teams tasked with the search for the Death Star's home base. One of the frigates and the 2 cruisers were officially racing towards a part of the galactic north as part of a Nyx exploration group. That one wasn't real either, but even the Inquisition was not aware of it. The Magos commanding this force had received his sealed orders from the Basileia's hands. It wouldn't do for the Rosette bearers to know members of the Mechanikus wanted to rediscover the Istvan system. Yes, the plans of Lady Weaver were extremely ambitious. And Dismirius Lankovar was proud to be in her service, though his part in Operation Puerto Rico was limited to watch the exploration fleets muster here in the middle of nowhere away from enemy and allied spies. His high responsibilities did not allow him to leave Nyx for more than a week without a lot of people beginning to ask uncomfortable questions. Bah, at least he had managed to put his chosen candidate in command of the exploratory fleet. "Are you ready, Alena?" He spoke to his former second-in-command and quester, now Magos explorator Alena Wizemer, commanding officer of the first Nyx exploration fleet. "We are ready, Archmagos. We will accomplish our mission with all due diligence, by the Omniscia's will." "I never doubted it, Magos. May the machine god and the motive force watch over your fleet and bless your enterprise." Archmagos Lankovar, out. One by one, the drives of the starships were lit and the small fleet accelerated, leaving his flagship and its escorts alone in the outer void, several light years away from Helios star. "In 5 years, it will be our turn. And then it would be the time to justify the name he had chosen for his new flagship." Many had thought that he would rename it the Magos Laurentiis too, but the standard template construct was the sole choice in his mind. The Omniscia had made his will clear in the Battle of the Death Star, and Dismirius Lankovar would not fail him. Ultima Segmentum. Nyx Sector. Atlas Graveyard Subsector. Matopan System. Matopan V. 7.001.291 M35. Hasdrubal Macquarie. Mere minutes ago, Matopan had entered a new year. In the village of Lug, 2,000 souls strong, this event was celebrated by the Day of the Sun. Only foreigners called it the Day of Renewal. And since for once the rain had stopped and the day was half blue, half grey with some warmth, every family had organized with its neighbors and prepared the wooden tables, the amasek bottles and the best holy days food they had in the cellars. Usually, there wouldn't have been much here. Lug was small, and half of the harvest disappeared into the huge wagon the Baron's inspectors were bringing twice per month by the Montford Road. But last year everything had changed. The planetary governor had mumbled some nonsense about secession on the Vox and sent letters to Lug and every village nearby telling them they needed to send young men to the capital to die for his big head. Hasdrubal had been 20. He had volunteered to protect his younger brother. Alvin had just passed 18, so the recruiters would have chosen the cadet above the eldest and been thrown into a train-bound Sylvesteropolis. When he thought about it, and he preferred not to these days in the darkness and with hundreds of young men just like him, he had fully expected to die. But they never did fight. Their train was stopped 70 kilometers away from the capital, and Hasdrubal Macquarie would remember forever the moment they had been ejected by grim soldiers from the train and forced to form a line. Then the giant had come. It had been like in the sermons of Father Corix. Taller than 2 men added together, the angel of death had stepped forwards. Hasdrubal and all the men present had known deep inside their heads and guts they had never stood a chance. This giant was the proof the emperor was against the governor, and what could you do against this magnificence and such large weapons? The angel had told them the governor was a traitor against the god emperor and that his lady was going to punish him for his rebellion. As they had not taken up arms against the god emperor, the red-armored giant had announced, they were forgiven under the condition they returned to their farms and proved loyal for the rest of their lives. Hasdrubal was not stupid, and neither were the 400+ recruits with him. They had all bowed before the angel and sworn they would be loyal. 2 weeks later, he was back on the familial farm and life had returned. If he had to confess, Hasdrubal had not expected much from the rest of the year. The governor had lost his head or suffered some other horrible death for his disloyalty, and life had continued like it had always had at Lug. Whether the high noble of Sylvesteropolis was a beagle or a mac something, the countryside and Lug had nothing to expect but the coca and the iris, the hated tax tithes on the Matopan rice. It was what his father and the ancients had repeated lengthily in the village's councils anyway. But the ancients and his father had been wrong. Life had not returned to like it had been before the short secession. The first change had been religious. 5 months ago, several soldiers in dark green uniforms had arrived and arrested Father Corix. From the short speech the foreign officer had given, Corix had been a follower of some traitorous foreign preacher and signed documents of heretical nature. Nobody had mourned the local church head save a few old women. Some of his sermons were interesting, the angels of death and the glorious miracles of the God Emperor came to mind, but at other times he was too fond of shouting that they had to be dumb, meekly accept to give large donations to his church, and that the sun was shining out of the backside of the governor. His replacement, Father Jin, was 10 times more popular than the previous father. 3 weeks later a cogboy had arrived, and he had not come with his metallic things empty, he or it was riding a large agri-tractor and a second was towed with the main machine. 5 weeks later, the coca tax tithe had been cancelled by edict of the Administrator General, in the name of Lady Taylor Hebert. Everyone had danced for 2 days when they realized it was not a joke or a noble's trick. Baron Tishu had not been happy, oh no, but when he had tried to collect his due in the village of Omonon-Izara, the PDF had come to arrest him, and he had never returned from the capital. Since then, life was far better. They had only to give out 1/4 of the harvest instead of half. And the cogboy, that everyone had taken to calling Tech Tractor 1 because his real name was too complicated, had said that if the harvest stayed like this for another year or 2, he would bring 1 or 2 more tractors and some other cogboys with spare parts and knowledge. So when Father Jin called everyone for the first prayer, Hasdrubal Macquarie prostrated himself in direction of the sun, and prayed sincerely to the God Emperor. The young man thanked lengthily the Master of Mankind for sending his saint to Matopan and showing how much he loved them. The Emperor protects. He shouted with the rest of the village. Ultima segmentum. Nix sector. Nix system. Station Zeta Nu Zeta 000111000. 7.132.291 M35. Lead. Since he had arrived on the station, Lead had rarely used his alarm clock for its namesake function. Station Zeta Nu Zeta 000111000 had the same day/night cycle as the hive world of Nix, and the artificial lights and the hollow decorations were illuminating the rooms, hangars, halls, and diverse storage facilities in consequence. Besides, why wake up early in the morning when he could tinker at every hour of the day? On this space station there were no Asian or Nazi madmen waiting at every corner to beat you down. There was no need to pay or search for the materials he used, although to be fair the majority were forcefully recycled at the end of the day. Obviously, sometimes he needed to activate his alarm clock to wake up early in the morning. Mainly when Dragon and her assistants came for one of her monthly visits/inspections and complained how many tens of thousands of throne gelts he was exploding. However, Leet was sure he had not prepared said alarm clock last evening. And in the unlikely scenario he had and he forgot it, the second tinker of Nix would never have set the morning alarm for 6 o'clock. Oh, come on. The video game fanatic grumbled as a loud and powerful blast of heavy metal arrived in his ears. It's too early. His hand automatically went to stop the alarm clock, but his finger hit nothing. A moment later, unfortunately, something definitely hit him. Before he had the opportunity to do a single move of self-defense or protest, his mattress was tilted by the application of several metallic things, and Leet found himself on the ground with his pillow. You are going to regret this. I am your station commander. There were 5 or 6 tech priests in his bedroom, and if it was a joke it was not a funny one. But to his sheer stupefaction, his words didn't cause them to pause for a single second. His sleepwear was torn apart, he was thrown for 1 full minute under an icy shower before being dragged in front of a wardrobe. Dozens of mechadendrites forced him to don the ugly things the cogboys gave to their metallic slave servitors. When I will contact your superior, you are going to be demoted and punished. He received a shock stick between the legs in retaliation. Sentience is the basest form of intellect. The 5th universal law triumphs once more. He had not the seconds to tell them all the good he thought of their universal laws and machine prayers, which was very little. Their visit to the lunch hall did not last 1 minute, and during half of it they demanded he eat this disgusting nutrient paste instead of a proper breakfast. Like he was going to poison himself. More worrying was the fact over 20 other tech priests had watched him be roughly handled by the rebellious cogboys, and not one had made a move to intervene. It was not a joke or something the head toasters had bet on when they were playing with their live connectors. It was a general mutiny. Leet was deeply regretting the absence of Uber, more than ever. His friend would have known what to do. Uber would have proposed something to mitigate the disastrous problems of his powers. Uber would have had ideas to force the Adeptus Mechanicus to back off and let him experiment in peace. Maybe his best and loyal partner in crime would have even found an angle to convince Skitter to let them have a hive filled with video games. You are not going to get away with this. When Dragon or the Basileia know what you've done, you are going to be in a world of trouble. Life is directed motion. So the first law has proclaimed, so it shall be. They dragged him to hangar section 4K. It had changed a lot since he had entered it 4 or 5 days ago. One could argue that was not surprising, because there had been a rupture of green coolant. But there was no security foam, no coolant avalanche or broken electrotech devices anymore. There was a big Faustus interceptor in the middle of the hangar, one which looked like it had seen better days. And there were also plenty of basic tools. Your task for this day, a Martian cogboy told him with the kind of slow and condescending tone generally used for naughty children, will be to start the repair of this noble and proper Faustus interceptor per the knowledge officially sanctioned by the Omnissiah and the Cold Mechanikus. Do you understand? I refuse. Leet shouted. I did not damage this starfighter and I have other projects today. Find someone else, and now apologize. If you... A Mechadendrite slapped him on the cheek. Intellect is the understanding of knowledge. Fourth universal law, praise the Omnissiah for he understands all. Leet grabbed a hammer. It was by instinct, and he had no idea what to do with it, and they instantly fell upon him with furious buzzing. You do not respect the blessed tools of the machine god. I have seen here techs show more respect to their creations than you. Should we open the section to the void in 10 hours and let the Omnissiah judge him for his abominable transgressions? Leet didn't believe his ears. They were thinking about killing him. Of course he knew he was not the cogboy's best friend, that honor belonged to Taylor Hebert for discovering their oh-so-precious STC, but he had no idea they were ready to eliminate him. You have erred gravely, Tinker Leet, and to his shock, it was the highest and longest-serving cogboy which had emerged from behind the starfighter. But the glorious Omnissiah is merciful. You are going to learn to respect the blessed machines and repair them completely according to their perfect STC production templates. You will listen to our warnings, and stop causing deaths in the ranks of the loyal servants of the Omnissiah. And maybe, if you follow the proper path of the motive force and the machine god, we will let you tinker with carefully selected components 1 hour per day. These cogboys were utterly barmy. It must be the fumes or the coolants which had wiped out a good part of their brains. But they were surrounding him, and while they had no lethal weapons like a plasma gun or a grenade to threaten him with, they were over 20 of them in this section, and he was alone with nothing to defend himself. Leet tried to calm himself. Whatever craziness had contaminated these tech priests, the ones outside the station were not on it. Dragon would not tolerate that, never. So he just had to survive until the end of the day, rush towards his personal communications room and sound the alert. And then he would take great pleasure in conceiving a punishment of his own for these mutineers. Are you ready to listen to the true instructions of the God Machine? Yes, I am. Leet did not have to feign his reluctance and disgust. If he became happy and friendly within a single minute, they were going to think something was afoot. Let's begin the reparations you aren't able to do. This bout of insolence was rewarded by 4 minor electric shocks. The spirit is the spark of life and you will not insult the Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars. The second law is above the flesh. This was going to be a very, very long day. Basileia Taylor Hebert. I'm sorry Dragon, the tech priests have done what? Taylor had been returning from a very interesting visit to the gene labs when the Tinker intercepted her. Since her official schedule had allowed for 1 hour of spare time before receiving some important farmers from Ruby's harvest, she had moved to one of the empty courtrooms next to her throne hall, wondering if they had been a change in production methods or a particularly important discovery. The news, apparently, was about a very different issue. The tech priests of Station Zeta Nu Zeta 0001111000 have finally snapped and mutinied against Leet a week ago. I was a bit busy these last days, so I did not check the updates on the station as I usually do. Imagine my surprise this morning when I watched our innovation-breaking Tinker being ruled around like a disobedient menial apprentice by all the tech priests he is supposed to command. Taylor could not help it. She giggled loudly, and judging by the noise in the vicinity made by her Astartes and Fey bodyguards, she wasn't the only one to find it funny. Oh, I needed that. The Basileia admitted when she had finished laughing after half a minute. So they are using him as their errant boy. They haven't tortured or caused him physical harm. Dragon shrugged noncommittally. No, they haven't tortured him. They weren't exactly gentle the first 2 days, though. He was foamed several times, and those electric sticks they have to discipline him can't be pleasant in the quantities he has received. The insect mistress wished she was surprised, but a good look at the casualty figures of the last year aboard Station Danger Prototype Central was reason enough for the tech priests involved in this operation to get a bit peeved. Why did you learn of this only after a week? She asked reasonably, now that most of the hilarity was gone. Since Leet is always provoking explosions of disasters by the series, I know we have a Magos and about 30 overseers to oversee the station from afar. They have direct VID links, secure voxcasters, and advanced spying devices. And it doesn't sound like the sort of event you could miss. They were too busy laughing at the new situation to contact me, the Tinker replied with an exasperated expression. Technically, they didn't go against their orders, as long as Leet doesn't provoke some disaster or is injured, they do not need to contact me or their immediate superiors. In Low Gothic, this meant Leet had sufficiently annoyed them that they had decided to deliberately not relay the information of what was happening in the corridors and the labs of that station. Okay, as much as I want to punish them, I suppose that since they respected their directives and instructions, it would be counterproductive to punish or demote them. Besides, where would she send them? Leet duty was something to frighten the tech priests with, according to the Mechanicu's council. It was not a reward or a holiday for exceptional service in your technological duties. I suppose you sent the orders to get Leet out of there and stop this hilarious experiment. Taylor tried to think about the impact of this. She was certainly going to give a few slaps on the wrists of these mutineers as a formality and transfer them to a less exposed posting. Maybe on Wuhan, let them be Governor Cao and his nobles' problem. I did not. For the second time in the debate, she felt real surprise. Raising her eyebrows, the lady of Nyx gave her Minister of Industry a dubitative expression. I didn't know you were a sadist, Dragon. The protest was instantaneous. I am not a sadist. Even if I must admit I made a killing on the new popcorn brand I introduced last month. To her right, Kratos abandoned the legendary dignity of the Space Marines and burst into laughter. And he was not the only Astartes to succumb to hilarity, merely the first. I am so glad to hear this. If the Magos Draco didn't notice her sarcasm, there was no hope for her. But I'm a bit concerned about Leet himself. After all, by your own admissions, he has tried to contact other people and it didn't work. In my opinion, Leet will sooner or later arrive at the conclusion that he needs to escape the station by his own means, or he will snap one day. Either way, I foresee a big explosion in a mini-nova replacing the lab station in the short-term future. I thought about that too. Of course she had before asking for a moment of her free time. It will be extremely difficult to escape the station by his own means. The tech priests have removed mostly everything that could be used for tinkering from his quarters. They are making him repair several machines and forcing him to recite cant prayers and universal laws of the machine god all day. The 1 hour of tinkering he is granted every day is done with very restricted materials and under heavily monitored conditions. If they don't like what Leet tries to create, he is snapped out of it in mere seconds. And for the moment, it works. Taylor. Since they snapped, there hasn't been a single explosion inside the station. The former warlord of Brockton Bay imagined a circle of tech priests celebrating around a panel reading 7 days without explosions. Yes, she could understand the benefits of keeping the new status quo. He could still snap. That's why my orders, assuming you approve, are to send a complete team of our best mental health professionals, which will work on him in addition to his current duties. We tried that a year ago. We tried that, but we allowed Leet to walk away the moment he refused to further participate in those sessions. Dragon corrected. Now, I'm all for free will and letting someone make his choices, but Leet has not adapted like we did to life in the Imperium, and until a week ago he was continuing on his self-destroying course. We have a chance to turn this around, and play the good old strategy of the carrot and the stick. This sounded logical, but she saw a little problem with it. The stick is obviously keeping the tech priests on the station supervising him and keeping him away from expensive catastrophes and disasters in consequence. But we don't have a carrot. The red-robed tinker grimaced. I was thinking, you have a lot of empty properties confiscated from treacherous nobles. Do you think you could tolerate a large one to be used as a video gaming facility? I could. Not at Hive Athena, she was not crazy. But with the punishments given to tens of thousands of nobles, places, conference centers, and luxury residences were not something she currently lacked. But you haven't told me why I should. I mean, I appreciate knowing Leet is going to stop blowing up stuff and be supervised by people who don't want to be blown apart, but let's face it, Leet is not my friend, and the benefits he gives Nyx by his simple presence are approximately zero. When Dennis told me he wanted to open a costume shop and sell Sanguinella clothes a few months ago, I said yes because it was a funny idea and he works hard to catch up with fleet knowledge and boost his powers. I don't want to be a tyrant, but in order for there to be rewards there must be some successes and achievements. You didn't manage to copy his Demon Banisher or the Holy Grenade, and those are the only good contributions coming from him I am aware of. About that, I communicated with the tech priests and told them to test him. I wanted to see if his powers were as unreliable once they had been motivated to follow a certain path and had absorbed new knowledge. When the famous Tinker began to speak in riddles, despite the fact most of her bodyguards were sworn to silence and were unlikely to tell anyone even the smallest secret, it was either going to be really good or really bad. And I think he gave me a good head start on Special Project 73 codename Long Lance. No wonder Dragon had been so careful with her words. Her special projects were something that only the para-humans on Nyx Contessa and Leet not included were aware of, and even then, Clock Blocker had not been given all the information. In simple words, Dragon had made a list of all the inventions that would be able to save the Imperium from its current state of tyranny, decline, warp corruption, etc. It was the special project list, of which there only existed one digital data slate, and it was in one of the most secure vaults she owned. Special Project 1, codename Skywalker, was inventing a reliable faster-than-light interstellar travel method which did not use the warp. There were 500 of these projects, and their place in the list was determined by their importance, with Special Project 1 being the most important research ever, and Special Project 500 the relatively least valuable. Special Project 73, codename Long Lance, if she remembered correctly, involved antimatter and its practical applications. Obviously, given the Mechanicus ideas of innovation, most of these special projects were still at the hypothetical stage. But if Fleet was beginning to be reliable enough to give a head start on them. Taylor sighed. How big a video gaming facility are we talking about? Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Nix System. Nix 3. Hive Athena. 7.139.291 M35. Chancellor Friar Achelios. The last 3 centuries had not been good for House Achelios. No, that was inexact. The last 294 years had not been good for House Achelios. It was what happened when the beloved novator of a house died and his unworthy son inherited his title. A novator of the novice nobilite, especially one ruling over a navigator house, had to be powerful, ambitious, cunning, and gifted in playing the games of politics and trade. Eusebio Achelios had been powerful, oh yes. Unfortunately, the power imbued in his third eye and the rest of his body had been more than compensated by his total lack of intelligence. The novator had been ambitious, extremely so. A cunning navigator, however, would not have tried to bribe a man which refused to take part in the illegal trade of some Xenos artifacts 4 times in a row. Eusebio had failed in every way which mattered. Navigators had a prime status in the Imperium of mankind, but they were not invulnerable, and threatening an inquisitor in disguise was not something that tended to increase your life expectancy. Eusebio had learned this to his sorrow for a few seconds, before the inquisitor blew his head apart with a Mauler bolt pistol. A rule of 70+ years had ended on that fateful day, and from then on it had been a spiral of betrayals, lost contracts, and major defeats. Starships defending their interests in Segmentum Solar had been seized or disappeared without a trace. Politicians one by one failed to answer their calls. Trade agreements were renegotiated to the house's detriment. Even the historical contract giving the navigator duties of Battlefleet Pluto to House Achelios had been lost 83 years ago. House Achelios was still a magisterial house, like 5,000 others on the sacred soil of Holy Terra. The problem was that while for millennia they had been leading contenders in the Paternova's election, they were now at the bottom of the ladder, and their opponents had not ceased their assaults, enjoying very much to see them brought so low. His presence here was evidence enough House Achelios was becoming irrelevant. Had they received a polite request for a skilled navigator in the Nix Sector 1000 standard years ago, House Achelios would have answered, of course. But the emissary would have likely been a lesser diplomat every navigator had his employ. They would not have sent a real navigator until the final negotiations were about to end and it was time to affix the great Achelios seal on the contract tying navigators and client. They would never have sent one of the 4 chancellors of the house so far from Terra for a minor contract. Nix wasn't worth it. This sector was too far from the extremely profitable warp arteries of Ultima Segmentum. The half-valuable trade exchanges stopped at Samarkand in this quadrant, and Nix was more than 200 light-years south of it, in a region where orc problems were frequent and totally out of control. But the times were hard, and House Achelios had to search for every opportunity which might be able to restore some of the lost prestige and glory. The Achelios Palace in the Navigator's Quarter was dark, dusty, and half-deserted these days. All the members of House Achelios having the skill and the power to guide a ship through the warp were away trying to win back some influence, wealth, and resources, but it was not easy. House Pharisee and House Belisarius were for once united in something, and their goal was to cripple them until they had no choice but to go nomadic and cease to be a factor in the magisterial house's spheres. The houses having contracts in the sector are already here, clearly, his distant cousin Nathaniel informed him as their starship was acknowledged by the different patrols of the Nix SDF and the Imperial Navy. House Orion for the nomadic navigators, House Boyle and Curtis for the beggars. Do not call them beggars. Call them shrouded houses. It is not prudent to mock their status right now. We might join their ranks in a few years. The young man tried to open his mouth in protest, but the fire in Friar's eyes must have been sufficiently impressive, because Nathaniel closed his mouth and did not start a rant on the inferior gene lines of the impoverished scions of the novice nobilite. Deciding it was the perfect opportunity to see if his student remembered something of his lessons, the Chancellor opened with the first question every navigator had to keep in mind. What is the balance of navigator power in this sector? House Orion, status nomadic obscurus, is the most powerful navigator house in the Nix sector according to our most recent evaluations. They own extensive and primary contracts with the local cartels, merchant fleet and battle fleet Nix and, as of 288M35, approximately 76% of the warp-capable starships in the Nix sector were crewed by an Orion navigator. These are the most valuable contracts and space agreements, however, and they have left only scraps for House Boyle and Curtis. House Boyle is shrouded Lambda, and owns 12% of the contracts, with large investments in agri-worlds. House Curtis guides 10% of the warp-capable starships available, and they face major difficulties to stay solvent. All of them have recently suffered from significant losses as the Greenskins attacked everything in their range. Good, you have not forgotten anything, as far as we are aware of. Nathaniel's smile disappeared as fast as it had materialized. We must move cautiously but decisively in this sector. I am sure House Vischer and its agents have already sold all the astropathic data they have to Pharisee or Belisarius, and we have maybe 2 or 3 years before they arrive to steal our contracts. Would they really try to, Chancellor? His distant cousin asked inquisitively. I know they have done it everywhere in Segmentum Solar, but we are far from Terra and the long-established warp routes. And the contract which made us come here is not that interesting for them. We can divert a Navigator Primaris and 3 Secundus because they stole hundreds of contracts from us. But have they the numbers to agree to a contract like this one and fulfill all their obligations? It is an excellent question. Alas, my orders are clear, and so are yours. We need all the agreements and resources we can earn, and while 2 billion throne gelts per year is not an impressive sum, we can make it fructify away from our enemies. We will not let our opponents ridicule us again. Yes, Chancellor. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Moro Subsector. Petersburg System. Petersburg 2. 7.140.291 M35. Major Tanya Svrev. Choosing the location where the guard forces of Operation Caribbean were going to be trained had been anything but simple. The Departamento Munitorum, as per its abysmal norms, had instantly started to voice the most ridiculous excuses, and when they had exhausted those, they had tried religious, dynasty, financial and security concerns. The ecclesiarchy had wanted the training of the Holy Chosen to be done on a cardinal world to increase their own prestige and better indoctrinate officers and Whiteseals to their political agenda. Worse, several governors and nobles of dubious loyalty had tried to claim the honor of welcoming these troops on their own soil. Tanya was still trying to figure if they were trying to rally the guard regiments to their treasonous conspiracies or if they just had an overabundance of potential rebels who were going to launch violent uprising in the short-term future. In the end, miracle of inefficiency, they had to consider the planets of the Nix sector one by one. The Nix system had been discarded almost from the start, evidently. It would have been a political nightmare. Wuhan, Claire 47, Faye, Smilodon, Lionheart, Atlas, Matopan and Theta had also been quickly eliminated. It had taken months of threats and hair-tearing debates, but the Guard finally had its mustering ground. They were going to train the new Guard recruits at Petersburg. The post-Orc invasion industrial world met all the criteria, really. It had a reliable governor, a retired Guard colonel who had some blood ties to the pre-war nobility. The system from a strategic perspective was close enough to other important loyalist nodes to be reinforced or evacuated if the order was given. The ravages the Greenskins had caused to the environment and the cities was such that the war exercises the mustering forces were going to practice was not going to destroy anything important. The presence of guardsmen would ease the work of the cleanup companies in eliminating the damned orc spores. And it was isolated enough that the High Command was able to control who was authorized to participate in or watch the training, and who wasn't. So yes, Petersburg was probably the best choice for a training operation of great magnitude. But whatever the reasons, the Major didn't feel any enthusiasm setting a foot on this world again. Too many men and women of Fae had died in these mazes of trenches, these plains, and these Prometheum-polluted industrial sprawls for her to feel any joy about it. Fortunately this was not her duty. As highest representative of the Fae 20th, Tanya had just come to verify the logistical chain was functioning correctly and officially giving up the 9th Company for live-fire training. In a few days, she would return to Nix. The rest of the Guard forces on the abandoned battlefields of Petersburg, on the other hand, would have to obey Lord Commissar Zuev. Colonel Dolos and the Nix 3005th Mechanist Infantry are being transported to the surface as we speak, Commissar, Tanya announced to the heavily scarred and threatening man. For all the horrors they had faced in several campaigns, the Major was not crazy enough to pretend Zuev didn't scare her anymore. Then the muster has officially begun. Zuev acknowledged, as the first shuttles and orbital transports began to illuminate the grey sky. 1 regiment and 10,000 men ready to serve. And it would be the first of many, they both knew it. Army Group Caribbean was not strong enough to deserve the Crusade title, but assuming Lady Weaver and every man and woman in the logistics did their job, it was going to become an extremely powerful formation. The Army Group had been earmarked to receive 3 field armies, organized into 6 corps. Overall, this was 24 military divisions and 144 regiments which were going to be trained and prepared for the future Operation Caribbean. If everything went according to the mobilization plans, Lady Weaver would command approximately 1,400,000 frontline guardsmen. This didn't include the rear line staffs, the auxiliaries, and the depot controllers. Nor did it say anything about the army of Mechanikus Skitarii which had been promised by Mars and the other Forge worlds, the companies of Astartes, and the hundreds of thousands crewmen serving on the warships of His Most Holy Majesty's navy. This was not officially or unofficially a crusade. But no admiral or general having the tiniest ember of ambition inside his heart and his lungs would have refused its command. I will make sure these Whiteshields are proper guardsmen by the end of the year. The Lord Commissar's promise echoed in the windy air, and Tanya almost pitied the poor men and women who had volunteered for what Lady Weaver and Dragon had dubbed hell training. Almost. The galaxy was full of horrors, and if the guardsmen and guardswomen in the ranks weren't prepared to storm the Eye of Terror itself at their superior's command, it was better not to leave their comfortable homes. Because if the history of the Fey 20th had revealed anything, it was that the forces under Lady Weaver were always in the middle of the storm when a war had to be fought. Ultima Segmentum. Nix Sector. Neptunia Reach Subsector. Nix System. Nix 3. Hive Athena. 7.165.291 M35. Basilea Taylor A. Bear. The more I'm forced to deal with them, the more I'm really beginning to hate the bureaucrats of the Departamento Munitorum. In public, she would of course loudly praise the cooperation with the organization which was supposed to recruit new regiments, transport them to the war theaters, train them, and adequately provision them with ammunition, food, uniforms, and everything one needed to wage a months-long conflict. In private, with only the Dawnbreaker Guard, Taylor could afford to be honest. The Departamento Munitorum was bloated and useless, an organization which was every day failing in its duties. Yes, mustering millions of men across the stars was a very difficult job. Yes, feeding hundreds of thousands of men who came from dozens of planets was not a trivial challenge. But that's why the Departamento Munitorum existed in the first place, no? Since the dawn of the Imperium, the Munitorum had grabbed more and more responsibilities until no real alternative existed and their reign over war logistics was supreme. Once that was done, who cared if they did their jobs properly? May I assume there's more bad news coming this way, my lady? Seraph Gamaliel, like always, a ray of sunshine in the middle of a grey day. You can safely say that. The para-human told him before turning towards Gavriel, who was waiting next to the golden-armored herald of Sanguinius. It seems our operation has ruffled some feathers a few sectors away. Some high-ranked adepts have decided it was completely unconscionable for us to have Nyx officers in command of Army Group Caribbean. My lady, you are in command of Army Group Caribbean. Or you will be, in 4+ years, when we officially begin the military campaign. Taylor read her data slate a second time to confirm she had not been struck by hallucinations. Nope, she hadn't. If they haven't sent me the priority message destined to another general, which had already happened twice by the way, they really don't like the fact I am in command in the first place. No doubt they saw the amount of troops we were able to muster and were in the process of debating among themselves the name of the imbecile they were going to reward with the command. It was possible she was doing them a disservice. Unfortunately, she didn't think so. As much as she wished she was joking, over 40 superior guard officers in the Nyx sector who had been directly appointed by the Munitorum had been court-martialed and executed by firing squad last year. And it had not been for petty insults or smuggling goods on the black market. Since I am mustering the army group in surplus of the tithe obligations and removing me is tantamount to cancelling the deployment outright, they have invoked a long series of imperial decrees and precedents. In practice, I have full authority to choose and evict every guardsman and guardswoman from simple trooper to the brigadier generals. But the Munitorum will have uncontested power over the appointments of the lieutenant generals, the marshals, and the major generals. For the record, it was the nominations of respectively the field armies commanders, the corps commanders, and the division commanders. The retort from the blue-eyed blood angel came in the next 2 seconds. This is one of the most stupid prerogatives I've ever heard. Gavriel imitated him as soon as the first judgment had been delivered. They really can't watch a campaign preparation from afar without trying to screw it over, can they? This rhetorical question had more truth in it than it should have when one was speaking of what was for all intent and purposes the greatest bureaucratic war apparatus in existence. The orcs had no concept of logistics and thus couldn't rival it. There was an immemorial joke repeated for centuries by the officers and the veterans of the Imperial Guard. The Departamento Munitorum would find the good option in their competence domain, but only after having exhausted all the others. And it was polite not to ask how much time it would take the bureaucrats to arrive at that point. I will have to convene another council of war for tomorrow. Aside from this unsound demand, it seems my superiors and the Munitorum bureaucrats have more demands in store where the Nyx sector is concerned. What sort of demands? Demands like a full tithe, because obviously now that we have vanquished the orcs and are willing to muster an army group, then surely it means we are in enough good shape to deliver a full tithe for the greater good of the Imperium. The word Gavriel uttered in response was best not repeated in front of young children. For Nyx alone a full tithe is a little bit above 44 million guardsmen. Gamaliel commented more calmly. For the Nyx sector as a whole, it will likely be over 100 million soldiers. They don't need that many soldiers to fight the greenskins in the Samarkand quadrant. And asking this of planets which have just finished fighting Xenos is not exactly a measure I would qualify as strategically intelligent. The Herald of Sanguinius didn't voice it, but his expression didn't leave any doubt he had also recognized the act for what it truly was, a dagger striking Nyx while they had their back turned. The Munitorum had waited for all the regiments of Army Group Caribbean to be formally created and the recruitment to begin on 100 different planets before delivering this costly demand. Maybe it was just incompetence. The Munitorum was hardly filled with the kind of people you wanted directing a war effort. But the coincidence in this instance was too big. Gamaliel, arrange a meeting with one of the inquisitorial representatives tomorrow. I think it's time I explain my suspicions to the Holy Inquisition. The actions of the Departamento Munitorum have not impressed me so far, but lately certain of their moves are just stupid. It's almost as if they want planetary governors to rise in rebellion against them. You will still have to pay the full tithe, my lady. Oh, I will pay it. The insect mistress said grimly. Really, I will certainly have to pay more than my share, because after earmarking some of the best regiments for our little anti-pirate suppression, several planets of the sector won't be able to pay their tithes in full, and I will have to step in at one point or another. Returning to the first demand, how long, in your opinion, will the Munitorum take to send us the officers we need? That entirely depends how much they want to screw with our operations, Gavriel declared. If it's a simple coincidence, I think we can expect them in 1 or 2 years. But if there's really a deliberate policy to disrupt this campaign and wanting to cause the maximum amount of damage, the superior officers will only arrive mere days before the final mustering date. And they will in all likelihood not give us the elite of the elite. I'm afraid Gavriel is right, Gamaliel agreed. I'm sure they will try to preserve at least some illusion of competence. In general, they try to assign a full staff of disgraced crusade officers and pretend they do the men and local authorities a favor. Then we will have to disappoint them. For the high nobility, save a few exceptions, she was a constant reminder of their failures. Why not extend that to the Munitorum? I will prepare a message for Lord Commissar Zueff and our senior instructors at Petersburg tomorrow. We will have to increase the duties and the contingency plans for our brigadier generals. The 2 Space Marines rapidly left the room as she stood up to relay the decisions taken, and 4 Dawnbreaker guards replaced them as she left the office. Do you intend to leave the Spire this evening, my lady? I don't know, are there any good theatre plays tonight? I will check, my lady, the Angel Sanguine answered. Please do so. In the meantime, I'm going to take a long shower. The arrival of the Munitorum messages forced me to work just after my sport hours. They have not the common decency to arrive at midday, these bureaucrats. The walk was short compared to most of the travels she had done earlier today. There was no need to take an elevator, an indoor vehicle, or these sorts of mini-trains the mechanics installed when they renovated vast sections of the hive floors. It still took her 10 minutes at a fast pace. One thing Taylor was certain now, was that she was never going to become fat, with the number of kilometers she walked every day, not including her sword fighting or martial arts sessions. Fitness was not difficult to achieve. Battle Brothers Thermoses and Richard stood guard before the great doors, thus she didn't bother to ask if there had been any security problem. A salute and some idle chatter to verify nothing was abnormal, and she rushed into the part of the hive she used for showering and water games. Her surprise was thus pretty much total when she stormed out of her cloakroom to realize that contrary to her orders, the middle-sized swimming pool/Roman bath near the entrance had been filled since the last time she visited, and that Wei was clearly waiting on the lower marble stairs wearing absolutely no clothes, no towel, or anything to hide her body. In milliseconds, she must have been red like a tomato, and of course her girlfriend did not make things easier as she hopped towards her. You said. I changed my mind. This bath looks perfect and I blackmailed your honor guard. We won't be bothered. Their lips joined, and soon they were in the water, embracing and kissing furiously each other. Needless to say, they never left the Spire that evening.